Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Kakashi. October 20th, Konoha year 48. Fallen leaves, accompanied by the patter of rain, clung to the ground. Inside the hospital room, filled with the smell of disinfectant, a pair of dark eyes silently watched through the window at the muddy, withered yellow on the ground outside. Kakashi Hatake. He died. He died during the night of the Ninetales attack. A tailed beast ball struck Konoha's shelter. The original owner of this body tried to block the tailed beast ball with an earth-style wall to protect the villagers. Evidently, he failed. The future 6th Hokage died prematurely. Now standing here was merely a wanderer from an unknown place. Is this world a timeline similar to a parallel universe? The wanderer. No, Kakashi subconsciously reached out and gently touched the bandage over his left eye. Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan at the pinnacle of the ninja world. It was pierced by a steel bar from an unknown wall. The damage was irreparable, even with medical ninjutsu. Kakashi, someone's here to see you. A gentle call from the nurse came from outside the slightly ajar door. Ah, please come in. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he responded to the nurse. No sooner had he spoken than a green whirlwind burst into the room. Kakashi. Accompanied by a cry like a wild beast, before Kakashi could react, the person embraced the white-haired youth's body, weeping profusely. Might Guy emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Current chakra 101%. Wah. Kakashi, it's so good that you're okay. Looking at the watermelon-headed youth hugging him, Kakashi twitched his lips. Might Guy, I'm fine. If you don't let go, I probably won't be. Facing Might Guy's enthusiasm, Kakashi's exposed dark eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Perhaps he would have a headache in the future figuring out how to get along with this rival for life. Wah. Kakashi, I'll wait for you to recover for our 157th duel. Might Guy immediately wiped away his tears and released Kakashi, carefully patting Kakashi's shoulder as if he were a precious, fragile item, and after confirming his dear friend was all right, he continued to weep profusely. Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly with helplessness at this sight. Might Guy, don't be like that. Kakashi, he. A clear voice came from behind Might Guy. Besides Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi had also come together to visit their talented peer. After all, when the tailed beast ball struck, they were also in the shelter, and if Kakashi hadn't risked his life to resist and alter the tailed beast ball's trajectory, they too would have perished that night. It was just that. Kurenai Yuhi's words got stuck halfway through. A pair of gentle, crimson eyes stared blankly at the white-haired youth sitting on the bed. Kurenai Yuhi emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Current chakra 102%. Kurenai. Seeing the somewhat dazed girl, Kakashi gently spoke to remind her, exclamation point. Might Guy, don't be like that, what if Kakashi's injuries worsen? She blinked, and as time passed, a blush subtly appeared on the girl's face. The black-haired girl, somewhat shy and flustered, averted her gaze and began to scold the bewildered Might Guy. Her words went from initial fluster to exasperation, then grew softer and softer. Finally, they were barely audible. I didn't mean it like that. The girl realized her gaffe and quickly waved her hand at Might Guy, saying. Kurenai cares about her comrade, she was just anxious for a moment. Might Guy, don't take it to heart. Facing Kurenai's embarrassment, Kakashi kindly looked at the still clueless Might Guy. Kakashi understood Kurenai's slip-up. After all, this face was simply too handsome. For women, it was almost an existence that broke the rules. One could say he was in no way inferior to the future Sasuke Uchiha. Kurenai Yuhi emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Current chakra 103%. Well, that. Kakashi. You take care of yourself first. I have something to do, I'll come see you in a couple of days. Kurenai Yuhi's face was slightly flushed, and ignoring the subtle oddity on Asuma Sarutobi's face beside her, she left the hospital room as if fleeing. Well, Kakashi. I'll be going too, I'll accompany you for rehabilitation training when you're discharged. The mature-looking black-haired youth looked at the serene Kakashi sitting on the hospital bed, a hint of sourness in his words. Asuma originally had many things he wanted to talk about with Kakashi, but Kurenai's behavior made him swallow all those words. Oh right, Kakashi needs rest now. Kakashi. I'm waiting for our 157th duel. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, revealing his signature bright white teeth, which make Kakashi instinctively give him a deadpan look. Watching the once lively hospital room fall silent again, the white-haired youth's brows furrowed slightly. Emotion, fluctuation. Ever since Might Guy and the other two entered the room, 3 prompts had appeared in his mind. Kakashi subtly suppressed his inner astonishment. Only now did he ponder it carefully. But no matter how Kakashi investigated, the prompts that had appeared earlier never sounded again. Or rather, did he need to do something to others for those so-called prompts to appear again? And a 1% increase in chakra. Kakashi tried to sense his chakra. But the increase was too small. Kakashi tried for a long time before confirming that his chakra had indeed increased. After all, there was almost no difference between 100 grains of rice and 103 grains of rice. Even with 3 more grains, it wouldn't be enough to feel full. Kakashi. Did Asuma and the others leave? Just then, a clear voice sounded. A short-haired girl with a clear face, wearing a white coat, walked in, holding a file that looked like a document. Is that Shizen? Kakashi said, somewhat uncertain, relying on the memories in his mind. Ah, Kakashi still remembers me. That's truly delightful. Shizen came to Kakashi, holding the file, and spoke with a gentle smile. 2 years ago, after the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze took office, she and Lady Tsunade left Konoha village. Hearing that the Nine Tails had broken its seal, Lady Tsunade hurriedly brought her back to Konoha. Kakashi, your Sharingan was lost in this chaos. Shizen looked at Kakashi with some hesitation and handed him the file she was holding. If you don't get a new transplant, it will significantly impact your daily life and strength. Of course, it definitely won't be as good as a Sharingan. Chapter 2, Eye Replacement. Many medical ninjas have signed up for organ donation. Even I hope that after I die, my body can help my comrades continue living. The black-haired girl calmly gazed at Kakashi, who was sitting on the hospital bed, flipping through a file. And on the first page of the file in Kakashi's hand was someone he knew all too well. Of course, that was for the old Kakashi. The photo in the file showed a brown-haired girl with purple markings on her cheeks, smiling sweetly. Rin Noera. Perhaps because of the affection Obito once showed you by giving you his light, Rin applied to donate her eyes after her death when she returned to Konoha. Kakashi, don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself over this. Shizen looked at the silent Kakashi and couldn't help but offer a soft word of comfort. Kakashi wasn't burdened by it, he was thinking about something else. Just moments ago, Kurenai Yuhi had provided him with 2% chakra. And if he were to replace his eye with that of his former teammate? Obito Uchiha seemed to have been very fond of Rin Noera. If they were to meet, the scene would probably be quite interesting. Forgive Kakashi for this mischievous thought. After all, in a situation like that, anyone would want to see it, right? Shizen is really kind. Kakashi now lifted his head to look at the familiar yet unfamiliar black-haired girl in front of him. Not really. Shizen's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Current chakra 104%. Perhaps because Kakashi's face was too captivating, or because Shizen was too thin-skinned, the black-haired girl before him seemed rather flustered. Indeed. Causing emotional fluctuations in others was what triggered his certain ability. After confirming his ability, Kakashi ignored the prompt in his mind, closed the file in his hand, handed it to Shizen, and said with a serious expression. Please transplant Rin's eyes into me. No matter what, Kakashi would never say something like, being one-eyed is a man's romance. Hearing Kakashi's response, Shizen secretly let out a sigh of relief. She had thought Kakashi might refuse the new eye transplant. After all, having endured a rough childhood, he was just about to emerge from that endless darkness, only to face the sacrifice of his teacher once again. Kakashi. The girl named Shizen took the file from Kakashi, her expression a bit hesitant, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes, as if she wanted to say something but changed her words at the last moment. Okay, I'll notify the medical staff to replace Kakashi's eye right away. But the hospital is really busy right now, so Kakashi will probably have to wait a few days. Kakashi naturally had no objections to that. As Shizen left, she glanced back at Kakashi, ultimately not voicing the words in her heart. Perhaps, this was for the best. However, Kakashi seemed to have changed a little. After Shizen departed, only Kakashi remained in the ward. Looking out the window, Kakashi felt moved by what had just happened. Rin Nohara's eyes, huh? He reached out and gently stroked the empty eye socket, as if through the white gauze, he was touching the void within. And his own abundant chakra. In Kakashi's memory, it had been a long time since he'd felt such a surplus of chakra. He could also finally shake off that nickname full of complaints, the chakra measuring unit. The Sharingan had suppressed Kakashi's talent. Although losing the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan was a huge pity. But perhaps for Kakashi himself, an ordinary eye was the best one. Moreover, for both Kakashi and Obito Uchiha, the eye of this former teammate was by no means ordinary. But if he lost his Sharingan, what about Chidori? As Kakashi's self-created S-rank ninjutsu, the Sharingan's importance to Chidori was undeniable. Chidori's excessively fast speed required extremely strong dynamic vision for the body to keep up, and the Sharingan perfectly compensated for that. Thinking of this, Kakashi rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't worry about that much now. Having experienced the feeling of abundant chakra in his body, Kakashi absolutely did not want to equip himself with another Sharingan. Moreover, if he did that, the Uchiha clan would probably explode. Kakashi waited in the ward for 3 days. During those 3 days, Kakashi thoroughly researched the inexplicable prompts in his mind. He had confirmed it. This was a golden finger that had no emotions, only increasing chakra. And the increase was pitifully small. 1%. Kakashi didn't mind this. 1% was fine. It was better than nothing. He understood the principle of accumulating little by little, like drops of water forming a stream. Without the suppression of the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra reserves were roughly twice what they had been before. That is, 2 Kakashi units of chakra. Kakashi was a bit speechless. Did he just use himself as a unit of measurement? Ignoring Kakashi's internal self-mockery, today was the day he would get his new eyes. Shizun arrived at the ward on time with a medical staff member. Replacing eyeballs was extremely simple for ninjas, who possessed superhuman abilities. They didn't even need to enter an operating room, it could be done right in the ward. Currently, the hospital had a large number of injured, and the operating rooms were almost constantly in use. Naturally, there was no need to occupy a valuable operating room for this medical procedure, which wasn't even considered minor surgery. Kakashi, have you been waiting long? Don't worry, it'll be over quickly. Lie down on the bed first. Shizun put on a pair of medical gloves and prepared the instruments. Okay. Kakashi subconsciously replied, but immediately realized something was off. From Shizun's demeanor, was she planning to perform the procedure herself? Although Shizun's medical skills would indeed be trustworthy in the future, she was the same age as him now, 14. How many years had she been Tsunade's apprentice? Before Kakashi could voice his concerns, the medical staff member had already reached out and placed a hand on Kakashi's forehead. As a verdant green light emanated from the medical staff member's hand, Kakashi felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to complain. As expected of a ninja. With this technique, there was no need for anesthetic. The next second, Kakashi fell into a deep sleep. Shizun also disinfected herself, preparing to begin the eye replacement for Kakashi. When Kakashi woke up, it was 15 minutes later. He groggily opened his eyes to see Shizun already packing up and preparing to leave. Is it done? This. Kakashi subconsciously spoke, but his words trailed off. There was no need to ask further. Light flooded into his eyes. Chapter 3, Providing Emotional Value. Clean, clear, and bright, like black gemstones embedded in their sockets. Kakashi gazed at his own eyes in the mirror. They were identical. If there was one difference, it was that Rin's eye seemed to carry a hint of joyful anticipation. Perhaps it was an illusion. How could a single eye carry an emotion like joyful anticipation? How do you feel? Shizun, who had already packed up her things, looked at Kakashi as he examined his eyes in the mirror, flashing him a beaming smile. It's just like my own eye, Kakashi replied truthfully. That's good to hear. Now I can rest easy. I'll be heading out. Shizun was very busy. As Tsunade's senior apprentice, she'd been thrown into the hospital by Tsunade on her very first day back in the village. Every day, she rushed between various injured patients. When can I be discharged? After a few days of recuperation, Kakashi felt that while he wasn't fully recovered, he was about 70 to 80% better. Rather than staying cooped up in the hospital room, it would be better to head home early. This. Will you be okay on your own, Kakashi? Shizun, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks upon hearing this and looked at the white-haired young man with some hesitation. No problem. Kakashi nodded. In that case, you can be discharged at any time. Shizun nodded. Kakashi could have been discharged 3 days ago. She'd considered his past experiences and his current grief over the loss of his teacher, fearing he might do something rash, so she hadn't brought up his discharge. Now, Rin's eye had restored Kakashi's sight. No matter what, Kakashi would never do anything irrational while bearing this eye. Thank you so much. Kakashi spoke from the bottom of his heart. Although it had only been a few short days, Kakashi truly disliked staying in the hospital. It seems you don't like it here. That's true, after all, this is a place filled with death and sorrow. Perhaps Kakashi's expression was too obvious. Shizun smiled helplessly. Shizun's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. That's not it, the hospital is a place of salvation. It is the first and only battleground where the living fight against death. And as a medical ninja, Shizun, you're also a hero fighting against the Shinigami. Kakashi shook his head. Shizun's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Is that so? Then I'll take your kind words. Shizun smiled calmly, waved her hand, and left the ward. But the prompt in Kakashi's mind indicated that Shizun was not as calm as she appeared. After Shizun left, Kakashi efficiently completed the discharge procedures. He left the ward alone, carrying his few belongings. Kakashi-kun, please take care of yourself. So handsome. Kakashi-kun, are you being discharged? On the way, a nurse enthusiastically greeted Kakashi, but after only a few words, she was pulled back by the irritable head nurse, who tugged her ear. There are so many injured patients, and you have time to be infatuated here. I think you all feel your workload isn't heavy enough, don't you? Kakashi, who was about to respond to the nurse, showed a hint of helplessness at this sight. Jiajiazi's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. That prompt appeared in his mind once again. All right, I get it. Kakashi glanced at the poor nurse and directly ignored the prompt that triggered the buff in his mind. Leaving the hospital, Kakashi walked alone through the streets of Konoha. Devastated. Only that word could describe it. Although the Nine-Tails-tailed beast ball had been teleported away by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, its path of destructive attacks had still demolished many buildings. Before the Nine-Tails was teleported, the Konoha ninjas had been fighting for their lives against it. This also resulted in a large number of casualties. The post-war reconstruction work was in full swing. There were workers and ninjas participating in the reconstruction everywhere. Who is that? A new face I haven't seen before. It seems to be Kakashi. Is his true face under the mask really like that? So handsome. Stop being infatuated, hurry up and get to work. Emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1. Clearly, few people would care if you were handsome or not. The way Sasuke was chased by the young girls of his generation, as seen in the original story, would only happen among children who were naive and hadn't experienced the hardships of life. Kakashi. A familiar voice, accompanied by a trail of dust, rushed toward Kakashi. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Might Guy, you really know how to provide emotional value. His voice arrived before he did. Even before seeing Might Guy, he'd already provided Kakashi with ample emotional value. Might Guy. His eyebrows curved into crescents, and he was about to turn around to greet Might Guy. As soon as Kakashi turned, his body almost instinctively squatted down quickly. The reason was simple: if he didn't squat, Kakashi's head would have been directly hit by the large bundle of long wooden planks Might Guy was carrying on his shoulder. Kakashi. You're finally discharged. As expected of my lifelong rival. Let's have a duel. This is youth. Might Guy, carrying a large bundle of wood with one hand, showed Kakashi his characteristic big white teeth and gave a thumbs up. Sorry, Might Guy, next time. Wiping away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, Kakashi looked at the bowl-cut hairstyle in front of him with some helplessness. He had just been discharged, he had no energy to duel with Might Guy. Moreover, it was only right that he go pay his respects to Minato Namake's. After being unconscious for 10 days, Minato Namake's had already been buried. As his disciple, he should go pay his respects. What a pity, I originally wanted to have a duel between true men with you, Kakashi. To celebrate your discharge. Listening to Might Guy's somewhat regretful words, Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat. Your way of celebrating is a duel. But considering it was Might Guy, Kakashi felt relieved. He didn't dislike the guy's personality. Well, next time. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal, Might Guy. Kakashi spread his hands and said. If that's the case, then it's settled. This is a promise between men, a promise of passionate youth. Sing praises. Strive. My Konoha mighty blue beast, Might Guy's youth. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Accompanied by Might Guy's roar, he was seen rushing toward the end of the road, carrying that large bundle of wood. That was the construction site. Clearly, while Might Guy was celebrating his youth, he was also doing what he could. This guy. Looking at that galloping figure, Kakashi smiled helplessly. He hadn't even noticed that his Sharingan was gone. Should he say, as expected of Might Guy? Chapter 4, Where is your Sharingan? The rain continued to fall in a soft, steady patter. Kakashi didn't linger and headed back to the Hatake residence. It was empty. The spacious home was steeped in an aura of loneliness and desolation. A faint scent of dust lingered in the air as well. This suggested that the house had stood uninhabited for quite some time. After setting down his luggage, Kakashi returned to his room. Without hesitation, he pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk. Just as I expected, it's still here. Gazing at the object inside the drawer, Kakashi murmured softly. It was a broken sword. The shattered blade lay haphazardly in the drawer, as if it were mere trash. In the dim light, the fractured edge gleamed with a quiet intensity. Who could have imagined that this was the blade once wielded by Konoha's legendary White Fang, Kakashi Hatake, the man who, with a single short sword, had brought the entire ninja world to its knees. After his death, his son had not only broken it during some careless play but had shown no interest in reforging or repairing it, simply tossing it into this forgotten corner. Carefully, Kakashi gathered the broken fragments one by one and laid them out on the desk. He wiped away the dust that clung to them. The dullness faded, and the blade's shine returned once more. Staring at that familiar gleam, Kakashi couldn't resist gently running his fingers along the jagged edge. Now that he'd lost his Sharingan, he needed to swiftly reclaim the sword techniques he'd set aside for the past 2 years. Kakashi couldn't fathom why his former self had abandoned his father's sword in favor of the Sharingan, which had never truly belonged to him. After all, the two weren't mutually exclusive. But now, he was here. This sword would once again shine with the brilliance of Konoha's White Fang. That said, the blade was already broken and would need to be reforged. Moreover, Kakashi felt it was a bit too short, it might be more accurate to call it a dagger than a sword. He carefully packed away the broken sword, planning to seek out the ninja cats of the Uchiha clan for help after paying his respects to Minato Namikaze. The ninja cats were renowned mastersmiths in the ninja world. The ninja tools they forged were of exceptional quality. And since the ninja cats were the Uchiha clan's exclusive summoning beasts, outsiders rarely had the chance to acquire their craftsmanship. At the thought of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi's expression grew subtly complicated. During the Nine-Tails attack, the massive beast's enormous eyes, each the size of a house, had clearly displayed the three-tomo Sharingan. And that night, not a single Uchiha had shown up to assist with sealing the Nine-Tails. It wasn't just the villagers, even many of Konoha's shinobi likely harbored suspicions toward the Uchiha clan. If Kakashi wanted to approach the Uchiha to have the ninja cats reforge the White Fang, he'd better do it soon. Otherwise, the one who had orchestrated keeping the Uchiha away from the battlefield would begin making their moves. At that point, any association with the Uchiha would inevitably spark rumors. Even so, Kakashi wasn't particularly concerned. Rumors. The original Kakashi had dealt with plenty, and in the information-saturated era of his previous life, they were even more rampant. Even fresh young leaves could be steeped until they turned old and withered. With that in mind, Kakashi stowed the broken White Fang sword, grabbed some money, and headed out. After buying some fruit from a street vendor, he stepped into a nearby flower shop. But Kakashi, who had initially planned to buy just 2 bouquets of white chrysanthemums, hesitated for a moment and ended up purchasing a third. The cemetery was tucked away in a corner of Konoha, though somewhat remote, it possessed a certain serene tranquility. Few people were on the paths. Even though the village had suffered heavy losses recently, nearly half a month had already passed. The living had to keep moving forward. Dwelling too deeply in grief for the dead often led to one's own downfall. Many new gravestones had been added to the cemetery, each adorned with white chrysanthemums placed before it. Kakashi glanced at the fresh headstones, then made his way toward the memorial stone at the forefront. Minato Namikaze's grave was easy to spot, as the fourth Hokage, it stood right beside those of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. It was a shared grave for Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Kakashi placed the 2 bouquets of white chrysanthemums and the fruit he'd bought in front of the grave, then squatted down to gaze at the photo on the headstone. In his memories, this blonde, blue-eyed man always wore a gentle smile. But in the gravestone photo, his expression was calm, one Kakashi had seldom seen. You didn't have to die. Kakashi felt respect for Minato Namikaze, but not understanding. Why chase after his wife when the 8 trigram sealing style and 4 symbol seal could have dealt with the Nine-Tails and resealed it? With those words left hanging, Kakashi turned and walked away without looking back, heading to a corner of the cemetery based on his recollection. But upon seeing the fresh white chrysanthemums still dotted with dew in front of the gravestone, Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Rin was an orphan. After her death, few people besides Kakashi ever came to visit. His gaze swept the surroundings, nothing but rows of neatly arranged gravestones. Yet the white chrysanthemums before the headstone proved someone had been here. Kakashi squatted down, his expression unchanging, and looked at the gentle, lovely girl in the photo on the gravestone. This was a girl who'd chosen to die rather than let harm come to her comrades. For her, having such a fervent, obsessive simp must have been an excruciating burden. Kakashi had already figured out who the visitor was. Obito Uchiha. The one behind the Nine-Tails attack. Next time, I'll come see you again. He patted the gravestone, then stuffed his hands into his pockets and left the cemetery. As he walked away, his eyes subconsciously drifted to a nearby headstone. Well, I forgot about you today. Next time, I'll bring some flowers. Dad. Kakashi gave Tsukumo Hatake's gravestone a brief glance, then departed. The cemetery seemed to settle back into its quiet stillness. Not long after Kakashi left, a dark figure emerged from the small grove beside the cemetery. The person was clad in black, wearing a one-eyed mask striped like a tiger's. A single crimson eye beneath the mask followed Kakashi's retreating figure. He walked silently to Rin Nohara's gravestone, staring at the bouquet of white chrysanthemums Kakashi had left. Beneath his black clothing, his chest rose and fell unevenly, as if he were holding back a surge of anger and pain. He snatched up the bouquet and hurled it aside in a fit of release. Uchiha Obito's emotions fluctuate +1, chakra +1%. Who are you? The sudden voice shattered the cemetery silence. Kakashi, who should have been long gone, now stood at the cemetery gate, his dark eyes fixed on the figure with a touch of coldness. So, you noticed me. He turned slowly and silently to face the white-haired young man who'd returned, and at the same time, a hoarse, low voice emerged from Obito Uchiha's mouth. As expected from the famous Sharingan Kakashi. Where's your Sharingan? Chapter 5, Where is my Sharingan? Uchiha Obito's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Uchiha Obito's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Uchiha Obito's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Uchiha. This guy. Where is my Sharingan? Where did my Sharingan go? Beneath his mask, Uchiha Obito stared rigidly at the familiar white-haired young man not far ahead. What followed was an overwhelming surge of rage. This bastard couldn't even protect Rin, and now he couldn't even keep his eye safe. That's right. A loser is always a loser. This guy is nothing but a worthless failure who can't accomplish a damn thing. A series of notifications flashed through Kakashi's mind, and at the same time, he could clearly feel his chakra surging upward at a noticeable rate. It only stopped after a 20% increase, but even then, the occasional notification still popped up. As expected, coming back here was the right call. Kakashi gazed at the silent Uchiha Obito without betraying any emotion. Returning to the graveyard. That had been Kakashi's resolute decision. The fact that he'd lost his Sharingan couldn't possibly stay hidden from Uchiha Obito. The all-encompassing intelligence network woven by White Zetsu was so formidable that even Konoha, the ninja world's premier military powerhouse, had to admit defeat on that front. Rather than letting White Zetsu sniff out the news of his lost Sharingan, it was better for Kakashi to take the initiative and squeeze out as much benefit as possible. He'd only come here on a whim, but he hadn't expected to get so lucky and actually run into the guy. Come to think of it, once this was over, he should track down Shizune and ask her to keep the details of whose eyes he'd transplanted under wraps for now. Meeting Uchiha Obito here served two purposes beyond just harvesting a wave of emotional value from him. If he could get Obito to admit he was Uchiha Madara or confess to being the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident half a month ago, Kakashi could use that to deflect or soften the rumors swirling around the Uchiha clan in the village. Then, enlisting the Ninja Cat clan's help to reforge his White Fang would be a lot less complicated, especially with the Uchiha involved. Getting the Ninja Cat clan to forge ninja tools was no easy feat after all, they were the Uchiha's exclusive summons and almost exclusively acknowledged Uchiha clan members. Back when he'd first transplanted the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had only grudgingly tolerated an outsider like Kakashi possessing it because of Minato Namake's influence. An outsider holding their clan's Kekkai Genkai was practically a direct violation of a bloodline clan's taboos. If not for Minato Namake's, the Uchiha would probably have demanded the Sharingan back not long after the transplant. In Kakashi's current position, bypassing the Uchiha clan entirely to get the Ninja Cat clan to forge a blade was next to impossible. In other words, if Uchiha Obito admitted he was Uchiha Madara or the real culprit behind the Ninetales incident, making the Uchiha owe him a favor, then Kakashi could secure a pledge of allegiance to reforge the White Fang. With both angles covered, achieving that second goal would be like killing two birds with one stone. He hoped this guy would play along. I am Uchiha Madara. The air grew faintly still in that moment. Uchiha Obito fixed Kakashi with a dark glare, barely containing his fury, and spat out the words one by one. This. Kakashi had figured he might need to put in some real effort to pry the information out of him. He hadn't expected it to be this straightforward. All he'd asked was, "Who are you?" and Uchiha Obito had immediately spilled his Uchiha Madara alias. This guy really was. So, tell me now. Where's your Sharingan? Staring at the silent Kakashi, Uchiha Obito locked eyes with him intently. Why the hell should I tell you? Facing Uchiha Obito's question, Kakashi cocked his head, shooting back with an odd look on his face. Beneath his mask, Uchiha Obito's face was plastered with question marks. You bastard. I answered your question, shouldn't you answer mine? Uchiha Obito's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. To Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's blank expression was utterly infuriating and loathsome right then. Humph, all talk and no action. There was no one else around now, he couldn't let this guy walk away. He'd even taken down Minato Namikaze, so what did he have to fear from a mere Kakashi? The eye beneath Uchiha Obito's single-hole mask flashed crimson in an instant, he was ready to strike. Uchiha Madara? How could you still be alive? If it really was you, then was the Ninetales incident half a month ago your handiwork? Facing the poised Uchiha Obito, Kakashi spoke with a grave expression. Humph, that's right, it was me. Not even the fourth Hokage could stand in my way. Now, think about your last W. Mid-sentence, a red flare burst in the sky not far behind Kakashi. Kakashi never fought without preparation. Before coming here, he deliberately lengthened the flare's fuse and lit it, just to keep Uchiha Obito from attacking. Though the guy had been beaten by Minato Namikaze in 3 moves flat, the current Kakashi was no match for this lunatic. Now, all his objectives were complete. Thanks to the recent Ninetales incident, the ninjas in the village were on high alert, and reinforcements would arrive quickly. Even so, at a ninja's speed, the fastest support from the village to the graveyard would still take some time. He just needed to stall for 2 minutes. Or 1 minute. No. Maybe he wouldn't even need to wait. As Kakashi prepared to face off against Uchiha Obito, he heard a familiar voice closing in from afar. And the owner of that voice was Konoha's proud blue beast. Making his dynamic entry. As the passionate roar echoed, Kakashi's tension eased considerably. Might Guy. Well done. Kakashi hadn't anticipated that the first to respond to the flare would be Might Guy. They'd only parted ways a short while ago. If it was Might Guy. Kakashi tightened his grip on his broken sword, lowering his stance slightly, fully alert against Uchiha Obito. Oh. I didn't expect you to be the one who fired the flare, Kakashi. Is that guy across from you the enemy? The proud blue beast will never back down. With dust kicking up from his sprint, a green figure came to a halt beside Kakashi. In his green jumpsuit, Might Guy looked incredibly reliable to Kakashi right then. Konoha's proud blue beast, making his dynamic entry. You too. Uchiha Obito gazed at the 2 familiar figures before him, one white, one green, with a somber expression. He vaguely recalled that the one who used to stand at Kakashi's side in battle had been him. Chapter 6, Supporting the Uchiha. The sky was heavily overcast, and a cold wind swept through the graveyard, making the surrounding trees rustle. Kakashi stood shoulder to shoulder with Might Guy, short blade in hand, gazing at Uchiha Obito, who called himself Uchiha Madara. He claims to be Uchiha Madara, the mastermind behind the Ninetales attack. Might Guy, be careful. We'll hold him off until reinforcements arrive. Kakashi's tone was grave. His objective had been achieved, now he had to consider how to wrap things up. Might Guy's arrival was Kakashi's greatest source of confidence. Although Might Guy's 8 gates formation hadn't yet reached the level where he could open the Gate of Death, using it against Uchiha Obito right now would be a complete waste. Moreover, Kakashi didn't want Might Guy to open the Gate of Death. Might Guy opening the Gate of Death to face Uchiha Obito. Whether he won or not, Kakashi felt it wasn't worth it. He simply felt it wasn't worth it for Might Guy. How could Uchiha Obito be compared to Might Guy? This wasn't a comparison of strength or ability. It was a comparison of character, personality, and conduct. Rin died to protect the village, and Uchiha Obito blamed everyone, wanting to drag the whole world to hell. Might Guy died to protect his juniors, and Might Guy inherited his father's will, training even harder to protect his comrades. The two simply couldn't be compared. Comparing Might Guy to Uchiha Obito was an insult to Might Guy. Oh, I didn't expect such a formidable opponent. My youth will display its passionate power. Hearing Kakashi speak like that, Might Guy's expression became serious, and he stood ready. I see, is that your confidence? Watching the two in front of him, Uchiha Obito's voice, apart from still being hoarse, showed no discernible fluctuation. Uchiha Obito's emotions fluctuate +1. Chakra +1%. At this moment, Uchiha Obito wanted to fiercely choke Kakashi and demand to know where his Sharingan had gone. That was the Jonin gift he had given Kakashi. But at this moment, he had to leave. Because, another figure landed beside Kakashi. The newcomer was tall, wearing a standard Konoha Jonin vest, and on his sleeves was the Uchiha clan crest of a flaming fan. Uchiha Fugaku. Following closely were a continuous stream of figures, all members of the Uchiha police force. Due to the Ninetales attack earlier, the Uchiha clan's compound had been relocated to a corner of Konoha. It wasn't too far from the Konoha graveyard. He is. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the two juniors, then looked at the suspiciously dressed Uchiha Obito in front. After all, what normal person wears a black robe and a mask in broad daylight? His words stopped abruptly mid-sentence. The last word, who, remained unspoken, blocked by the crimson three-tomo Sharingan beneath the opponent's mask. Kakashi, you won't amount to anything with petty cleverness. Our next meeting will be your death. The three-tomo Sharingan under the mask transformed into a pattern of overlapping scythes, causing Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, which had been fixed on Uchiha Obito, to suddenly constrict. Mangekyo Sharingan. With the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned extremely grim. An Uchiha clansman. And an Uchiha clansman possessing the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. Remember my name. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito was already preparing to leave. The moment Kakashi fired the signal flare, he had already intended to go. With Might Guy present, Uchiha Obito believed he could quickly take down Kakashi and Might Guy, but it wouldn't be possible before Konoha's reinforcements arrived. Now, Konoha's new reinforcements had arrived, and there was no point in staying here any longer. Or rather, he had only come this time to see Rin. As Uchiha Obito's last words fell, space began to twist like a vortex, and with his Mangekyo Sharingan as the center, his entire body merged into the vortex, completely disappearing. From the moment Uchiha Obito activated Kamui to his departure, the entire process took less than a second. This demonstrated just how incredibly fast this movement was. It also indirectly proved how extraordinarily quick Minato Namikaze's reactions were when he fought Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the now empty tombstone with a grim expression, his mind in turmoil. Clan head Fugaku, while he claimed to be Uchiha Madara, he also revealed that he was responsible for the Nine Tails attack. Kakashi spoke to Uchiha Fugaku after Uchiha Obito left. What? Uchiha Fugaku's face changed repeatedly, like a drowning fish. Because of the Nine Tails attack, his Uchiha clan was assigned to a corner of Konoha when the clan lands were reallocated. He had been struggling to find the true culprit of the Nine Tails attack, yet he never would have imagined it was the so-called Uchiha Madara. But it had to be said, if it was Uchiha Madara, he certainly had the ability to release the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was like a toy to him. As Uchiha Obito departed, everyone present was astonished. Trapped in a heavy encirclement, he was still able to escape. Especially when he claimed to be Uchiha Madara just before leaving and stated that he was responsible for the Nine Tails attack, it caused the Uchiha clansmen present to have various thoughts. Silence, contemplation, surprise, and delight. Kakashi subtly glanced at the surrounding Uchiha. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the Uchiha clan was ostracized by the Konoha higher-ups. Even if Uchiha Obito truly was Uchiha Madara. As members of Konoha, their reaction at this moment should not have been like this. Everyone, go back. Don't think too much about today's events. I will handle it. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to notice the anomaly among his clansmen and his face darkened. Kakashi, please come with me to see the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Kakashi and Might Guy. Uchiha Fugaku's tone was very friendly, completely at odds with his fierce appearance. Uchiha Fugaku was a jonin of Konoha. Kakashi was also a jonin of Konoha. Although the former held the title of Konoha Police Force Captain. But by rules, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't command Kakashi. So, even though Kakashi was only 14 years old, the two held positions of the same rank. I was thinking the same thing, clan head Fugaku. Kakashi nodded. Meeting Uchiha Obito was completely unexpected, but from the outcome, it wasn't a bad thing. In fact, Kakashi even needed to thank his former comrade. Might Guy, let's go together. Might Guy was also a witness, and given the suspicion surrounding the Uchiha, the testimonies of Might Guy and Kakashi were particularly important. Chapter 7, The Uchiha Clan Left Behind. Konoha. Hokage Building. What? Uchiha Madara? In the Hokage's office, the old man, dressed in a red and white Hokage robe, looked at the three people before him, his wrinkled face twitching involuntarily. If only Uchiha Fugaku had come to declare that the true culprit behind the Nine Tails attack was Uchiha Madara, then Hiruzen Sarutobi would have simply dismissed it as a foolish move made because his clan's land had been relocated to a corner of Konoha. But now, not only Kakashi, but also Might Guy, stated that an unknown Uchiha had claimed to be Uchiha Madara and admitted to being responsible for the Nine Tails attack. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to take this matter seriously. Kakashi and Might Guy were both outstanding talents of their generation. Not only that, Kakashi was also Minato Namikaze's disciple, a true and trusted member of the Hokage lineage. He was someone Hiruzen Sarutobi could trust. When Kakashi was previously unconscious in the hospital, Hiruzen Sarutobi even made time in his busy schedule to visit him. It's like this, Hokage-sama. Although I don't believe he is Uchiha Madara, his strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Kakashi calmly looked at the old man before him. Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously glanced at Kakashi upon hearing this. He doesn't believe that person is Uchiha Madara. What do you mean by that? Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked his pipe, his brows tightly furrowed. Minato Namake's death was too sudden, he hadn't even left him a dying message, so even Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't clear about the situation Minato Namake's had faced. But, thinking of the arrogant man in his memory, clad in crimson armor, with black hair like a waterfall, looking down on the world, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that now was a time of many troubles. The fourth Hokage, in whom he had placed such high hopes, had just sacrificed himself, and now someone was appearing under the name of Uchiha Madara. Although I don't know Uchiha Madara well, I have learned about this man from records. With Uchiha Madara's wild and uninhibited style, he would never conceal his true face. Since he concealed his true face, why would he still use Uchiha Madara's name? That person's spacetime ninjutsu is indeed extremely excellent, even stronger than my teacher's, but being strong doesn't mean he is Uchiha Madara. Listening to Kakashi's analysis, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't show any smile. Instead, he took a deep drag from his pipe, and as a light blue smoke billowed from his mouth, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly. Space-time. He knew all too well the power of space-time ninjutsu. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Hiruzen Sarutobi had once tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. But unfortunately, he lacked the aptitude for it. As for the mysterious person claiming to be Uchiha Madara, even without Kakashi saying more, Hiruzen Sarutobi absolutely did not believe that person was Uchiha Madara. He had seen that man with his own eyes, and just as Kakashi said, that man would never conceal his true face. But, an unknown Uchiha clan member. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze now turned meaningfully towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku felt his scalp tingle under that gaze, and almost instinctively, he immediately knelt on one knee, speaking in a deep voice. The Uchiha clan has always had a custom of retrieving bodies. Since the village's founding, no clan members have ever been left outside. Unless. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze sharpened upon hearing this, he thought of a possibility. Before the founding of Konoha. Unless the person is a clan member from before Konoha was founded. As Uchiha Fugaku's words rang out, they confirmed what Hiruzen Sarutobi had been thinking. Before the establishment of ninja villages, ninja clans had a habit of migrating. While top-tier ninja clans like the Uchiha clan migrated very rarely, it did happen. It was not impossible for Uchiha clan members to have been lost during this process. Kakashi, standing nearby, was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Where did that come from? I will go back and review the records immediately to investigate if any clan members were lost outside. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who was bowing his head and dared not look him directly in the eye, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward and helped him up, saying, Fugaku, what are you doing? I have no intention of blaming you. It's just that with Minato's sacrifice, there are bound to be some rumors in the village. I hope Fugaku won't take them to heart. Uchiha Fugaku was helped up by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and looking at the old man before him, his unease slightly receded. He then continued. With an outsider possessing the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan will definitely pursue him with the entire clan. Uchiha Fugaku was practically gritting his teeth at this moment. The Uchiha clan's situation in Konoha was already difficult, and now with this troublesome matter, it was even harder to move forward. Fugaku's abilities, I have never doubted. Go. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in his heart upon seeing the man's demeanor. He had never doubted Uchiha Fugaku's loyalty to Konoha. No, it shouldn't be described as loyalty. It should be described as a heart that yearns for peace. Hiruzen Sarutobi had never doubted that. But having a heart that yearns for peace does not mean Uchiha Fugaku is very capable. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku immediately accepted the order and exited the Hokage's office. His immediate priority now was to find out which branch of the clan had members lost outside. To trace the origins and thus find the unknown Uchiha's lair. With Uchiha Fugaku's departure, only 3 people remained in the Hokage's office. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi. However, compared to his interaction with Uchiha Fugaku earlier, he was much more casual. This was not due to a lack of regard for Kakashi. On the contrary, Hiruzen Sarutobi was very close to the 4th Hokage's direct disciple. It was precisely because of this closeness that he was casual. How do you feel after getting a new eye? Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke like a kind elder from next door. I feel pretty good, much better than before. Kakashi subconsciously touched his left eye and replied. Kakashi's words actually surprised Hiruzen Sarutobi a little. That previous Sharingan was a Jonin gift given to Kakashi by his teammate. Now, why? Those who have passed on have passed on. The living should carry the hopes of the deceased and continue to move forward. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled upon hearing this, stepped forward, and patted Kakashi's shoulder, saying, It's best that you think this way. If you need anything, just tell this old man. I believe Minato would also be relieved to see you like this now. Kakashi's eyes shifted slightly at this, then he pulled out the broken white fang blade and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. I was planning to go to the Uchiha clan and ask clan head Fugaku to request the Ninja Cat clan to forge a new blade for me. After the incident with Uchiha Obito, asking the Ninja Cat clan to forge a blade was already a sure thing. If he got Hiruzen Sarutobi's approval, it would be 100% certainty. That would be simple then. I'll mention it to Fugaku later, and that should be enough. Chapter 8, Kakashi, you loser. As the heavy door creaked open, the scent of aged history and ink wafted out. Uchiha Fugaku, holding an oil lamp, walked with a solemn expression between rows of ancient bookshelves, searching for records of the Uchiha clan's migrations before the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. He hadn't lied to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He really was looking for any Uchiha clansmen who might have been lost to the outside world. It was just that, over more than 1,000 years, even though the Uchiha clan had migrated only a handful of times, finding such records wasn't easy. If there truly were Uchiha clansmen lost outside and their records existed, then one could investigate the local area where they went missing, and from there, trace the clues to identify that unknown Uchiha and determine which branch of the family they descended from. This is going to be a massive undertaking. Uchiha Fugaku arrived at his destination. Gazing at the rows of bookshelves that exuded the aroma of history, he felt a headache coming on. Kakashi bid farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi. With the third Hokage's approval, the matter of the Ninja Cat clan forging a sword for him was now set in stone. After the incident with Uchiha Obito, Kakashi knew he couldn't live a peaceful life. Even if he hadn't replaced his eye, and even if his Sharingan hadn't been damaged, his identity meant he was destined to be caught up in the chain of events from now until the future. Now, he was Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. Might Guy, once my sword is forged, come train with me to help me get back in shape. Kakashi and the green-clad youth walked along the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. The distant setting sun cast its rays upon them. Kakashi stared at the road ahead, his voice calm but carrying a hint of inexplicable determination. He had set aside swordsmanship for 2 years. Even with his old foundation, regaining mastery wouldn't happen overnight. Train with Kakashi to help him recover. Of course. Leave it to me. It's a promise, a youthful, passionate agreement between men. Might Guy, hearing his friend say this, had no reason to refuse. He thumped his chest, gave Kakashi a thumbs up, and flashed his bright white teeth. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Might Guy, you. Well, even though it's recovery training, I think it's better if we don't make it too passionate. Looking at the highly motivated Might Guy, Kakashi instinctively felt a non-existent cold sweat break out. While Might Guy was powerful and someone he could absolutely trust to have his back in battle, his passionate and youthful personality, Kakashi sometimes found it genuinely hard to handle. Though Kakashi didn't dislike that full of passion side of him. I'm heading to the Uchiha clan now. Might Guy, want to come along? Kakashi spoke unhurriedly, hands in his pockets. I won't go. Today's daily training isn't finished yet. 500 laps of handstand running around the village. Listening to Might Guy's words, Kakashi was left somewhat speechless. He hoped that during the upcoming recovery training, this guy wouldn't push him too hard. Uchiha Library. Under the lamplight, Uchiha Fugaku flipped through ancient books one after another. With his Sharingan activated, he was practically scanning 10 lines at a glance. The speed at which he read a page never exceeded 3 seconds. So, even though only an hour or two had passed since he left Hiruzen Sarutobi, a thick stack of ancient books had already piled up beside him. But even so, several bookshelves still awaited him. Just as Uchiha Fugaku closed the ancient book in his hand and prepared to pick up the next one, the library door was suddenly pushed open. Uchiha Fugaku's brows furrowed slightly at this, and he said, "Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's important?" However, the Uchiha clansman replied with a strange expression on his face. "Clan head, Kakashi is here." Uchiha Fugaku frowned upon hearing this. Kakashi Hatake. What does this disciple of the fourth Hokage want with me? I understand. Have him wait for me in the tea room. Setting down the ancient book in his hand, Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his aching lower back and stood up to go meet the renowned disciple of the Hokage. Tea room. Kakashi watched the men in front of him prepare tea. Warming the cup, placing the tea leaves, moistening the tea, brewing, pouring. Although Uchiha Fugaku was a ninja, he had been deeply influenced by the Uchiha clan's 1,000-year history since childhood. Even something like tea tasting, which was useless to a ninja, he knew a thing or two about. Kakashi wasn't surprised by this, the neighboring Hyuga clan had even stronger traditional values. The white-haired youth observed the men making tea, and the men observed Kakashi in return. At 5, his father, Tsukumo Hatake, had committed suicide at home due to rumors. At 12, he had witnessed his friend Uchiha Obito's death and been gifted the Sharingan. At 13, he had been forced to kill his comrade due to a hidden mist conspiracy. At 14, just half a month ago during the Nine-Tails attack, his sensei and sensei's wife had both perished, and he himself had lost the Sharingan gifted by his friend in that turmoil. Although his talent was extraordinary, he had become a jonin at 12, his short 9 years as a ninja had been filled with pain and torment. Such repeated blows would be hard for anyone to bear, but the Kakashi before him had endured them. At least, this white-haired youth didn't show any signs of being weary of the world. "Kakashi, please try this new tea." As the tea poured into the cup, a fragrant, steaming brew was pushed in front of Kakashi by Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi, who didn't know much about tea, simply picked up the teacup, blew on it, and drank it all in one gulp. Uchiha Fugaku wasn't surprised by Kakashi's crude manner, very few ninja bothered to study such things. "Clan head Fugaku, I have a request." With the hot tea warming his stomach, Kakashi felt a slight heat spread through his body, then looked seriously at the men before him. "What is it?" "If it's within my capabilities, I'll do my best to fulfill it." Uchiha Fugaku didn't make a full commitment, just glancing lightly at Kakashi's dark left eye. As long as he didn't ask for a Sharingan. Listening to the Uchiha clan head's words, Kakashi took out the broken white fang and placed it on the table. "Please, clan head Fugaku, ask the Ninja Cat clan to reforge white fang for me." Uchiha Fugaku felt a slight relief in his heart upon hearing this. He then picked up the white fang that Kakashi had handed him and examined it carefully. He was clearly very interested in it. The Uchiha clan was a ninja clan extremely skilled in swordsmanship, and Uchiha Fugaku himself was no exception. This sword had once been the famous personal weapon of Tsukumo Hatake, a truly rare sight. It's entirely made of chakra metal. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's murmur, Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. Chakra metal. No one had ever told him that. In his memory, he had always just used the sword to hack at people. "Kakashi, you loser." Chapter 9, One Asuma. Asuma Sarutobi's 2 flying swallow blades were made from this material, allowing a ninja's chakra to flow smoothly through the ninja tool without any obstruction. In theory, as long as a ninja had enough chakra, they could use a dagger to achieve the effect of a 40-meter-long blade. It seems to be the highest grade chakra metal, which is quite rare. Reforging it won't come cheap. Listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words, Kakashi automatically tuned out the second half of the sentence. He still had some of his father's savings at home, plus his own from the past few years, which should be enough. It's a reforging, not a repair. Kakashi made a point of clarifying. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the broken white fang blade in his hand and nodded slightly. "In that case, you should go find the Ninja Cat clan and see what they can do." As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he formed hand seals, and with a low shout, he slapped his palm on the floor beside him. Summoning Jutsu. Bang. A puff of white smoke rose up in front of Kakashi, and then a large black cat wearing a small black vest, with green eyes, appeared before the two of them. "Meow, Fugaku, long time no see, meow. What's the matter? Why'd you call me, meow?" The large black cat greeted Uchiha Fugaku. Yamaru. Take a look at this." Uchiha Fugaku handed over the broken white fang blade. "A rare good blade, meow. Where'd you get it, Fugaku, meow?" As soon as the blade was in its paws, the black cat named Yamaru clicked its tongue in admiration. "This is Kakashi Hatake, son of Konoha's white fang. What you have there is Tsukumo Hatake's personal blade, the white fang of Konoha. It's damaged now. Yamaru, can you reforge it?" Uchiha Fugaku gestured toward Kakashi to introduce him, then asked. Yamaru looked at Kakashi and clapped its paws in praise. "So it's the famous Sharingan Kakashi." Where's your Sharingan, meow?" The large black cat stared curiously at Kakashi's black eye. "That's all in the past." Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Saying he was Sharingan Kakashi right in front of the Uchiha clan head, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Was this cat doing it on purpose, or was it an accident? Because he possessed all 5 elemental natures, wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, Kakashi, with his Sharingan, could copy any technique an enemy used, adapting it to his own attributes. So, at some point, titles like Sharingan Kakashi, the Copy Ninja, and Konoha's Technician started circulating in the ninja world. If it were just that, it would be fine. But combined with the prestige of being the White Fang's son, the Hokage's disciple, and the hero of the Canopy Bridge, Kakashi's reputation had outstripped his actual strength. Now, even a ninja cat's first words upon seeing him were about the famous Kakashi. "Meow, if that's the case, what kind of blade do you want to reforge this into, meow?" In response to Yamaru's question, Kakashi quickly handed over the blueprint he'd drawn up in advance. A Yanling Deo, a goose quill saber. It was a type of short-range weapon, about 1 meter long. Kakashi had thought about it for a long time, considering the unique nature of the ninja profession, before deciding on this. However, since the White Fang was made of chakra metal, he could use the properties of chakra metal to make up for it. During battle, by injecting chakra, the attack range could suddenly extend, creating an unexpected effect. Meow, this design is a first for me, meow. However, since the White Fang is made of excellent chakra metal, we'll definitely need to use chakra metal for the reforging, meow. The cost, meow. The large black cat looked at Kakashi, a human-like expression on its face. Of course, as long as. Kakashi started to say, reaching to pull out some money. Although Tsukumo Hatake hadn't cared about rewards when completing missions back in the day and would even voluntarily share benefits with his teammates, he'd still managed to save some money. Combined with Kakashi's own savings over the years, it should be enough to reforge the White Fang. Meow, thank you for your patronage, a total of 35 million, meow. Hearing Kakashi say it was no problem, Yamaru immediately beamed with a smile, rubbing its two chubby cat paws together. How much? Oh, one suma. Kakashi's hand, reaching for the money, froze in place. Tsukumo Hatake's savings plus his own only added up to 15 million. This meant he was still short by 20 million. What's wrong, meow? Could it be that you're a pauper, meow? Yamaru looked at Kakashi's expression, a hint of disdain in its eyes. Its face was filled with contempt for the poor. If you don't have money, why are you trying to forge a blade? Yamaru's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. I'll pay for him. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku, who was nearby, his eyes shifting slightly, spoke up at that moment. As expected, Fugaku is generous, meow. Upon hearing this, Yamaru's disdain vanished instantly, replaced by a joyful smile. Kakashi couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. This greedy cat, could this guy be the prototype for a Maneki Nico? This is the remaining blade. Kakashi sighed, took out the remaining broken pieces of the White Fang, and pushed them over. He urgently needed to regain his former swordsmanship, and a suitable blade was extremely important. He owed the Uchiha a favor. But it didn't matter. At worst, he could throw a suma to Uchiha Fugaku later and have him pay back the 15 million himself. Well, just kidding. Pick it up in 3 days, meow. Seeing this, Yamaru unhesitatingly took the 2 sections of the White Fang and, with a puff of white smoke, disappeared from the tea room. Clan head Fugaku, I'll repay the money. Watching the greedy cat leave, Kakashi sighed softly, looking at the calm and composed Uchiha Fugaku before him. There's no rush for that. Kakashi, as a prodigy of the new generation in the village, if I can provide an extra layer of security for your strength, I don't mind lending a hand. Uchiha Fugaku sipped his tea, completely unconcerned about whether Kakashi would repay the money. Prodigy, me. Facing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Kakashi sighed softly. Right now, even 2 of him combined probably wouldn't be enough to take on Might Guy alone. However, Uchiha Fugaku speaking this way clearly didn't expect Kakashi to repay the money. Rather, he was trying to win him over. Although Uchiha Fugaku had left early during the day's events, he had realized Hiruzen Sarutobi's high regard for this new generation. Even though Minato Namikaze was dead, and Kakashi had lost his biggest backer. But the value of a jonin at 12 years old couldn't be bought with a strong backer. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, one day, Kakashi himself would become the strongest backer. Perhaps even ascending to that position the Uchiha clan had always dreamed of. In this situation, building a good relationship with this genius in advance was very necessary. In that case, thank you, clan head Fugaku. Chapter 10, Freeloading. The night fell like a curtain, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. As dusk settled, the streets of Konoha gradually came alive. Vendors hawked their goods on both sides of the road, and warm light spilled out from the open doors and windows of various shops. The lively sounds of clinking glasses and toast from inside the barbecue restaurant, mingled with the lingering smoke, tugged at Kakashi as well. But when he thought about the zero balance in his bank account, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh and give up on the idea of going into the barbecue place. Just a short while ago, he'd had a whopping 15 million ryo. Oh well, he'd just head back and whip up a bowl of instant noodles. Then, Kakashi's head started throbbing at the reminder that he still had 3 days before he could pick up his sword, followed by recovery training. What was he supposed to eat in the meantime? He never imagined that as a transmigrator, he'd end up in such a sorry state. Truly, even a hero can be brought low by a lack of funds. Shaking his head, Kakashi let out another sigh and turned to leave. He hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when someone tapped him on the shoulder, accompanied by a voice as clear as a silver bell. Kakashi. Kakashi turned around and saw a smiling girl standing behind him. She had long, slightly curly hair, flawless features, and a pair of warm, crimson eyes that reflected the streetlights like sparkling gems in the night. Maybe she'd hurried a bit to catch up with him, as a faint blush colored her cheeks. Kurenai. What are you doing here? Glancing at the familiar face before him, Kakashi asked casually. I was just passing by. I didn't feel like cooking, so I thought I'd grab something to eat. I noticed you standing at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant for a while. Were you planning to have some barbecue tonight? Kurenai's warm eyes gazed at the young man in front of her with a smile. No. To be honest, I'm flat broke. Kakashi spread his hands openly, showing Kurenai his empty pockets, which were cleaner than his face. Kurenai looked at the young man before her with a puzzled expression. Kakashi, out of money. He'd gained fame at a young age, came from a prestigious background, and had built quite a reputation not just in Konoha but across the entire ninja world. In Kurenai's eyes, the young man standing there was the last person who'd ever be short on cash. Kakashi straightforwardly explained to Kurenai about handing over his money to the ninja cat for forging his sword. Upon hearing this, Kurenai suddenly understood. Inwardly, she grumbled about how shady the Uchiha clan's ninja cats were, wondering if Kakashi had been conned by some joint scheme between the Uchiha and the cats. But then again. Kurenai Yuhi's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Well, in that case, how about I treat you to dinner? I bet you don't want to go home and settle for plain instant noodles or munch on soldier pills by yourself, right? Whether it was the lighting or not, the girl's face under the street lamp seemed to flush even deeper, and her flickering gaze subtly betrayed a hint of anticipation and nervousness. I'm incredibly grateful. Without a second's hesitation, Kakashi pressed his palms together, his eyes crinkling into crescents as he thanked the girl in front of him. The moment he'd spotted her, Kakashi knew his dinner was taken care of for the night. Sure, letting a girl foot the bill smacked of freeloading, but it beat going hungry. But Kakashi had no hang-ups about it. At worst, he'd save Asuma from hiding down the line, sparing this girl from becoming a widow. For that favor alone, let alone one meal, Kakashi could comfortably accept 10, or even 100, from her without a qualm. Besides, given the choice between barbecue and plain instant noodles or soldier pills, who wouldn't pick the barbecue? Let's go, then. Seeing the young man accept her invitation, Kurenai's tone carried a touch of joy and hidden delight. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Kurenai deliberately picked a quiet corner with fewer people around. She flagged down a waiter for the menu, then generously slid it over to Kakashi, signaling that he could order whatever he wanted since she was covering it. While Kakashi was ordering, Kurenai asked the waiter for a bottle of sake. This made Kakashi pause for a second. Among the 3 taboos for ninjas, it seemed to include alcohol, women, and gambling. But then he figured, ninjas were already risking their lives in battles at 12 years old, so banning alcohol felt a bit absurd. He didn't comment on it. Kurenai, who'd been sneaking glances at Kakashi, let out a quiet sigh of relief when she saw no change in the young man's expression after she ordered the alcohol. Before long, the barbecue arrived. Kakashi, quite at ease, grilled the meat while chatting casually with Kurenai Yuhi. The two were old acquaintances. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, and Kurenai Yuhi's father, Shinku Yuhi, were old friends too. The two men often got together for sake, so Kakashi and Kurenai could be considered childhood sweethearts. Kurenai knocked back her glass of clear sake, then extended her pink tongue to lick the lingering drops from the corner of her lips. Her eyes, now veiled with a subtle haze, fixed on Kakashi as she said. Kakashi, why didn't you tell me when you got discharged from the hospital? That way, I could have helped you carry some stuff. Kakashi picked up a grilled slice of meat, placed it on the girl's plate, and responded slowly while grilling his own. There wasn't much to carry anyway. Everyone's got their own things going on, no need to drop everything just for me. It'd only cause unnecessary hassle. Glancing at Kurenai, who was downing another glass of sake, Kakashi kindly reminded her. Don't overdo it with the drinking. Kakashi wasn't particularly fond of alcohol, but he didn't mind it either. In both his previous life and this one, drinking culture was unavoidable. So, if the situation called for it, Kakashi could handle a few drinks. Come on, Kakashi, you have some too. Propping her chin on one hand, Kurenai Yuhi flashed a bright smile as she poured a glass of sake for Kakashi and nudged it toward him. Staring at the glass in front of him, Kakashi initially thought about refusing, but since Kurenai Yuhi was treating, he didn't want to kill the vibe. He picked it up and downed it in one go. Sake had a low alcohol content. It had a bit of a kick afterward, but 1 or 2 glasses were no big deal. Seeing Kakashi drink it without hesitation, the girl's already curved lips lifted into an even brighter smile. The meal wrapped up amid their casual chatter. As Kurenai Yuhi, a bit tipsy, settled the bill, the cashier shot Kakashi a teasing look. As expected from the famous copy ninja Kakashi, even when the girl's footing the bill, he could freeload with total composure. Thank you for your patronage, please come again, you. The waiter enthusiastically called out to the departing pair, but before he could finish, Kurenai Yuhi, who was a little drunk and leaning on Kakashi for support, glanced back at him inadvertently. The waiter's words cut off abruptly. After the two had left, the waiter touched his chin and smiled to himself. Well, it seems even the renowned Kakashi has his moments of romance. Chapter 11, Secret Love. See you tomorrow. As the slightly lazy words slipped from the girl's mildly intoxicated lips, Kakashi waved back at her. With the girl a bit tipsy, Kakashi thoughtfully escorted his benefactor home. Arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, the girl tilted her head, watching the young man's departing figure. Her eyes sparkled, showing no sign of intoxication. She had to admit she was starting to like Kakashi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so forward. If she had to pinpoint when she started liking him, it might have been his helpless smile when facing Might Guy during her previous hospital stay. Combined with Kakashi's resolute back as he fearlessly blocked the tailed beast ball earlier, and his consistent aura of genius. And Kakashi was genuinely handsome. Like Sake, Kurenai Yuhi appeared harmless on the outside but was fiery and proactive within, as stubborn as the spirit itself. No matter how much time passed, she would never give up on something she believed in, and her conviction would only grow stronger over time. Similarly, like Sake, she would become more mellow with the passage of time. Kurenai Yuhi's emotional fluctuation +1 inch. Chakra +1%. Kakashi felt no emotional ripple from the fluctuations in his heart. After the meal, he realized that Yuhi's feelings toward him might not be so simple. But such matters weren't important to Kakashi. Right now, the most crucial thing was to quickly boost his strength. Kakashi wouldn't naively assume that everything would be fine as long as he followed the so-called plot, and he could live a peaceful life afterward. The loss of his Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan destined a future full of uncertainties. In the future Fourth Great Ninja War, when he and Might Guy fought Uchiha Obito, who controlled six-tailed beasts, Kamui played a crucial role. Furthermore, Kamui would also be vital in the future battle against Kagaya Otsutsuki. It could be said that the eye pierced by the steel bar earlier wasn't just a simple piercing of the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a piercing of the future of this world. Regardless, Kakashi currently had no interest in dwelling on such matters. It might seem a bit cold, but for Kakashi right now, Kurenai Yuhi was just a temporary punch-in cafeteria. Although it sounded a bit lofty, Kakashi now needed to work hard to save the world. Kakashi. You scoundrel. As Kakashi walked home, a figure stood under a street lamp ahead, hurrying toward him. Asuma Sarutobi's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. You just came back from Yuhi's, didn't you? The person was none other than Kurenai Yuhi's future husband, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma approached Kakashi, looking at him with an envious expression. Yeah, I ran into Yuhi on the way back from the Uchiha clan's compound, so I had dinner with her. Kakashi felt a bit overwhelmed looking at the young man in front of him, but he quickly and concisely explained the innocent nature of his encounter with Yuhi. This guy had been pursuing Kurenai Yuhi since their ninja academy days. It was practically common knowledge. Is that really all? Asuma wanted to ask more questions, but Kakashi's words cut him off directly. Yes, that's it. I ran out of money for forging my sword, and Yuhi took pity on me and treated me to a meal. Kakashi looked earnestly at Asuma. Although he could tease Asuma a bit more to cause emotional fluctuations and gain some chakra, Kakashi hated trouble. Kakashi believed he couldn't intentionally toy with someone's genuine feelings for his own benefit. Moreover, the old horse in front of him wasn't someone Kakashi disliked. Kakashi preferred to let things happen naturally. Really? Asuma looked at Kakashi with suspicion, but he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Really, I'm broke because of forging my sword. Kakashi honestly stated that he was penniless. So, for the sake of your love, please treat me to meals from now on. You're quite frank. I'll treat you to meals for a while. Don't bother Yuhi. After all, she's a girl. Asuma's reply made Kakashi's eyes curve into crescents. He immediately patted the guy's shoulder and said. In that case, I won't be polite. Who treated him didn't matter. Anyway, one of this couple would have to treat him to meals. And Asuma was the third Hokage's son, so money was no problem for him. Hey, Kakashi. Asuma had no objection to treating Kakashi to meals, but now he adopted a hesitant, awkward posture, which made Kakashi feel a chill. What is it? Kakashi subtly took a step back. Well, do you know how to win a girl's heart? After all, you've always been quite popular with girls. Asuma stammered. From childhood, Kakashi had always been popular with girls. Even during his short time at the Ninja Academy, the girls there were infatuated with Kakashi. What's more, Kakashi now found his mask cumbersome and simply showed his true face. This made Asuma, who secretly loved Kurenai Yuhi, quite envious. This. Kakashi scratched his head, then hesitantly sized up Asuma, and asked uncertainly. Could it be, because Asuma isn't as handsome as I am? Kakashi's hesitant words left Asuma frozen in place. With just this face, if he abandoned his scruples, Kakashi could thrive. But the truth of Kakashi's words truly broke Asuma's heart. If it were other aspects, he could still work hard, but when it came to looks, he was truly powerless. Yet, even so. Damn it, do you think Yuhi is that shallow? He, Asuma, would never give up. Yuhi is certainly not like that. Kakashi felt it necessary to speak up for his previous meal ticket. Asuma still needs to work hard. Patting Asuma's shoulder, Kakashi was already planning to leave. There was simply too much to do today. Discharge from the hospital, visiting graves, encountering Uchiha Obito, the Hokage's questioning, asking the ninja cat to forge a sword. Kakashi felt a bit exhausted and had no interest in advising Asuma on his romantic life. Old horse, remember to bring breakfast to my house at 8 tomorrow morning. Kakashi waved his hand, completely unconcerned about Asuma, who was still racking his brain on how to win Kurenai Yuhi's affection. Old horse. When did he get such a nickname? Don't just give people nicknames, you bastard. Asuma stomped his feet in anger, watching Kakashi's retreating back. Chapter 12, Breakfast at the Hatake family. The next day, when Kurenai Yuhi arrived excitedly at the Hatake residence with breakfast in hand, the smile on her face froze slightly. Asuma, what are you doing here? Kurenai looked a bit resentfully at the two people sitting on the wooden floor of the veranda, enjoying their breakfast. Ah, well. Faced with Kurenai's somewhat displeased tone, Asuma seemed a little flustered. Asuma invited me over for a meal after he heard I was broke. Isn't that right, Asuma? As Kakashi spoke, he dropped a dumpling into the dog bowl beneath the veranda. A small Sharpei wearing a vest and a Konoha headband emerged from under the veranda and gobbled up the dumpling in the bowl in one bite. Yeah, that's exactly it. Asuma nodded quickly upon hearing this. Kurenai pouted, glaring at the two guys who had obviously conspired ahead of time. Kurenai Yuhi's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. Asuma Sarutobi's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. Current chakra, 149%. Sensing the notification in his mind, Kakashi felt a bit satisfied. Even without doing anything to draw attention, he was naturally approaching 3 times his usual chakra reserves. Uchiha Obito had been indispensable in this. Besides him, Might Guy and Kurenai Yuhi had also contributed a lot. That said, compared to Naruto's 100-fold chakra, he still had a long way to go. It was worth noting that Naruto, that chakra powerhouse, still had 4 times the chakra even under the suppression of Yamato's would release. On that front, Kakashi could only sigh that comparisons were odious. But speaking of Naruto, Kakashi chewed his food slowly, thinking about his sensei's son. Should he find some time to visit him? While Kakashi pondered this, Kurenai Yuhi, wearing a displeased expression, kicked off her shoes and squeezed in between them, mimicking Kakashi and Asuma. With a huff, she set the takeout breakfast down between the two of them and said through somewhat gritted teeth, "Let me join you." Even Kakashi, who had no interest in romantic entanglements, could tell from her tone that the beautiful girl was quite upset right now. Kakashi and Asuma exchanged a glance, tacitly choosing to stay silent. They casually picked up the rice balls Kurenai had brought and started eating them. Woof, if you can't finish, you can give it to me. Paku scratched at the wooden floor with his 2 paws, his eyes fixed on the unfinished dumplings from Kakashi and Asuma. Here, eat up. Kakashi thoughtfully dumped the remaining dumplings from his bowl into Paku's dog bowl. Asuma did the same. Watching Paku wolf down his food, Kakashi felt a twinge of regret. Compared to Kurenai's rice balls, he actually preferred the dumplings. But if he fed the rice balls she'd brought to Paku right in front of her, he'd probably lose this meal ticket. Does Kakashi have any plans for today? During the oddly quiet breakfast, Kurenai couldn't hold back and broke the silence first. I plan to go find Shizune. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly without her realizing it, carrying an inexplicable meaning. To ask if there are any precautions after the eye replacement. This was a lie. His main purpose was to find Shizune and ask her to keep the fact that he had Rin's eyes a secret. Kakashi glanced at Kurenai as he finished his rice ball in a few bites. I see, and after that? Kurenai felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Asuma will join me for some rehab training. Hearing Kakashi mention him, Asuma blinked in confusion. Is that so? Kurenai looked at Asuma. Yeah, exactly. Asuma swallowed the rice ball in his mouth and nodded quickly. I could join Kakashi for rehab training too. Never mind, let Asuma handle it. The girl pouted, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. But halfway through, she realized she wasn't confident she could keep up with Kakashi's training. Even if Kakashi hadn't fully recovered, she wouldn't be his match. Plus, she was a genjutsu-type ninja, and taijutsu was her weak point. Rehab training mainly involved getting a body that hadn't moved in days back into action. Kakashi was always efficient. After a simple breakfast, he headed to the hospital and was lucky enough to run into Shizune, who was just about to start her shift. After exchanging a few words with her, Kakashi got straight to the point. Shizune didn't ask too many questions, she simply gave Kakashi an okay gesture. No problem at all. All ninjas had their own secrets, and Kakashi's Sharingan was pretty much common knowledge. That Sharingan, which was always active, had suddenly turned into a normal black eye. If they encountered an enemy who didn't know the inside story, whether Kakashi had fully mastered the Sharingan or lost it could tip the scales in battle. So Shizune understood completely. You've been a big help. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, Shizune. Kakashi chuckled in thanks. Isn't Kakashi broke right now? Does that mean Kakashi treats, but I pay? Shizune teased Kakashi with a playful smile. Ah, well. So Shizune knows too. Kakashi felt a bit awkward. Hee hee, of course. Kurenai complained to me about it last night, you know. Shizune looked at the embarrassed Kakashi, chuckled, patted his shoulder, and continued. I won't tease you anymore, Kakashi. As for the meal, forget it. After all, your main goal right now is to adapt to fighting without the Sharingan as quickly as possible. I'll get back to work now. You should head back soon too, Kakashi. Bye-bye. Watching the girl disappear down the hospital corridor with light steps, Kakashi smiled helplessly. Seriously, he hadn't expected Kurenai to tell Shizune about his embarrassing broke situation. But it didn't matter. The eye issue was taken care of. Next up was getting back into his old sword skills and pushing hard in that direction. Asuma was already waiting for Kakashi at the hospital entrance. Now, seeing Kakashi come out, he strolled over with his hands in his pockets. So, find a spot. Kakashi nodded slightly in response. Although Asuma's strength wasn't on par with Might Guy's, he was still outstanding among their peers. As an opponent for these 3 days of rehab training, he'd be plenty. By the time he retrieved his sword in 3 days, he should be almost fully recovered. Then, Might Guy could be his sparring partner to get reacquainted with his old sword techniques. He just hoped Might Guy wouldn't get all fired up yelling about youth and open the 8 gates on him, otherwise, his current body really couldn't take it. As for Naruto, he'd find a chance to visit him later. Chapter 13, Uchiha. The blade was 1.2 meters long, and its hilt was wrapped in special cloth strips adorned with silver-like patterns to prevent slipping during combat. The gleaming blade featured a blood groove and exquisite cloud patterns etched into it. The moment it was unsheathed, a chilling aura washed over the senses. Without a doubt, this was a fine sword. You get what you pay for, meow. This was forged by us using the same materials, meow. And it's also inscribed with a special chakra flow trajectory, which allows the wielder's chakra to circulate through it more smoothly and without obstruction, meow. Besides that, materials of sufficient hardness were melted into it, so even if Kakashi were to clash with the Kusanagi sword, he wouldn't have any problems, meow. It was now 3 days later, and after freeloading off Asuma for those 3 days, Kakashi finally received word from the Uchiha clan to pick up his order. The aroma of tea wafted through the air. In the tea room where he had previously visited Uchiha Fugaku, a ninja cat named Yamaru enthusiastically introduced this proud creation of the ninja cat clan. Kakashi now understood why this sword was so expensive. Forged entirely from chakra metal, that alone was a huge expense. Coupled with the ninja cat clan's unique techniques, 350 million ryo was already considered a fair price. And to be able to clash with the Kusanagi sword, wasn't that comparable to the adamantine body of Hiruzen Sarutobi's summoning beast, Enma the Monkey King? How about it? Did we rip you off, meow? Sheathing the sword, its chilling aura immediately concealed itself within the scabbard. Kakashi earnestly addressed the large black cat before him. Thank you very much. You've been a great help. Seeing the son of White Fang being so sensible, Yamaru immediately showed a proud smile. Products from the Ninja Cat clan are always excellent, meow. In that case, if you need anything else forged next time, just have Fugaku inform me. As Yamaru's last sentence ended, a puff of white smoke exploded with a bang, and the proud large black cat instantly vanished. It seems Kakashi is very satisfied with this sword. Uchiha Fugaku, sipping tea nearby, looked at the reforged White Fang in Kakashi's hand with some emotion. Spending 350 million ryo to forge a single sword, even as the Uchiha clan head, he found it truly extravagant. Indeed, it lives up to the Ninja Cat clan's reputation. Kakashi was now planning to bid farewell to Uchiha Fugaku. With a new sword in hand, he was already somewhat impatient. Please wait a moment, Kakashi. Please stay. Seeing Kakashi's intention to leave, Uchiha Fugaku immediately raised his hand to stop him. Fugaku clan head. Kakashi looked at the men before him with some confusion. He wasn't going to ask him to pay him back, was he? Kakashi, do you still remember that mysterious masked man from before, who possessed our clan's Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku's expression became solemn, and his tone carried a subtle chill. I remember. Seeing the other party bring up Uchiha Obito, Kakashi put aside his intention to leave. These past few days, I have been searching for any clan members who might have left the Uchiha before Konoha was founded. Listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words, Kakashi was somewhat surprised. This direction was inherently wrong. Could the other party have stumbled upon something inexplicable? During 1,000 years of migration, although a few members of the Uchiha clan did leave, they were all found and brought back. So, logically speaking, it's impossible for the Uchiha clan to have any members lost outside. Uchiha Fugaku twirled his teacup, a hint of gloom on his face. If that's the case, then we should abandon this direction and search for other possibilities. Kakashi frowned slightly upon hearing this. Knowing there were no lost clan members, why would he be specifically stopped and told these things? But there is one exception. Uchiha Fugaku slowly raised his gaze to Kakashi, and the name he uttered next caused a slight stir in Kakashi's heart. If Kakashi's buff could detect his emotional fluctuations, it would surely be showing chakra plus 1% right now. For no other reason than the trace of fear and apprehension on Uchiha Fugaku's face as he spoke. Uchiha Mume, nameless Uchiha. The legendary ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Uchiha Mume, nameless Uchiha. Perhaps some people might not recognize this name. But her other name was Uchiha Hikari, Light. This Uchiha Mume, nameless Uchiha, possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and under the manipulation of the Uchiha clan at the time, she had 4 Mangekyo abilities. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, and engraved Tsukuyomi, 8,000 spears. The first 3 abilities were still within an acceptable range. But engraved Tsukuyomi, 8,000 spears was practically a cheat. As long as one was branded with engraved Tsukuyomi, all of the victim's memories would be controlled by the caster. This ocular jutsu could turn a battle-hardened veteran who feared no death into a cowardly, timid wretch who clung to life. It could transform a well-educated, refined young lady into a dissolute streetwalker. Furthermore, all chakra of the affected individual would be controlled by the caster. Theoretically, engraved Tsukuyomi was an enhanced version of Koto Amatsukami with no cooldown. In Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 Boruto's Tale, this engraved Tsukuyomi controlled everyone in the ninja world through an online game. Even Naruto, who was in his prime, fell victim. If Uchiha Sasuke hadn't stopped Naruto, the entire ninja world would have likely been destroyed. Kakashi hadn't expected Uchiha Fugaku, failing to find Uchiha Obito, to actually find this legendary Uchiha great-grandmother. This was truly. In those years, the Uchiha clan, in order to contend against the alliance formed by the Senju clan, Sarutobi clan, and Uzumaki clan, used a special method to create an unimaginably powerful Uchiha clan member. But this method was too cruel, causing that Uchiha Mume, nameless Uchiha, to intensely resent the Uchiha clan. Although afterward, that Uchiha Mume, nameless Uchiha, was defeated and sealed in a confrontation with Hashirama Senju of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Shinyu of the Uzumaki clan, and Sarutobi Kuin of the Sarutobi clan. But there's no guarantee that the powerful Uchiha Mume, nameless Uchiha, won't break the seal and escape. And now. Uchiha Fugaku irritably pressed his brow, trying to suppress the trace of fear in his heart. Kakashi now understood. If Uchiha Hikari, Light, truly broke out, then the first target for revenge would definitely be the Uchiha clan. Especially the branch of the Uchiha who tormented her back then. And judging by Uchiha Obito's previous actions, combined with the experiences of Uchiha Hikari, Light, everything really added up. I hope Kakashi can speak to the Hokage and request access to the archives of the Senju clan and Sarutobi clan for me, to find the sealing location of Uchiha Hikari back then. We must investigate thoroughly to see if she has broken the seal or not. Kakashi felt a bit numb upon hearing this. If you actually find it, are you also planning to go and look? And not just look, are you also thinking of digging up Uchiha Hikari, Light, to carefully check if she's really dead or not? Chapter 14, Power is the Fist. In Japanese, Mume means anonymous, nameless, or unknown. Kakashi had no way to refuse Uchiha Fugaku's request, and no reason to. From Fugaku's standpoint, the masked man who'd orchestrated the Nine-Tails attack was still out there. Even the slimmest thread leading to the mastermind's true face was worth chasing. Fugaku would never let it slip through his fingers. So Kakashi went straight to the Hokage Tower and laid the whole thing before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Granting an Uchiha access to the sealed archives of the Senju and Sarutobi clans was no small matter. One careless glance and Fugaku could walk away with secrets that had been buried for generations. That's the situation, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen sat behind the wide desk, pipe clenched between his teeth. Thin ribbons of pale blue smoke curled from his nostrils with every slow breath. His brows drew together as he listened to the report Kakashi had carried from the Uchiha compound. He never asked the boy's opinion. Kakashi was 14, brilliant, yes, but still a child when measured against the hidden histories of the ninja world. Even Hiruzen, pushing 60, knew next to nothing about the legend of Uchiha Mume, the nameless Uchiha. That name belonged to a story 3 centuries old. I understand, the third said at last. His voice scraped like dry leaves. I'll have someone look into it. Kakashi bowed and withdrew without a word. The Uchiha's blame for the Nine Tails had eased a fraction, but old suspicions die hard. Even a dove like Hiruzen, who still dreamed of peace between the village and the clan, would never hand Fugaku a key without keeping one hand on the lock. It wasn't personal hatred, it was simply the caution of a man who had buried too many friends. Kakashi paused on the tower steps, sunlight glinting off the forehead protector slanted across his left eye. If Fugaku couldn't be trusted with a scroll, where did that leave him? He almost laughed. Trust was a luxury for people with softer fists. Power is the fist. If your fist isn't hard enough, all the talent in the world is just moonlight on water, pretty, fleeting, gone. He tightened his grip on the white-tanged blade at his hip and started toward the training grounds. The reforged white fang rested easy in its sheath, humming with fresh edge. Kamui was gone, but the blade his father had carried would answer in its place. Whatever Kamui once did, White Fang would do. Whatever Kamui couldn't, White Fang would find a way. 3 days had slipped by since the forge fires cooled. In those 3 days Kakashi had dragged every half-remembered kata out of the dark. Muscle memory and stubborn pride rebuilt the style his cheap old man had drilled into him years ago, stroke by stroke, breath by breath. Konoha third training ground. The clearing, usually a pocket of quiet between the village roofs, rang with the frantic song of steel on steel. 2 blurs streaked across the dirt, one silver-white, one leaf-green, trading blows too fast for the eye to follow. Oh ho! Youth medley. Might Guy's roar cracked the air like a starting pistol. Twin nunchaku, his prized twin attacking fangs, whipped forward in a storm of chains and hardwood. Nunchaku were rare on any battlefield. Master them, though, and they became wrecking balls on strings, your own strength plus the inertia of a flail. One clean hit could end a fight without spilling a drop of blood. Guy had mastered them years ago. Kakashi's white fang flashed in desperate arcs, meeting every strike head-on. Shock waves raced up his arms, his teeth ached from clenching. He probed for any gap in the spinning wall of wood and steel, but Guy's guard was airtight, offense and defense woven into the same breathless rhythm. Guy, meanwhile, was grinning like a madman. Kakashi's sword light carved the air so close he could feel the kiss of the edge. Heat surged in his chest. Kakashi. My eternal rival. You're making me burn. I've saved the perfect move just for you, watch this. 8 gates released formation, 6th gate, gate of joy, open. A cyclone erupted around Guy. Green chakra flared bright enough to paint the trees emerald. His skin flushed crimson, veins stood out like cords of fire. Kakashi's stomach dropped. Not again. Wait. Morning peacock. Guy launched skyward. Fists blurred. A meteor shower of fireballs screamed down, each one trailing roostertail flames and supersonic fist winds. Kakashi's scalp prickled. He backpedaled, fingers flying through seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick slab of stone ripped out of the ground, dog-headed relief snarling at the sky. The first fireball smashed it to gravel in the space of a heartbeat. Kakashi was already moving, boots skimming the earth, using the crumbling wall as a heartbeat of cover. He vaulted clear just as the rest of the barrage turned the training ground into a cratered moonscape. Shockwaves rolled over him like artillery. Dust swallowed the sun. When it settled, Kakashi stood on the rim of the devastation, one hand over his masked face. He'd known this was coming. Didn't make the heart attack any softer. Guy had only opened the 6th gate, any deeper and Kakashi would still be eating dirt. Small mercies. You absolute meathead, he muttered, picking his way across the pockmarked field. Guy sat cross-legged in the epicenter, shoulders heaving, steam curling off his skin. The crimson was already fading, the backlash crept in like a hangover. But the second he spotted Kakashi, the exhaustion vanished behind a dazzling grin and a thumbs up that gleamed in the dust. As expected of my rival. Dodging morning peacock on the first try. When I open the 7th you won't escape, Kakashi. Kakashi reached him, shoved the thumbs up down, and sighed. You get carried away faster than Naruto spots free ramen, you idiot. Chapter 15, Tiger. After the intense battle, Kakashi and Might Guy sat beneath a tree to rest. Might Guy, exhausted from opening the 6th gate, quickly dozed off after reclining against the tree. Kakashi, however, was wiping down his white fang with a slight frown on his face. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been going down the wrong path. Since he'd taken up swordsmanship again, rather than pursuing it blindly, he should play to his strengths, his mastery of all 5 nature transformations and his golden finger, special ability. He would infuse ninjutsu into his swordplay. Right now, he only had 3 units of chakra, but as his chakra reserves grew over time, there would come a day when, with enough chakra, even a casual swing of his sword could split mountains and shatter boulders. Logically, with sufficient chakra, he could even slice a tailed beast ball in half. No fancy techniques, just a straightforward swing of the blade. Slowly rising to his feet, the white-haired young man walked step by step toward the center of the devastated training ground. Though Kakashi's chakra reserves were currently limited to just 3 units, no matter how low they were, he was still a full-fledged jonin. He wanted to test out his idea. If it succeeded, it would quickly fill the power gap left by the loss of his Sharingan. The brilliant sunlight bathed the white-haired youth. As Kakashi focused his mind, the white fang in his hand began to hum, as if infused with chakra, and faint arcs of electricity started dancing along its edge. Kakashi was most skilled in lightning release, so his first experiment naturally drew on that familiar affinity. Gazing at the large tree that had somehow survived Might Guy's morning peacock, the electric arcs on Kakashi's white fang grew more frequent, crackling like the chirps of birds. As Kakashi channeled more and more chakra, the white fang in his hand resounded with the cry of 1,000 Chidori, but once the noise reached a certain peak, the 1,000-bird chorus abruptly fell silent, leaving only a momentary hush. However, the electric glow on the sword didn't fade. If anything, it grew brighter, the lightning nearly solidifying. This was Raikiri. Raikiri was an S-rank technique Kakashi had developed for assassination. How could it carry the noisy racket of 1,000 Chidori? Such an obvious sound would make it useless for stealthy kills. At some point, Might Guy had awakened and was watching the scene with rapt attention, careful not to interrupt Kakashi. He could tell that Kakashi was on the cusp of perfecting an entirely new technique. He felt anticipation, joy, and excitement at the thought of his close friend growing even stronger. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Kakashi ignored the prompt in his mind, slowly lifting the silent yet ferocious white fang and bringing it down toward the sturdy tree that had withstood the morning peacock. In that instant, chakra morphed into the purest blade of light, fusing with the raging lightning like an immaculate, flawless veil. The flawless veil shrouded the large tree, without a single sound escaping. But in the next moment, the lightning, no, a full lightning storm, engulfed the verdant tree in an instant, the prior silence shattered into deafening chaos. Blinding, ferocious lightning surged outward, and the resilient tree was obliterated by that single strike. At the same time, the lightning's force didn't wane, carving a deep crater in the ground large enough to hold 2 people. Kakashi's robes billowed wildly in the gust whipped up by the sword strike, his white hair whipping about as his dark eyes took in the scene before him. It had worked, indeed. Lifting the now still white fang, Kakashi assessed the chakra drained by that single attack. With his current 3 units of chakra, he could manage about 6 such strikes. That meant, if he still had his Sharingan, just 2 would leave him completely spent. In terms of raw destructive power, it surpassed even the original Raikiri. Its stealth factor, however, was severely lacking. Kakashi was more than satisfied with the outcome. Stealth. He called himself a ninja, but did he really think of himself as one? Where did Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, ever resemble a ninja focused on stealth and assassination? This single strike not only gave Kakashi a new way to fight but also cut through the fog obscuring his path forward. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Might Guy gazed intently at his best friend, his heart brimming with fervor after witnessing the might of that attack. Kakashi. As expected of my eternal rival. Might Guy leaped to his feet, eyeing Kakashi with exhilaration. He was thrilled for his best friend, overflowing with youthful passion. Even after losing his Sharingan, Kakashi hadn't given in to despair. Instead, he'd become stronger than ever. This only deepened the green-clad youth's admiration for his closest companion. How about naming this technique, Rising Tiger? Compared to Minato Namake's overly dramatic naming style, Might Guy had a solid sense for technique names, like Morning Peacock, Daytime Tiger, and Evening Elephant, all straightforward and evocative. Rising evoked the light of dawn. Might Guy hoped Kakashi would shine as brilliantly as the rising sun. Tiger captured the technique's domineering force, like a lord of the mountains. At the same time, Might Guy wished for Kakashi to stand unbowed before anyone, just like that mountain lord. Ah, that works. Kakashi didn't particularly care about the name, and Might Guy's taste was spot on anyway. While Kakashi and Might Guy trained at Training Ground 3, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was deeply troubled. According to the records in the Senju clan's library, the sealing technique used on Uchiha Mume back then wasn't just a simple seal. A woman with golden pigtails, flawless features no man could criticize, and an impressive figure sat casually on the Hokage's desk, reading the document aloud to her teacher. The woman's brown eyes flicked briefly toward her distressed teacher, and as she delved deeper into the text, her own expression turned grave. At that time, the Senju, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi clans joined forces to seal Uchiha Mume. It wasn't because they had defeated her, but because they couldn't defeat her, so they turned to this as a last resort. The artifact used for the seal was an iron coffin, etched with the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing jutsu. This technique constantly draws chakra from the natural world to strengthen the seal and suppress whatever's inside the coffin. However, it has a drawback. The sealed individual will also absorb the chakra supplied by the seal automatically, falling into a deep slumber and staying alive. In other words, Uchiha Mume has been alive all this time. The air grew deathly still, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand, gripping his pipe, trembled involuntarily. Combining this with the intel from Uchiha Fugaku, it meant an Uchiha clan member possessing 4 Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, and likely bearing deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha, had survived to the present day. This was truly. Chapter 16, You'll regret this, my shadow. This is incredible. Seated next to Tsunade was a one-eyed man dressed in black, clutching a staff. He had remained silent until now. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a spark of brilliance flashed in the shadowy gaze concealed beneath his slightly lowered eyelids. The Uchiha clan is part of Konoha. With such a formidable enemy now emerging, we must bolster our defenses. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated in the Hokage's chair, took a drag from his pipe, his brows furrowed deeply. If that Uchiha Mume truly is the culprit behind the Ninetales incident. Hold on a second. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words were interrupted by Tsunade. Her phoenix-like eye swept over the men beside her, and she spoke at a leisurely pace. According to the records, that Uchiha Mume is a woman. And based on what Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Fugaku disclosed a few days ago, the individual calling himself Uchiha Madara is undeniably a man. From the information Uchiha Fugaku provided, Uchiha Mume harbors a deep hatred for the Uchiha clan. There's no way she would disguise herself as someone from the Uchiha clan. Of course, there could be an intent to shift the blame elsewhere. But if the goal was to divert suspicion, she would have disguised herself as Uchiha Fugaku, not Uchiha Madara. Tsunade spoke casually, as if interrupting the Hokage mid-sentence was nothing out of the ordinary for her. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in agreement. In his worry, he had subconsciously overlooked this detail. Uchiha Mume. Uchiha Madara. These two names pressed down on Hiruzen Sarutobi like immense mountains. The former was a figure from centuries ago who had mastered 4 Mangekyo Sharingan techniques, single-handedly facing off against the elite shinobi of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi clans. The latter was someone who could even rival Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, a true Azura of the ninja world who made the entire shinobi realm tremble. No matter which identity the mysterious masked man held, it exerted tremendous pressure on Hiruzen Sarutobi. All the current clues pointed toward the former. Uchiha Mume. That Uchiha powerhouse from 500 years ago. Do you want to go check it out? The sealing site of Uchiha Mume. At that moment, an abrupt voice cut in, hoarse and laced with gloom. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up. Danzo Shimura. His lifelong friend and rival. Uchiha Mume, as someone once persecuted by the Uchiha, is undoubtedly a dangerous element for Konoha. We need to confirm whether she's broken free of the seal. Danzo Shimura spoke slowly and deliberately, his gaze fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Their eyes met in the air, and Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded his old friend. After decades of knowing each other, he understood Danzo Shimura all too well. Danzo Shimura claimed to have inherited the will of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and had always seen the Uchiha as a thorn in his side. During the Ninetales incident, it was Danzo Shimura who had prevented the Uchiha clan from heading to the battlefield. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew about this. But, the fourth Hokage was dead, and Konoha couldn't afford any internal upheaval or persecution. If this matter spread and everyone learned that the Uchiha clan had been blocked by root, preventing them from aiding the fourth Hokage, the repercussions would be enough to shake Konoha to its core. Therefore, Hiruzen Sarutobi had suppressed the issue. He wasn't sure if his decision was right or wrong, but he knew that Konoha needed Danzo Shimura and his root organization right now. I'll handle this matter. But preparations must be made. During this time, access to the libraries of the Sarutobi, Senju, Uchiha, and all major ninja clans will be restricted to clan heads only, no one else is permitted entry. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo Shimura and stated each word clearly. Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura stood up immediately upon hearing this, his single exposed eye staring intently at Hiruzen Sarutobi. What was he doing? Was he guarding against him? Did he really distrust Danzo Shimura that much? The current heads of the Senju and Sarutobi clans were right here in this office, and infiltrating the Uchiha clan's library was nearly impossible for him. Even if he could enter the Uchiha library, he wouldn't find the exact location of Uchiha Mume's seal, otherwise, why would Uchiha Fugaku have asked Hiruzen Sarutobi? He could have just organized his own clan members to search. As for the Uzumaki clan, it had been utterly dismantled by the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist villages decades ago. So, the only places with information on the precise location of Uchiha Mume's sealing site were the Senju and Sarutobi clan libraries. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Seeing no sign of wavering from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura gritted his teeth and spat out the words. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi had long grown accustomed to his old friend's discontent. Bang. With a heavy slam of the door, Danzo Shimura stormed out of the Hokage's office, fuming with rage. So, you really don't plan to search for it? Old man. Tsunade, who had enjoyed the spectacle, now looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a teasing smile. Of course I have to search. But it can't be Danzo doing the searching, otherwise, even if Uchiha Mume hasn't broken the seal, Danzo will find a way to make her emerge. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, feeling a bit exasperated by his old friend. Then who are you sending? Tsunade yawned as she asked Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hearing her question, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at her impassively. If possible, Tsunade and Jiraiya would be the ideal choices. But Jiraiya could be summoned back at any time. As for Tsunade, once Kakashi has fully recovered, I'll have Jiraiya lead the team, along with Shibi and Hisashi, forming a 4-person squad. Jiraiya's strength was beyond question. He was undoubtedly Konoha's top combatant aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Shibi Aburame was the head of the Aburame clan and had been a long-time teammate of Minato Namikaze. His power was formidable, arguably the pinnacle among Jonin. And Hisashi Hyuga was a top expert of the Hyuga clan, with a highly developed Byakugan. Even under the constraints of the caged bird seal, his detection range extended to a full 8 kilometers in radius. Among them, Kakashi had the least strength, experience, and knowledge. Pairing these individuals with Kakashi was less about completing the mission and more about passing on experience to him. However, this also demonstrated Hiruzen Sarutobi's current high regard for Kakashi, this rising star. In that case, old man, you take care of it. I'll head out in a couple of days once the hospital quiets down. Tsunade glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, then stood up and left. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously reached out, wanting to ask her to stay in Konoha, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. Chapter 17, Wind Release, 5 releases. After Lightning Release, Kakashi continued to experiment with the 4 chakra natures of wind, water, fire, and earth. However, it was regrettable that Kakashi currently only mastered the nature and form changes of 2 chakra natures, Lightning Release and Earth Release. And the Earth Release chakra nature was not suitable for attacking with White Fang. Although wind, water, and fire chakra could also be channeled through White Fang like Lightning Release, due to Kakashi's own limitations, their power was far inferior to Lightning Release. Looking at White Fang in his hand, Kakashi decided to focus on researching the nature and form changes of Wind Release for the next period. Wind Release was already extremely suitable for use with ninja tools, and in the original story, when Naruto was training the Rasen Shuriken, he also analyzed the characteristics of Wind Release chakra with Asuma's help. Cutting. If he had the guidance of a renowned master, Kakashi could complete the nature and form changes of Wind Release at the fastest speed. And the Wind Release masters in the Hidden Leaf Village? Danzo Shimura? That's out of the question. Kakashi thought of the men obsessed with the Hokage position and immediately abandoned this option. I'm leaving, Guy. Kakashi waved to Might Guy, who was undergoing intense training not far away. Oh. You go, Kakashi. I still have 500 to go for 1,000 push-ups. After that, I have 1,000 sit-ups. Might Guy responded loudly to Kakashi. Then good luck. Kakashi was already used to this, put away White Fang, and left the training ground alone. Woo-woo. Bearing the expectations of my best friend, I will never disappoint Kakashi. Burn. My youth. Rage. My fighting spirit. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Listening to Might Guy's passionate roar from the training ground behind him, Kakashi scratched his head speechlessly. Compared to Might Guy, was he being a bit lazy? However, sensing that he still had half a card of chakra left in his body, Kakashi gave up the idea of continuing to train with Might Guy. Anyone would seem decadent and lazy compared to Might Guy. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Kakashi's face through the mottled shadows of the roadside trees. He looked up and saw a figure land in front of him. Kakashi, the Hokage has a message. The newcomer, wearing an umbu mask, looked at Kakashi and spoke calmly. Ah, I understand. Kakashi responded and then changed direction, walking towards the Hokage building. What else could it be? With a light thought in his heart, Kakashi quickened his pace slightly. He arrived at the Hokage office unimpeded. Looking at the half-closed office door, Kakashi was about to knock when Hiruzen Sarutobi's somewhat tired voice came from inside. Come in. Kakashi pushed the door open. Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting in the Hokage's position as always, but his face looked somewhat tired compared to how Kakashi remembered him. "You're here. Sit down." Looking at the young man in front of him, on whom he had placed high hopes, Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed to the sofa beside him. "Hokage-sama, is there something you need me for?" Kakashi looked at the coffee table in front of him. Someone had just been there, and not long ago. Water stains from tea still remained on the coffee table. "Jiraiya will return to Konoha tonight. At that time, Kakashi, you and Jiraiya will go out on a mission." Kakashi's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Jiraiya, and himself. Jiraiya was Konoha's top combat power besides Hiruzen Sarutobi. What kind of mission required Jiraiya, one of the Sannin? Do you remember Uchiha Mume that Uchiha Fugaku asked you to inquire about for him earlier? Translator note, Uchiha Mume means, nameless Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke faintly, which made Kakashi's heart skip a beat. It couldn't be. That's right. When Jiraiya returns to Konoha, he will lead a ninja team consisting of 4 people, Abirame Shiro, Hyuga Hisashi, and you, to investigate whether Uchiha Mume has broken the seal. Seeing Kakashi's slightly changed expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already guessed Kakashi's thoughts. Uchiha Mume. If the seal is intact, there's naturally no need to do anything extra. If the seal has been broken, then it means that the mysterious masked man is very likely a disguise of Uchiha Mume. Listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Kakashi secretly thought it was troublesome. But thinking that Jiraiya would be accompanying him, even if Kakashi was unwilling to carry out this mission, he still thought of going along with the flow. He was Minato Namake's disciple, and Minato Namake's was Jiraiya's disciple, and Jiraiya was Hiruzen Sarutobi's disciple. He just happened to be thinking of researching the nature and form changes of wind release chakra, and Jiraiya happened to be an excellent candidate. If Kakashi wanted to complete the nature and form changes of all 5 chakra natures, then Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of him would actually be the best mentor. The other party, like Kakashi, possessed all 5 chakra natures and was extremely proficient in all 5 releases, even integrating them to bypass the problem of the 5 chakra natures counteracting each other, creating the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Translator note, the 5-element Great Bullet technique mentioned here appears to be a fan-made or altered reference. In canon, Hiruzen is known for mastering all 5 natures, but the integrated technique described resembles Inoki's dust release. What? Are there any other questions? Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his somewhat tired brows and eyes, asking Kakashi. Well, I was thinking. Kakashi looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of him and quickly told him his thoughts. You actually want to complete the nature and form changes of all 5 chakra natures. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. That's right. I have successfully channeled Chidori through White Fang, thereby circumventing the weakness that originally required the Sharingan to use Chidori unimpeded. Kakashi looked at the old man in front of him and spoke seriously. Is that so? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi in front of him with some admiration. With Minato Namake's sacrifice, Tsunade preparing to leave, and Uchiha Mume very likely breaking the seal, he finally heard some good news that made him somewhat relieved. One could only say that Kakashi was indeed Kakashi. He truly was a genius who was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12. How about this, tonight I'll have Jiraiya bring you the training materials for the 5 releases. Hiruzen Sarutobi effortlessly resolved the trouble Kakashi had just encountered. This was the benefit of having connections and backing. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi spoke gratefully. There's no need for such formality between us. If Minato were still here, he would surely do the same. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, stood up, and looked out at Konoha through the window. More than half a month had passed since the Nine-Tails attack. Konoha was almost completely rebuilt now, and the past pain seemed to have vanished with the passage of time. But this was only an appearance. In that one night alone, Konoha not only lost the 4th Hokage but also lost a large number of elites who had survived the battlefield. The apparent peace of Konoha at this moment was merely an illusion. How difficult it was to forget the pain etched into its very bones. Chapter 18, Naruto. In Japanese, Mume means anonymous, nameless, or unknown. Night. The white-haired youth sat alone on the wooden veranda by the house. Not far away, a bamboo tube by the small pond rose and fell with the flowing water, making a crisp sound. Pakin was curled up in his dog bed by the veranda, sound asleep. Warm lamplight fell on Kakashi. His dark eyes gazed at a novel he had found at home. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. Author, Jiraiya. Minato Namake's had given it to him previously. Flipping through the pages of the book in his hand, Kakashi waited for Jiraiya to arrive. The novel's plot was cliché. The protagonist, Naruto, with his innocent dreams, defeated enemy after enemy, converting them with so-called love. Even the final boss was moved to tears by the protagonist. What a naive story. Reaching the last page, where the protagonist, along with everyone else, built a beautiful and dreamlike world, Kakashi closed the novel in his hand. How does it feel? Isn't it wonderfully written? A voice suddenly rang out in the night. At some point, a tall man with long white hair and red tear-like markings on his face had sat down beside the veranda. Jiraiya. A vulgar story. Kakashi looked up at Jiraiya. Well, you're still as unlikable as ever, you brat. But your face should be very popular with girls. Jiraiya chuckled helplessly, leaned in front of Kakashi, stroked his chin, and spoke with a mischievous grin. Lord Hiruzen must have told you, right? Kakashi placed the vulgar novel on the floor by his feet and looked at Jiraiya. He did. What a hassle. Jiraiya seemed quite bothered that Hiruzen Sarutobi had called him back to Konoha, but he still took out a scroll from his pocket and placed it in front of Kakashi, continuing to speak. He's an old zombie from hundreds of years ago, can't he just stay buried? And he still insists on going to see it. For all we know, the bones might have rotted away. Ignoring Jiraiya's complaints, Kakashi picked up the scroll in front of him. With a soft release, 5 scrolls of different colors appeared in his vision. Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth. These are the old man's insights into his 5 nature transformations. Keep them safe. Jiraiya glanced at the scrolls in front of Kakashi and chuckled softly. He values you greatly, Jiraiya added at the end. Kakashi, an unprecedented genius ninja who became a Jonin at 12, and at that age could even create an S-rank Chidori. In Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, he was almost the next pillar of Konoha. Naturally, whatever Kakashi needed would be fulfilled as much as possible. If it weren't for the original Kakashi becoming disheartened by various events, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never have let Kakashi serve as an Umbu ninja. Umbu might seem prestigious, but ultimately, they are beings who dwell in the shadows. To become a pillar on whom everyone places their hopes, one must bask in the light. Just as the current Hiruzen Sarutobi has never mentioned Kakashi joining Umbu. I know. Kakashi wasn't a block of wood, he could naturally discern Hiruzen Sarutobi's goodwill and high regard. For this period, I'll have to trouble Lord Jiraiya to guide me in wind release. Kakashi looked at the men before him. Well, I get it. What a hassle. The old one won't let me off, and now the young one won't either. Jiraiya sighed and complained, then fell silent. The atmosphere seemed to fall into an awkward silence at this moment. Have you gone to see Naruto? Suddenly, Jiraiya broke the silence, looking at Kakashi with a deep gaze. Not yet. Kakashi silently replied to Jiraiya. While I'm back this time, go see him. Jiraiya stood up, patting his backside without any pretense of a powerful figure's dignity. Okay. Seeing Jiraiya stand up, Kakashi also put away the scrolls, put on his shoes, and followed Jiraiya towards the main door. Pakken, watch the house. Kakashi glanced back at the soundly sleeping Pakken. However, Pakken ignored him. Kakashi didn't mind, simply locked the door, and followed Jiraiya. The autumn night was a bit chilly. Kakashi and Jiraiya walked side by side on Konoha's roads. The warm streetlights stretched their shadows to the end of the road. I originally thought you would be disheartened after this. But now it seems I was overthinking. Jiraiya looked at the silent young man beside him. Lord Jiraiya, have you ever experienced hunger? Kakashi walked beside Jiraiya, step by step, moving forward. Hunger. Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled as to why Kakashi would say that. When a person is hungry, they tend to view many things pessimistically. His dark eyes reflected the lamplight in the night, shining brightly. The Sharingan previously kept my body in a long-term state of chakra hunger. And now. Gently touching his left eye, Kakashi's tone, though somewhat cold in the night, carried a hint of vitality, much like Might Guy's. Indeed, it's best not to force what doesn't suit oneself. Jiraiya had understood Kakashi's meaning and looked ahead with a hint of melancholy. A figure he yearned for but couldn't have appeared in his heart. The departure of the deceased is not for the living to lament and grieve. The living should carry the hopes of the deceased and walk this arduous and long path of life. Kakashi paid no mind to Jiraiya and continued speaking. You brat, you're even lecturing me now. Amidst Kakashi and Jiraiya's casual conversation, the two also reached their destination. A seemingly ordinary residential house. It was only seemingly ordinary, Kakashi could sense at least 2 Umbu squads hidden nearby. Considering Naruto had just been born, Hiruzen Sarutobi specifically arranged for 2 nannies to care for Naruto 24 hours a day. With Jiraiya leading the way, after a simple procedure with the Umbu, Kakashi entered the house unimpeded. Lord Jiraiya. The nanny on night duty, seeing someone approach, respectfully bowed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand and softly asked. Is Naruto asleep? Hearing Jiraiya's question, the nanny quickly replied. Naruto had some milk, he should be a bit sleepy now. If Lord Jiraiya wishes to see him, there should still be time. The nanny was a member of the Sarutobi clan, carefully selected by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even if she didn't know why this baby named Naruto was so highly regarded, adhering to the principle of not asking what shouldn't be asked, the nanny simply cared for him meticulously like a normal child. In that case, take me to see him. Jiraiya nodded upon hearing this, then motioned for Kakashi to follow. Chapter 19, Departure. Kakashi crouched beside the crib, gazing at the sleeping blonde infant. He gingerly extended a finger and poked little Naruto's cheek. It was soft. So tiny. As he watched this newborn child, Kakashi slowly rose to his feet, prompting Jiraiya, who stood nearby, to chuckle and say, "What's the matter? Not going to play with him anymore?" Kakashi shook his head and replied, "I have a mission tomorrow, so I should get some rest early tonight." "You should too, Jiraiya." Jiraiya didn't say anything more upon hearing that. Though he'd grumbled earlier about having to handle such an odd mission himself, deep down, he was taking it extremely seriously. After all, it involved the true culprit behind the death of his student, Minato Namikaze. "Yeah, I get it." Jiraiya nodded. With that, Kakashi said goodbye to Jiraiya and left on his own. Naruto had only been born a month ago and hadn't yet faced the hardships that lay ahead. For now, he was still relatively safe. But once he grew a bit older, he would. Kakashi walked alone through the streets of Konoha, staring at the dimly lit path ahead under the streetlights, his heart feeling a little heavy. If it were anyone else, what would Naruto's life have to do with him? Life and death are destined, wealth and honor are decreed by fate. Everyone has their own path. But, he was Kakashi. Minato Namikaze's student. Kakashi didn't know how the original Kakashi could ignore Naruto for 12 years. But some things had to be done. The reason was simple. Simply because he was Kakashi, Minato Namikaze's student. That identity alone wouldn't let him ignore Naruto's existence. The next day, when a fully equipped Kakashi arrived at the designated meeting point on time, two men were already waiting there. Abirame Shiro, dressed in a high-collared hoodie and sunglasses, with a special cloth container strapped to his back. Hyuga Hisashi, wearing a jonin vest and forehead protector, his eyes pure white. Shiro-senpai, Hisashi-senpai. Kakashi greeted the two respectfully. Abirame Shiro responded indifferently, while Hyuga Hisashi gave him a friendly nod. Both Abirame Shiro and Hyuga Hisashi were men of few words. Seeing this, Kakashi simply found a corner to sit in and waited for Jiraiya to arrive. "I heard you reforged White Fang. You've got to work hard. Don't tarnish your father's reputation." Uncharacteristically, Abirame Shiro took the initiative to speak to Kakashi. "Yes, Shiro-senpai." Kakashi nodded affirmatively to his senior. Abirame Shiro was calm and composed, taciturn like most members of the Abirame clan, and exceptionally skilled at picking up on various clues to create the most advantageous situations for himself. Moreover, Kakashi had prior mission experience with him. The mission to Rorin in the Land of Wind had been carried out by Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Abirame Shiro, and Akimichi Choza. And just as Kakashi and Abirame Shiro were talking, Jiraiya arrived on the scene. "Everyone, it's been a while." As soon as Jiraiya entered, he greeted the three warmly and familiarly. Jiraiya. Even jonin like Abirame Shiro and Hyuga Hisashi had to bow to Jiraiya. "I'm sure the Hokage has already briefed you. This mission is about the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack. I won't beat around the bush." Jiraiya skipped the unnecessary chatter. He pulled a mission scroll from his bosom and unfurled it before the three of them, saying, 500 years ago, during the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan was at war with the three major ninja clans, Senju, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi. To that end, they even created an Uchiha weapon. This forced the three major ninja clans to unite and seal it away. Our objective is to investigate whether this Uchiha weapon has broken free of its seal. She, who harbors hatred for the Uchiha, is very likely the culprit behind the Nine-Tails attack." As Jiraiya spoke, Abirame Shiro remained exceptionally calm, his sunglasses hiding his gaze. He simply asked succinctly, "Where's the destination?" Jiraiya then produced a map of the ninja world, pointed to an island adjacent to the Land of Fire, and said, "According to historical records, Uchiha Mume, the nameless Uchiha, known as the Uchiha clan's strongest weapon, was sealed in the Land of Whirlpools and guarded by the Uzumaki clan for generations." Hyuga Hisashi's expression remained steady upon hearing this. After being assigned the mission yesterday, he had checked his clan's historical records, which did indeed document that earth-shattering war from 500 years ago. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out during the Second Great Ninja War. I wonder if those forces from Kimogakure and Kirigakure discovered Uchiha Mume's existence back then. Hyuga Hisashi's words carried a hint of sorrow. As a member of another ancient ninja clan, he could empathize with the Uzumaki clan's fate, feeling a sense of shared grief. Regardless, we have to go and check it out. No time to waste, let's head out now. With Jiraiya's words, the four of them made their way toward Konoha's main gate. Kakashi remained like a silent observer, not uttering a word from start to finish, simply following quietly behind the other three. At that moment, Kakashi wasn't thinking about much, he just planned to go through the motions on this mission and then return to research the nature and form transformations of wind release. As for Uchiha Hikari, let her keep being an old zombie in the ground. The four of them, including Kakashi, were all Jonin, and Jiraiya was even a Kage-level powerhouse, an exceptional figure even among Kage-level shinobi. As a result, their travel speed was incredibly fast. Within 24 hours, they reached the coastline of the Land of Fire, with the Land of Whirlpools already in sight across the sea. There, Konoha's border guards were already waiting for them, having prepared a boat, dry rations, and some essential medicines for Jiraiya and his three companions. Thank you, everyone. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude to the garrison and immediately led Kakashi and the other two toward the Land of Whirlpools. Kakashi was prepared to row, but with the roar of a diesel engine, the wooden boat surged forward at full speed toward the Land of Whirlpools. The technology tree in this world. Staring at the wooden boat that clashed so completely with the engine beneath it, Kakashi muttered to himself, a bit dumbfounded. Engines are already a thing, yet large-scale modern military forces haven't formed. Kakashi, you seem pretty interested in this contraption. Hyuga Hizashi, sitting beside him, appeared to notice Kakashi's puzzlement and asked softly. That's right. Kakashi didn't hide his confusion and answered honestly. These are just minor gadgets. If you're interested, Kakashi, treat it as a hobby. No need to invest too much effort into it. Hyuga Hizashi's response perfectly fit Kakashi's stereotype of the Hyuga clan. Traditional. Ancient. Chapter 20, The Anomaly. Kakashi found it hard to offer any real judgment on Hyuga Hizashi as a person. His willingness to sacrifice himself to spare Konoha from further war certainly earned Kakashi's respect. However, Kakashi couldn't bring himself to agree with the technique involved. But now clearly wasn't the time to debate with Hyuga Hizashi whether this technique qualified as one of those perverse and ingenious skills. Besides, Kakashi wasn't the type to stick his nose into other people's business. If he had to say anything, it would be something like, "You're right, knight." As waves crashed against the shore's rocks, a small wooden boat that had set out from the Land of Fire docked on the sandy beach. Stepping onto the soft sand, Kakashi's dark eyes scanned his surroundings. It had to be said, the night view of the Uzumaki clan's homeland was a sight that people in Konoha could never experience. Under the night sky, the vast ocean's ripples reflected the bright moon above, and the salty sea breeze brushed against Kakashi's face, while crabs scuttled across the sand at his feet. If possible, living here for a while from time to time would be an extremely pleasant thing. There's no danger nearby. As soon as he stepped ashore, Hyuga Hizashi fulfilled his duty as a sensory ninja, his pair of pure white eyes perceiving everything within 8 kilometers. Every detail of the surrounding scenery was laid out before him. Alright, let's find a place to rest tonight. Everyone must be tired. We'll take turns on watch and head to our destination first thing tomorrow morning. Jiraiya waved his hand and walked toward the land not far away. The few of them didn't light a bonfire. Instead, they simply ate their dry rations with the water from the skins they carried, restoring some energy, and then found a place to rest right there. Kakashi naturally did the same. While on a mission, if there were enemies around, lighting a bonfire would be tantamount to openly announcing, "I'm right here." Leaning against a large tree, clutching White Fang in his arms, Kakashi rested against a rock. The night passed without incident. When Kakashi woke up, the four of them, like 4 precision machines, continued toward their destination without a single superfluous word. These were habits unique to ninjas who had survived wars. They did nothing unnecessary. If it were the young ninjas of Naruto's generation from the original story, they would probably cause some trouble along the way. Kakashi and the others arrived at a ruin from the former Uzumaki clan, where all they could see were dilapidated walls. No one nearby. Hyuga Hizashi looked around and said, Jiraiya nodded, opened the mission scroll in his hand, and said, "According to the intelligence, the sealing grounds are located beneath the pond behind the Uzumaki shrine. Kakashi possesses water release chakra, so Hizashi will first use his Byakugan to scout. Once it's confirmed safe, Kakashi will enter the water. If you encounter an unexpected situation, do not hesitate to detonate the explosive tag directly to send a signal." Jiraiya spoke as he led the way. "Yes, I understand." Kakashi nodded upon hearing this. The sealing grounds were a pond, which was also the main water source for the Uzumaki clan's freshwater needs. This also meant it was easy to find. In less than 10 minutes, the four of them arrived at their destination without delay. The pond was still, its surroundings lush and green, showing signs of having been tended to by humans. However, a long time had passed since it was last cared for, and weeds had overgrown around the pond. It's right below here. Jiraiya looked at the pond before him with a grave expression. Byakugan. Hyuga Hisashi didn't hesitate, veins bulging around his eyes, his pair of pure white eyes staring directly into the depths of the pond. A barrier underwater is blocking my Byakugan. Before long, Hyuga Hisashi retracted his gaze and spoke with a solemn expression. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then bit his finger, formed hand signs, and uttered a low cry. Summoning jutsu. Along with a puff of white smoke, a small toad appeared before him. Gamaku, go down and see if there's anything there. The unknown barrier in the pond was currently blocking the Byakugan's reconnaissance, so Jiraiya naturally couldn't let Kakashi go down easily. Therefore, Jiraiya chose to summon a toad first to test the waters. Okay. As the small toad made an okay gesture, it then plopped directly into the water with a splash. However, in less than 3 minutes, the small toad resurfaced, blowing bubbles. Ribbit, it's too cold down there, I can't take it, Ribbit. With Gamaku's complaint, it directly dispelled the summoning jutsu in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya's mouth twitched at this sight. Honestly. Jiraiya helplessly pressed his hand to his forehead. Alright, I'll go down. Kakashi now took off his clothes, his upper body bare, and prepared to enter the water, carrying only White Fang in his ninja tool pouch. Be careful. If you encounter an unexpected situation, do not hesitate to send a signal and come up immediately. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Kakashi formed a single hand sign at his chest and calmly said. Water release, breath-holding technique. This was a technique that allowed ninjas to operate underwater for extended periods. It could last for about half an hour. Although Kakashi had lost his Sharingan, the ninjutsu he had copied with the Sharingan wouldn't be lost because of it. While not as exaggerated as copying thousands of ninjutsu as in the original story, Kakashi could use over 300 ninjutsu across all 5 chakra natures. For example, this breath-holding technique was a technique used by a water-release ninja Kakashi had encountered before. Using this technique, a ninja could operate underwater for about 40 minutes, if it was during combat, this time would be halved. And Jiraiya had chosen Kakashi to go underwater precisely because of Kakashi's almost all-around ability, with no apparent weaknesses. Aside from the common misconception that Kakashi had insufficient chakra. But now, this sole weakness was constantly being compensated for by the Golden Fingers effect. As soon as he entered the water, Kakashi felt a bone-chilling cold invade his skin. It was no wonder that Small Toad couldn't withstand the cold of the pond. Even a human youth like Kakashi, whose body was many times larger than the toad's, felt the pond was cold. Fish swam past Kakashi in the water. Kakashi dove all the way to the bottom of the pond but did not detect the barrier that Hyuga Hisashi had mentioned earlier. His dark eyes scanned the surroundings. Using White Fang, he swept away the mud and weeds at his feet. Kakashi originally intended to just clear the mud to see if there were any foreign objects beneath, but at this moment, an anomaly suddenly occurred. White Fang in his hand suddenly buzzed loudly, and a flash of blade light burst from the gap in its sheath. This is... Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly. He almost instantly sensed the abnormality around him. Chakra. The ubiquitous chakra in the surroundings was being shielded by some means. He had delved deep into the bottom of the pond without detecting any abnormality. According to prior intelligence, the iron coffin sealing Uchiha Hikari was a unique device of the Uzumaki clan, capable of absorbing natural chakra to replenish the chakra needed for the seal. And the surroundings were filled with natural chakra gathered by the iron coffin. White Fang in Kakashi's hand was a ninja blade crafted by the Ninja Cat clan using a remnant of White Fang's blade combined with the Ninja Cat clan's chakra metal. To allow the wielder to use White Fang more smoothly, special formations were also added. At this moment, under various coincidences, Kakashi felt an inexplicable force attracting White Fang in his hand. Chapter 21, Unsealing. The surrounding waters were bone-chillingly cold, and the White Fang in his hand hummed faintly. The omnipresent natural energy activated the chakra metal mechanism within the White Fang's forging, while an inexplicable suction tugged at the blade in Kakashi's grip, the very one he had crafted by exhausting his family's fortune and accruing a debt of 20 million ryo. Now, he had 2 choices: release the White Fang and return to the shore to report the underwater situation to Jiraiya and the others. Or hold on tight to the White Fang, though resisting in this scenario could very well damage the sealing jutsu on Uchiha Hikari. After all, a jutsu that had endured for 500 years, even if the seal remained intact, would inevitably weaken and falter over time, no matter how robust it once was. But Kakashi's eyes burned like torches in that moment. If he backed down and compromised at the first sign of trouble, how could he face the future? The ninja world no longer had a future. He didn't have a second White Fang, either. It was like Kamui, the eyes of evasion that Uchiha Obito had awakened in the instant he witnessed Rin's death. If he fled from hardship now, the fog he had painstakingly sliced through to forge ahead would once again veil his path forward. The day Kamui was pierced, Kakashi had lost his way out. It was just Uchiha Hikari. Even with the white fang in hand, and treating Kamui like a discarded shoe, he, Kakashi, would still carve open the future. The suction from the white fang intensified, but Kakashi felt no hesitation in his heart. A faint spark of electricity flickered and danced along the white fang, and then a massive burst of lightning erupted at the bottom of the water. Countless bolts of lightning surged from Kakashi. Daytime Tiger, Lightning Cutter. The ferocious electric light accompanied Kakashi as he rode the suction, plunging the white fang in his hand deep into the depths. The violent lightning seemed to trigger some mechanism, and an invisible ripple spread out from the white fang at its center. The surrounding natural energy disintegrated instantly under this invisible wave. As the natural energy scattered, the mud beneath Kakashi's feet receded with the ripple, and at the same time, a metallic gleam appeared before his eyes. It was an iron coffin. The iron coffin was anchored to the bottom by several pitch-black chains, and Kakashi's earlier strike had landed precisely on the core where the chains bound it. In that moment, the chains snapped inch by inch before Kakashi's eyes, and even the coffin lid began to show faint cracks. This is... Kakashi's heart tightened at the sight. He was about to reach out and press down on the crumbling lid, trying to stop whatever was inside from emerging. But, as a corner of the coffin shattered, Kakashi caught sight of a slowly opening crimson eye through the broken lid. That was a Sharingan. Kakashi didn't have time to think. Just as he started to pull back his hand and retreat, a palm suddenly burst through the already crumbling lid and seized his withdrawing wrist in a flash. In that instant, the figure inside the coffin was fully revealed to Kakashi. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, her brows and eyes as if painted with exquisite care, her features carrying a touch of heroic spirit, and she wore the Uchiha clan's distinctive uniform. By her appearance, she seemed only 12 or 13 years old. Uchiha Hikari. No, it's Uchiha Mume. In that moment, Uchiha Mume, now freed from the seal, fixed her Sharingan on Kakashi, her inner alarms blaring. Without a second's hesitation, she gripped Kakashi's wrist tightly and shot straight up toward the surface. Uchiha Mume emotional fluctuation +1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Chakra +1%+1%+1%+1%+1%+1%. A flurry of prompts flooded Kakashi's mind in an instant, but he had no time for shock. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye, and just as they were about to break the surface, a towering figure charged toward them. It was Jiraiya, who had sensed the disturbance from Kakashi's lightning cutter underwater and immediately dove in for a rescue. Uchiha Mume and Jiraiya's gazes locked in that moment. Jiraiya saw Kakashi restrained by this unfamiliar young girl, and his eyes turned dangerous. The instant Jiraiya displayed hostility, Uchiha Mume's eyes sharpened. In a flash, raging flames ignited all around. Yes. Flames ignited underwater. Pitch-black flames. Amaterasu. Countless pitch-black divine flames surged toward Jiraiya under Uchiha Mume's control. Jiraiya's lips pressed into a thin line at the sight. He swiftly drew a scroll from his pouch and unfurled it before him in an instant. Fire Sealing Method. This was a sealing jutsu he had prepared before setting out. According to Uchiha Fugaku's intelligence, this Uchiha Mume possessed 4 Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, Tsukimi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, and Yasaka Magatama. There was no way Jiraiya wouldn't prepare for that. And this fire sealing method was specifically ready just in case. Countless pitch-black flames swirled like a vortex toward the fire sealing method in Jiraiya's hand. In mere moments, the Amaterasu that had just filled the entire underwater area was completely cleared away. Uchiha Mume's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight, as she tried to bypass Jiraiya and reach the surface first. But how could Jiraiya let Uchiha Mume escape? She was holding Kakashi hostage right now, she had to stay. The Uchiha clan excelled in fire release, and being underwater was the perfect way to restrict her. A brilliant blue chakra sphere instantly formed in his hand. Jiraiya, Rasengan at the ready, charged straight at Uchiha Mume. Facing Jiraiya's direct assault, Uchiha Mume dodged swiftly to the side, pulling Kakashi, who was mulling over how to break free, behind her in the process. This left Kakashi slightly stunned. Is this guy protecting me? That's right. No matter what, Uchiha Hikari had been sealed for 500 years, and now he was the one who had brought her back into the light. From Kakashi's limited memories of Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm from his previous life, Uchiha Hikari could barely count as part of the main cast. In that case, it makes things easier. Kakashi grasped the hand holding his wrist, which made Uchiha Mume turn to glance at him, a flicker of displeasure in her brows. Kakashi said nothing, simply shaking his head at her, then glancing at Jiraiya, who had just rushed past and was readjusting his attack trajectory, with a meaningful look. Uchiha Mume shielding Kakashi hadn't escaped Jiraiya's notice, making him realize that the person before him might differ from his preconceptions. He pulled back his attack in time. He pointed to the surface above, signaling for both sides to head up and talk. A slight thoughtful expression crossed Jiraiya's face as he dispelled the Rasengan in his hand and swam toward the surface without hesitation. Seeing this, Uchiha Mume realized that Kakashi and Jiraiya were allies. She immediately released Kakashi's wrist and swam up as well. Kakashi followed closely, not daring to let his guard down for a second. Now that Uchiha Hikari had broken free of the seal, resealing her would be incredibly difficult. At this point, since he couldn't eliminate this one, he might as well try to pull her over to their side. Chapter 22, If loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. As three figures burst through the surface of the water, Hyuga Hizashi and Aburame Shino, whom Jiraiya had arranged in advance, immediately moved to confront Uchiha Mume. Stop. A drenched Jiraiya raised his hand, halting Hyuga Hizashi and Aburame Shino in their tracks. His gaze locked onto the Uchiha girl panting lightly before him, and Kakashi standing behind her. He had been mistaken, the true culprit behind the Ninetales incident wasn't the person in front of him. Those all-consuming, inextinguishable flames in the water just moments ago, even without Kakashi saying a word, had clued Jiraiya into her identity. Uchiha Mume from 500 years ago. Yet this Uchiha girl had clearly just broken free from a seal, and even a single Amaterasu had left her in a state of chakra depletion that was plain to see. This weakened condition was obviously the result of prolonged sealing without adequate chakra or sustenance. How could Uchiha Mume, in such a state, have driven his prized student to his death? Therefore, the culprit behind the Ninetales incident was someone else. You're with him. Uchiha Mume glanced sideways at the silent boy behind her. Yes, but please rest assured, we mean you no harm. Kakashi's words didn't make Uchiha Mume lower her guard. She scanned her surroundings, her eyes lingering briefly on Hyuga Hizashi's before settling on Jiraiya, who was clearly the leader. You're from the Uzumaki clan. Her tone was certain. Uchiha Mume had seen the fire sealing method, identical to those used by the Uzumaki clan, countless times, from the Uzumaki clan leader who had sealed her. I'm not from the Uzumaki clan. They were wiped out decades ago. Jiraiya stared intently at the girl before him, who was clearly struggling to remain upright, and replied. Decades. Heh. Uchiha Mume straightened her posture and let out a soft chuckle. Whether the Uzumaki clan had been wiped out or not didn't matter to her. Besides, it was just this man's word. No matter who you are or what your goal is. Uchiha Mume propped herself up, trying to appear less frail. But unfortunately, after being sealed for 500 years without food for so long, surviving solely on the chakra supplied by the seal, even an ordinary person could tell she might topple over with a gust of wind. Our goal is to investigate the mastermind behind an incident where the Ninetales ravaged the village. So we came here, but it seems our initial hypothesis was wrong. Kakashi, standing behind Uchiha Mume, spoke calmly as he gazed at her back, attempting to ease the tension of the girl who had just escaped her confinement. What village? What Ninetales? What culprit? Uchiha Mume knew nothing of any of this, but... I know, I have nothing to do with this. You should leave. As the last word was forced through gritted teeth, Uchiha Mume could no longer resist the weakness overwhelming her body and instinctively stumbled, collapsing toward the water. In that instant, Kakashi, who was closest to her, rushed forward and caught the now limp and powerless girl. The scene fell silent. Jiraiya frowned, staring at the girl in Kakashi's arms, at a loss for words. Kakashi, you. Never mind. First, tell me the whole story. Jiraiya sighed, glancing at the composed Kakashi. Night. As the bonfire crackled to life, flames licking at the firewood with a steady pop. The four shinobi from Konoha sat around the bonfire, discussing how to handle Uchiha Mume. By standard procedure, dangerous individuals like her would typically be eliminated to tie up loose ends. But Kakashi was firmly against it. Now that he had lost Kamui, according to the original timeline, Kamui would have played a crucial role in future battles, against Uchiha Obito commanding the Six Paths Jinchuriki, or Six Paths Madara, or even the chakra progenitor Otsutsuki Kagaya. But all of that had now descended into uncertain mystery. Even though Kakashi had tried to replace Kamui with White Fang and had already glimpsed his future path. Who would ever complain about having too much power on their side? Moreover, in the current situation, his and White Fang's potential remained unclear. With Uchiha Mume already unsealed, there was no turning back. Therefore, Kakashi hoped to secure the power of this Uchiha Mume. She tried to protect me earlier. If I were to kill her, I simply couldn't do it. The flickering bonfire light danced across the boy's calm face, casting it in alternating shadows. Kakashi voiced his thoughts. Kakashi, you must understand, although she belongs to the Uchiha clan, she's probably the one who hates the Uchiha the most. The Uchiha won't allow her to live. Hyuga Hizashi, who had been briefed on the secret events from 500 years ago before they set out, now looked at Kakashi and spoke in a grave tone. Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet Hyuga Hisashi's. The people who should have died 500 years ago are already dead. And a cold sneer tugged at Kakashi's lips. He still remembered the expressions on the faces of the Uchiha police force when Uchiha Obito appeared, claiming to be Uchiha Madara and admitting he was the true culprit behind the Ninetales incident. It was surprise, joy. Surprise at discovering such a powerful being within their own bloodline. Not a trace of sorrow or grief for the death of his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Although a ninja village is nominally called a village, who truly sees it as a mere settlement? Konoha was currently in decline, yet even so, it remained the strongest military and violent organization in the entire ninja world. Which ninja village dared to challenge Konoha one-on-one? The leader commanding such a military organization had actively sacrificed himself for the village, and in that situation, some people still felt no sadness, and upon learning the true culprit was a kinsman of their own bloodline, they even felt joy. What did their lives or deaths have to do with him, Kakashi? Let alone those who belonged to Konoha, only those who stood on his side could be considered his own people. And as Minato Namikaze's disciple, if he couldn't choose a stance, then he could only gather as much power as possible on his side. One's position dictates one's perspective. This was Kakashi's stance. The Uchiha clan certainly had doves like Uchiha Fugaku. But there were also many ignorant hawks. Being absolutely loyal to Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, meant absolute loyalty. If not, then it was absolute disloyalty. Moreover, they were individuals who felt no sorrow at his death. As a disciple of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the rising star, the future confidant of the fifth Hokage, the future sixth Hokage, and the teacher of the future seventh Hokage, why should this most steadfast member of the Hokage faction consider them? Chapter 23, Uchiha Hikari. Night. The silent girl sat alone under a tree, hugging her knees as she gazed at the flickering bonfire nearby. Beside her lay a neatly folded blanket. 500 years. Uchiha Mume felt a deep sense of unfamiliarity with everything around her. She only knew that she had been in darkness for a very long time, though she wasn't sure exactly how long. Perhaps a day, perhaps a month, perhaps a summer, she just hadn't expected it. A pair of pitch-black eyes looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, as if suspended on a curtain, unchanged. Only the moon remained the familiar one from her memories. The white-haired young man emerged from the shadows of the forest and sat down beside her without a word. I spoke with Jiraiya. We can bring you back to Konoha, but we'll need to place a 5-element seal on you. It'll only be removed once we're certain you won't pose a threat to the village. This was the best outcome Kakashi had managed to secure. Even though Kakashi felt nothing for the so-called Uchiha clan, the Uchiha were still allies on the surface. So, this was already the best result. The 5-element seal restricts the user's chakra, preventing them from using ninjutsu normally. A technique that could originally unleash 10 parts of its power would only manage half, or even less. However, Uchiha Mume remained silent, not speaking a word. It was as if having the 5-element seal placed on her didn't matter at all. During this time, I'll be your guardian. You can't leave my sensory range. Kakashi continued, using a small stick from beside the bonfire to poke at the flames. As he prodded, the bonfire scattered sparks and crackled. 2 charred objects tumbled out, revealed by Kakashi's poking. 2 roasted sweet potatoes. Considering that Uchiha Mume hadn't eaten in a long time, Kakashi had dug these up nearby. He pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and carefully sliced open the charred skin of one sweet potato, exposing the golden yellow flesh inside. Kakashi pushed it toward Uchiha Mume. Uchiha Mume stared silently at the sweet potato in front of her. After a long pause, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. That white-haired man just said the Uzumaki clan was annihilated. Kakashi nodded in response. That's right. During the Second Ninja World War several decades ago, they were jointly destroyed by the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Mume didn't know what the Hidden Cloud Village or Hidden Mist Village were, but she noted the Second Ninja World War, the other mentioned, then continued to ask. What about the Senju clan? Hearing Uchiha Mume's question, Kakashi went on. The Senju clan, under the leadership of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, disbanded their clan and abandoned their surname to integrate into Konoha. They merged into Konoha's medical, educational, and administrative systems. Considering that this Uchiha ancestor from 500 years ago might not understand the latter part, Kakashi didn't elaborate. They gave up the Senju name. Compared to the Uzumaki clan being annihilated, the Senju clan voluntarily abandoning their surname seemed to stir Uchiha Mume's heart more. Uchiha Mume's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Current chakra, 200%. Following Uchiha Obito, the moment Uchiha Mume awakened and saw Kakashi, she had directly provided him with almost a full unit of chakra. 500 years of darkness, and the instant she finally saw the first ray of light, that intense emotion had caused Kakashi's golden finger to surge. Including this current 1%, Kakashi's chakra reserves had already reached 4 units. He had successfully reached Naruto's chakra level when suppressed by Yamato's would release and the Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, Kakuan entering society with bliss-bringing hands. Without Yamato's suppression, Naruto has 100 units of chakra. What about the Uchiha clan? Finally, Uchiha Mume asked the most important question. Kakashi hesitated at her words but eventually replied. They are in Konoha. Speechless. Silence once again. Want something to eat? Kakashi pushed the roasted sweet potato toward Uchiha Mume. The girl's gaze fixed on the roasted sweet potato, remaining silent for a long time. Sweet. A sweet fragrance. Even without putting it in her mouth, the wafting aroma reached her nostrils. Finally, Uchiha Mume moved. In Kakashi's sight, she reached out and grabbed the roasted sweet potato from the ground. She carefully peeled off a piece of the flesh and slowly brought it to her mouth. A sweet sensation exploded on her tongue. Her taste buds, dormant for an unknown number of years, were intensely stimulated in that moment. But the girl remained motionless. Even though her body's appetite, suppressed for countless years, urged her to eat quickly, eat quickly. Uchiha Mume froze in place again. Kakashi looked at her, wondering if he might have overcooked it, and she found it hard to swallow. However, 2 clear lines of tears streamed down her cheeks. The sparkling tears under the bonfire light glided down her face, dropping one by one from her chin onto the ground and onto the sweet potato in her hand. 500 years. 500 years had passed. Father was dead, mother was dead. Only she was still alive. Even if she wanted revenge, to avenge the Uchiha clan's enemies who had caused her such pain and hatred. But, the enemies were also dead. This world was so strange, too strange. So strange, that she didn't recognize it at all. Kakashi calmly watched the silently weeping girl, with no intention of comforting her. He just watched her cry, then, as if in revenge, swallow the sweet potato stained with her tears. Your name. Swallowing large bites of sweet potato, her face smudged with the charred black from the skin, Uchiha Mume finally looked at Kakashi and asked his name. Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi replied. My name is Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Mume, no, Uchiha Hikari said. Nice to meet you, Hikari. Please take care of me from now on. Kakashi looked at the girl in front of him, extending his hand, his eyes unconsciously curving into crescent moons. Uchiha Hikari looked at the hand in front of her, hesitated for a few moments, and finally placed her hand, smudged with sweet potato ashes, into Kakashi's. Kakashi looked at the girl in front of him, likely understanding her thoughts. Because she was facing this strange world alone, anyone would do, just take her, she didn't want to be alone anymore. This was Uchiha Hikari's deepest thought. This was probably also why Miritsugu could easily abduct her decades later. Chapter 24, Cherry Tomato. The sea breeze blew gently as the small wooden boat sped across the vast ocean, its engine roaring steadily. Feeling the wind on her face and inhaling the salty air, the Uchiha girl held a coconut, sipping its water while gazing at the unfamiliar island where she had spent 500 years. With a splash, she tossed the empty coconut into the sea, then without hesitation, picked up a fresh one from beside her feet. Kakashi watched this scene, the corner of his mouth twitching. She had already drunk more than a dozen coconuts along the way, wasn't she worried about getting an upset stomach? Kakashi, once we get back to Konoha, make sure to pay a visit to the old man. Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Hikari, who hadn't stopped eating the entire trip, and reminded him. Though the 5-element seal had been inscribed and Kakashi was now her guardian, with Jiraiya vouching for Uchiha Hikari out of respect for his late student, all of this still needed to be reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yeah, got it. Kakashi nodded. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Hikari again, still struggling to reconcile this gluttonous, innocent-looking girl with the ruthless Uchiha weapon described in the historical records. Compared to their outbound journey, the return trip wasn't fast. On the way back, they had Uchiha Hikari with the 5-element seal inscribed on her, so speeding along wasn't an option. Plus, after she finished the coconuts, as they passed through a small town, Uchiha Hikari declared she was hungry and asked Kakashi to buy her something to eat. Kakashi, who had gone broke forging his blade, could only turn his gaze toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. You vouched for this kid, and now that she's hungry, why am I the one paying? After 2 days of travel, the group finally arrived at Konoha. Looking at the village's main gate before him, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. If they hadn't gotten back soon, Kakashi would have cleaned out his wallet completely. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief as well. This was an S-rank mission, and though they hadn't encountered any real dangers along the way, the reward was among the highest for S-rank missions, given that it involved the night of the Nine-Tails attack and the Hokage's death. No matter how generous the payout, it was justified. Once the reward was settled, even after splitting it with Jiraiya and the others, he'd still walk away with at least 200,000 or 300,000 ryo. That money would solve his immediate financial problems. He couldn't exactly take Uchiha Hikari to mooch meals off Yuhi or Asuma, could he? Well, if he threw away his pride, it might not be impossible. Everyone, head on back. I'll handle the mission report. Jiraiya glanced at Hyuga Hisashi and Aburame Shino. In that case, I'll take my leave, Lord Jiraiya. Hyuga Hisashi nodded first and departed. Aburame Shino simply gave a silent acknowledgement before vanishing from sight. You two, come with me. Jiraiya turned back to Kakashi, who looked as composed as ever, and Uchiha Hikari, who was holding a basket of cherry tomatoes. Want one? Noticing Jiraiya's gaze, Uchiha Hikari proactively picked a cherry tomato from the basket and offered it to him. Looking at the vibrant fruit in his palm, then at the girl chewing with her cheeks puffed out, Jiraiya shook his head helplessly before popping the cherry tomato into his mouth. Sour and sweet. Hopefully, he was overthinking things. Such a harmless person, no matter how vicious she might have been, was probably just being manipulated by others. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to Jiraiya recount the entire mission, then looked at the two white-haired figures, one tall, one short, standing before him, feeling a slight headache. I only asked you to investigate the sealed area. But you brought the person right back to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth a little. Think of it as overachieving on the mission, old man. Don't take it to heart, ha ha ha. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi's anger, Jiraiya was utterly shameless. Instead of showing any sense of failure or embarrassment, he wore an expression that screamed he'd exceeded expectations and was waiting for praise. Kakashi, what were you thinking? Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze finally settled on Kakashi. Seeing the blame directed at him, Kakashi calmly replied without missing a beat. The situation at the time didn't leave room for overthinking. From the moment I dove into the water with White Fang, it was inevitable that Hikari would break the seal. Since Hikari wasn't sure if Lord Jiraiya was my ally, she dragged her weakened body to actively dodge his attacks. For that reason alone, I couldn't abandon her, much less kill her. As for bringing her back to Konoha. In that weakened state, leaving her behind would have meant her death. And you certainly wouldn't want such an entity wandering outside the village, would you, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, looking at the white-haired young man before him. He pondered something in his mind. He wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Old man, just let it go. If it were me, I'd probably have made the same choice. I believe Minato would support Kakashi too. Besides, I think this little girl is pretty decent, she won't step out of line. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly chimed in to back Kakashi up. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at him. After a long moment, he sighed and asked. Did you apply the 5 elements seal? Jiraiya nodded eagerly. Yes, old man. Don't you trust my sealing jutsu skills? Seeing that the two people he valued most in the village held this attitude, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no desire to continue the discussion. He simply said. Go on, then. Kakashi, keep an eye on her. As for the Uchiha side. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his slightly clouded gaze subtly landing on the Uchiha girl on the sofa, who was eating cherry tomatoes one by one. Frankly, if this nameless Uchiha could truly become loyal to Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi would give his full support without hesitation. Especially now, in this delicate period right after the 4th Hokage's death and the change of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But, as he gazed at the nameless Uchiha, who seemed uninterested in everything and focused only on eating, Hiruzen Sarutobi had seen this state in others before. It was a state bordering on having no will to live. Having experienced 3 ninja world wars, Hiruzen Sarutobi had seen far too many people like this. The loss of family, parents, and friends left the survivors without any desire to go on. But Hiruzen Sarutobi subtly glanced at Kakashi again. He was the same. His father, teacher, and comrades had left him one by one. Could two people who had lost everything create a light of hope when brought together? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know. But he had no choice. In the end, he chose to agree. You don't need to worry about the Uchiha side. For now, Kakashi will be responsible for guarding her. As for you, Jiraiya, continue investigating the Nine-Tails incident. Chapter 25, Cutting. After leaving the Hokage building, Kakashi walked through the streets of Konoha with Uchiha Hikari. Kakashi needed to buy some daily necessities for Uchiha Hikari, since no woman had lived in the Hatake household for over a decade. Not to mention humans, even the 8 ninja dogs Kakashi kept were all male. Strolling down Konoha's main street, with the 200,000 ryo from his recent mission reward tucked away in his pocket, Kakashi could finally say goodbye to the tough times he'd been facing lately, at least for a little while. Thinking about the 8 ninja dogs in his backyard, Kakashi couldn't help but speak up at that moment. I keep 8 ninja dogs at home, Hikari. Don't be afraid, they're ninja dogs, and they don't bite. We'll pick up some bones for them later. For some special reasons recently, I've stopped feeding them temporarily and let them fend for themselves out there. Hikari. Hikari. Kakashi noticed no one was responding and felt a bit puzzled. He turned around to see the black-haired girl, her locks cascading like a waterfall, standing motionless in front of a small stall, her eyes locked on the grilled squid displayed there. Ah. Kakashi was left a little speechless by the sight. Ever since the Uchiha great-grandmother had been unsealed, it seemed like she was making up for lost time, her mouth hadn't stopped moving. This customer, my squid is the best in the village. Would you like to buy one? The vendor looked enthusiastically at Uchiha Hikari in front of him. Uchiha Hikari blinked as she gazed at the finished grilled squid on display at the stall, then turned to look at Kakashi, who was walking over to them. Buy one. Kakashi pointed at the Uchiha girl. All right. The vendor immediately broke into a wide smile. Not long after, the squid was grilled and handed to Hikari. After Kakashi paid, the two were about to leave when a team of Konoha security forces, dressed in Uchiha clan uniforms, approached the vendor's stall with clear purpose. Hikari, taking a bite of her squid, couldn't help but glance their way several times. Her gaze met the eyes of Uchiha Inaho, who was leading the group. Is that one of the little girls from the clan? Uchiha Inaho didn't think much of the scene, he'd had his eye on this guy for a while now, the one who dared to set up his stall again after being warned last time. If Kakashi hadn't been there buying something with someone, he would have already come over and confiscated the vendor's stall. Sirs, Uchiha lords, this. The stall owner looked nervously at the security team members who had surrounded him. Did you completely ignore what I told you last time? Uchiha Inaho narrowed his eyes at the stall owner. I. The stall owner was at a loss for words, reduced to begging for mercy, hoping the people in front of him would let him off the hook. However, his pleas didn't elicit any sympathy from the Uchiha clan members. At Uchiha Inaho's command, several of them moved to forcibly take away his stall. The small stall owner tried to stop them but was knocked to the ground by a punch from Uchiha Inaho. The surrounding residents had long been furious about this kind of scene but didn't dare speak out. Hikari, standing next to Kakashi, blinked as she watched it unfold. She wanted to step forward and save the vendor's stall, but her hand was grabbed, halting her movement. Without much explanation, Kakashi pulled Hikari away from the area. Kakashi glanced back and saw the girl craning her neck to look at him, so he began to explain. The Uchiha security forces are in charge of village management, and dealing with vendors is part of their job. Even if the process is violent, they only care about the results. Listening to Kakashi's words, Hikari seemed a bit dazed and said, "Is that how it is?" Though she didn't know why, Hikari instinctively felt that the Uchiha clan's actions were wrong. The village already has a lot of complaints about the Uchiha clan's methods. I believe it won't be long before they're reformed. Now, let's go get you some new clothes. After all, you can't run around the streets all day in that Uchiha clan uniform. Kakashi comforted the girl. As for the so-called Uchiha clan reform, the entire clan was reformed. Oh. Hikari nodded, only half understanding. She didn't quite grasp what Kakashi meant. But to Hikari, this person who had released her seal and protected her in a critical moment wasn't a bad guy. Finishing the food in her mouth in a few quick bites, Hikari let Kakashi lead her to buy clothes. If possible, Hikari didn't want to wear this Uchiha clan uniform anymore either. Now, she didn't want any connection to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was very efficient, and aside from food, Hikari wasn't one to dawdle. With the clothing store owner's recommendations, he bought several sets of everyday clothes for Hikari. In addition, he went to the market and bought dozens of pounds of bones for the 8 ninja dogs at home. He also picked up some fruits, snacks, and other treats for Hikari. The two returned to the Hatake household. Kakashi tidied up a room for Hikari, then called his ninja dogs and tossed the bones to them. Once everything was settled, Kakashi finally had time to handle his own matters. The insights on training the 5 nature transformations that Hiruzen Sarutobi had given him earlier. As usual, Kakashi sat on the wooden veranda by the house, with scrolls laid out one after another beside him. He gazed at the scroll on wind release training in his hand. Cutting. As expected from the Sarutobi clan's lineage. In the original story, Asuma Sarutobi's understanding of wind release had also come from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Compared to Asuma Sarutobi, an elite jonin, Hiruzen Sarutobi's understanding of wind release was more thorough, more subtle, and more precise. More than just cutting, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that wind release required sharpness above all. Like a blade, slicing through everything. Looking at the scroll in his hand, filled with the philosophy of wind release chakra, Kakashi finally let out a sigh as the sun began to set. He was ready to start practicing. Stepping into the courtyard, he casually picked a green leaf, closed his eyes, and envisioned sharpness and cutting in his mind. Chakra instantly infused the ordinary green leaf. When he opened his eyes, the scene came into view. The green leaf in his hand had been cut in half by the chakra, but the other half remained intact. Staring at the green leaf in his hand, Kakashi wasn't discouraged. Achieving this level on the first try was already a sign of exceptional talent. With a few more attempts, Kakashi was confident he could cut it completely. Just as Kakashi was about to continue, a voice came from behind him. "Kakashi, it's time for dinner." The black-haired girl had appeared on the veranda at some point, speaking calmly to the young men in front of her. "Coming." Kakashi responded. He was no longer alone in the house. However, just as Kakashi was about to prepare dinner for Hikari, there was a knock at the Hatake household's door. Kakashi paused on his way to the kitchen and headed toward the door instead. Chapter 26, The First Meeting of Light and Red. As the wooden door creaked open, the person who had knocked came into Kakashi's view. "Kakashi, have you eaten yet?" The girl named Kurenai Yuhi looked at Kakashi, who had opened the door, with a sweet smile, carrying large bags in her hands. "Not yet." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kurenai Yuhi stepped past Kakashi and entered the courtyard, her voice clear and crisp, like that of a young girl. "I knew you hadn't eaten. Look what I brought you. Your favorite sori, fish." Her voice came to an abrupt halt, as if a fish swimming in the water had suddenly flopped onto the shore, gasping for air. Two gazes met in midair. Kurenai stared at the beautiful girl on the wooden corridor, who was munching on dried fruit. Kurenai Yuhi's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. "This is Uchiha Hikari. Due to special circumstances, she needs to stay with me for a while." Kakashi introduced Hikari to Kurenai. "Oh, I see. Hello, my name is Kurenai Yuhi." Her warm, vermilion eyes fixed on Hikari, who seemed oblivious and continued munching on dried fruit, but the tone in her words, as if facing an opponent, indicated that Kurenai was not as calm as she appeared. "Hello, my name is Uchiha Hikari." Hikari tilted her head and looked at Kurenai Yuhi. "I've never seen you in the Uchiha clan." After only a brief moment of being stunned, Kurenai recovered, chuckling softly as she carried her things into the Hatake house, speaking to Hikari. "Hikari is a member of the Uchiha clan who was away and is staying with me due to special circumstances." Kakashi spoke again, this time emphasizing the special circumstances. Kurenai pouted when she heard this. She had understood Kakashi's meaning. "Don't ask too many questions." Kurenai Yuhi's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. Damn it. Kakashi had only left the Hidden Leaf Village for a few days and brought back a little girl. Kurenai was so angry her teeth ached, wanting to bite that bastard to death who pretended not to see her feelings. Kakashi looked at Kurenai, who was greeting Hikari with a kind smile, and couldn't help but show a pair of dead fish eyes. "Did you bring anything to eat, Kurenai?" Compared to the insincere Kurenai, Hikari seemed somewhat out of it, instead following closely behind her with a look of eager interest. She wanted to see what food the other person had brought. "It's sori." Kurenai pouted as she introduced what she had brought to Hikari. Then she plunged into the kitchen. Hikari seemed not to notice Kurenai's attitude toward her, only thinking that this person who brought delicious food must be very kind. Watching the two enter the kitchen one after another, Kakashi paid it no mind. He continued to pick up a leaf, experimenting with wind-style chakra. Kurenai's arrival also saved him the trouble of cooking. In the brief moment he was lost in thought, the leaf in his hand was cut again. Kakashi stared at the leaf in his hand, which was no different from the previous one, and picked another green leaf. Now he had a full 4 units of chakra, so he wasn't lacking chakra at all. It was just a leaf, he could cut as many as he wanted. And while Kakashi was cutting leaves, in the bright kitchen, Kurenai was chatting with Hikari in a desultory manner. Perhaps Kakashi's earlier reminder had worked, as Kurenai didn't ask Hikari why she was a member of the Uchiha clan but wasn't with the Uchiha clan. "When did you meet Kakashi, Hikari?" Processing the fish in her hands, Kurenai looked at Hikari, who was seriously watching how she prepared the sori. 2 days ago. Hikari's answer made Kurenai grit her teeth slightly. "You good for nothing, Kakashi, you only met her 2 days ago and brought her home. You philanderer. Even though you only met 2 days ago, why were you willing to come home with Kakashi, Hikari?" Kurenai placed the prepared sori on the cutting board and picked up a knife. "He was the first ray of light I saw in the darkness." Hikari spoke truthfully. It was indeed so. After 500 years of darkness, the first ray of light she saw was Kakashi. In every sense, this was true, Hikari was not lying. Bang. The kitchen knife in her hand chopped down hard on the cutting board, onto the fish head with its upturned eyes. With one cut, the body was separated from the head. So that's how it is. Kurenai said, a hint of sourness in her voice. A sense of urgency arose in her heart. She and Kakashi, due to the relationship between Tsukumo Hatake and Shinkayuhi, could barely be considered childhood sweethearts. Now, her childhood sweetheart had brought back a girl from who knows where. And she was even living in his house. This was simply outrageous. Damn it. Were all those stories true? Childhood sweethearts lose to a sudden arrival. Kurenai Yuhi's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. Bang, bang, bang. The anxious girl's kitchen knife fell rapidly, and the sori, which had died with its eyes open, was instantly chopped into pieces. Miss Kurenai. Do you need my help? Staring at the dismembered fish, Hikari looked at Kurenai with confusion. What was she trying to do? Was Miss Kurenai not skilled with a knife? If it was just cutting the fish into several pieces with a knife, Hikari would confidently let Kurenai hand that task over to her. Okay. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of her who was full of questions, Kurenai silently stared at the sori in her hand that had died with its eyes open. Kurenai Yuhi's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. So, even if I don't need to be present, as long as emotional fluctuations occur because of me, the buff can be triggered. Outside the house, Kakashi, whose feet were covered in half-cut leaves, thoughtfully looked at the kitchen, which was emanating light. Through the clear glass window, the figures of Hikari and Kurenai could be seen. However, if those two stayed together. Kakashi stroked his chin. Kakashi thought of this and smiled helplessly. Perhaps Hikari's appearance had caused Kurenai to misunderstand something. Kakashi had no intention of explaining Hikari to Kurenai. Hikari's background was too bizarre and was part of a mission, so it was best not to reveal it to others without Hiruzen Sarutobi's confirmation. The leaf in his hand was cut open once more. After dozens of attempts, this leaf had been cut open more than halfway. He believed that if he continued, he would be able to cut the entire leaf in half completely by tomorrow. After cutting the leaf, the next step was to cut the waterfall. However, Kakashi considered that he didn't have Naruto's abnormal chakra reserves, so he didn't plan to follow the original method of practicing wind-style chakra. Instead, he chose another method recommended by Hiruzen Sarutobi in a scroll. Severing the river. By releasing wind-style ninjutsu attacks on a flowing river, one could temporarily cut the river. This method was much simpler than directly using chakra to cut a waterfall. Why Naruto didn't choose this method in the original story, Kakashi probably thought that teaching Naruto a wind-style ninjutsu was much harder than using chakra to cut a waterfall. Chapter 27, Night. A girl from the clan. At the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters, Uchiha Fugaku was handling the day's administrative duties when he heard Uchiha Inaho's report. His expression turned somewhat dazed. Yes, Captain. Today, I saw a girl from our clan walking very closely with Kakashi Hatake. This must be your arrangement, right? As expected of you, Captain, arranging for a child of similar age from the clan to get close to Kakashi. This way, we can draw that genius from the Hokage's lineage over to our side. In the future, when we take the Hokage position, Kakashi will surely speak up in our support. Uchiha Inaho rambled on without pause, but Uchiha Fugaku didn't hear a single word. He hadn't arranged any such thing. Even if he had wanted to, the clan didn't have anyone of the right age who could interact with Kakashi as an equal. The only one qualified and capable enough to speak with Kakashi on equal terms was Uchiha Shisui, but Shisui wasn't a girl, and lately, he'd been out on missions beyond the village. Uchiha Fugaku's mind instinctively jumped to his earlier request to Kakashi, asking him to contact Hiruzen Sarutobi about opening the library to search for information on Uchiha Mume. At that thought, Uchiha Fugaku's heart skipped a beat, and his hand gripping the brush trembled slightly. The document he'd just approved was instantly marred by a large ink blot from the tip. Clan head. Uchiha Inaho halted his endless chatter and looked at Uchiha Fugaku with some confusion. It's nothing. Uchiha Fugaku replied hoarsely. He hoped he was just overthinking it. Oh, Captain, I'll take my leave then. The guys downstairs are waiting for me. In response to Uchiha Inaho's words, Uchiha Fugaku simply waved his hand, indicating for him to go ahead. After Uchiha Inaho departed, Uchiha Fugaku gazed out at the deep night beyond the window. If that really was Uchiha Mume, how should the Uchiha clan position itself? No, it couldn't be. 500 years had passed, Uchiha Mume might have died long ago. Maybe Inaho had just glimpsed a passing girl who resembled an Uchiha in demeanor. Uchiha Fugaku tried to reassure himself, but his racing heart wouldn't settle. The suspicion in his mind only grew more unsettling with each passing moment. The night grew deeper, and the veil of darkness seemed intent on engulfing Uchiha Fugaku. Right now. Uchiha Fugaku wanted nothing more than to rush out and find Kakashi to confirm his suspicions. As he abruptly stood, the items on his desk scattered across the floor from the sudden movement. Uchiha Fugaku bent down to pick them up, only to lock eyes with a pair of cold gaze staring in from outside the window. "Who's there?" In his anxiety, Uchiha Fugaku nearly shouted the words sharply. At the sound, the door to the captain's office was flung open violently, and 7 or 8 Uchiha clansmen rushed in all at once. "Captain! Captain, is there an enemy? What happened?" In an instant, the entire office erupted into chaos. "Uchiha clan head, the Hokage requests your presence." With the arrival of his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku's urgency eased slightly, allowing him to finally make out who was outside the window. "An umbu. Who let you in? All of you, stand down." Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt much calmer and immediately reprimanded his subordinates. Realizing it was a false alarm, the police force members could only slink out dejectedly. How unlucky. They'd hoped to make a good impression on the captain, but instead, they got scolded. Uchiha Fugaku's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Kakashi, who had just seen off Yuhi, looked calm at the prompt in his mind. So, they've learned of Hikari's existence, have they? Not too surprising. What's wrong? Hikari looked at Kakashi standing in the doorway and stepped forward with some confusion. Nothing. I'm going to make your bed. Kakashi shook his head. What if they knew about Hikari's existence? Given Uchiha Fugaku's personality, he would only accept it. "Pakin, for the next few days, you and Bruce will sleep around the courtyard." Kakashi called out to Pakin, who was gnawing on a bone in the hallway. Bruce was the largest dog Kakashi owned. Under normal circumstances, even a Chunin wouldn't stand a chance against Bruce. Woof. Pakin naturally had no objections to Kakashi's arrangement. Has something happened? Hikari was a bit puzzled. Ninja dogs had been human companions 1,000 years ago. After the ninja profession emerged, many protective pets were domesticated into ninja beasts, with dogs being the first species to make the transition. So Uchiha Hikari was well aware of ninja dogs' capabilities. Beyond tracking, their primary roles were vigilance and detection. To provide early warnings before danger arrived. Nothing. Just in case. Kakashi shook his head. Hikari no longer wanted to get involved with the Uchiha clan's affairs, so it was best to minimize contact between her and the Uchiha. This was good for Hikari and good for the Uchiha. If the two sides came into contact and Hikari couldn't control her killing intent toward the Uchiha, it would turn into a massive problem. How strange. Hikari scratched her head, glancing at Kakashi, but didn't dwell on it. She simply followed behind him with steps that felt a little lighter. Hikari's demands were very low, unimaginably so. Having food to eat, a place to sleep, and someone who needed her was enough. She had always seen herself as a weapon, and a weapon needed to be wielded. Kakashi had no intention of correcting that view. Was he supposed to teach Hikari about human rights and freedom in this baffling world? And besides, Kakashi truly needed Hikari's power. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku had already arrived at the Hokage building. In the dark night, the Hokage building was one of the few structures in Konoha still illuminated. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just finished dealing with the matters at hand and had only now found time to summon Uchiha Fugaku. This was to address the existence of Uchiha Hikari. Hokage-sama. The door to the Hokage's office was slightly ajar. Uchiha Fugaku knocked briefly, and after receiving Hiruzen Sarutobi's response, he stepped into the office that the entire Uchiha clan had coveted day and night. Fugaku. It's late to call you here, it must be tiring for you. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded the men before him, speaking with a relaxed, familiar smile. Hokage-sama is still working at this hour, you're the one who works the hardest. Uchiha Fugaku replied respectfully. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged a few casual words with him before steering the conversation to the main topic. Fugaku, do you still remember the Uchiha's strongest weapon that you asked Kakashi to inquire about earlier? It's here. Uchiha Fugaku's heart tightened, and his fists clenched instinctively, causing Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes to narrow slightly. Don't be nervous. Although there were some unexpected developments, the outcome is still positive. Chapter 28, The Super Demon. As expected, it's Uchiha Mume. Uchiha Fugaku's heart was filled with trepidation as he left the Hokage building. He walked along the path, shrouded in the night, step by step, making his way back to the Uchiha clan compound. The Nine-Tails attack hadn't been enough to drive the Uchiha from the village center, now they'd even unsealed Uchiha Mume, nameless Uchiha, who harbored deep hostility toward the Uchiha clan. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi's explanation was that Kakashi had accidentally removed the 5-element seal in self-defense. Even if Uchiha Mume was under Kakashi's supervision, Even if Uchiha Mume had the five-element seal reapplied to her. No matter how harmless Uchiha Mume seemed. But, facing such a being, shouldn't they strike while she was weakened and finish her off? Indeed, it was a direct inheritance from Tobirama Senju. Uchiha Fugaku's heart surged with anger, yet he dared not voice it. No matter what, the clan must not start a conflict with the village. Uchiha Fugaku walked through the dark night, the darkness enveloping him, his tightly clenched fists never loosening. He could only pray now, pray that Uchiha Mume was truly as harmless as Hiruzen Sarutobi claimed. Pray that Kakashi, who was supervising Uchiha Mume, could keep a close watch on her. Night covered the land, eventually giving way to dawn. Kakashi, an early riser, seized every moment to cultivate the path he had set for himself. Even after completing his wind release chakra training, there were still fire release, water release, and others awaiting him. So Kakashi's time was very tight. Early in the morning, Kakashi arrived in the courtyard and plucked a dew-laden leaf from a green plant. With a surge of chakra, more than half of the leaf was cut. He continued. Minutes passed, and the green plant in front of Kakashi was stripped bare, his feet covered with fallen leaves, all cut in half. As the first ray of morning light crossed the wall and fell into Kakashi's eyes, he looked at the last leaf in his hand, scratching his head, a little tired. Should he make a clone to help him complete this wind release training? Kakashi. A girl in pajamas yawned, barefoot, standing on the veranda, looking at Kakashi, who had been up early pulling leaves. Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast. Kakashi dropped the last leaf, feeling a bit helpless. No matter how strong this body's talent was, completing wind release training in 2 days would be difficult. How about I do it? Seeing Kakashi's somewhat regretful expression, she tilted her head. It was the first time Kakashi saw a smile on her face. Someone offered to cook, saving him time, so Kakashi naturally nodded in agreement. Then wait a moment. The girl walked back into the house with slightly lighter steps, which made Kakashi take another look. He could ask her about fire release training later, but for the current wind release, she probably couldn't help much. So, everything still depended on himself. With this thought, Kakashi's gaze shifted to another green plant. Sharp, cut, sharp, cut. Just as Kakashi steeled himself, ready to try again, Pakken, who had been sleeping nearby, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. An unfamiliar scent. Pakken sniffed the air, then looked at Kakashi. Thump, thump, thump. And just as Pakken's words fell, the Hatake household's gate was knocked upon. Kakashi glanced at Pakken and walked straight to the gate. As Kakashi opened the gate, a strange yet familiar figure appeared before him. Good morning, Kakashi-senpai. The newcomer had short, slightly curly black hair, a simple face, dressed in black, with a small katana on his back. 12-year-old Uchiha Shursui looked at the senior, praised as a genius in the village, with kindness and reserve. Shursui. What brings you here so early? Kakashi frowned slightly, looking at the young man before him. Uchiha Shursui, known as Shursui of the Body Flicker, was a genius Uchiha who had shone brightly in the recent skirmishes between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. His eyelids were slightly lowered, concealing the expression within. Moreover, the Uchiha Shursui before him could be said to be the strongest Uchiha in the Uchiha clan at the moment. In the original work's recollection by Ao, Uchiha Shursui at this stage already possessed Koto Amatsukami, rumored to be the strongest Jinjutsu. I apologize for visiting Kakashi-senpai so early, but I just returned to the village. On my way to submit a mission, I passed by your residence and thought I'd come to see you. Uchiha Shursui spoke with a hint of embarrassment on his face. This was a lie. When he returned to the clan late last night, he was urgently called by Uchiha Fugaku, who had not slept all night, and instructed to check on the Hatake household's former strongest weapon of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? Kakashi looked at the Uchiha Shursui before him. To be honest, Uchiha Shursui was truly bad at lying. Just under Kakashi's gaze, his eyes began to wander. Yes, that's right. This is a gift I brought for Kakashi-senpai. It's my first time visiting. Uchiha Shursui couldn't withstand Kakashi's gaze and quickly changed the subject, pulling out a basket of obviously freshly bought grapes from behind him. Come in. Seeing that the senior allowed him inside, Uchiha Shursui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But then he immediately became nervous again. After all, Kakashi-senpai's house contained a super demon, described by the clan head as unparalleled and a scourge to the Uchiha. His terrifying degree even surpassed that of the legendary Uchiha Madara. This made Uchiha Shursui instinctively purse his lips. However, as Uchiha Shursui, led by Kakashi, passed the kitchen and entered the living room, a fleeting glance made him momentarily stunned. Who was that girl in pink pajamas, wearing bare slippers, busy cooking porridge in the kitchen, and seemingly around his age? Kakashi-senpai had always been alone, rarely did anyone stay overnight at his house, let alone appear to be living there. The answer was already very clear. That was the super demon mentioned by the clan head. It was simply, "Oh, that's her." Seeing Shisui staring blankly at the girl in the kitchen, Kakashi took the initiative to speak. Her existence had already been discovered by the Uchiha clan yesterday. In this village where the Uchiha acted as city guards, it was impossible to hide it from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi also directly introduced her name to Uchiha Shisui. Is that so?" Uchiha Shisui stammered. Because she was only 12 years old when sealed, she was, accurately speaking, the same age as the current Shisui, and 2 years younger than Kakashi. It was precisely because of this that Uchiha Shisui found it hard to believe that this was the demon described by the clan head. "Stay for a meal later. It will also allow you to report back to clan head Fugaku." Kakashi spoke unhurriedly. "Oh, okay, huh?" Shisui instinctively agreed but then immediately realized something was amiss. Chapter 29, Konoha's number 1 man. So, Kakashi-senpai already guessed. Uchiha Shisui felt a bit dejected about this. If it were about fighting or missions, he would definitely handle them perfectly. But when it came to gathering intelligence on a senior in the village, Shisui wanted to say he was just a kid and to cut him some slack. In the time it took to eat one meal, Shisui came back to report that the super invincible great demon lord, Uchiha Fugaku had mentioned was actually a beautiful girl who proactively made breakfast. What's up with that guy? Sitting on the veranda with a bowl and chopsticks in hand, watching Shisui's retreating figure shrouded in an aura of disappointment, Hikari felt a little puzzled. Maybe he's a bit let down. Kakashi smiled knowingly at that. Uchiha Fugaku's concerns weren't entirely unfounded. But sending Uchiha Shisui to gather intel on Hikari was really a poor choice. Shisui had a pure nature, and, Kakashi fell silent for a moment as the thought crossed his mind. Someone who had awakened Koto Emitsukami, a technique that could alter others' thoughts, was he really pure-hearted? He subconsciously glanced at Hikari beside him. And this one was the same. "I feel like you're thinking something rude." Meeting Kakashi's sneaky gaze, Hikari quickly finished the porridge in her bowl, then shot back at him. After spending a few days together, her personality had softened a bit, and she didn't mind trading barbs with Kakashi now and then. "No, you're overthinking it." Kakashi shook his head firmly, denying it. In response to his denial, Hikari just snorted lightly and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. After breakfast, Kakashi dove right back into his training without wasting any time. Days went by, and with his current 4-nature chakra support, taking advantage of the convenience of Shadow Clone Jutsu, Kakashi mastered the nature transformation for wind release in just 10 days. That was an incredibly fast pace, especially since he'd only created 5 clones for the wind release training. Another month passed, and Kakashi completed the shape transformation for wind release. Now, he had the nature and shape transformations down for lightning, earth, and wind chakra. Only water release and fire release were left. By the Naka River, Kakashi stared at the water he'd just sliced in half with a single strike, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The development of the 5 natures was mostly done. For fire release, he could ask Hikari, but for water release, he'd have to figure it out on his own using Hiruzen Sarutobi's scrolls. As Kakashi caught his breath, the Naka River returned to its normal flow once the chakra he'd infused dissipated. Kakashi planned to rest for a bit before trying to apply wind release to his white light chakra saber to see what effects it might produce. Just then, Kakashi glanced at a bush not far away and said, "Who's there? Come out." As his words landed, a small figure emerged from the bush. It was a child. I didn't mean to spy on your training, senpai. I was just passing by." The 4-year-old boy, with lines already forming around his nose and mouth, looked at the white-haired youth in front of him with an embarrassed and shy expression. Spying on someone else's training was a pretty big taboo among ninjas. Ninja battles were all about information. And when information leaked, others could exploit it to target you. Even so, at just 4 years old, the boy couldn't help but be amazed. He's really incredible. Even though he's only 2 years older than Shisui and I feel like Kakashi-senpai is way stronger than him. Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi glanced at this boy, who would one day make himself an orphan, and a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. With a casual response, Kakashi vanished in an instant. He had no interest in getting too involved with Uchiha Itachi. If he interacted too much with this guy, who knew what weird ideas might pop into his head? Even if he was only 4. The wind rustled Uchiha Itachi's clothes. He stared at the spot where Kakashi had just been and couldn't help scratching his head. Does this senpai dislike me? Even though Kakashi had only acknowledged him with a grunt, that thought suddenly popped into his mind. This also confirmed Kakashi's hunch. Staying away from Uchiha Itachi was the right call. Leaving the Naka River, Kakashi headed to the remote 3rd training ground. This training ground saw few visitors because of its out-of-the-way location. On regular days, besides Kakashi, only Might Guy, Asuma, and some of their peers came here to train. Yo. Kakashi. A passionate, youthful voice rang out, and a green whirlwind charged straight at Kakashi. Might Guy's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. I haven't seen much of Kakashi lately. Were you out on a mission? The green-clad youth struck up a familiar conversation with Kakashi, but, looking at Might Guy standing upside down in front of him, Kakashi's mouth twitched. Might Guy, don't point that thing at me. Kakashi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Ah, hee, this is the bond of true men. With a graceful flip in the air, Guy landed steadily, holding his hands level. Since when was that the bond of true men? You little acorn, apologize to all the true men out there. Even though Kakashi was used to Might Guy tying everything back to youth, he still couldn't resist the urge to retort. Kakashi, you're here today, that's rare. Let's have a man's duel. Might Guy immediately flashed Kakashi a thumbs up. A duel. Kakashi's eyes shifted. Looking at the guy in front of him, he felt a bit tempted. He'd just mastered wind release chakra, and he didn't have anyone to spar with. If it was Might Guy. Alright. Kakashi's answer made Might Guy's grin stretch from ear to ear. Starting from the Konoha main gate, the finish line is Hokage Rock. Let's see who gets there first. Kakashi pointed toward the Konoha main gate. A race. No problem. Kakashi, Konoha's mighty blue beast won't lose. For Might Guy, no matter what the challenge, as long as his rival was Kakashi, it would spark his youthful, fiery fighting spirit. Alright, don't cry if you lose. Kakashi was pretty interested in this too. Even though he'd used up some chakra earlier, just running from the Konoha main gate to Hokage Rock. It'd be fine. You too, Kakashi. As Konoha's #1 trueman, I, Lord Might Guy, will never cry. In that case, let's kick off this grand youth competition. Rejoice, get pumped. Mighty Blue Beast. Staring at the excitedly weeping Might Guy in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help but wear a deadpan expression. Who just said he wouldn't cry? Well, whatever. Chapter 30, A Duel of Youthful Passion. Konoha main gate. A biting cold wind whipped through the air. Kakashi and Might Guy stood side by side at the Konoha main gate, the sunlight stretching their shadows long and dark across the ground as they stared intently at the Hokage Rock in the distance. Ah, these two are at it again. Izumo Kamizuki, who had landed a stable job as a Konoha gate guard ninja at a young age, glanced at the pair by the entrance and shook his head with a helpless smile. It was clear that the duels between Kakashi and Might Guy had become a well-known story among the ninjas of Konoha. Don't say that. I bet 500 Ryo on Kakashi this time. Kotetsu Higane, who like Izumo had also become a gate guard ninja early in his career, chimed in with a playful grin. In that case, I'll bet on Might Guy. Overhearing the banter from his two colleagues nearby, Might Guy flashed Kakashi a thumbs up and declared, "See, Kakashi. Someone's rooting for me. That's enough, you two over there. Do you even know about the 3 ninja taboos?" Kakashi pursed his lips and shouted at Izumo and Kotetsu. Don't be such a spoilsport, Kakashi. Might Guy grinned and scooped up a pebble from the ground, tossing it lightly in his hand. Kakashi had only mentioned it in passing, he certainly didn't take the so-called 3 ninja taboos to heart. Right now, the most important thing was his duel with Might Guy. Get ready, Kakashi. Embrace my passionate youth. With those words, Might Guy flicked the pebble high into the air. Snap. The instant the pebble hit the ground, Kakashi and Might Guy shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. Oh yeah. My eternal rival. Even after being out of the hospital for less than 2 months, he still got that kind of speed. As expected from a genius. As the top talents of their generation, Kakashi and Might Guy's abilities needed no further introduction. The moment they started, wind swirled around Kakashi's body. The wind, which should have been an obstacle, had become his greatest ally. Right from the outset of the race, Kakashi pulled ahead of Might Guy. Normally, Might Guy would have taken the lead in a foot race, thanks to the physical edge he gained from training in the 8 gates. But as Kakashi mastered the nature and form transformations of wind release, the gap in their speeds was closing fast, visibly so. Seeing this, Might Guy felt no envy or jealousy, only pure joy and excitement toward Kakashi. That's right, even without his Sharingan, Kakashi was still Kakashi. My eternal rival. Let me show you the true power of Might Guy. With a swift kick from both feet, Might Guy sent 2 dark objects flying from his leg guards into the nearby forest. Those are. Kakashi caught sight of Might Guy's movements, and his eyelid twitched. The moment the 2 dark objects hit the forest floor, a massive boom echoed out, kicking up clouds of dust and toppling several large trees. And in that instant, Might Guy's speed exploded. Just as I expected. Might Guy's talent in taijutsu surpasses even Lee's. What Lee can do is mere child's play for Might Guy. After shedding his weights, the distance between Kakashi and Might Guy shrank rapidly. Yo-ho, Kakashi. Witness my dynamic entry. Might Guy laughed as he closed in, now just one body length behind Kakashi. Kakashi glanced ahead. It was a downhill slope. In that case. Facing Might Guy, Kakashi didn't mind adding a little fun to the game. The two reached the downhill path almost simultaneously, leaping into the air as their figures soared. And in that moment, Might Guy was fully immersed in this incredibly passionate, youthful duel with Kakashi. However, bang. A frying pan smacked Might Guy square on the forehead. Kakashi, when did you prepare that thing? Might Guy was quick on his feet. After getting hit, he snatched the frying pan right out of the air. I picked it up from some ruins on the way here. After the frying pan, Kakashi brandished a ladle and a wooden mallet. The Nine Tails incident had destroyed plenty of buildings in the village, leaving abandoned ruins nearby, and Kakashi wasn't about to pass up on those items. As expected from Kakashi, always thinking ahead. Even as Might Guy spoke, the objects in Kakashi's hands flew toward him without hesitation. Might Guy dodged, catching the hidden weapons, and flinging them right back at Kakashi. For a moment, pots, bowls, ladles, and all sorts of household junk crisscrossed between the two. Ah, those two are at it again. On a Konoha street, the purple-haired girl with the ponytail, who was out shopping with Yui, spotted Kakashi and Might Guy racing toward them from afar and let out an exasperated sigh. Anko, don't say that. They bring some real energy to the village. I just didn't expect Kakashi to be so lively when he's with Might Guy. Yui, who had her arm linked with Anko's, glanced at the rapidly approaching duo and couldn't help but grumble. What's the big deal? This is the bond between comrades. Yui, let's do it too. A duel. Anko brushed off Yui's words and instead challenged her enthusiastically. Absolutely not. Yui stared at the girl in front of her and refused flatly, her expression deadpan. At that moment, Might Guy and Kakashi leaped right over the two girls, bounding across the surrounding buildings as they sped toward their destination. Ahead is your house, Kakashi. Might Guy's eyes widened as he spotted the familiar building up ahead, shouting at the top of his lungs. Yeah, I know. Kakashi replied, all while keeping up his high-speed dash. Would Might Guy really see him like this? Kakashi muttered to himself. Hatake household. The black-haired girl, who had been squatting on the ground feeding a dog, seemed to sense something. She stood up and looked off into the distance. That's Kakashi. Two figures, one in white, one in green, swept past the Hatake household in a gust of wind, charging ahead without a backward glance. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, I reached your house first. Might Guy crowed triumphantly about getting to the Hatake household ahead. Then keep it up, I haven't even used my full power yet. In the face of Might Guy's taunt, Kakashi's speed surged again, his body now crackling with streaks of lightning. You sly fox, you were still holding back. Watch this, gate of life, open. With Might Guy's roar, he unleashed the third gate of the 8 gates. The gap between them evened out once more. The black-haired girl watched the rapidly receding figures, who didn't so much as glance back, and couldn't help muttering to herself. Does Kakashi really have a side like this? And at that moment, the two had already reached the Hokage building. With a powerful leap, Kakashi and Might Guy landed simultaneously on the cliff of the Hokage rock. Chapter 31, The Coming Peace. The wind howling across the snowfield bit into his exposed skin with a bone-chilling cold, and countless snowflakes couldn't obscure the darkness in his eyes. The sharp blade in his hand cut down one enemy after another. Hot, steaming blood spilled onto the vast white expanse, only to be buried instantly beneath the falling snow. A white-haired youth, carrying a sleeping child on his back, raced across the endless snowfield. Behind him thundered a massive pursuing army. As far as the eye could see, there were soldiers armed with crossbows, bows and arrows, and rifles. Beyond them, high in the wind-whipped, snowy sky, an airship shadowed him closely. It was precisely because of that airship that Kakashi had never managed to shake the army's pursuit in the land of snow. Kakashi even suspected the airship was equipped with something like radar or infrared. He was too exhausted to gripe about this world's lopsided technology tree, he'd been through situations like this too many times already. He was being hunted by the land of snow's rebel forces, which, in addition to the country's regular troops, included roughly 1,000 ninja. Even though those 1,000 ninja would be wiped out in an instant by Konoha, a distant ally couldn't solve his immediate crisis. Kakashi could only focus on rescuing Princess Koyuki Kazahana of the Land of Snow, exactly as the mission required. In the original story, how had Kakashi pulled off saving Koyuki Kazahana in a situation like this? Even while evading an entire army, Kakashi still had the spare energy to grumble to himself. Carrying the sleeping Koyuki Kazahana, Kakashi wove through a hail of arrows and bullets. His body crackled with electricity and churned with swirling winds. The two chakra natures, which should have clashed, fused perfectly in Kakashi's hands. With both chakras active at once, his speed surged. In a single heartbeat, he left the land of snow's troops far behind. Ahead lay the border between the land of snow and the land of demons. If he could just cross it, Kakashi would be in the clear. Large-scale forces couldn't cross the border without facing scrutiny from the 5 great nations. Dodo Kazahana wouldn't dare offend the 5 great powers of this world over a single Koyuki Kazahana. With that thought, Kakashi yanked off his hood and scooped up Koyuki Kazahana, who was strapped tightly to his back. Lightning surged beneath his feet, and each step exploded the snow underfoot into a spray of white. He's too fast, we can't keep up. As expected from the famed Kakashi. The blue-haired, ponytailed man in pursuit gritted his teeth, desperate to close the gap. Wolfang Avalanche, the leader of this pursuit unit. But in that moment, all he could do was watch helplessly as the youth, no older than 16 or 17, pulled farther and farther away. Kakashi glanced back at the troops he'd left in the dust, then, without a second thought, bolted toward the horizon. 3 years had passed since Kakashi arrived in this world. He had mastered the shape and nature transformations of all 5 elemental chakras: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. He had also successfully fused wind, lightning, and fire chakra into the White Fang sword style. If Kakashi wanted, he could have carved through the pursuing forces behind him, in and out 7 times over. But there was no need. His mission was to rescue Koyuki Kazahana, not to crush the rebellion. He would do exactly what he was paid for. In that respect, Kakashi was strikingly similar to the money-obsessed Kakuzu. There was another reason, too. Kakashi didn't like killing. It wasn't out of pity, kindness, or a soft heart. He simply didn't like it. But if it became necessary, Kakashi wouldn't hesitate to bare his fangs at his enemies. The border between the land of snow and the land of demons loomed ahead, a bottomless canyon barring the path. Yet Kakashi's speed never wavered. He leaped, and a powerful wind enveloped his body. An invisible gust lifted him and the sleeping Koyuki Kazahana in his arms, carrying them gliding forward. The delayed pursuers could only stare in frustration as their target, like a duck already cooked, flew away right under their noses. Kakashi landed smoothly, cast one last glance at the troops on the far side of the canyon, then vanished into the snowfield without looking back. Princess Koyuki. As Kakashi reached the prearranged rendezvous, a black-haired middle-aged man gazed at Koyuki Kazahana in Kakashi's arms, tears streaming down his face. She's asleep. That wasn't entirely accurate. Kakashi had found Koyuki Kazahana's loud demands to see her father too annoying, so he'd knocked her out with a chop to the neck. Thank you, thank you. As expected from Konoha's renowned Kakashi. Taking Koyuki Kazahana into his arms, the man named Sandayu thanked Kakashi profusely, his eyes brimming with tears. All right, mission complete. I'll be heading out. Kakashi waved a hand, already turning to leave. This mission had taken half a month. If not for the 20 million he still owed the Uchiha clan, Kakashi wouldn't have accepted such a lengthy assignment. Though Uchiha Fugaku had said there was no need to repay it, Kakashi hated owing anyone anything. If possible, it was better to settle the debt. Yet in 3 years, even with Kakashi taking missions constantly, he'd only managed to save half the amount. High-level missions were scarce, most were routine B-rank escort jobs. This trip to the land of snow had been a rare S-rank. To keep the full reward from being split among teammates, Kakashi had come alone. Thank you so much. The final payment has already been transferred to Konoha's account. Kakashi nodded at Sandayu and left without the slightest hesitation. 3 years. The Konoha main gate hadn't changed a bit. After handing his pass to Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, who were stationed there, Kakashi headed straight for the mission desk to close out the Land of Snow assignment. Kakashi, you were gone a while this time. Izumo Kamizuki greeted him warmly. Yeah, it did drag on. Kakashi smiled, ready to move on. Peace is coming. At that moment, Kotetsu Hagane suddenly said something odd, making Kakashi arch an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? You've been away, Kakashi, so you probably haven't heard. The Kumogakure peace delegation has already arrived in the village. It won't be long before the war ends for good. This is a huge event, it's shaken Konoha and the entire ninja world. Kotetsu Hagane grinned at Kakashi. As a gate guard, the Kumogakure delegation had passed right by him, so he was naturally in the know. The Kumogakure peace delegation, huh? Kakashi murmured, then bid Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki farewell before heading toward the Konoha mission desk. Chapter 32, Storm is coming. The arrival of the Kumogakure peace delegation marked the official end of the Third Ninja World War. At least, that was how it appeared on the surface. Though scattered skirmishes between Konoha and Kumogakure had persisted for 3 years after Minato Namikaze's death, they were mere footnotes for two titanic powers. Only now was the war truly declared over. Kakashi strolled through Konoha's bustling streets, observing villagers whose faces glowed with relief at the prospect of peace. They weren't just celebrating the war's end, they were reveling in Konoha's triumph once more. As the only village to emerge victorious in all three ninja world wars over the decades, the people of the Hidden Leaf carried an unshakable pride in their home. At the mission assignment office, Kakashi completed the routine paperwork and nodded in quiet satisfaction as an extra 1.5 million Ryo appeared in his account. A rare solo S-rank mission, with the full reward all his own. He planned to pick up a few things on the way back for the recluse waiting at home. Over the past 3 years, beyond feeding the dogs each day, his greatest joy had become reading, devouring every kind of book he could find. Of course, how could a great-grandmother from 5 centuries ago stomach dense, serious literature? Hikari preferred manga, light novels, and collections of folk tales. She also loved movies and the like. He grabbed the latest volume from the bookstore owner and glanced at the cover. Jehovah, Odin, and Hera's love triangle. Would Hikari rot her brain reading this garbage all day? Kakashi grumbled under his breath, then tossed it into his bag. He picked up a few more new releases and turned to leave. "Boss, I want to buy this one." A familiar voice stopped him cold. He glanced over with his dark eye and spotted a small figure clutching a manga, standing on tiptoes, straining to reach the counter. 100 Ryo. The owner, usually all smiles for customers, was icy now. "Ah, could it be 50? I don't have that much left." The blonde boy's voice was small, almost apologetic. The owner stared at him without a flicker of warmth. Kakashi stepped forward, set his own stack on the counter, and pointed to the boy's book. "How much for everything?" At the sound of his voice, the little blonde finally noticed him. Kakashi and I. As Minato's student, Kakashi had checked in on Naruto regularly over the past 3 years. He couldn't shift the villagers' hatred, but with Kakashi in his corner, Naruto's life had improved, marginally. Inevitably, Kakashi caught flack for it. Some villagers despised him by proxy. They couldn't fathom why the village's prodigy wasted his time on the demon fox brat. After all, that thing had killed his sensei. Kakashi didn't care. "Been listening to the old man lately?" He ruffled Naruto's hair as he paid. "I've been super good." Naruto nodded vigorously. "Sure you have." Kakashi knew the kid too well. The pranks were cries for attention, but at his core, Naruto was a whirlwind of energy. "Come on. I'll get you something to eat." After settling the bill, Kakashi patted Naruto's head again and led him to a snack stand. He bought enough for Hikari, too. By the time they started walking, Kakashi's arms were full of bags. But as they passed a small diner, he paused. At a window table inside sat 4 shinobi, bearing 4 head protectors emblazoned with Kimogakuru's symbol. The peace delegation. Kakashi and I. Naruto tilted his head, confused. "Let's go." Kakashi averted his gaze and kept walking. Only after they'd passed did one of the Cloud Nin glance up at the silver-haired figures retreating back. Konoha's famous Kakashi. Didn't expect him to be close with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The third Hokage must value him highly. Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails vessel was no secret. With half the village treating him like a monster, even a fool could connect the dots. Let alone the elite handpicked by the Raikage for this peace mission. "Boss, should we?" The shinobi across from him let a cold gleam slip into his eyes, meaning clear. "No unnecessary moves." The leader frowned, shutting it down. "The Uchiha patrol cycles every 30 minutes. Our goal here is already secured. Tomorrow night. During the Hyuga clan banquet." In hushed tones, they mapped their plan. Kimogakuru's peace delegation was a sham. Their true target, the Byakugan of the Hyuga main family. They aimed to repeat Kirigakuru's success. To steal the Byakugan. If possible, kidnap a main branch Hyuga and spirit them back to the hidden cloud. Soon, another Byakugan-wielding clan would rise in Kimogakure. Scouting Uchiha patrol intervals, huh? Kakashi's mind churned. If he hadn't known their objective, he'd never have suspected. But with full knowledge, he assumed the worst. In the original timeline, the Uchiha military police, Konoha's strongest clan, not being first on scene the night the Hyuga heiress was taken. That alone screamed conspiracy. The delegation had mapped patrol routes down to the minute. For foreign shinobi to waltz into the village and know its rhythm so intimately, it was absurd. Especially when those foreigners had been enemies mere days ago. "We're here." The little blonde stared at his apartment building, voice tinged with reluctance. Naruto, starved for affection his whole life, clung to every moment with someone who didn't hate him. "Go on home, Naruto. Tomorrow night, I'm taking you to Ichiraku Ramen." Kakashi crouched, smiling as he ruffled the boy's hair. Really? Pinky swear." Naruto's eyes lit up as he thrust out his pinky. Kakashi chuckled, hooked his own pinky with the boy's, and sealed the promise. After waving Naruto off, Kakashi turned toward the distant Hokage tower. A cold glint flashed in his eye. A storm was coming. The Hokage's fire had dimmed with age. Would he remain the village's famous Kakashi, or become something else? Chapter 33, right now. I'm home. Pushing open the door, Kakashi set the assortment of bags, big and small, onto the shoe cabinet and bent to swap his footwear. Welcome back. A bright voice rang out as a figure darted from one of the inner rooms, padding barefoot across the floor. What yummy stuff did you bring me? Did you get the newest volume? Why were you gone so long this time? If you'd stayed out any longer, I'd have starved to death. Next time you head out, it won't take nearly as long, right? She made a straight line for the bags Kakashi had hauled in, a rapid-fire barrage of questions spilling from her lips like rounds from a Gatling gun. I shouldn't be leaving the village for the next few days. Also, even at home, you ought to watch yourself a little. Kakashi let out a faint sigh, glancing back at the whirlwind who'd just blown in. Hair like a midnight cascade, features carved with impossible perfection, skin so fine it looked ready to bruise at the lightest touch, cheeks still carrying a trace of baby fat, and a figure already hinting at the curves to come. From any angle, the girl in front of him could have strolled into the Uchiha compound, famed for its beauties, and claimed a spot near the very top. But, maybe because this was home, her outfit left absolutely nothing to restraint. A black crop top bared her midriff, loose shorts barely covered the essentials, and long, pale legs swung freely in Kakashi's line of sight. Huh. Watch myself at home. She cocked her head at his words, then a sly grin spread across her face, like she'd just remembered the punchline to a private joke. She stretched out one bare, porcelain foot and nudged the back of the young man crouched on the floor, still changing shoes. You. Don't tell me you're getting all worked up over little old me. A single guy and girl under one roof, perfectly natural if a teenager can't quite rein in those raging hormones. I just never figured you'd have the hots for a 500-year-old fossil like yours truly. The black-haired girl leaned down, breath brushing Kakashi's ear, every syllable dripping with playful mockery. 3 years of cohabitation had stripped away any pretense of formality between them. Ever since she'd started devouring every romance novel and manga she could get her hands on, her head had been stuffed with the strangest notions. Cut back on the romance novels. Is dinner ready? Kakashi flicked a glance at the girl draped over his back, then straightened. Ow. She'd leaned in too close. When Kakashi rose, the back of his head clipped her chin. A sharp yelp escaped her. You absolute blockhead. If you want food, cook it yourself. Fridge is stocked. Rubbing the sore spot, she shot him a pouty glare, scooped up the pile of goodies he'd brought, and scurried back to her room. This guy. Kakashi stared at the closed door, then headed straight for the kitchen. He yanked open the refrigerator and found a fully prepped meal sealed under plastic wrap. Talk's a big game, but... The next day. Night. Ichiraku ramen. Big brother Kakashi, I want that one. Inside the cozy glow of the ramen shop, Naruto, barely 4 years old, tugged on Kakashi's finger and pointed at the super deluxe seafood ramen pictured on the wall. You little glutton, no mercy at all. Kakashi ruffled the boy's hair, eyes drifting to the 500 Ryo price tag on the poster. Hehehe, big brother Kakashi hasn't hung out with me in forever, so he's gotta pay the penalty. Naruto flashed a cheeky grin. For Naruto. 80% off. The girl in the white chef's coat laughed lightly from behind the counter. Her words were for Naruto, but those sparkling eyes kept sneaking glances at Kakashi's face. Iam's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Hey, big brother Kakashi. At Naruto's pleading stare, Kakashi smiled and turned to Iam. 3 bowls of the deluxe seafood ramen, please. And 1 to go. Iam nodded briskly. Woohoo. Big brother Kakashi rocks. The second the order left Kakashi's mouth, Naruto whooped in victory. Kakashi-kun really dotes on Naruto, huh? That's rare. Naruto, treat Kakashi-kun like the big brother he is from now on. Tucci, the ramen master behind the counter, beamed at his 2 favorite customers. Heh. When I grow up, I'm gonna take care of big brother Kakashi in his old age. Ramen every single day. Before Kakashi could get a word in, Naruto threw both hands in the air and hollered. Now that's the spirit. Extra drumstick for Naruto and Kakashi-kun. Watching the pair, Kakashi's lips curved into a quiet smile. Uncle Tucci is the coolest. Naruto's cheers rang out as night settled deeper, the shop's warm light spilling golden ribbons into the darkness through the canvas flaps. Meal finished, Naruto clutched Kakashi's hand and prattled non-stop about his latest adventures. Catching fish by the river and finding a rabbit that had knocked itself out cold against a post. Picking mushrooms in the woods and running into someone who'd managed to get lost with the path literally right beside them. After he'd pointed the way, the grateful stranger had pressed 5 free Ichiraku coupons into his hand. Little stories like that. Kakashi listened, a soft warmth in his eyes. Naruto never quite grasped how to budget his allowance, he'd blow it all on random junk, so by mid-month he was usually broke. Whenever that happened, some bizarre stroke of luck always bailed him out. No prizes for guessing the third Hokage's hand in it. Maybe that was part of why Naruto, surrounded by shadows, never let them swallow him whole. The thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi stirred a complicated knot in Kakashi's chest. A complicated man. Especially in his later years. As Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Hiruzen had been exemplary through the early and middle stretches. After Senju Tobarama's death, he'd steadied the village in record time, nurtured the 3 Sannin, led them to victory in the Second Great Ninja War, then steered Konoha through triumph in the third. But, 4 years ago, he'd let Orochimaru, already branded a missing nin, slip through his fingers. The younger Hiruzen would have crushed the threat the instant Orochimaru's crimes came to light, no hesitation. Kakashi counted the handling of the Uchiha on the night of the Ninetales attack among the old man's worst blunders. Suspicion was one thing, shoving an entire clan into a neglected corner of the village was another. The more you distrust someone, the more you pretend to trust them. Open hostility like that was practically begging for rebellion. And then there was the current situation. Chapter 34, Waking Night. The night was unnaturally dark. The Hyuga clan compound, which typically settled into quiet rest early, blazed with light this evening. Every member of the Hyuga had gathered in the clan's grand banquet hall to celebrate the third birthday of their heiress, Hyuga Hinata. Yet the festivities were barely halfway through when the young Hinata, overwhelmed by the crowd and her tender age, was sent by the clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, to bed. At that very moment, a team of intruders slipped silently into the grounds of the family said to possess the strongest sensory perception in the entire shinobi world. If word of this ever spread, people would dismiss it as pure fantasy. With the Byakugan active, there were no blind spots in a full 360-degree field, every rustle of wind or blade of grass within several kilometers, sometimes more than 10, fell under their effortless scrutiny. What fool would dare infiltrate a clan filled with Byakugan wielders? And yet, the impossible had happened. Not only had they breached the compound, they had abducted the guest of honor at tonight's Hyuga celebration. Deep in the night, 4 figures raced through a pitch-black forest, the unconscious Hyuga heiress slung over one shoulder. The sheer ease with which they had snatched the main family's heiress sent thrills of exhilaration coursing through them. But this was no time to celebrate. 30 minutes. That was the Uchiha patrol's rotation interval. 2 days of covert observation had yielded that much. The schedule might shift every few days, but they simply hadn't had the luxury of time to map the full routine of Konoha's military police force, those Uchiha. Logically, 30 minutes at top speed should have been enough to clear the village borders. But this was Konoha, full speed was out of the question. As the foremost ninja village in the world, victor of 3 consecutive great ninja wars, no amount of caution could be deemed excessive here. Even the precedent of kidnapping the Ninetales Jinchuriki from within these walls had been a fluke, one stroke of outrageous luck. Could lightning truly strike twice? A mission with no return ticket. From the moment this Kimogakure squad accepted the assignment, none of them had entertained the notion of leaving Konoha alive. They ghosted past outpost after outpost, evading patrol after patrol. One more street to cross, then the forest ahead, and finally the treacherous death forest beyond Konoha's walls, after that, freedom. The thought spurred them faster. The Hyuga heiress's disappearance had already sounded the alarm within the clan, pursuit would arrive any moment. They had to vanish, now. The night deepened, so black that a hand held at arm's length disappeared into the void. Without the scattered street lamps, navigation would have been impossible. Even so, a handful of late-night pedestrians still wandered the roads. Kakashi and I-san, I really want to go to the Ninja Academy. Grandpa says if I enroll, I'll make tons of friends. The child's innocent voice drifted back to the kidnappers, making the rearmost man's heart lurch and his expression twitch. It wasn't the boy that rattled him, it was the name on the child's lips. Naruto, I'm giving you a mission, guard this bowl of ramen with your life. Kakashi crouched, pressing the takeout container from Ichiraku ramen into Naruto's small hands. MHM. Leave it to me. Naruto had no idea why Kakashi and I-san needed a bowl of ramen protected, but he thumped his chest with utter confidence all the same. Man, it smells amazing, hee. Good kid. Kakashi's smile was soft as he ruffled the boy's hair, then rose. Beneath the street lamp's glow, warm light spilled over his silver hair, his tall frame turned toward the approaching figures and advanced, step by measured step. Kakashi, 4 hostiles closing in. Kimogakure shinobi. Stay sharp. A small pug emerged from the roadside bushes. Pakin. While Kakashi had been strolling with Naruto, he had already dispatched the 8 ninkan he raised to shadow the Kimogakure delegation. And that was precisely why he could appear here so coincidentally. Boss, it's Kakashi. I'll hold the rear, go. The rearmost Kimogakure shinobi hissed through clenched teeth. Idiot. You wouldn't last 15 seconds. The delegation leader's face was grim as stone. Now, our only shot. Their only shot was to lean on their diplomatic cover as a peace envoy and buy time to flee. Trying to talk their way out while openly carrying a child who was obviously not Kimogakure shinobi was the height of delusion. But delusion was all they had left. So you're the famous Kakashi. I've long admired your Griya. The Kimogakure leader forced the words past his lips, steeling himself. In all honesty, he was confident the four of them could overwhelm Kakashi. But a swift victory? Impossible, and that was why he clung to this final gambit. Yet the warm streetlight stretched the white-haired youth's shadow, melting it into the fathomless night. Steady, crisp footfalls rang out, accompanied by the chilling shying of steel sliding free, a sound that cut through the darkness like a bell. As the silver-haired shinobi closed the distance, a blade emerged inch by inch from its scabbard. What manner of sword was this? The night could not dull its mirror-bright edge. But beside its wielder, even that gleam seemed dimmed. Shrouded in darkness, the approaching figure's face remained indistinct, yet a pair of exposed eyes burned with razor clarity. So piercing that the Kimogakure leader felt, in the span of a heartbeat, the blade would shear straight through his neck. He means to kill me. The thought detonated in the leader's mind. His half-formed greeting died as though a drowning man had sunk beneath the waves, words lost forever. Strike first or die. Worthy of the Raikage's personal selection, the captain decided in an instant. The men advancing on him radiated murderous intent so thick there could be no parley. Lightning release. Hand seals blurred like lightning, chakra surged through the leader's coils as he readied a coordinated strike to end Kakashi here and now. Yet. Chidori. Kakashi spoke the word as calmly as if continuing the Kimogakure leader's sentence, the most terrifying syllable in the shinobi world. Soundless lightning flared around him, coalescing into the blade gripped in his palm. The silent thunderblade rent the darkness, slicing the night itself in two. The instant the arc light flared, the Kimogakure leader's eyes bulged, his half-formed seal shattered as both hands, 10 fingers, were severed in a single slash. Blood had no time to spray before a crimson line split the leader's face. The mute blade light engulfed him in a heartbeat, a breathless hush fell, then exploded into a deafening roar that shattered the sleeping night. As lightning and steel pulverized the Kimogakure captain, a pair of hawk-sharp eyes fixed on the three remaining shinobi. Next. Chapter 35, The Price. Fast. Such a fast blade. Intelligence failure. A grave miscalculation. The village's assessment of Konoha's renowned Kakashi had been disastrously off the mark. As their captain vanished beneath the terrifying flash of steel, the three surviving Kimogakure shinobi froze in place, rooted to the ground. Their captain's strength had been undeniable, they'd all witnessed it firsthand. What kind of power did Kakashi possess to fell him with a single strike? At just 17, he was every bit the equal of Minato Namikaze at the same age. Shock gripped the remaining Kimogakure shinobi, but the men with the blade granted them no reprieve. Your turn. The white-haired youth stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished, leaving only crackling sparks of electricity dancing across the empty earth where he'd stood. In the pitch-black night, the gleam of Konoha's white fang burned like a beacon. A single slash unleashed a blinding arc of light. The Kimogakure shinobi clutching the Hyuga Eris felt the world spin, his bearings lost in a dizzying whirl. Thud. He hit the ground hard, and stared down at a pair of feet. His own. The white-haired youth gently lifted the Hyuga Eris from the man's limp arms and turned toward the two survivors, blade resting lightly in one hand. You can't kill us. We came in peace. His words cut off abruptly. Steel kissed his throat. SC. You wouldn't dare. A crimson line bloomed across his neck as the blade flashed. Kakashi stepped over the collapsing body without a glance and fixed his gaze on the last man. The final Kimogakure shinobi stared in wide-eyed horror at the youth who dispatched three men without so much as blinking, now striding toward him with murderous calm. Cold dread prickled every inch of his skin, he stumbled back on instinct. A hand clamped onto his shoulder, holding him fast. He whipped around in panic, and met a pair of luminous, pale eyes. Kakashi, return my daughter to me. Then hand this one over to the Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi had arrived. Kakashi cradled Hinata close, meeting Hayashi's gaze with cool detachment. A single word left his lips. Done. At his response, several figures materialized from the shadows. One rushed forward, face darkening as he took in the three mutilated corpses strewn across the ground. Kakashi, you've just started a firestorm. The Jonin squad leader, head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku. Kakashi's earlier strike had rung like a thunderclap, rousing every expert in the village. The Nara compound lay closest. What did I do wrong? Kakashi's eye flicked toward him, unyielding. Process and outcome aside, he'd thwarted Kimogakure's greed for the Byakugan and crushed their scheme in its cradle. That deserved praise. Yet. We of Kumogakure came to Konoha in good faith to sign a peace treaty, the last envoy spat. Is this how you treat guests? Do you want the war to drag on? Perhaps emboldened by Shikaku's presence, or by the man's own hesitation, the Kumogakure shinobi rounded on Kakashi with righteous fury. You. The surrounding Konoha shinobi bristled, glaring daggers at the envoy's audacity. But no one spoke. No one moved. He was a peace envoy. And war was a specter too cruel to invite back. Our Reikage carries the world in his heart, the envoy roared. He couldn't bear to see more lives lost, so he extended an olive branch. And this is how you repay him. This is how you repay him. Konoha will answer for this. Emboldened by the stifled rage around him, the envoy's arrogance swelled. His glare bored into Kakashi. So what if he was the famous copy ninja? So what if Konoha was the strongest village in the shinobi world? They still had to bow. Who gave you the gall? Kakashi's voice cut through the night, flat and cold. Kakashi. Shikaku sensed the shift and reached out to stop him. His hand froze midair. An arm hit the ground with a wet thud. The envoys. When had he even drawn? Shikaku stared as Kakashi slowly sheathed his blade, words dying in his throat. This was the prodigy who'd made Jonin at 12, 5 years ago, who'd forged his own S-rank technique from nothing. What heights had he reached now? Shikaku watched the youth whose strike had outpaced even his seasoned eye, and for a moment, another figure superimposed itself over him. A white-haired man in his prime. A single blade that had once made the entire shinobi world tremble. Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake. His father. Has the student surpassed the master? Ah. Aia. Ha 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 ha. You're finished, Kakashi Hatake, the envoy shrieked, clutching the stump of his arm. Pain twisted his face, but madness lit his eyes. You're done. Ha 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 ha. You're the sinner of it all. I left him breathing, Kakashi said, voice like frost, not out of mercy. The Yamanaka clan's mind techniques can scour his memories. We'll know if peace was ever their intent. I imagine you're more familiar with their arts than I am, Shikaku-san. He didn't spare the raving envoy another glance. Shikaku's cheek twitched. He opened his mouth, then closed it, throat dry. All he managed was a strained. Good. Too rigid, and you'll snap, Kakashi. Shikaku watched the youth turn away, oblivious to the eyes tracking him. He reclaimed the hand of the dazed, golden-haired child beneath the lamppost and walked off into the night. As Shikaku moved to report to the Hokage, his gaze swept the gathered Konoha shinobi. He froze. Admiration. Gratitude. Yearning. So that's it, Kakashi. People follow strength. And strength? It's doing what others won't, can't, dare not do. Power without the will to wield it is just hesitation wearing a mask. When did I start wearing that mask? Shikaku's gaze settled on the still ranting envoy. His expression hardened. Take him to the hospital, he ordered, voice low and grave. See that he's well cared for. As Kakashi's silhouette faded into the darkness, Shikaku felt a pang, grief for his own faltering resolve, and a quieter sorrow for the boy who'd chosen the harder path. Kakashi. Are you ready to pay the price of being strong? Chapter 36, Winner. What happened? Just as Nara Shikaku was directing people to collect the bodies, the Konoha Umbu, tasked with patrolling the village, finally arrived at the scene, far too late. It's under control now. Nara Shikaku spoke calmly, casting a glance at the Uchiha squad leader who had been in command. Hatake household. You killed someone in the village? After bringing Naruto home, Kakashi had barely stepped through the gate when Hikari came rushing out to meet him, her eyes wide with surprise. 3 years of living together, plus the time she had spent personally guiding Kakashi through fire-release chakra nature transformation and shape manipulation, had made Hikari intimately familiar with his techniques. That earlier thunderous roar had been one of Kakashi's signature moves. Sniff, sniff. Hikari leaned in close, her nose twitching faintly as the subtle scent of blood reached her. Yeah, I took out 3 from the Kumogakure peace delegation. Kakashi said it offhandedly, handing Hikari a neatly wrapped package of Ichiraku ramen. Oh, then they had it coming. And you even remembered to bring me ramen. Big thumbs up for that. Hikari nodded, accepting the ramen from Kakashi's outstretched hand. To her, the lives of those 3 so-called peace delegates seemed less significant than the steaming bowl now cradled in her palms. Aren't you coming inside? Hikari tilted her head, puzzled, as she watched Kakashi settle onto the veranda floor just outside the door. Nah. Someone's going to summon me soon. Too lazy to take off my shoes. Kakashi shrugged, legs stretched out in front of him. He had just killed 3 cloud shinobi. Even if the 3rd Hokage held him in high regard, the old man couldn't simply turn a blind eye. Oh. Then I'll keep you company. Hikari considered for a moment, then carefully lowered herself beside him, cradling the ramen so the soup wouldn't spill. Slurp. It's gotten a little soggy. Hikari mumbled through a mouthful of noodles. Whose fault is that for not coming with me? Kakashi replied indifferently, his gaze fixed on the Shurshurodoshi by the nearby pond. The bamboo tube clacked rhythmically against the stone, its crisp sounds rising and falling with the gentle flow of water. The girl slurping beside him shot him a sideways glare, then delicately set the ramen down. From her back pocket she produced a book with a pale yellow cover and placed it in front of Kakashi. Tada! Guess what this is? Hikari held the book aloft, waving it triumphantly in his face. Kakashi eyed the volume in her hand with faint surprise. This is Make Out Paradise. Don't let the weird title throw you, it actually teaches guys how to treat girls right. You, Mr. Dents, could stand to read more stuff like this. Kakashi stared at the copy of Make Out Paradise in Hikari's grip, a strange warmth bubbling up inside him. So even here, it couldn't escape Jiraiya's influence, huh? This isn't some X-rated novel, is it? Kakashi took the book from her, arching a brow. Ah, it's a little suggestive, but it's actually a rare gem. Hikari's cheeks flushed at the question, yet she immediately leapt to the book's defense. Kakashi glanced down at the familiar object in his hand. Aside from the title, the cover bore the author's signature in bold strokes. I'm really not Jiraiya. He snorted softly at the pen name's obvious grievance and was about to flip to the first page when a figure dropped soundlessly in front of him. Kakashi Hatake, the Hokage summons you. Kakashi noted the newcomer's striking purple hair, then slipped Make Out Paradise into his pocket. Come back soon. Hikari called after him, mouth still full of noodles. Kakashi said nothing more, simply falling into step behind Yugao Yuzuki as they headed toward the Hokage building. Kakashi, brace yourself. On the way, Yugao Yuzuki spoke up abruptly. Kakashi gave a short acknowledgement and fell silent again. Yugao said nothing further. As one of the Hokage's most trusted Umbu, even that brief warning already crossed a line. The two moved swiftly through the village, and soon the Hokage building loomed before them. But Lord Hokage is up there. Yugao Yuzuki pointed skyward. Kakashi followed her gesture. It wasn't the second-floor office, but the Hokage rock itself. In the deep night, the carved faces seemed to watch him, like an aged lion surveying its pride. Even in his later years, the old man's majesty remained untouchable. That was Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a few light bounds, Kakashi reached the cliff atop the Hokage rock. An old man was already waiting. Lord Hokage. The white-haired youth spoke with respect. Normally, the elder would have answered Kakashi at once. But now, hands clasped behind his back, Hiruzen Sarutobi faced the darkened expanse of Konoha without a word. Cold wind flowed. Darkness streamed. Shadows crept. Kakashi. Come here. After a long silence, a dry, weathered voice finally broke the stillness. The white-haired youth walked forward without haste. Yet the wind howled. A spotted hand, riding a gust of fierce wind, whipped toward Kakashi's face. If he didn't dodge, the blow would land squarely. But it stopped. The age-spotted palm froze in midair, mere inches from Kakashi's cheek. The whistling palm wind ruffled his silver hair. Kakashi met the old man's turbid eyes brimming with anger and bitter disappointment, without flinching. Why didn't you dodge? Because I'm not afraid. Facing the junior he had once cherished most in the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed through his fury. Not afraid. What a fine not afraid. Do you even realize what you've done? Because of your reckless actions, war is now likely to drag on, or worse, flare up again. Kakashi, you have disappointed me beyond words. I thought you had inherited Minato's will of fire, but who could have imagined you would be so impulsive, so blind to the greater good? Hiruzen Sarutobi forced his rage down. More than the prospect of renewed war, what truly infuriated him was Kakashi's impulsiveness. I did nothing wrong. Kumogakure came to Konoha with ulterior motives, they tried to abduct the Byakugan. The so-called peace delegation was nothing but a cover for stealing the Byakugan. They attacked our comrades inside the village, so I killed them. Kakashi spoke calmly, meeting the old man's furious glare. Precisely because they came under the banner of peace, even if their intentions were foul, proper handling could have turned this delegation into genuine peace. Did you consider that for even a second? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice dropped to a hiss, teeth clenched. And the cost? Are we supposed to repeat the mistake we made with the Wagakure, victory, yet no reparations, no territory, and every shinobi who fell in that war dying for nothing? In this gamble of nations, we were the clear winners. Lord Hokage. Chapter 37, Questions and Answers. The atmosphere grew tense in that instant, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's clouded eyes held back an uncontrollable rage. Looking at this young man in whom he had placed his hopes, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart filled with disappointment. Was he rejecting him? Rejecting everything he had worked so hard to achieve? Hiruzen Sarutobi was in pain. Did this young man, and even the younger generation, see his actions as weak and incompetent? He had done everything for Konoha. Have you never considered the possibility of war breaking out again? In the end, reason prevailed over anger. Decades of experience had taught Hiruzen Sarutobi to face any situation with composure. His momentary outburst had been nothing more than a fleeting surge of fury. Hiruzen Sarutobi suppressed the anger in his heart and gazed coldly at the young man. I have. The young man remained as calm as ever, not the least bit rattled by Hiruzen Sarutobi's anger. Now that the Hidden Cloud delegation has been wiped out, with only one survivor, how should we handle this? Don't tell me you haven't thought about how to deal with Kimogakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words were ice cold, his eyes, like those of an aging lion, locked onto Kakashi. Hokage-sama. Are you afraid? Unexpectedly, Kakashi didn't answer Hiruzen Sarutobi directly but instead asked if he was afraid of Kimogakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't respond, simply staring at him coldly. Afraid? Hiruzen Sarutobi was afraid. He feared the resurgence of war. He feared Konoha getting mired in conflict once more. He also feared Konoha losing its status as the strongest in the ninja world. But, that inexplicable hesitation in his heart kept Hiruzen Sarutobi from replying to Kakashi. He was afraid. He was afraid of tarnishing his reputation in his twilight years, afraid that Konoha, which had never tasted defeat, would experience humiliation for the first time. He was afraid that his unblemished legacy as the third Hokage would be marred by an indelible stain. He had always been victorious, so why was Konoha gradually weakening? To the point where he had to pin Konoha's future hopes on this young man. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't understand it, didn't want to understand it, and was even less willing to probe into where the real problem lay. You're afraid of war breaking out again, so why wouldn't the Hidden Cloud ninjas be? In terms of resources, ninjas, and overall strength, how could a mere Kimogakure compare to us? In the end, it all boils down to. Kakashi's eyes met Hiruzen Sarutobi's, and their sharpness made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel a faint urge to avert his gaze. That kind of look. He had once possessed it himself. It was the gaze of youth, brimming with vitality. In that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a faint realization. He was old. He was old, and the entire Konoha leadership was old. To the extent that Konoha itself had grown old. Do nothing, make no mistakes, do more, make more mistakes. The aging Konoha leadership only wanted to avoid errors in their waning years, not seeking merit but steering clear of fault. Am I old? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want to admit this fact, refused to acknowledge it. But the age spots on his hands told him the truth plainly. He was old. The once spirited ninja hero, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was now frail and elderly. He had become cautious. In the end, it's because the Raikage is in his prime, and people at that stage are often at their most ambitious. Kakashi's words left Hiruzen Sarutobi staring at him in silence. Even without saying it outright, the implication was clear. You are old. The Raikage of Hidden Cloud Village has always been the strongest individual. This rule, that the strongest leads, means that from top to bottom, Hidden Cloud Village adheres unwaveringly to the principle of strength above all. The strong are ambitious, possess an indomitable spirit, and harbor the most expansive ambitions. Listening to Kakashi's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded him indifferently and said mercilessly. Is this what you consider a strong person, Kakashi? Kakashi shook his head at that and said earnestly. Not quite. In my view, a truly strong person must possess those qualities, but also the most important one of all. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes shifted slightly. Self-restraint. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's attitude soften a bit, Kakashi continued. If I had overwhelming power and saw a beautiful girl on the roadside, I'd force her to come home with me. If I saw a pedestrian blocking my path, I'd kill them with one blow. If I coveted wealth, I'd seize it by force. Someone like that would only become a beast enslaved by desire. Restraining the beast within one's heart. Subduing one's impulsive inner self. That transforms into true strength. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but he still spoke with a trace of coldness. It's good that you think this way. Since you feel that way, you must have considered how to handle the Hidden Cloud delegation now. Hiruzen Sarutobi kept a grim expression, not letting Kakashi relax for a moment. Hidden Cloud's losses in the Third Great Ninja War were substantial, they clashed with both Iwagakure and us. In our confrontations with Hidden Cloud Village, my teacher shone brightly, single-handedly taking on their A and B duo. Now that my teacher has passed, perhaps those he defeated back then think an opportunity has come. Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this and countered. Then why didn't they launch a fiercer war against us right after Minato's sacrifice? Listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi's question, Kakashi replied. Hokage-sama, if Hidden Cloud had pressed the attack immediately after my teacher's death, what would you have done? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi understood. A cornered army fights desperately, a battle to the death. No matter the ultimate winner, Hidden Cloud would have paid an excruciatingly heavy price, one they might not have been able to bear. Now, they might think the pain from the Ninetales attack has faded, so they want to exploit the situation. Perhaps Hokage-sama intends to turn this peace delegation from a facade into reality. But there will surely be a price to pay. As he spoke, Kakashi walked step by step to the edge of the cliff, gazing at the darkened Konoha below. So, what is your approach? Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the young men before him. Hearing the old men bring up the approach to Hidden Cloud once again, Kakashi walked step by step to the edge of the Hokage rock cliff. The dark night enveloped this strongest village in the ninja world. Hokage-sama. Are you afraid? Once again, Kakashi asked Hiruzen Sarutobi if he was afraid. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi in silence. He understood. There was no appropriate response. With Hidden Cloud scheming to seize the Byakugan under the guise of peace, any concession would be a disgrace to Konoha. As the strongest military force in the ninja world, Konoha would never allow anyone to challenge its authority. Once that precedent was set, Konoha's long-established deterrent power would vanish entirely, turning it into a notorious paper tiger. Chapter 38, Guy, you bastard. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already grasped Kakashi's decision. No, this wasn't just Kakashi's decision, it was practically the stance of every young person with a backbone. When a longtime enemy takes the initiative to seek peace, only to turn around and attack one of your comrades that very day. How could anyone swallow that? How could anyone put up with it? If I tolerated this, how would my comrades see me? Sure, maybe my comrades could grit their teeth and bear it for the sake of some greater good, but how do you mend a shattered heart? How would even more comrades look at me then? How would my enemies sneer and mock me? These were simple, straightforward questions that didn't require any deep pondering. As for whether the Raikage of Kimogakure would flip the script, such a headache-inducing issue wasn't even worth considering. Having served as Hokage for decades, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew Kimogakure's temperament all too well. Kakashi, is this your way of handling things? Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a soft sigh. We have no other choice. If we back down, everyone will know that Konoha isn't the Konoha it used to be. Kakashi replied softly to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Silence. Time slipped by in that quiet, while Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind churned with turmoil. After some unknown stretch of time, a faint voice reached Kakashi's ears. Kakashi, what exactly is your goal? Goal. The white-haired young man furrowed his brow slightly. If there was a goal, Kakashi would absolutely wipe out all the Otsutsuki. In this Byakugan incident, Kakashi could have washed his hands of the whole thing and stayed out of the mess. But he dove in headfirst, personally taking out those 3 Cloud Ninja envoys, which was completely out of character for someone like Kakashi, who usually avoided trouble. It wasn't until this moment that Kakashi understood why he'd done it. Because I'm the disciple of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It all came down to position. Where you stand shapes what you think. Kakashi was the most highly regarded among Konoha's young generation, the 4th Hokage was his teacher, the 5th Hokage treated him like a close confidant, he himself would become the 6th Hokage in the future, and the 7th Hokage would be Kakashi's own disciple. What goal was needed here? The entire Konoha should belong to him. This was already a restrained line of thinking. At least for now, Kakashi had no plans to use all of Konoha to launch a campaign to unify the ninja world. Even though the current Kakashi was powerful, he was still just one person, it was impossible for Konoha to unify the ninja world on its own. At least, not until Naruto grew up. Kakashi's answer gave Hiruzen Sarutobi pause. He had expected Kakashi, with his strong personality, to say something that would truly open his eyes. Who would have thought it would be such a simple, straightforward truth? I understand what you're thinking. Once it's daylight, assemble in the conference room. Hiruzen Sarutobi took one last look at the young man's back on the cliff, then made his way down the mountain step by step, his heart heavy. Kakashi knew he'd won. He'd convinced Hiruzen Sarutobi. An old ninja hero was still a ninja hero. A ninja hero who, before his death, could take down Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Orochimaru single-handedly. Though the current Hiruzen Sarutobi was old, he wasn't senile yet. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi descended the mountain steps one by one. He had a stomach full of words with no one to say them to. Biwako, if only you were still here, how wonderful that would be. If she knew her husband had become like this, she'd probably be completely disappointed in me. Now in his 60s, this old man who had never confided his inner struggles and melancholy to anyone for decades, after truly connecting with a youth like the morning sun, realized for the first time that he had grown old. Not only had his physical strength declined, but his inner resolve had gradually become conservative, worn down by time. On a matter where there was clearly no room for choice, he had actually considered compromising his own people to seek peace with the enemy. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought of his wife, who had died on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. His heart filled with nothing but bitterness. He looked up at the faint light on the horizon. The old day was about to end, and a new day was dawning. He himself was like that old day, becoming part of the past. And the new day, thinking of the white-haired figure on the cliff, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly. I really am old. As the rising sun bathed Konoha in its light, the news of the Cloud Village delegation's demise swept through Konoha like a storm. What? Those dark-skinned barbarians and pale-skinned pigs actually used the guise of peace talks to try kidnapping the Hyuga clan's heiress. Their credibility is about as trustworthy as crap in a latrine. Thank goodness for Kakashi. As expected of Kakashi, well done. Good riddance, I've been sick of them for ages. As expected from the son of Konoha's White Fang. Such comments spread like wildfire through Konoha's ninja community. There was no way to keep this under wraps. Kakashi's Chidori last night had caused such a ruckus that it drew plenty of ninja to check out the scene. As soon as dawn broke, this bombshell news exploded outward. Everyone cheered for Kakashi, but many also worried whether this would lead to war breaking out again. A black ninja eagle ripped through the morning calm, its sharp cry echoing across the sky. All of Konoha's jonin, upon spotting that special ninja eagle in the air, felt their expressions shift slightly. They immediately set aside their tasks and hurried to the Hokage building. A jonin meeting. It's time, then. The white-haired young man, sitting cross-legged at the cliff's edge, watched the special ninja eagle in the sky, murmured to himself, then stood up and leaped off the cliff. With a few bounds, he landed steadily on the Hokage building's rooftop. And someone was already waiting for him there. Follow me. Yugao Yuzuki, who had also been up all night, looked at Kakashi and nodded. Kakashi followed behind her, walking along the building's corridor. Though he was only 17, Kakashi was, strictly speaking, a seasoned jonin, and he naturally knew the significance of that ninja eagle. The purpose of this jonin meeting was crystal clear, it was about the Cloud Village delegation incident. Convincing Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't enough, there were also. Kakashi's mind flashed with three elderly figures, his eyes turning faintly cold. Kohara Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, Danzo Shimura. These three names surfaced in Kakashi's thoughts. It was almost laughable. Kakashi felt that the one most likely to back him up would be Danzo Shimura, the guy known in his past life as Konoha's Pot King. As a true hardliner, once he learned of Kimogakure's actions, even without Kakashi saying a word, he'd surely be the first to speak up in support. We're here. Yugao Yuzuki pointed to the tightly shut door ahead. This was the Hokage conference room. She was currently just a chunin and not yet qualified to join the jonin meeting. Thanks. Kakashi nodded slightly, then pushed the door open. With the creak of the door, dozens of gazes landed on Kakashi. However, my hot-blooded, youthful rival. You drew your blade for our comrades, smashing Kimogakure's plot to pieces. I, Might Guy, will always stand by your side. Might Guy, you bastard. Might Guy's emotions are fluctuating. Chapter 39, Arrogant. Dozens of gazes settled on the two young men at the doorway, murmurs rippling through the room like wind through leaves. Might Guy paid the whispers no mind. He planted himself beside Kakashi, flashing that same blazing grin he always wore. To Might Guy, anything Kakashi did was beyond reproach. He'd only taken down a handful of cloud shinobi who dared lay hands on their own village comrades. If Guy had been there, he'd have launched those two blind idiots into the next life with a single kick. Might Guy, ease up. Head back to your seat for now. Kakashi gave his friend's shoulder a light pat, voice low. Got it, Kakashi. Let's sit together. Guy immediately tugged Kakashi along, steering him toward the rows of seats. Among the current crop of young shinobi, precious few had risen to jonin. Just 3, in fact. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma. Asuma had only just cleared the jonin evaluation not long ago. So the three of them naturally gravitated to the same cluster of chairs. Of course, there were prodigies who outshone even them. Uchiha Shursui. At 15, he descended to jonin with effortless grace. Yet here he sat beside his clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Well played. The moment Kakashi and Guy settled in, Asuma shot Kakashi a conspiratorial wink. 17 now, Asuma was starting to fill out, his jaw shadowed with stubble. He was already beginning to resemble the grizzled uncles of the village. Oh, and who might this be? Our very own famous Kakashi of Konoha. No sooner had Kakashi taken his seat than Udatane Koharu, the sole woman among the four elders seated at the front, spoke in a deliberate drawl. Her tone carried no warmth. The moment she opened her mouth, the murmurs that had swelled with Kakashi's arrival died instantly, stifled by the old woman's words. Not famous. Merely notorious. Kakashi had long grown numb to the inevitable chorus of, "Oh, it's the famous Kakashi." And Koharu's overt hostility laid bare her fury at his unsanctioned slaughter of the Cloud delegation. Do you take that as praise? Beneath the sagging weight of her eyelids, her gaze, clouded yet razor-sharp, fixed on him. Udatane Koharu bristled at the audacity of a junior daring to answer back. This is the perfect moment to address the consequences your reckless murder of a peace envoy has wrought upon Konoha. She rapped the table sharply, her voice cutting like a kunai. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed silently on his pipe, watching the proceedings unfold. He wanted to see how Kakashi would weather the storm of this veteran Hokage advisor. What consequences? I merely dismantled Kimogakuru's predatory designs. Elder Koharu, do you truly believe I was in the wrong? Kakashi rose to his feet, locking eyes with the old woman before him. Standing on the side of righteousness, Kakashi spoke with unshakable conviction, not a flicker of doubt in his stance. Wrong. Without ascertaining truth from falsehood, without separating virtue from vice or loyalty from betrayal, you leapt to violence and arbitrarily executed another village's envoy. And you expect commendation. Udatane Koharu slammed the table with a force that belied her age. The sharp crack reverberated through the conference chamber. This entire affair began with my Hyuga clan. The Byakugan, our legacy of 1,000 years, cannot be allowed to fall into foreign hands. Kimogakuru coveted our Kekii Genkai. Their deaths were just. At last, Hayashi Hyuga, who had remained silent until now, rose slowly, his pale eyes serene yet unyielding. As a clan with a millennium of history, the Hyuga had always drawn clear lines between gratitude and grudge, especially where their bloodline limit was concerned. They had even devised the caged bird seal to ensure the Byakugan never leaked beyond their walls. Hayashi embodied the archetype most associated with the Hyuga. Unyielding. Steeped in tradition. Yet the pride etched into his very bones would not permit the clan head to stand idle, especially when another had shielded that sacred legacy. Now, he was not merely the revered leader of the Hyuga. He was also a father. From every perspective, he was compelled to step forward and stand shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi. Goodness, must we escalate this? We're all comrades of the village here. Hayashi's intervention narrowed Koharu's eyes a fraction. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, Hamura Mitokado, seated beside her, shot her a warning glance and stepped in as peacemaker. What's done is done. Evasion won't undo it. Better to focus on how we proceed. Great matters were meant for small councils, small matters for large ones. That was the usual order. But this time was different. Events had unfolded too swiftly, leaving Konoha's leadership no window for a private huddle. At the same time, Hamura cast a sidelong glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who continued puffing in silence. He couldn't begin to guess what his old teammate was thinking. Hiruzen had sent the ninja hawk. He had summoned this Jonin assembly. Yet before the meeting, he hadn't breathed a word of it to either advisor. Hiruzen's uncharacteristic secrecy set Hamura's instincts alight with suspicion. Hold on. What sort of explanation are you looking for? Udatane Koharu's eyes were cold as ice, her heart seething with fury as she ground her teeth and glared at the three young men whose ages combined didn't even match her own. Cough, cough. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew he could no longer stay silent. Apologize. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. All eyes turned toward the source, landing on the young man beside Kakashi who had abruptly risen to his feet, glaring defiantly at Udatane Koharu. It was Asuma Sarutobi. Others might cower before Udatane Koharu's long-standing authority, but Asuma Sarutobi did not. If it came down to it, he would even dare to openly challenge his own father. Asuma's bold move drew every gaze in the room instinctively toward the true authority figure of this meeting. No matter how you looked at it, this was the Hokage's son. With his son now taking a stand, how would the Hokage respond? Yes. The fire of youth burns against slander. Elder Koharu, you must apologize to Kakashi. Might Guy leaped to his feet without a second's hesitation, true to the vow he'd made from the start. He would stand unwaveringly by Kakashi's side. You three. You've crossed the line. Udatane Koharu was cornered now, and she couldn't hold back her furious outburst at the three hot-blooded youths. And you, why are you pretending to be deaf and dumb? Your own son is practically trampling all over me. In that moment, Udatane Koharu's rage wasn't just directed at Kakashi and the other two, she shot a withering glare at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been playing ignorant all this time. Enough of this nonsense. All three of you, sit down. Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer remain on the sidelines. He had called this Jonin meeting precisely to give Kakashi a platform to prove himself, to show what he was truly capable of. But as things stood, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel Kakashi was pushing too far. Cough, cough. In that case, I'll set aside my old pride and apologize to Kakashi on Elder Koharu's behalf. At that moment, the last of Konoha's top elders spoke up, instantly commanding the room's attention. Everyone turned to the bandaged, black-robed old men, their faces etched with shock. Was this man really so reasonable? Not just those in the room, but even Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hamura Mitokado exchanged uncertain, surprised glances with their decades-old comrade. The one who had uttered those words was none other than Danzo Shimura. Kakashi, speak your mind. I will back you. Amid the stunned silence, Danzo Shimura slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at the resolute young man before him, Danzo felt his heart race uncontrollably. How many years has it been? Finally, someone who truly understands me. Kumogakure dared to covet Konoha's Byakugan, they all deserve death. Peace. Peace, my ass. If they have the guts, let them come and fight. And Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, they should all bow at Konoha's feet. No, at my feet. The entire ninja world should kneel before me. I never noticed before, but this old fool Hiruzen's grand student is so strong, he suits my tastes perfectly. Kumogakure hid behind the banner of peace while scheming to seize the Byakugan, their malice couldn't be clearer. To them, this so-called peace is nothing but garbage. Only through war, by striking them hard, by making them suffer until they can't even fend for themselves, will they truly grasp the meaning of peace. What's more, if Konoha compromises on this for the sake of some greater good and peace, where does that leave the prestige we've built over decades? The whole ninja world would see Konoha as a paper tiger, ripe for anyone to bully. Then wouldn't our ancestors, who fought and died for this village, have sacrificed in vain? Kakashi didn't linger on his grievance with Udatain Koharu, instead, he steered the conversation back to the heart of the matter, Kumogakure. Yes. That's exactly it. Danzo's emotion surged like a storm, joy flooding his chest. Finally, a sane voice. What peace? What greater good? What damned principles? The fist is the only principle. If your fist is big enough, you can beat someone half to death, and they'll still give you a thumbs up, praising your strength. Do you even realize what you're saying? War would mean countless deaths. Can you shoulder the weight of all those lives? Kakashi. Udatain Koharu slammed her palm on the table and shot to her feet, her clouded eyes locked on him. She could stomach Kakashi defying her personally. But on this issue alone, she would not yield. Konoha can no longer afford. And so what? Kakashi cut her off without a trace of hesitation. His dark eyes bored into the elder high above. She had sat in that seat for far too long, the true spirit of a shinobi had long faded from her memory. In this moment, she was a politician through and through, not a ninja. To swallow insults when others spit in our face, to endure when they reach their filthy claws toward our comrades. My teacher never taught me that the endurance in shinobi was spelled that way. You're afraid of death. You're afraid of loss. I'm not. Elder Koharu can rest easy in the rear. I'll go out and crush the enemy myself. You can keep living your safe, comfortable life. Kakashi's words sliced like kunai, sparing her no courtesy. Be quiet. What do you think life is? A game. Do you have any idea how cruel war truly is? Udatain Koharu's face twisted, her voice trembling with fury. Life only has meaning when it has value. Valueless existence is nothing more than a walking corpse. And as for understanding war's cruelty, it's because I know it so well that I refuse to let more innocents die needlessly. In that instant, every eye in the room fixed on Kakashi. No one could fathom how someone so young could speak with such conviction. But recalling Kakashi's past, a wave of sorrow and quiet sighs rippled through the crowd. He had lost his mother at birth, his father at 5, his teammate had left him at 12, and mere months later, he had bid farewell to another comrade with his own hands. At 14, his sensei and his wife had followed. A Kakashi forged in such fire. The Hyuga clan is prepared to declare war on Kumogakure. At that moment, the clan head in white robes spoke slowly, his words shocking the room into silence. Though Kakashi harbored the will to fight Kumogakure, he hadn't outright demanded it, but the Hyuga head had stepped forward to make it explicit. Hayashi, you're indulging this madness too. Hamura Mitokado's expression darkened with displeasure at Hyuga Hayashi's declaration. This isn't a whim, nor is it out of gratitude to Kakashi. I simply believe he's right. Even an ordinary man, in a blaze of rage, will spill blood within 5 paces. Now, I feel it's time I did something for Konoha. So I've spoken up. That's all. Chapter 41, Behead. The Hyuga clan demands war with Kumogakure. Hyuga Hayashi's declaration, delivered in his usual ironclad tone, sent a shiver through the room. Every Jonin present felt the temperature drop. The incident hinged on the Byakugan. The Hyuga clan could never wash its hands of the matter, yet to call for open war so unequivocally, this was unprecedented in Konoha's decades-long history. Kumogakure had hidden behind the banner of a peace delegation to steal the Byakugan. No one had seen it coming, and the sheer audacity filled the room with contempt. If they could scheme for the Byakugan under the guise of peace today, what would stop them the next time they spoke the word peace? Would they come for the Byakugan again? Or the Sharingan? Or perhaps the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, just as they had 15 years ago? I, Asuma Sarutobi, volunteer to fight Kumogakure. A second voice cut through the tension, vibrant, almost reckless, yet unmistakably young. Compared to Hayashi's measured fury, Asuma's words burned with raw, teenage fire. 17 years old, Asuma knew only one truth: if someone struck your family, you struck back harder. How could you take a beating and do nothing? And Kumogakure? What even were they? If 2 or 3 hidden villages attacked at once, Konoha would have to think twice. But one village daring to challenge the hidden leaf head-on. They must have a death wish. I, Might Guy, volunteer to fight Kumogakure. Another shout rang out, echoing off the conference room walls. The spiky-haired youth in the green jumpsuit didn't hesitate. Every eye turned to him. Asuma and Might Guy flanked Kakashi, instinctively treating him as their anchor. These 3 were the face of Konoha's next generation. You could even say they embodied an entire era of the village. Good. With the young blood of Konoha this fierce, this old man feels downright timid. I, Danzo Shimura, demand war with Kumogakure. The black-robed elder on the dais slammed the table, a grin splitting his face. Look at this, Hiruzen. You're old. Your mind's stuck in the past. That tired philosophy of yours should have been buried long ago. This is the age of youth, and my age. Every gaze swiveled to Danzo. The table still vibrated from the impact. No one had expected the stoic elder to catch fire like this. It was jarring. Danzo, are you seriously joining this circus? Udatane Koharu glared, incredulous. The man must have swallowed something foul today, going berserk alongside a pack of hot-blooded kids. Circus. Kumogakure schemed against our own. Am I supposed to roll out the red carpet and serve them tea? Elder Koharu, have you forgotten your place? For the first time, the Konoha Council, once an unbreakable quartet, fractured in full view of every jonin in the room. My Abirame clan demands war with Kumogakure. A quieter voice, but no less resolute. Abirame Shiro, the clan's shadow, rarely spoke up. Why do I support this? No one had asked, yet he answered anyway. Because Konoha sits in the land of fire, the richest soil in the entire shinobi world. This time, they came for the Byakugan. What happens when they come for our land next? Are we supposed to bow and bargain away our home? His words landed like stones in still water, rippling through every chest. My Inuzuka clan. My Kurama clan. My Gecko clan. Demand war with Kumogakure. Before Shiro's echo faded, clan heads rose in waves, voices overlapping in a rising tide. Until one man stood. My Nara clan demands war with Kumogakure. Nara Shikaku unfolded his tall frame, spiky ponytail swaying as he met the third Hokage's eyes. Jonin commander. 1/3 of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Konoha's living chessboard. The Hokage's shadow strategist. As Shikaku rose, 2 more followed. Yamanaka clan, Inoichi Yamanaka. Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza. Demand war with Kumogakure. In that moment, more than half the village's ninja clans had drawn their line in the sand. You. Koharu stared, speechless. Was this still Konoha? Were these the same jonin who once bowed and called her elder with reverence? Today every last one of them had lost their minds. The war's end had been within reach. Then. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose slowly, eyes blazing as they swept the room. Such bloodlust had not filled these walls in decades. His gaze flicked, almost imperceptibly, to the one man who had stayed silent. Uchiha Fugaku. It no longer mattered what the Uchiha patriarch thought. War. The word rumbled like a lion's murmur, low, resonant, unstoppable. It was a shot of adrenaline straight into the heart of the ninja world's fiercest tiger. Konoha streets. Market. The last surviving Kumogakure ninja lasted less than 24 hours in the hospital before a fully armed squad dragged him out. In broad daylight, they hauled him to the busiest square in the village and forced him to his knees on a hastily erected platform. Ropes bit into his wrists. He trembled, sweat cutting channels through the grime on his face. Villagers pressed closer, curiosity overriding fear. A ninja with a sheathed blade at his hip glanced at the blistering sun, unrolled a prepared scroll, and began to read, slow, deliberate, every syllable a hammer blow. In the 51st year of Konoha, the Raikage of Kumogakure sent envoys to our village to forge a peace alliance. Our Konoha, weary of the third great ninja war's toll and unwilling to see more innocent blood spilled, welcomed them with open arms. The third Hokage, ever compassionate, extended every courtesy. Who could have foreseen Kumogakure's wolfish heart? Using the peace treaty as cover, they schemed in the dark, daring to covet the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. By the grace of Konoha's White Fang's son and the fourth Hokage's disciple, Kakashi Hatake, their vile plot was crushed. Kumogakure's betrayal of a peace treaty is without precedent in the shinobi world. They discard their honor like refuse in a latrine. During the first great ninja war, the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobarama, traveled to Kumogakure to forge an alliance, only to be ambushed and slain by their treachery. In Konoha's 36th year, Uzumaki Kushina, wife of the fourth Hokage, was kidnapped by Kumogakure. Had the fourth not arrived in time, her fate would have been unthinkable. Now they reach for the Byakugan once more. These acts prove Kumogakure is brazen yet cowardly, cunning, shameless, the dregs of the shinobi world. For decades Konoha has stood unbroken. When have we ever swallowed such an insult? This man is the last of the Cloud delegation. By order of the Hokage. Execute him. Chapter 42, Intimate Paradise. From the rooftop of a modest building just beyond the market's edge, two figures watched the raised platform at its heart. At the executioner's sharp command of execute, the ninja escorting the Kumogakure envoy drew his long sword without hesitation and brought it down in a single, clean stroke. The head fell away. As it rolled across the wood, gasps rippled through the crowd like wind through dry leaves. And then Narashikaku turned to the silver-haired youth at his side. Publicly proclaiming Kumogakure's crimes before the beheading had been Kakashi's idea. With righteousness on our side, we take the first move, Kakashi said, his voice steady, gaze fixed on the distant scene. By naming the envoy's sins and severing his head in front of the village, they told every soul in Konoha that the Hokage had not spurned peace or invited war. It was the Raikage of Kumogakure, cruel, grasping, insatiable, who had forced their hand. Righteous fury would swell in every chest. This was justice. The village's blood was already stirring, soon it would boil. Now it was time to act beyond the walls. Salt the head, Kakashi continued. Pack it with the other three and deliver the bundle to the Raikage's own desk. Make the incident known to every corner of the shinobi world. Demand apology and reparations within 3 days. Or we meet on the battlefield. His calm words made Shikaku's eyes narrow a fraction. The Raikage had come cloaked in peace talks, eyes fixed on the Byakugan. His next play would be to flip the board, to paint Konoha as the aggressor and wring concessions from them. If Konoha wished to avoid open war, it would have to eat the loss. But follow Kakashi's path, 4 heads in a box, the crime shouted from every rooftop, and the choice of war or peace slid squarely onto the Raikage's shoulders. Endure the insult, and Kumogakure would be branded cowards, their honor drenched in shame for generations. Declare war in fury, and the Raikage became the aggressor who lit the fuse. Either way, Konoha's ninjas would fight with fire in their veins. An open trap. No matter which lever the Raikage pulled, the jaws snapped shut. Kumogakure's word would rot in every alliance hall. Any future foe would weigh their promises and find them light as ash, unless, of course, the Cloud could crush the entire shinobi world beneath one heel. Shikaku studied the young man beside him and felt the future shifting. Konoha was raising a leader, hard-edged, unflinching, magnetic. Raw power. Among the new generation, only Asuma could have stood toe-to-toe with him, and Asuma had already bowed out at the Jonin meeting. Might Guy called Kakashi his eternal rival yet wore his heart on his sleeve. Shikaku could almost see the Hokage's hat settling on silver hair. You're every bit Minato's equal, he said quietly. As Minato Namake's friend, Shikaku knew the fourth's brilliance and warmth like his own shadow. Kakashi was the man's student, yet this cold-blooded calculation, this willingness to draw first blood, felt sharper than Minato had ever allowed himself. If it had been Minato, a rueful smile, a late-night strategy session over tea, maybe a grumble to Kushina over dinner. Kakashi flicked a glance at him. My teacher stands on a summit I'll never climb. I've still got plenty to learn. Count on me to lean on you from now on, Shikaku-senpai. Shikaku gave a short nod and let the matter rest. Kakashi cast one last look at the seething crowd, then slipped away alone. Shikaku remained on the rooftop, wind tugging at his ponytail. The plan was laid, the Hokage's strategist would carry it to Hiruzen. All that remained was to sharpen blades and wait for the storm. Kakashi's mind had already moved past if to when. The Raikage would never swallow 4 salted heads. Only victory on the field could scrub the stain from Kumogakure's banneries. And the fourth Raikage, hot-tempered, proud, would come roaring. Kakashi walked the empty street toward home. The execution had drawn every curious soul to the market, the village felt hollow, echoing. His fingers brushed something solid in his pocket. Ika paradise. Hikari's gift. A strange half-smile tugged at his visible eye. Just one page. He had never shared Jiraiya's particular obsessions, but even Kakashi knew the Sannin was one of the few novelists the entire shinobi world read in secret. He pulled the little orange book free and cracked it open. Huh. The opening lines were delicate. In 3 sentences Jiraiya sketched a rogue with charm and melancholy, nothing like the leering toad sage who haunted bathhouses. Kakashi. A bright, bell-like voice shattered the moment. Yuhi. He turned. Kurenai Yuhi stood a few paces away, red eyes narrowed in playful accusation. What's that in your hand? Hikari's hand-me-down, right? She closed the distance in quick strides, cheeks puffed with indignation as she glared at the book. Damn it. That little brat had every advantage, living under the same roof. So young and already shameless, sharing a house with a boy. Kurenai ground her teeth. She had known Kakashi first, classmate, teammate, comrade. 3 years of dropping by the Hatake compound should have counted for something. Yet somehow Hikari had wormed her way into the middle. The two girls circled each other like wary cats, trading barbs laced with honey and venom. Kakashi often found himself refereeing a scene straight out of some imperial harem drama. I was bored, he said, lifting the book. Lord Jiraiya's prose isn't half bad. Humph. I would never read trash like that. Kurenai tossed her dark, wavy hair, but her vermilion eyes betrayed a flicker of sour jealousy. Then the edge softened. I heard you handled those cloud envoys last night. You're not hurt, are you? Genuine worry warmed her gaze. Chapter 43, Decision. The air hung heavy, thick as stagnant water, every breath a labored effort in the motionless room. All eyes fixed on the man in the seat of honor, none daring to shatter the silence. Damn it. The burly, dark-skinned man with his rugged features twisted in fury glared at the 4 grisly heads arrayed on the desk before him, his eyes blazing like a cornered beast's. These were his envoys. Their heads severed and delivered to him in brazen mockery. An insult beyond endurance. Damn Konoha. With a roar of unbridled rage, he instinctively raised his arm, poised to smash the desk as he so often did in fits of anger, but his fist froze midair. The 4 heads rested there, unmoving. Reikage-sama, what shall we do now? Konoha has already issued us an ultimatum, an apology and compensation within 3 days, or they won't hesitate to reignite the 3rd Great Ninja War. The middle-aged man in a Kimogakure Jonin uniform beside the 4th Reikage spoke with calm detachment, as if the severed heads on the table held no sway over him whatsoever. This was Dodai, a veteran who had served under 2 Reikage, deeply trusted and known as the Reikage's retainer. An apology. Compensation. I haven't even held Konoha accountable for this, and they dare demand an apology from me. My people are dead. The words only fueled the Reikage's seething fury. He had wanted nothing more than the Byakugan. Why couldn't they simply hand it over without resistance? Just as Senju Hashirama had once gifted them the 8 tails, the second mightiest of the tailed beasts. Since Konoha craves war, then I'll give it to them. When has Kimogakure ever swallowed such a humiliation? As the Reikage raged, Dodai sighed inwardly. He knew his lord too well, in this moment, no plea for reconciliation could pierce that wall of anger. Yet what Dodai hadn't anticipated was Konoha's unyielding stance on the matter. Just a few years prior, after crushing Iwagakure, they hadn't even demanded reparations. Had something shifted within the hidden leaf? Reikage-sama, if you insist on clashing with Konoha, we must reach out to Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Even if they merely observe from the sidelines, positioning troops along the borders as a deterrent would force Konoha to divide their forces, lightening the burden on our front. Dodai's measured words tempered the Reikage's fury just enough, he still heaved with suppressed rage as he growled. Fine, I'll leave that to you. This cursed Konoha will pay dearly. Shockwaves rippled outward, explosive in their reach. The news of Konoha executing the Cloud Village delegation spread like wildfire through the 5 great nations and countless lesser lands. Kimogakure, scheming to seize the Byakugan under the veil of a peace envoy, had instead awakened Konoha's dormant warlike fury. Newspapers fluttered like snowflakes onto the desks of Kage and shadowy underworld leaders alike. No one had imagined Kimogakure's duplicity, using a peace mission as a Trojan horse, nor Konoha's iron resolve, even after losing the Yellow Flash. What bolstered Konoha's confidence so boldly? Did they believe the village now was the same as 3 years ago, under Hokage Minato Namikaze? But Kimogakure's counter-propaganda swiftly followed. Konoha was the aggressor, ambitious and insatiable, shattering fragile peace and maligning the Reikage's noble intentions. Without satisfaction, Kimogakure would strike. The Tsuchikage and Kazekage, however, eyed the fresh prince with wry, knowing expressions. They understood Kimogakure's tactics all too well. Deflection, an age-old ploy. Konoha. Hokage building. Hokage conference room. The chamber felt emptier than before, its occupants sparse. Beyond the core quartet of Konoha's elders, only Narashikaku and Kakashi were in attendance. Pitch darkness enveloped the room, broken solely by the projector's beam casting stark light across the walls. As the curtain flickered, a map of the ninja world materialized in sharp relief. The Raikage reaction aligns with our predictions. I've already prepared a formal declaration of war. Our forces are riding high on morale, we can take Kimogakure head-on. Jiraiya should reach the village tonight, as well. I intend to name him Supreme Commander for the Kimogakure front. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke between puffs of his pipe, his aging eyes steady beneath the haze. Pale blue smoke curled from his lips and nostrils, veiling his features in subtle mystery. With war inevitable, words were superfluous, even a lion exerts full might against a rabbit. Wavering invited ruin. Lord Jiraiya's prowess and renown are unmatched in Konoha, second only to you, Hokage-sama. He's the ideal commander. But beyond Kimogakure, our declared enemy, we cannot overlook Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Narashikaku drew on his own cigarette, smoke weaving lazily as his voice carried clear and even. Sunagakure sparked the third great ninja war, true, but they've already leveraged it to stabilize internal unrest from the Kazekage's disappearance. Their defeat eroded public faith, and even the daimyo withholds military funding. They won't stir again. Sunagakure poses no threat. Kakashi spoke then, his gaze fixed on the ninja world map glowing on the screen. Hiruzen Sarutobi's clouded eyes brightened faintly. Go on. He had pegged Kakashi as impulsive youth, but beneath the brash edge lay unexpected acuity. Iwagakure's might rivals Kimogakure's. Yet they slew the third Raikage, the current Raikage's father. Blood debt demands blood. Even if Kimogakure begs for aid to pin us down, trust is fragile. The Tsuchikage won't easily ally, no matter the Raikage's pleas. Kakashi's cool analysis drew a nod of approval from Danzo Shimura, though his tone carried deliberate dissent. National ties aren't swayed by personal grudges. Kakashi anticipated the rebuttal and pressed on. Still, we must dispatch a veteran of renown, skill, and authority with a full contingent to fortify the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. Precautions are essential. Both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura regarded Kakashi with fresh respect. Danzo continued. Precisely. This role demands the old. It must be Lady Tsunade. No one else can shoulder it. Chapter 44, The Snake. Danzo Shimura's words caught in his throat, the corner of his eye twitching twice. Tsunade. Tsunade, huh? It wasn't just Danzo Shimura, even Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned a touch unnatural in that moment. If Tsunade hadn't developed her hemophobia, she would indeed be the ideal candidate, just as Kakashi had said. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the founder of Konohagakure's medical ninja system, Tsunade had saved the lives of countless shinobi from the village without even realizing it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every ninja in Konoha owed her a debt. She was the perfect person to undertake this mission. Kakashi, Tsunade isn't suitable right now. Hiruzen Sarutobi eyed Kakashi with a hint of hesitation. As for the reason why, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no intention of explaining. In that case, this old man. In that case, clan head Nara. As the leader of Konoha's Jonin class, the head of the Ino Shikacho trio, one of the village's legendary iron trios, and a trusted aide to the Hokage-sama, your prestige and abilities speak for themselves. Danzo Shimura coughed twice, clearly about to volunteer for this task that was little more than a chance to claim easy credit. But then he watched as Kakashi turned to Narashikaku, who was casually puffing on a cigarette. Me. Narashikaku had been considering giving this young man an opportunity to prove himself, but he hadn't expected Kakashi to target him instead. Hiruzen Sarutobi shot a sidelong glance at Danzo Shimura, his face betraying nothing. He had every reason to suspect Kakashi was doing this deliberately. How could someone as sharp as him have overlooked Danzo Shimura, who had so vocally supported him earlier? The selection of personnel for border defense can wait. Let's first discuss the other candidates to face Kimogakure. Jiraiya will serve only as the commander. Does anyone have suggestions? As Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice faded, Udatane Koharu, who had remained silent until now, subtly shifted her gaze toward the only young man in the room. Kakashi Hatake. As the one who had sparked all this, Udatane Koharu simply couldn't fathom Kakashi's twisted logic. The war could have ended, why prolong the fighting? Wasn't peace the better path? If she had her way, this young man who had defied her and pushed so hard for war would meet his end on the battlefield. The future of Konoha could not tolerate such a dangerous element. Kakashi glanced at Udatane Koharu, his expression serene as he replied. I'm willing to head to the front lines. No further explanation was needed, Kakashi had always intended to go. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded the calm, composed 17-year-old and nodded in quiet approval. He had to follow through on his words. If Kakashi merely advocated for war while shirking the battlefield himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi would be profoundly disappointed. I recommend 2 people. The silver-haired young man continued. Who? Might Guy and Uchiha Shursui. At those words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed slightly. Might Guy was acceptable. He was Kakashi's close friend, and the two had outstanding synergy on the field, able to watch each other's backs. But Uchiha Shursui. He had already earned the title, Shursui the Teleporter, on the Hidden Mist battlefield. Sending him out again risked inflating the Uchiha clan's arrogance even further as Shursui's reputation grew. Moreover, this conflict wasn't one where Konoha needed to commit everything. If possible, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want a single Uchiha involved. No. It's fine. Udatane Koharu started to object, but Hiruzen Sarutobi cut in first. Hiruzen. Udatane Koharu whirled to glare at him. Very well. Any other candidates? When it came to allowing Uchiha Shursui's participation, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to trust Kakashi. He believed Kakashi's brilliance would eclipse even Shursui the Teleporters. And Kakashi's recommendation of Shursui was a measure of last resort. After all, Kumogakure boasted a perfect Jinchuriki. They couldn't very well send Uchiha Fugaku, could they? As the lengthy meeting finally drew to a close, the personnel for the conflict with Kumogakure were settled. In addition to Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others already mentioned, there were also Hyuga Hizashi from the Hyuga clan and Aburain Shiro, among others. They would depart for the Kumogakure front in 3 days' time. Land of Frost. At the same time, the defense arrangements for the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass were finalized. Narashikaku. As for why Kakashi had recommended Narashikaku instead of Danzo Shimura, who had backed him so strongly in the previous Jonin meeting. In terms of prestige and strength, Danzo Shimura outstripped Narashikaku. But this man's ambitions far outpaced his capabilities. He would stop at nothing to claim the Hokage seat. During the Nine-Tails attack on the village, it was Danzo who ordered Root to block the Uchiha from aiding the battlefield. Yet after stopping them, neither Danzo nor his Root forces ever showed up to fight. The Uchiha were no saints, but was Danzo. Both the Uchiha and Danzo were fools whose ambitions exceeded their abilities, all for the sake of that so-called Hokage position. The Uchiha held their clan meetings incessantly, even plotting a coup to seize power, oblivious to the fact that everything was under Hiruzen Sarutobi's watchful eye. Danzo was no different, he schemed relentlessly for the title, watching idly as the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, attempting to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing by during the Konoha Crush plan, and again during Pain's invasion. To Danzo Shimura, the only good Konoha was one under his rule. Birds of a feather. Neither side was worth praising, there was no need to debate who was darker. When the meeting ended, dusk had already fallen. Kakashi glanced back at the Hokage building, bathed in the twilight glow. Returning home, he found Hikari bustling in the kitchen. The savory aroma of dinner had already filled his senses. I'm home. Kakashi sat at the entryway, slipping off his shoes. Welcome back. Hikari's cheerful voice called from the kitchen. What's for dinner today? It smells amazing. Kakashi padded into the kitchen in his slippers, spotting the girl in her cozy, warm-toned loungewear as she tasted the soup with a ladle. Here, try it, tell me if it's good. This is from the new recipe book I bought. I followed it step by step. Hikari beamed, handing the ladle to Kakashi with excitement. Kakashi took a sip, then eyed the book lying nearby. Cooking, from beginner to the grave. It's delicious. Compared to Hikari's cooking, Kakashi was more intrigued by where she kept finding these bizarre books. Hee hee, aren't I awesome? Hurry and wash your hands, dinner's ready. Buoyed by the praise, Hikari quickly shooed Kakashi to get ready. In a few days, I'll be away from home for a while. When that happens, Hikari, could you take some time to visit Naruto? Bring him some fruits and vegetables, that sort of thing. At the dinner table, Kakashi said between bites. Another mission. Hikari replied casually, Kakashi had mentioned things like this several times before. This one's different from the others. It's the battlefield. Chapter 45, The Eve. The battlefield, huh? The chopsticks, laden with food, hovered midair. After a brief pause, he slipped the bite into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Yet the dish that had burst with flavor just moments before turned bland and tasteless the instant he learned that the young man he'd spent the past 3 years with was heading off to war. In the young girl's memories, war was a terrifying monster. For a scrap of land, a sack of coin, a single person, or even just pride. You kill me, I kill him, he kills you. She herself had been one of its victims. Is it dangerous? Hikari lifted her gaze to Kakashi, who looked as relaxed as if he were simply heading out on a casual trip in a few days. No. Kakashi's reply was immediate. Liar. Hikari couldn't help the spark of annoyance that flared up as she stared at the men so blatantly fibbing to her face. She'd always thought Konoha was a peaceful place. So even here, something as horrifying as war could rear its head. And this guy in front of her, if he was going to lie, couldn't he at least cook up something more believable? How could war not be dangerous? Should I go? I can help you. The black-haired girl fixed her hesitant stare on Kakashi, her clear eyes gleaming under the bright overhead light, as if she'd just resolved some monumental decision. She hated battlefields. But she hated the idea of Kakashi dying on one even more. So, even though the thought of battlefields made her skin crawl, she could stomach it, for Kakashi's sake. If you don't like something, don't force yourself into it. Kakashi chuckled as he regarded Hikari. Sure, Hikari was strong. But if he kept ducking behind her every time trouble cropped up, he'd be utterly pathetic. From the start, when Kakashi had sought out Hikari, he'd hoped she would become the force to confront Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya down the line, making up for the absence of Kamui. And until then, Kakashi had never planned to treat Hikari as just another tool for dodging his problems. Hikari despised battlefields, and Kakashi had no desire to drag her into that mess. That was all there was to it. Hiding behind someone else would never forge true strength. And Kakashi needed to grow strong, he had to, he wouldn't let himself cower behind anyone. But I'm still happy that Hikari's worried about me. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, Kakashi gently brushed a few stray locks of Hikari's hair behind her crystal-clear ear. His eyes crinkled into crescent moons, and the white-haired young man let out a soft laugh as he took in the sight of the pouting girl. You jerk. If you're so eager to die, then go ahead and die. Feeling those fingers lingering and toying with her hair near her ear, the girl's cheeks flushed faintly. She reached out and swatted away the mischievous hand, her lips pursed in a sulky pout. Well, such harsh words are truly heartbreaking. Kakashi rose to his feet and stepped out of the house. Someone had arrived. It was Jiraiya. As night settled in, two white-haired figures perched on the wooden veranda beneath the eaves. 3 years had passed since their last parting. Jiraiya looked exactly as Kakashi remembered him, not a single change. No fancy tea in the house, just some plain leaves I picked up from a roadside shop. Kakashi gestured toward the teapot sitting between them. Don't sweat the small stuff. Jiraiya waved it off. After a bit of light banter, his eyes drifted inadvertently to the firmly shut door inside the house. With a knowing grin, the kind every man instantly recognizes, he shot Kakashi a sly, teasing look and chuckled, I had no idea, you dense blockhead. You've got some real game. Kakashi followed Jiraiya's line of sight. Hikari had already retreated to her room. Hikari's different from the others. 3 years of shared life could warm even the coldest stone, let alone Kakashi, who wasn't some heartless, emotionless shell. He knew exactly what Jiraiya was implying. But just like with Yui, Kakashi had zero interest in romance. His head wasn't wired for that sort of thing. At least not right now. Kakashi didn't grasp what love really was, so he couldn't wrap his mind around why Minato Namikaze had chased after Uzumaki Kushina. He knew what love was in theory, but he couldn't feel it. After all, in his previous life, a world obsessed with material gain, something like that had been far too extravagant a luxury. To Kakashi, Hikari was a powerful ally. Nothing more. Different is different. Let's get to business. I heard you talk the old man into this war against Kimogakure. Care to tell me what was going through your head? You're the one who knows war's cruelty better than anyone. Jiraiya dropped the Hikari topic without pushing further, steering the conversation toward the conflict with Kimogakure instead. As a die-hard pacifist, he didn't lash out in rage over Kakashi's decision, he just regarded his grand student with calm curiosity. Hokage-sama must have filled you in. Kakashi's tone stayed even. The old man told me, sure. But I'd rather hear the answer I'm after straight from your mouth. In response to Jiraiya's words, Kakashi lifted his tea from the low table and drained it in one go. The answer Lord Jiraiya wants. Whatever you want to hear, I can spin something that'll satisfy you, just say the word. But Jiraiya just stared at him calmly, prompting Kakashi to flash a helpless smile. Looks like you're serious. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Jiraiya eyed Kakashi and said, has anyone ever told you you're not exactly the guy to lighten the mood? Kakashi poured himself another cup, cradling the warm vessel as he gazed out at the sunflowers Hikari had planted in the courtyard. Under Jiraiya's steady stare, he sighed in resignation, I've already hashed this out with Hokage-sama. It came up at the Jonin meeting too. Instead of grilling me with these random questions here, why not dig up the meeting minutes? Or gear up for the war that's coming? Jiraiya let out a helpless smile at Kakashi's retort, guess I've turned into a pest for the younger crowd. Am I really getting that old? Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes like a pair of dead fish at Jiraiya's self-deprecating jab. Even the third Hokage had ribbed him about calling him old. Yeah, I get it. It's a straightforward idea, the village needs fresh blood, not the same tired, gloomy vibe it's been stuck in. The older generation has experience the kids can't match, sure, but that experience can be passed down from old to young. The spark, the drive of the youth. That doesn't flow the other way. Honestly, I was shocked the third Hokage actually bought into my pitch. I figured he'd be one of those stubborn old coots. After all, the third Hokage's been in that seat for decades, he knows the ins and outs of war better than anyone. Chapter 46, Hikari and Itachi's first meeting. You little punk, badmouthing the old man behind his back. Believe it or not, I'll spin around right now and rat you out to him. Seeing Kakashi talk like that, Jiraiya couldn't resist teasing him. If that's how Jiraiya's playing it, then I'll just have to find a chance to have a little chat with Lady Tsunade about this. Kakashi pulled a book with a pale yellow cover from his pocket and waved it in front of Jiraiya. Page 38, who's that woman with the killer curves, the brash attitude, always bombing at the gambling tables but head over heels for the hero? Who could that possibly be alluding to? It's such a tough riddle. Kakashi flipped through the Ika Paradise in his hand, shooting a sidelong glance at the men beside him. You brat. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned when he spotted his own masterpiece in Kakashi's grip. If Tsunade ever found out he'd modeled the heroine after her, she would absolutely. She'd snatch every last cent of Jiraiya's royalties and feed them straight to the casinos. What was that I just said? Oh no, I'm getting up there in years. What was I even doing at the Hatake place today? Am I starting to lose my memory? The towering man scratched his head, feigning confusion as he shuffled out the door. Kakashi couldn't help but crack a smile at the sight. Jiraiya really is terrified of Tsunade. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Kakashi. My dearest comrade who shared the fires of my youth, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder once more. Might Guy's emotions fluctuated +1. Chakra +1%. Current chakra, 350%. At the entrance to Konohagakure, the boy's booming voice turned every head in the vicinity. Might Guy, sometimes it's better not to draw quite so much attention. Might Guy, who had just rolled in with the contingent bound for the land of Frostfront, zeroed in on Kakashi amid the crowd in an instant. If Kakashi asks it of me, then consider it done. And the reason? This is the unbreakable bond of blazing youth. The kid in the green jumpsuit flashed Kakashi a thumbs up and his trademark dazzling grin. Well, sometimes that much passion can be a bit overwhelming. Kakashi eyed Might Guy and broke into a cold sweat. He's got energy for days. Jiraiya, leading the formation at the front, glanced back at the two boys in the throng and stroked his chin. Lord Jiraiya, the 4,500-strong unit is fully assembled. The supply convoy left 3 days ago, so we need to push hard for the Land of Frost and link up with them ahead of schedule. A man with the telltale Nara clan ponytail hurried to Jiraiya's side and reported. Very well. Troops, march out. At Jiraiya's command, the 4,500 ninja gathered at the village gates mobilized in perfect unison. Ninja forces were worlds apart from conventional armies, their marching pace was something no regular troop could ever hope to rival. In a mere 10 minutes, thousands of shinobi had vanished from the main gates in swift, disciplined formation without breaking stride. The once bustling entrance to Konoha now stood eerily empty. At the end of a quiet side street in the village, a lone figure materialized as if from thin air. The black-haired girl gazed after the departing ninja columns, her heart a tangle of unspoken feelings. Kakashi, come back in one piece. Hikari sighed, turning to leave, when she caught sight of a black-haired boy around 10 years old staring intently at her. What are you staring at? She shot him a frosty glare and started to walk away. The crest on the boy's sleeve already told her everything she needed to know. Uchiha. The enemies of her past had long been dust, scattered by the winds of time, but even so, Hikari felt nothing for this clan. The only reason she still carried the Uchiha name was because her parents had been Uchiha. That was all. I just came to see Shisui Nizanoff. Uchiha Itachi looked flustered in front of the woman his father called the great-great-great-grandmother of Uchiha's founding ancestress. Hikari's existence over the past 3 years hadn't been kept secret from the Uchiha. While the vast majority of the clan remained in the dark about who she truly was, as the son of Uchiha Fugaku and the younger clan brother of Uchiha Shisui, Itachi was among the select few privy to her identity. Annoying. Hikari spared Uchiha Itachi a single glance before turning on her heel and striding away without a backward look. But then, Uchiha Itachi grabbed the sleeve of her robe. Hikari's eyes narrowed to slits. If not for the trouble it would cause Kakashi, with the temperament she'd carried 500 years ago, she would have already drawn steel and ended him. Uchiha Elder, I believe we can have a conversation. Uchiha Itachi regarded the youthful great-grandmother before him with deadly seriousness. About what? Hikari stared blankly at the kid, her voice laced with an icy chill that defied comprehension. It's about Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi-senpai persuaded the Hokage to launch this war. He's far too dangerous, and I believe. At just 10 years old, Uchiha Itachi had already pieced together from his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and his clan brother, Uchiha Shisui, exactly who had sparked this conflict. A massacre that could have been averted had ignited because of that Hatake Sr.'s meddling. And now, this perilous individual was the guardian of the Uchiha's most powerful weapon from 5 centuries past. In Itachi's eyes, it was like handing the launch codes to the village's most volatile threat. Kakashi Hatake was the most dangerous man in Konoha. What do you think? Before Itachi could finish, a hand flashed like lightning and clamped around his throat. With crushing force, Itachi was slammed against the wall by that single grip. The boy couldn't suppress a pained grunt under the impact. The genius praised by Uchiha Shisui had no hope of resistance against Hikari in this moment. Even accounting for the element of surprise in her outburst, that one strike laid bare the chasm between their strengths. And remember, Hikari still bore the 5-element seal. Kakashi-senpai, he's... Even pinned, Itachi refused to yield and forced the words out through gritted teeth. Who do you think that man is fighting for? He's heading to the front lines for this so-called Konoha, for people like you. You actually... A flicker of blood red crept into her clear, dark eyes, and a murderous aura straight from the depths of hell erupted from the body of this girl who appeared no older than 15. Itachi's face drained of color under the pressure, his Sharingan activating on instinct. His 2 tomo wheels spun frantically beneath the weight of Hikari's blood-soaked killing intent, a pressure forged on mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. Under that duress, the 2 tomo actually fused and evolved into 3. If not for his sake, you'd already be a corpse. Hikari, who had just witnessed the boy's eyes advance from 2 tomo to 3, couldn't have cared less. Her only concern was ensuring this Uchiha brat never spoke ill of Kakashi again. Besides, 3 tomo. What if the kid awakened the Mangekyo? It wouldn't matter one bit. Chapter 47, Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts. Suffocation. In this deserted alley, Uchiha Itachi tasted for the first time the crushing weight of absolute disparity. If it had been a mere contest of strength, he could have fought back. But... Staring at Hikari, who looked no older than himself, perhaps the same age as his brother Shisui, Itachi felt something utterly alien radiating from her, something far removed from Shisui's quiet intensity. Like a man drowning, even drawing breath became a torment. Cold sweat slid in fat beads down his pallid cheeks, his body shook with a tremor he could not command. What is this killing intent that strips away my will to resist before I even draw a kunai? He had glimpsed her on Konoha's streets before. In the handful of memories he retained, this Uchiha Sr. had always seemed the girl next door type, unassuming, almost ordinary. Never had he imagined that someone so innocuous could unleash such vicious, suffocating malice. Perhaps you're right. Kakashi might well be the spark that ignites this war. But what does that have to do with me? His feet left the ground. Itachi's back slammed against the wall, Hikari's single hand clamped his throat like a vice. Her voice was ice. I only know Kakashi isn't some glory hound drunk on power. He walks his own path. You, on the other hand, decide on your own authority that he's a warmongering threat. Before you presume to understand the truth, learn to keep your mouth shut. 3 black tomo spun lazily in the girl's crimson eyes, locking onto Itachi's freshly awakened 3 tomo Sharingan. Itachi clawed at the wrist, crushing his windpipe, face flushed purple. You should be grateful this is Konoha. That's the only reason you're still breathing. Her words continued, but the world was fading. Oxygen starvation dragged him toward blackout. Miss Hikari, what exactly do you plan to do with my son? A voice colder than the alley shadows cut through, followed by the rapid crunch of approaching footsteps. Uchiha Fugaku. The 3 tomo in the black-haired girl's eyes flicked toward the newcomer. Her grip loosened a fraction, Itachi dropped like a discarded puppet, gulping air in ragged, desperate gasps. One move, and he had been utterly helpless. Having danced along the edge of death, Itachi felt the gates of hell swing shut behind him. Dad. Father. Coughing, clutching his bruised throat, Itachi struggled to raise his head toward Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku never spared his son a glance. His full attention fixed on the girl who looked barely 15. The Uchiha from 500 years ago. Senior Uchiha, has Itachi offended you? The man's tone was level, the 3 tomo in his own Sharingan turning with deliberate calm. Hikari studied the clan head. Something sparked behind her eyes, a sly, feline smile curved her lips. Potent in release. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the Uchiha bloodline's ultimate expression, and the Sharingan itself the pinnacle of In. Over centuries, Hikari had pushed that limit to its extremes. The instant Fugaku activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, she had seen it, felt it, like a signature written in chakra. Her quiet observation shifted Fugaku's expression by the barest degree, yet his voice remained low and steady. Uchiha Hikari, you've been in Konoha 3 years. With Kakashi now on the battlefield, you would do well to behave, and not make trouble for him. Or bully a child here. Hikari's face betrayed nothing. That faint, venomous smile lingered as she turned to leave, flicking a lazy wave over her shoulder. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. But even if I bully a kid, I'm not apologizing, you know. Her voice drifted away down the alley. Fugaku watched her silhouette vanish, a thread of unease tightening in his chest. Did she notice? Father. Itachi, leaning heavily against the wall, looked up at him. Stay away from her. From now on. Fugaku's tone brooked no argument. Itachi said nothing, only nodded, shoulders slumped, spirit dented. Let's go. Seeing his son so diminished, Fugaku exhaled a quiet, weary breath. A nameless urgency coiled in his gut. The Uchiha's position in the village grew more precarious by the day, dissent within the clan swelled like a tide. Some of the hardliners had begun whispering about a coup. The Hokage's seat should be ours by right. In the past, Fugaku would have crushed such talk without hesitation. But now, remembering the girl who had just walked away, his fist clenched of its own accord. Uchiha Mume. Uchiha Hikari. How could the Hokage assign someone who radiated open hostility toward the Uchiha to Kakashi's side? What, exactly, did Hiruzen Sarutobi think the Uchiha were? To Fugaku, it was a message, clear as any sealed scroll. A signal of political favoritism. Regardless of Hikari's true feelings toward the clan, simply planting an avowed enemy beside Kakashi, Konoha's rising star, was warning enough. Kakashi was the Hokage's own disciple. As long as he lived, he would shape the village's future, Hokage or not. To have someone openly hostile to the Uchiha glued to his shadow was enough to rob Fugaku of sleep. Father. Itachi tugged his sleeve, concern creasing his young face. It's nothing. Let's go home. Fugaku snapped out of his reverie, reached down, and ruffled his son's hair with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Snow filled the sky, the wind knifed through flesh to bone. On the frost-blanketed plain studded with dark firs, Konoha's expeditionary force swiftly raised camp in the land of frost. The white-haired youth stood alone on the snowfield, standard cold-weather cloak drawn tight, silver hair whipping in the gale. As far as the eye could see, white. Through the swirling flakes he seemed to glimpse the coming crimson and flame. Kakashi did not enjoy killing. But he hated cowardice more. To avoid cowardice, one needed strength enough that enemies dared not move. No, strength enough that the thought of moving against him never entered their minds. As the Hokage's disciple, his destiny was lashed to Konoha's. They would stand or fall together. He had no other path. Defection. Why trade a village where he could walk to the market when hungry, sleep under a solid roof when weary, for the rootless existence of a missing nin, always cold, always hungry, always looking over his shoulder. Chapter 48, The Mother River. Land of Frost, Konoha's main tent. The moment they entered the Land of Frost, Jiraiya had already dispatched numerous reconnaissance squads to gather intelligence on the region's current state. Within hours, the information had been compiled and spread out before him, neat and thorough. The Land of Frost bordered both the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice Fields, with only the sea separating it from the Land of Lightning. Sparsely populated and lacking any significant military power of its own, it was fated to become a battlefield every time war erupted between the great nations. In truth, this country was little more than a buffer zone between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Inside the main command tent, Jiraiya, the overall commander of Konoha's forces on the Frost Front, had summoned every jonin in the division to discuss their strategy against the approaching Kimogakure army. Besides Jiraiya, those present included Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Uchiha Shursui, Hyuga Hizashi, and Aburame Shiro, among others. At the center of the tent stood a large sand table depicting the terrain of the Land of Frost. Flags of 2 colors marked the positions of the Konoha and Kimogakure forces. Everyone, Jiraiya began, pointing toward the northern markers. According to our latest reports, the Kimogakure army arrived in the Land of Frost last night, about 50 kilometers from our current position. Official statements from Kimogakure confirm that their commander this time is none other than the Raikage himself, accompanied by his personal guards. No one in the tent looked surprised. The geography of the shinobi world meant that the great nations of wind, lightning, water, and earth each occupied a corner of the continent. In one-on-one wars, they rarely had to worry about attacks from behind. Because of this, the Kage of these lands often led their armies personally. The Land of Fire, however, lay at the very heart of the continent, surrounded on all sides, with no natural defenses. In every great ninja war, Konoha faced 2, 3, sometimes even 4 fronts at once. Thus, the Hokage could never afford to leave the village unguarded. Even so, Konoha's strength was formidable. Blessed with rich resources and strong training traditions, the village had produced an endless line of prodigies, the White Fang, the legendary Sannin, and the Yellow Flash, heroes who had stood against the combined might of the other great nations. The saying, a land blessed with talent and spirit, truly applied to Konoha. And that, too, was part of the problem. Because once the wars ended and peace returned, no one could predict what kind of genius might rise from the land of fire again. That fear alone was enough to make the other nations restless. As one of the recurring battlegrounds between Konoha and Kimogakure, the land of frost was well known to most of the veterans present, even to those who had never set foot here before. The Eight Tails isn't with them? Hyuga Hisashi asked, studying the terrain map intently. That's exactly what worries me, Jiraiya replied, his brow furrowing. If the Eight Tails joins the battle, things will get very difficult. 5 years ago, during the height of the Third Great Ninja War, both the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had been deployed together. If Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, hadn't faced the A and B duo alone back then, Konoha might have been dragged into a prolonged stalemate with Kimogakure. Now, with the Raikage personally taking the field again, there was no reason to think Killer B would stay behind. The AB duo still fought side by side. But the Yellow Flash was gone. Jiraiya slapped his chest and gave a booming laugh. Don't worry. Even if those two are here, I'm still around, aren't I? The heavy atmosphere lifted slightly, smiles spreading across the faces of the gathered Jonin. Typical Jiraiya, turning tension into confidence with a single line. Kakashi glanced at him quietly, a spark of respect in his eye. As Konoha's strongest active shinobi, second only to the third Hokage himself, Jiraiya had every right to speak that way. How large is their force? Abirame Shiro asked, his calm tone cutting through the hum of conversation. Jiraiya's expression hardened. 6,000. A murmur rippled through the tent. 6,000 shinobi, half of Kimogakure's total strength. Thanks to the Third Raikage's legendary last stand against 10,000 Iwagakure ninja years ago, the Hidden Cloud had managed to preserve a sizable core of battle-ready troops. Konoha's intelligence division estimated that Kimogakure maintained about 15,000 active shinobi in total. Meanwhile, Konoha, though boasting over 20,000, had to defend multiple fronts. Forces were already stationed along the borders with Iwagakure and other nations, leaving only a fraction available for the Frost campaign. On paper, Konoha had the advantage in numbers, but in actual combat, the difference between the 5 great villages was rarely that simple. Fortunately, the other nations were far from united. Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand could be separated by an ocean and still find reasons to fight each other. Wars between the great villages were as much about distrust as they were about land. Even Sunagakure, desperate for peace, had once sacrificed Pakura, the hero of the sand, to secure a fragile truce. And Iwagakure and Kirigakure had both lost their own Kage in duels that left neither side standing. In such chaos, it was little wonder Konoha had endured through every great ninja war. 6,000. Uchiha Shursui muttered, his brows knitting together. Kakashi, meanwhile, pointed to a blue ribbon of paper marking a river on the sand table. What about this river? He asked. Shursui glanced at him. That's the Naka River. A major river formed in the mountains between the land of rain and the land of wind, he explained. It flows through the land of rain, then the land of fire, and finally into the land of frost before reaching the sea. The Naka River in Konoha is just one of its tributaries, Jiraiya added, continuing the explanation. Because it gives life to so many lands along its course, people call it the Mother River. Is the water level high this time of year? Kakashi asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. It's moderate, Jiraiya replied, scratching his head, unsure where Kakashi was going with this. The local government maintains it pretty well, allocates funds every year to manage the flow. Why? I want to take a look, Kakashi said, still gazing at the blue line representing the river. If the flow was strong enough, the war might already be half decided. Go ahead, Jiraiya said after a moment's thought. Take a few people with you. The section Kakashi pointed to lay along the border between the land of fire and the land of frost. Jiraiya wasn't particularly worried, Kakashi could handle himself. Might Guy, let's move. Without another word, Kakashi turned and strode out of the tent. Oh yeah. The flames of youth won't allow my rival to go alone. Guy declared, immediately following him. Wait for me, Kakashi-senpai. I'm coming too. Shursui called, hurrying after them. Jiraiya chuckled softly, stroking his chin. Ah, to be young again. Then his expression hardened once more as he turned back to the others. All right, let's continue. Tonight, we strike first. I'm planning a night raid against the Kimogakure camp. Even without Kakashi and the others, Jiraiya's voice carried the unshakable confidence of a veteran warrior. A night raid didn't require their full strength, and this one would be no exception. Chapter 49, Uchiha Shursui. The river stretched wide and fathomless, its expanse lost to the horizon in every direction. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shisui walked along the bank, and as Kakashi gazed at the vast waterway, nearly a great river in its own right, he felt a surge of confidence. In the ninja world, the extraordinary individual prowess of shinobi left little room, no, none, for leveraging geographical advantages on the battlefield. The sole exception was the one-line sky in the hidden sand village. The outcome of any war hinged almost entirely on who boasted the mightier experts, the stronger shinobi, and the larger forces under their command. Beyond that, it came down to who could sever the enemy supply lines and force a retreat. On the front lines, strengths were generally evenly matched. Aside from a handful of mechanic and numeric outliers, victory was a numbers game. The numeric outliers included Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Pain, and the third Raikage. The mechanic outliers were Senju Tobarama, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, the second Tsuchikage, and the third Tsuchikage. And the tailed beasts. Which of the 9 could truly hold an edge against these figures, most of them village kage with legions of subordinates at their beck and call? Even Uchiha Obito could bend the 9 tails to his will with a single glance. In a ninja world that idolized raw individual power, especially the likes of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Pain. Geographical advantage. It simply didn't exist. I can reshape the terrain with one jutsu. What geographical advantage are you even talking about? There was no precedent for exploiting terrain in this world's battles. Naturally, there were no countermeasures either. The moment Kakashi laid eyes on this river, a plan to turn the tide crystallized in his mind. Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Shisui, who had volunteered to join them and had stayed quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. What is it? Kakashi turned to the young Uchiha. Shisui lifted his gaze to meet Kakashi's, hesitation flickering across his face before he steeled himself. Why are you so eager to start a war? Kakashi sighed inwardly at the question. Because I won't let the blood Konoha has spilled over decades to become the strongest village in the ninja world go to waste. Before Kakashi could respond, Might Guy beat him to it. But if we can avoid it. Shisui shook his head, words catching in his throat. If I recall correctly, you were at the Jonin meeting that day, weren't you, Shisui? Kakashi asked lightly, taking a step forward. Yes, I was. Shisui nodded. I remember your grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, was a disciple of the second Hokage, just like Lord Hiruzen. In a way, that makes us distant relatives. Kakashi turned and clapped a hand on Shisui's shoulder. Kakashi was Hiruzen Sarutobi's grand disciple, Shisui was Uchiha Kagami's grandson. Trace their lineages far enough, and both led back to Senju Tobarama. Shisui said nothing, only watching Kakashi in silence. Guy's absolutely right. 60 years of Konoha's heroic blood shouldn't be spilled in vain. Hearing Kakashi echo his sentiment, Guy broke into a wide, gleaming grin. Might Guy's emotional fluctuation +1. Chakra +1%. Kakashi ignored the display and pressed on. Peace is precious, and war is cruel. But peace won through submission and compromise is nothing more than one side's oppression of the other, a fleeting mercy doled out from the victor's fingertips. That kind of peace is just a pretty illusion the bully drapes over their own shoulders. What's more, Konoha has always been the strongest. This time, Kimogakure isn't just after the Byakugan. In my view, they're testing us, probing Konoha's strength. If we let them walk away with it, the entire ninja world will know the village that once stood unchallenged is finished. So we cannot let them succeed. A chill settled in Kakashi's eyes as he spoke. Some in the village had lost sight of reality. Decades of unchallenged power had bred complacency, they'd forgotten that peace was forged through strength, not granted. Ambition had rusted with time, resolve had faded with the years. They no longer deserved the positions they held. And he would step onto the battlefield if he had to. But never because someone forced his hand. Is that how it is? Shisui stared at the senior before him, confusion clouding his features. He remembered what the clan head had told him the night of the Jonin meeting. Kakashi, a leader among the younger generation, was supposedly fierce, unyielding, a warmonger with a ruthless streak, someone to keep at arm's length. Yet everything the senior said made perfect sense. For a moment, Shisui couldn't tell who was right. Don't overthink it. Focus on the here and now. Seeing Shisui caught in his turmoil, Kakashi softened his expression and offered a gentle reassurance. He remained wary of Uchiha Shisui. The Koto Amatsukami was a genjutsu that demanded constant vigilance. Especially from a 15-year-old in the peak of adolescent impulsiveness, Shisui might, on a whim, cast it on anyone he deemed a threat. Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan were often mentally unstable, after all. But if handled carefully, the young man before him could be the sharpest blade in Konoha's arsenal. Yes, senpai. I was overthinking it. Shisui smiled shyly at the comforting words. Maybe he had been overthinking. How could Kakashi-senpai, disciple of the fourth Hokage, be the dangerous figure the clan head described? Unbidden, the image of the yellow flash surfaced in Shirsue's mind, gentle, radiant, a beacon to all. Kakashi-senpai carried Minato-sama's will. If Minato-sama faced Kimogakure's aggression, he would have done the same. All right, it's getting late. Let's head back. Kakashi glanced at the darkening sky. Got it. But Kakashi-senpai, why are you so fixated on this river? On the return trip, Shirsue set aside his inner conflict and eyed Kakashi with open curiosity. It might just be the key to winning this war. Kakashi gestured toward the broad river, its surface unmarred even by wind and snow. As expected of Kakashi. You've already devised a winning strategy the moment we arrived in the land of frost. Unlike Shirsue, Might Guy's trust in Kakashi was absolute. Night fell steadily. By the time the three returned to camp, Jiraiya had already led Hyuga Hisashi and Aburame Shiro on a nighttime raid against Kimogakure. Chapter 50, Kakashi-senpai is too radical. Night. By the time Jiraiya returned to camp with his group, Kakashi and the others had already arrived. Konoha main tent. Assemble all Jonin, we're holding a meeting. When Kakashi hurried over, his expression was faintly grave. Jiraiya was drenched in blood, and even Aburame Shiro beside him looked thoroughly battered. But there was no sign of Hyuga Hisashi. Where is Senior Hisashi? In the brief moment it took Kakashi to speak, Uchiha Shirsue, Might Guy, and the others arrived one after another. He took a tailed beast bomb head-on with his rotation and was gravely injured. The medical team is giving him emergency treatment now. Jiraiya's face was grim. This night raid had succeeded, and yet it had failed. Under Jiraiya's command, they had managed to throw the Kimogakure forces into disarray and inflict casualties, but their own losses were just as heavy. A planned strike against an unprepared enemy that ended in equal casualties was nothing less than defeat. The Eight Tails, huh? Kakashi's expression grew a shade darker. Jiraiya's next words, however, made him frown. It wasn't just the Eight Tails. The Two Tails was there too. Jiraiya brushed at his blood-spattered clothes, his face ashen. I never imagined the Two Tails Jinchuriki would be present as well. Besides the Raikage himself, both the Two Tails and the Eight Tails are with the enemy forces. And both can fully control their tailed beasts. It's hard to wrap my head around. Aburame Shiro stood beside him, sunglasses hiding whatever expression lay beneath, but the set of his shoulders spoke volumes. Two-tailed beasts. Kakashi fell silent for a moment. The situation has taken an unexpected turn. It seems Kimogakure didn't commit their full strength this time, but every one of their top-tier fighters is here. This battle. Uchiha Shirsue's face twisted in displeasure. The tent lapsed into an oppressive hush, broken only by the guttering flame of the oil lamp that painted shifting shadows across everyone's faces. Kakashi's own expression was somber. This war had to be fought, he had been the one to push for it hardest. If they lost now. The thought alone was enough to spur him. He shattered the silence, dark eyes fixed on Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, I have a plan that can crush Kimogakure. But it will take time. Jiraiya's troubled look lifted at once, he leaned forward, voice edged with urgency. What plan? Kakashi tapped the sand table, his finger tracing the blue ribbon that marked the Naka River. Build dikes and dams. Not only Jiraiya but even Aburame Shiro looked baffled. Kakashi didn't give them time to puzzle it out. He pointed to a narrow choke point along the river's course. Send Earth-release shinobi to construct a reservoir here. Given the Naka River's volume, it won't take long to store a massive amount of water. At the same time, we'll need to build a large number of rafts, or boats. When we engage Kimogakure in the decisive battle, we breach the dam, flood their lines, and ride the torrent on our vessels. One overwhelming surge to settle everything. Kimogakure's terrain is mountainous, they have almost no water release specialists. Trying to redirect a flood of that magnitude would be like an ant shaking a tree. Even the Raikage, the Two Tails, and the Eight Tails, formidable as they are, would be throwing eggs against a boulder. With the bulk of their shinobi swept away, they'd have no choice but to retreat. A handful of sentences, and every face in the tent shifted, shock, calculation, unease. If we do that, half the land of frost will. Uchiha Shirsue hadn't expected the senior he'd admired earlier that day, out surveying the Naka River, to be nursing a scheme like this. Half the land of frost would become a drowned wasteland. This strategy treated the lives of the Frost Country's people as utterly expendable. In Senior Kakashi's eyes, what did human life even mean? The land of frost is vast, sparsely populated, and bitterly cold. Most of it is wilderness, few actually live here. We should be grateful the river hasn't frozen yet. In another month, even a water attack would be impossible. Kakashi glanced at Shirsue and spoke with calm detachment. A water attack. Jiraiya listened in silence. Waging war with the raw power of nature was unheard of in the shinobi world. That Kakashi had seen the possibility left Jiraiya stunned by the younger man's limitless ingenuity. Yet the more he turned it over, the more viable it seemed. Konoha sat upstream, perfect positioning for a deluge down the Naka River. If they set this precedent, Konoha could wield the same weapon in any future war. Kakashi's plan wasn't just victory for today, it carved out a permanent geographic advantage against Kimogakure. Still, Shirsui's concern echoed in his mind. A flood like that would turn half the land of Frost into a disaster zone. Right now the enemy outmatches us. In my view, the safety of the Land of Fire's people is what matters most. Citizens of other nations aren't our responsibility. Seeing Jiraiya hesitate rather than refuse outright, Kakashi pressed his advantage. But if we do this, how do we face those people? Shirsui's voice cracked with urgency. Why should we face them? Aren't we the ones, Kimogakure and Konoha both, who turned their country into a battlefield? The words cut straight to Shirsui's heart. He opened his mouth, found nothing to say, and clenched his fists until the knuckles blanched, betraying the storm inside him. Kakashi ignored the insistent chakra warnings flaring in the back of his mind and fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, if the water attack succeeds, victory tips decisively to our side. With perfect execution, we could annihilate all 6,000 Kimogakure shinobi in a single stroke. Losing that many elite troops would cripple Kimogakure's ability to wage war for a decade. The Land of Lightning might erupt in unrest, even a Reikage as powerful as theirs could be forced to step down. Annihilate 6,000 shinobi. Cripple them for 10 years. Jiraiya's pulse quickened. The temptation was overwhelming. Kimogakure had always been the most belligerent of the 5 great villages. If this succeeded, the entire northern border of the Land of Fire would know peace. Konoha could recover, rebuild, and prepare for whatever came next. And they would establish the first true precedent for water warfare. Future generations would inherit an unbreakable edge against Kimogakure. Fine. We'll do it. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and gave the order. It might defy the heavens, but for Konoha, for the Land of Fire, Jiraiya would slaughter anyone who stood in their way. Uchiha Shirsue watched the exchange, a chill spreading through his hands and feet, an ache gnawing at his chest. This one battle would drown countless innocent lives for no reason at all. Senior Kakashi was simply too radical. Chapter 51, Gomen. Jiraiya's decision to employ the water attack strategy inflicted profound pain on Uchiha Shirsue. To win a war, so many innocent lives would be caught in the crossfire. Kakashi cast a subtle glance at Uchiha Shirsue. The relentless warnings about him made it impossible to overlook this junior any longer. It seems anything I say now would be pointless. Kakashi thought to himself. He had originally believed that this man, who, in the original story, was willing to sacrifice his life for peace between the village and the Uchiha clan, would understand his perspective. But now, it was clear, he truly was someone who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The combined emotional turmoil of Jiraiya, Might Guy, and Abirame Shiro didn't even come close to matching Uchiha Shirsue's alone. Kakashi lowered his gaze, shifting his peripheral vision away from Uchiha Shirsue. Just as he had once projected his own biases onto others, assuming the worst about the Kimogakure envoy. Now, Kakashi was already contemplating how to counter Uchiha Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami. He hadn't expected to sway Uchiha Shirsue into submission with words alone. Kakashi, fully aware of his own standing, knew that Uchiha Shirsue wasn't like Guang. Guang herself craved acceptance from others, no matter who it was, as long as someone was willing to embrace her on the day she awakened, she would devote her power to them. Uchiha Shirsue was different, he held his own unwavering set of values. Kakashi couldn't change him, especially not after he had awakened the Mangekyo. In that case, we'll dispatch a team of Earth-release ninjas from the troops to construct a dam. Before the water level rises to the volume we need, we have to hold off those Kimogakure forces. Jiraiya spoke slowly, finally crushing the last flickering hopes in Uchiha Shirsue's heart. Kakashi nodded faintly in agreement. In the original story, Jiraiya had told Tsunade that if she ever threatened Konoha, he would eliminate her himself themselves. In his heart, Konoha always came first. Anyone who stood in Konoha's way would be cut down. Before that, I'll scatter all the Hyuga ninjas throughout the troops to prevent Kimogakure scouts from slipping into our controlled territory. Shikaku, I'm leaving this in your hands. Jiraiya glanced at the white-haired young man who had suggested this plan to him. If it succeeded, both his and Kakashi's reputations beyond the Land of Fire would likely take a nosedive. The Land of Frost was expansive and sparsely populated, but that didn't mean it was empty. To crush Kimogakure, resorting to such ruthless tactics would probably brand Jiraiya as cold-blooded in the eyes of others. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Abirame Shiro replied respectfully. He felt no particular qualms about Kakashi's plan, only noting that the man was indeed Minato Namikaze's student, his mind moved with impressive speed. As for the so-called innocents, in Abirame Shiro's eyes, all lives were equal. If insects could be crushed underfoot, why not others? As for Kakashi, he avoided looking at Uchiha Shisui. He had already resolved not to make eye contact with him until they returned to Konoha. In that case, that's all for today. Tonight, tighten security to guard against a Kimogakure assault. Dismissed. Kakashi, hang back. Jiraiya issued the order, detaining Kakashi at the end. Before exiting the command tent, Uchiha Shisui cast a complicated glance at the village's prodigy senior, sighed inwardly, and slipped away in silence. Though he bore the moniker, Shisui the Teleporter, it was just a title. In this scenario, beyond his Jonin rank, he held no real authority and couldn't overturn what Jiraiya had already set in motion. Watching everyone depart, Jiraiya smiled helplessly and beckoned Kakashi closer, gesturing for him to approach. Kakashi assumed Jiraiya might be uneasy about the water attack, but to his surprise, the man launched straight into an unexpected question. I recall you began studying chakra nature transformation and shape manipulation for wind release 3 years ago. How far along is your wind release research now? Wind release. It's coming along, but I've already mastered both nature transformation and shape manipulation. Kakashi replied. Excellent. You've mastered both shape manipulation and nature transformation, and you call it coming along. Catch. Jiraiya's face brightened with delight as he pulled a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Kakashi. Kakashi caught it and saw it was a wind release technique. Wind release, Great Tornado. This is a C-rank jutsu. You need to master it before the dam fills with water. This wind release technique has an incredibly wide area of effect. When the moment comes, I'll summon Gamabunta, he'll spew oil, I'll add fire, and you'll fan it with wind. Oh, right, do you have enough chakra? Jiraiya rattled on excitedly, then abruptly paused as a concern hit him. What if Kakashi unleashed one wind release and keeled over? Though it was only C-rank, like water release, its scale tied directly to the user's chakra reserves. The more chakra poured in, the vast the range and the fiercer the gale. I've got plenty of chakra. Kakashi stated calmly, clutching the wind release scroll. At this point, he effectively wielded the power of 8 gates, so a simple wind release was child's play. He just hadn't anticipated that, in such a brief span, Jiraiya had already refined the water attack further through a ninja's ingenuity. Gomen. It could be called a streamlined version of Gomen. In the original story, Jiraiya in Sage mode had used this against Pain. Though the Predapath absorbed it, this Sage art was undeniably a top-tier S-rank technique, and in raw power, it ranked among the mightiest S-ranks. Gamabunta's toad oil would coat the water, Jiraiya would ignite it with fire, and he would amplify it with wind, all layered atop the flood. 2 ordinarily incompatible elements would fuse thanks to the toad oil. This one strike would be enough to devastate Kimogakure's forces, or even wipe out their weaker contingents in a single blow. In that case, I'll head out now. Kakashi held up the scroll for Jiraiya to see. Go on. Master it as fast as you can. Kakashi said nothing more, exiting the command tent alone and heading back to his own. It was just a C-rank jutsu, the challenge wasn't steep. The reason this wind release wasn't more common was purely its massive chakra demand. Those with scant reserves couldn't unlock its full potential. Kakashi-senpai. On the path back to his tent, a voice suddenly called out to him. It was Uchiha Shisui. We can talk about anything else later. Lord Jiraiya just gave me a mission. Kakashi didn't turn around, simply waving the scroll in his hand before continuing toward his tent. He won't even speak to me. Uchiha Shisui stared blankly at Kakashi's retreating figure, his entire form shrouded in shadow, his expression unreadable. Chapter 52, Enemy Attack. He caught a fleeting glimpse of Uchiha Shisui lurking in the shadows with his peripheral vision. Those who walk different paths cannot plan together. If their convictions clashed, there was no point in further involvement. Kakashi couldn't sway him, and Shisui could never bend Kakashi's resolve. Wait. Koto Amatsukami. Slipping into his tent beneath the snowy night, darkness swallowed the silver-haired youth whole, a faint chill creeping into his previously composed expression. That eye technique was far too dangerous. It had to be dealt with. For now, though, his priority remained studying this wind release. The oil lamp's flame danced unsteadily, lending the dim tent a fragile touch of warmth. Kakashi leaned back against the bedding, unrolling the scroll in his hands and poring over it by the faint light. The next morning, at the Hidden Leaf camp, patrolling shinobi were handing off their shifts, while many others in the encampment began lighting fires to cook. Though they seldom risked open flames on missions, this was a full camp, concealment was impossible out in the open, just as Konoha had located the Hidden Cloud camp. It was a rare clear day in the land of frost, sunlight sliced through the clouds, glancing off the snow and stinging the eyes if stared at too long. As the scent of rice drifted from the iron pot over the bonfire, shinobi clustered in small groups around the flames pulled out pickled vegetables they'd brought from home, eager for a hot meal to chase away the cold. At that moment, one shinobi seated by the fire twitched an ear, catching an odd sound. His easygoing smile, mid-conversation with his comrades, froze solid. It was the same roar he'd heard last night during the raid on the hidden cloud camp with Lord Jiraiya. Instinct took over, he snapped his gaze skyward. A black speck hurtled toward the hidden leaf camp at blinding speed. That was enemy attack. The shinobi leaped to his feet without a second thought, bellowing the warning. Nearly every hidden leaf shinobi whipped around at the chakra-laced shout, eyes locking on the black sphere streaking across the sky. Tailed beast ball. Jiraiya burst from the camp's heart, face grim as he tracked the incoming projectile. As expected, hidden cloud shinobi never let a slight go unanswered. After scrambling to regroup overnight from the water assault, they'd wasted no time launching a dawn counterstrike. And they'd opened with a tailed beast ball, no less. Jiraiya could already picture the burly Raikage at the head of thousands of shinobi, storming their position. Classic hidden cloud bravado. A cold smirk tugged at Jiraiya's lips as he bit his finger and wove hand signs. He planned to summon the gullet of Mount Myaboku's great toad dweller the instant the tailed beast ball struck the camp, swallowing it whole. The great toad that devoured lava wouldn't even flinch at a tailed beast ball. Just as Jiraiya completed the final seal, ready to summon, a voice cut through the chaos. Summoning Jutsu, five-fold Rashomon. The young man with a ninja sword at his hip had materialized beside him unnoticed. Palms slammed into the snow, and a thunderous roar erupted as massive shadows surged from the earth. 5 colossal iron gates, each bearing a demonic face, rose to shield the front of the hidden leaf camp. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed at the sight. Five-fold Rashomon. A summoning technique only the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had ever mastered. Calling forth all 5 demanded an ocean of chakra. Even Orochimaru could manage only 3. And this kid, Kakashi. The tailed beast ball's coming from above, if the angle's wrong, it'll punch straight through the gates and land in the camp. Jiraiya released his seals. So I adjusted the Rashomon's tilt. Kakashi answered calmly. As the words left his mouth, the black sphere slammed into the first gate with a shrieking grind of tortured metal and a deafening boom. The initial Rashomon crumpled like paper. Then the second, the third, up to the fourth. The tailed beast ball skimmed perilously close to the camp before rocketing toward the distant pine forest. Only 4 gates down. Kakashi murmured, watching the sphere vanish from view. Uchiha Madara, wielding Susanoo alongside the 9 tails, had shattered all 5 and still reached the sea beyond. An 8 tails tailed beast ball should have done the same, yet only 4 had fallen. The final demon-faced gate stood unscathed. Looks like the 2 tails doing. Jiraiya eyed the fading projectile and pinpointed the tailed beast responsible. No sooner had he spoken than a fiery explosion erupted in the pine forest. Countless towering trees splintered, hurled skyward, uprooted by the blast's fury. Snow that had piled for who knew how long melted in an instant, flash-boiled by the searing heat. Roiling flames and a devastating shockwave razed everything in their path. Just a stray cat. Watch this, everyone, I'll bag it and take it home to chase mice. Jiraiya threw his head back and laughed, spirits blazing, showing no trace of fear at the tailed beast ball's might. The shinobi who'd instinctively rallied behind him saw their commander's fearless grin, and the dread inspired by the attack evaporated. As Kakashi dismissed the Rashomon, Jiraiya charged forward, leading the rush toward the tailed beast ball's origin. Kakashi tightened the strap of white fang at his waist and followed close behind. Kakashi. Youth never retreats. With you and me side by side, who dares stand in our way? A booming cry rang out as Might Guy, clad in his green jumpsuit, barreled to Kakashi's flank without a moment's hesitation. Just as Jiraiya had anticipated, beyond the snowy ridge ahead loomed a sea of hidden cloud shinobi surging toward the hidden leaf camp. At their forefront blazed the most electrifying figure in the hidden cloud, the Raikage himself. Yet every eye, as if by unspoken accord, dropped to the Raikage's feet. A cat. A 2-tailed cat wreathed in black and blue flames, towering dozens of meters high. The 2 tails, Matatabi. Jiraiya, you're dead. The instant Jiraiya appeared, the Raikage's gaze ignited with murderous rage. He launched forward alone, breaking from his forces to close the distance. Ha 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 ha. Bring it. Jiraiya's wild laugh answered, and he met the charge head-on without flinching. With their leaders already locked in combat, both armies roared in unison, like 2 unstoppable beasts, they collided in a furious clash. Chapter 53, 2 Tails. The biting wind howled, and snow swirled wildly. Tens of thousands of people from both sides clashed in a desperate struggle across this icy, snowy landscape. They fought to the death against strangers they had never met before. Even though they were complete unknowns to one another, hatred surged in their hearts, driving them to kill each other without mercy. 1, 2, 3, countless enemies had already fallen to Kakashi. The white-haired youth's heart remained unmoved, his white fang stained with the blood of many. As chakra hummed through it, the blood on the blade dispersed, revealing a cold gleam from its edge that was even more chilling than the surrounding snow. Until, with a sharp clang of metal, White Fang was blocked. Yo, as expected of the famous Kakashi. If I kill him, my name should become even more renowned, right? A Kumogakure ninja, roughly Kakashi's age, with the same white hair but dark skin, blocked Kakashi with a great sword. His expression seemed lazy, but his body radiated killing intent. Darui of Kumogakure. Kakashi looked at him, with no intention of wasting words. Well, he's really cold. If. Darui was fending off White Fang, still trying to say something, when a sudden change occurred. Kakashi pulled his blade back, creating a hair-raising screech as it scraped against the other ninja sword, while continuous sparks flew from between the ninja blades. The moment Kakashi drew White Fang, a streak of blood appeared on Darui's sword-wielding arm. Darui's heart lurched. A chakra ninja tool. Without time to think, Darui instinctively retreated rapidly. However, a spark landed right in front of him. At the same time, Kakashi finally spoke. Rising Tiger, Fire Release, Sword Leap Flame. In an instant, scorching heat dispelled the cold, and rolling heat waves erupted from White Fang's gleaming blade. Crimson flames licked along the cold blade. Facing the retreating Darui, Kakashi showed no intention of letting him go. Lightning wrapped around his feet, his speed soared, and with a single step, a flash of electricity, he was already upon Darui. White Fang was raised high, his eyes cold as he brought the blade down. Heat waves surged, flames illuminated everything around, and even the snow underfoot began to melt in that moment. The power of fire release was fully unleashed in this single strike. Darui's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Without time to think, he flung his ninja sword directly at Kakashi, while simultaneously forming hand seals rapidly, hoping to buy himself time to cast a ninjutsu. White Fang descended, and the furious flames transformed into a sharp, scorching sword aura. The chakra within his body unleashed the immense power of an extraordinary force in that moment. The snow melted, then evaporated under the heat waves, revealing the bare ground as a massive, several-meter-high flame sword aura rushed toward Darui. Storm Release. Sweat beaded on Darui's forehead as he stared at the strike that had locked onto him, attempting to defend with his Kekii Genkai. But, it was too late. Darui. A voice suddenly rang out. A Kumogakure ninja suddenly lunged toward Darui, trying to save him. But the flame sword aura was fleeting, instantly cutting him in half at the waist, engulfing both the Kumogakure ninja and Darui in its attack range. Accompanied by a violent explosion that soared into the sky, surging heat waves enveloped in flames rushed forward, scattering snowflakes, and several Kumogakure ninja were blown away by this single strike. His white hair fluttering wildly, Kakashi watched the figures in the flames, their fates unknown. Just as he was about to move in for the finishing blow, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. Brat. With a deafening roar, a giant cat's paw swatted at him. Matatabi. Matatabi's emotions fluctuate. Matatabi. It's not Yujito ni, hasn't the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails changed yet? Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he rapidly retreated, dodging the Two Tails' claw. Once his body was stable again, Kakashi finally assessed the Two Tails in front of him. Its body was massive, entirely engulfed in captivating, ghostly blue chakra flames, and at the same time, he instinctively sensed the unparalleled chakra within its body. This was Kakashi's first time facing a tailed beast directly. Recalling the tailed beast bomb that the Nine Tails had launched across almost the entire Konoha in his memories, the current situation made him understand why the 5 great ninja villages almost unanimously regarded the tailed beasts as their most important asset. However, you've come at just the right time. Lightning flashed in the youth's eyes as he walked step by step through the wind and snow toward the giant creature. He needed power, and to acquire power, he needed resources, which in turn required military achievements. The chakra he had accumulated in his body over 3 years would not allow him to back down here. So, he met it head-on. The lingering heat from the earlier flames gradually dissipated in the pervasive wind and snow, but now a new surge of power churned within Kakashi. With a single step, the snowflakes beneath his feet scattered violently. Kakashi actually charged alone toward that behemoth. Kakashi. Might Guy, not far away, was startled by this sight. Might Guy. Without time to think, surging chakra flames erupted around him. 8 gates, 6th gate, gate of view, open. Might Guy transformed into a green stream of light, like a humanoid beast, charging recklessly. Any enemy in his path died upon contact, perished upon being touched. Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Shursui, from a distance, watched the scene with unspoken feelings. He once again recalled Uchiha Fugaku's previous assessment of him. Fierce and unyielding, ruthless in nature, not suitable for close acquaintance. But this was a battlefield, even with reservations. Uchiha Shursui couldn't afford to dwell on them. His hand rose and fell, swiftly dispatching the enemy in front of him, then he hurried toward Kakashi. Meanwhile, the Two Tails, seeing Kakashi not retreat but advance, showed a human-like look of disdain in its eyes. Clearly, the one controlling this massive body now was not the Two Tails Matatabi, but its Jinchuriki. In his view, Kakashi was simply seeking his own death. No one but a tailed beast could withstand the power of a tailed beast. Fierce, ghostly blue flames erupted from its cavernous mouth. As if endless chakra provided him with ample power, the ghostly blue flames surged toward Kakashi like a sea of fire, covering the sky and earth. Kakashi's gaze was like lightning, his body moving at extreme speed, White Fang humming and causing a chilling sensation. A fierce wind swept over his body, and the abundant chakra within him seemed to transform into tangible flames burning around him, all converging on the blade in his hand. Like golden flames burning on the ninja sword. This was wind release. Terrifying wind release condensed on White Fang, even a glance caused pain in one's eyes. Just as the ghostly blue sea of fire enveloped Kakashi. Rising Tiger, Wind Release, Severing Sky. Chapter 54, The Strongest New Generation in the Ninja World. A vast sea of ghostly blue flames blanketed the sky, driving back anyone whose strength fell short of withstanding the battlefield of a tailed beast. Yet this blistering inferno, which ought to have melted everything in its path, reduced all to ashes, and proved utterly inexorable, failed to impede the advance of a single young man. He raced through the blaze, his keen blade singing as it cut the air, the golden flames trailing it searing painfully into onlookers' eyes. With a single swing, he cleaved the sky-engulfing sea of fire asunder. Incredibly sharp winds converged along the edge, and in one stroke, it bisected the blazing ocean unleashed by Matatabi, the Two Tails. The unseen gale acted like a barrier, instantly sweeping the flames aside in front of Kakashi as he charged straight toward Matatabi. The Two Tails Jinchuriki startled at the sight and immediately tried to dodge, but Kakashi was already upon him, riding the wind to appear right in his face. Man and cat locked eyes. In that instant, the Two Tails Jinchuriki reacted, hoisting his enormous, mountain-crushing paw and slamming it down toward Kakashi. But he was fast, and Kakashi was faster. White Fang had already woven the seals for his next jutsu in a flash. Fierce crimson flames had taken shape, and the lingering hurricane hadn't yet faded, only intensifying these rampant blazes further. Asahi Tora, Fire, Kennen. Translator's note, a fan-invented fire-wind blade technique. Compared to the strike he'd used against Darui, the flames of this Kennen burned even hotter. For a moment, wind stoked the fire, and fire empowered the wind. The hurricane that should have died out was revived by the flame blade, growing even more ferocious. White Fang, which should have been just 1 meter long, suddenly extended under the surge of chakra, morphing into a 10-meter-long colossal blade of fire that slashed straight at the Two Tails. At point-blank range. The Two Tails had no escape. With that slash, snow and wind recoiled, the chill scattered, and in the same breath, temperatures skyrocketed as heat waves rolled out. Roar. A beastly bellow thundered from Matatabi's maw, and even through the obscuring flames, the bristling fur beneath was plainly visible. The cat's paw, infused with savage chakra, clashed head-on with Kakashi's flame blade in that moment. Every spectator on the tailed beast battlefield felt their hearts jump into their throats. Konoha prayed Kakashi could hold against the blow, while Kumogakure wished for his immediate death. A Kakashi this young, only a dead one was acceptable in their eyes. Jiraiya's emotions fluctuate. Reikage. Ao. Uchiha Shursui. The notifications in his mind scrolled frantically across his vision. With that slash, the clash between the cat's paw and White Fang resolved in an instant. Amid the roar, the massive paw was severed clean with a single cut. The snow blanketing the ground melted into sludge, and as that unstoppable tailed beast claw crashed down, it flung up massive splatters of mud. Meow. Racked with agony, Matatabi howled without cease. Kakashi gave Matatabi no quarter, flipping White Fang in his grip and pressing forward with the blade raised high. Matatabi, now missing a claw, tried to flee, but a green blur had somehow vaulted overhead at some point. It was Might Guy. His exposed skin flushed crimson, veins bulging across his forehead like a beast in human form. Konoha Gariki Senpu. As his foot descended, violent flames exploded from his leg. Those weren't chakra flames, but fire born from the extreme friction of his body against the air. It spoke volumes about the sheer power behind that kick. The strike landed flush on Matatabi's soft underbelly. The dozens of meters tall Matatabi was actually sent flying by Might Guy's single blow. Everyone who saw it was stunned speechless. Such monstrous strength had only been witnessed before in Princess Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. And as Tsunade had long since withdrawn from the front lines, the younger generation of shinobi had only heard legends of her overwhelming power. Now, beholding it firsthand, they deemed Might Guy downright inhuman. Paired with Kakashi, who'd lopped off Matatabi's claw in one strike, the two undisputed powerhouses of Konoha's new generation were cemented. No. Not just Konoha's new generation, but the strongest of the entire ninja world's new generation. Earlier, Kumogakure's prodigy Darui had been slashed by Kakashi's flame blade, his fate unknown. By comparison, the gap in strength between the rising talents of both sides was crystal clear. Disregarding the endless notifications flooding his mind, Kakashi and Might Guy shared a glance, their flawless synergy letting them read each other's intent without a word. They charged in unison toward the thrashing Matatabi. 10 minutes. Might Guy had only 10 minutes left in the Gate of Wonder. 10 minutes to bring down the Two Tails. Through their growing camaraderie, Kakashi had long grasped a rough sense of the 8 Gates released formation's limits. Might Guy, the same age as Kakashi, hadn't yet mastered the Gate of Death, and even the Gate of Wonder was only half-trained, but what he had now was more than enough for the fight at hand. Damn Konoha Shinobi. The Two Tails scrambled to its feet, its feline eyes fixed on the pair rushing in, as an enormous surge of chakra gathered in its mouth. It was prepping a tailed beast ball. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the sight, lightning crackling in his palm before he hurled it forward with a fierce swing. Lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. With Uchiha Sasuke's future variant as a perfect blueprint, Kakashi had no reservations about straight-up copying his eventual student. He'd long since replicated all sorts of lightning release techniques from him. Even without the Sharingan, Kakashi's natural genius allowed him to master these Raikiri-derived jutsu. And thanks to his golden finger, Kakashi's current chakra reserves were beyond anything Uchiha Sasuke could imagine. The Chidori Sharp Spear, which normally maxed out at 50 meters, extended wildly in Kakashi's hands. Even as the Two Tails backed away to buy time for its tailed beast ball, Kakashi refused to grant it that luxury. The white spear of lightning struck Matatabi in a flash, but as a feline-tailed beast, its reflexes were simply too sharp. With a mere twitch of its head, the Chidori Sharp Spear, meant to pierce the tailed beast ball in its jaws, instead lanced through its shoulder. Might Guy. Kakashi swiftly formed seals and slammed his palm to the ground. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A vividly carved wall bearing a dog's head erupted from the earth ahead. Might Guy's eyes ignited as he sprang upward, planting a foot on the Earth-style wall and diving straight down at the Two Tails. At the same time, Might Guy unleashed a devastating aerial kick toward the beast. At that range, it should have been impossible to connect. But, a dark shadow shot from the wraps on Might Guy's legs. It was the weights he'd always borne. And the mass of those burdens, 1 ton. The instant Might Guy shed his weights and plummeted, Kakashi had already drawn his blade, another flame slash building. At some point, the sky had grown heavily overcast. Chapter 55, Kirin. Dark clouds churned across the sky, punctuated by distant rumbles of thunder. Yet the shinobi locked in combat on this vast snowy plain refused to yield, each determined to cut down their foes. In that instant, Kakashi, his body propelled by the blistering speed granted from channeling lightning released through his cells, appeared directly beneath the tailed beast ball still forming in the jaws of the Two Tails Jinchuriki. His cold stare sent a shiver down the Jinchuriki's spine. The tailed beast ball wasn't fully charged yet. If this kid struck now, an incomplete tailed beast ball would only hinder the Two Tails' movements, leaving it with no way to pin down a high-speed shinobi like Kakashi. The Two Tails Jinchuriki could no longer afford to underestimate the boy, he now regarded him as a true equal. And just as feared, Kakashi spun the white-fanged blade in his grip and leaped forward. Under the Two Tails' wide-eyed shock, a 10-meter-long flaming katana slashed toward the unfinished tailed beast ball. The strike unleashed a crimson arc of blade light, like a cascading curtain, and the tailed beast ball was cleaved clean in two right before everyone's eyes. That pitch-black sphere crumbled like dry earth under the single blow. Exactly. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. In the original story, during Naruto's training in Nine-Tails Chakra mode at the Turtle Island waterfall, he had forcibly disrupted the Nine-Tails tailed beast ball. One that wasn't fully charged posed no real threat. You brat. The tailed beast ball had been interrupted by force. While this neutralized its danger, it also freed the Two Tails from the orb's restraining hold. The Two Tails reared up on its hind legs like a human, swinging its remaining front paw down at Kakashi. But Kakashi, having expended his momentum without yet building new force, met the attack as if oblivious to it. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his descent, priming for the follow-up. Just as that mountain-crushing paw was about to smash into him, a black blur streaked through the air and struck the Two Tails square on the cheek. Even with its massive frame, the blow sent the Two Tails crashing to the ground. It was the training weight Might Guy had ripped from his leg and hurled with all his might. Yujito. The Raikage tried to shake off Jiraiya to rush to the Two Tails Jinchuriki's aid, but the Sannin was a veteran master with far more experience. Even at full power, the Raikage couldn't break free in time. Watch closely, Raikage. The old era is over, this is the age of the new generation. You'll pay the price for your greed. Jiraiya, having tanked a lightning release lariat with his needle Jizo, stared down the raging, burly men with icy calm. What a joke. This world belongs to the strong in the end. And I am the strong. At the rakish words, Jiraiya sneered. A Rasengan swirled to life in his palm as he replied in a chilling tone. If we follow your warped logic, that the world is ruled by the strong, then you should be bowing at Konoha's feet right now. And you call yourself the strong? You're nothing but an arrogant fool. With that, he slammed the Rasengan into the Rakich's chest. What did you? The Rakich roared in fury, ready to snap back, but the Rasengan cut him off. It spun him away like a rag doll, echoing the way Minato Namikaze had once done. Kakashi. Might Guy tore the weight from his other leg and rocketed toward the Two Tails with explosive force. Under the sheer power of the gate of opening, the weight ignited from air friction, blazing with brilliant, ferocious flames. The Two Tails scrambled to rise, but its enormous feline head took another direct hit to the forehead. The impact nearly rolled its Byakugan white. In that brief window, Kakashi had already woven the seals for his next jutsu. Earth release, earth-style wall. The ground shuddered beneath him as a massive square stone pillar erupted upward, its four sides etched with vivid dog-head carvings. It hoisted Kakashi dozens of meters into the air. Kakashi glanced skyward. Thick clouds brooded, thunderheads roiling. It was time. The S-rank lightning release technique, Kirin. The conditions to unleash it were stringent. It demanded heating the air with massive fire release in battle to generate powerful updrafts, forming cumulonimbus clouds and natural lightning. Then, channeling it through Chidori or lightning blade shaped the bolt into a precise lightning release form. In the land of frost, pulling off Kirin was no easy feat, but who could have predicted the enemy-tailed beast would be the Two Tails, a master of flames. Kakashi's earlier trio of flame blades, amplified by his wind release combo, plus the inferno breathed by the Two Tails itself, it was enough to conjure this phenomenon even here. You Konoha brat. The Two Tails shook its head, instantaneous body chakra flames surging as it pounced toward Kakashi atop the pillar. But youth won't let me back down here. Dynamic entry. Might Guy's body ignited with green chakra flames. He shattered the earth with a kick and charged the Two Tails head-on. Fierce fire erupted across his fists. Morning Peacock. A single punch's wind shear exploded into flames, hammering the Two Tails. You idiot brat. The Two Tails swiped a paw to bat Might Guy away. But one punch, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aura 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 aura. A barrage of fists turned to fireballs, raining down on the Two Tails. With Might Guy buying time against the beast, Kakashi's white-fanged blade crackled with blinding lightning. He raised it high, drawing every bolt from the thunderclouds above. Countless strikes wove a vast net across the heavens. The spectacle forced nearly everyone on the field to look up in awe. What is that? A jutsu that commands sky lightning. Unbelievable. This scale of lightning release. Drowning out the frantic system alerts in his head, Kakashi swung his blade. The lightning converged behind him in an overwhelming, terrifying surge that swept the battlefield. Guided by Kakashi, the sea of electricity shaped itself into a savage beast, like a divine predator. Roar. The lightning beast prowled the skies, its thunderous cry shaking the earth, crimson eyes locked on the Two Tails. Might Guy glanced up, meeting Kakashi's gaze in perfect sync. He flipped backward several times, landing squarely on one of the earth-style wall's dog-head carvings. You Konoha brat. Battered from the full morning peacock, the Two Tails was far from peak form, but it still had fight left. But vanish in the thunder. Kirin. The words, amplified by chakra, rang right in the Two Tails' ear, raising its fur on end. The next instant, no. In the blink of an eye, the lightning beast plummeted at a velocity no human or tailed beast could match, jaws clamping down on the Two Tails' neck. Chapter 56, Killing the Brigade. A blinding flash of light, accompanied by a thunderous roar, swept across the battlefield, the buzzing in his ears sharp enough to rupture his eardrums. After the morning peacock, followed by a direct hit from Kirin, even a perfect Jinchuriki of the Two Tails couldn't walk away unscathed. When the lightning finally faded, a ragged figure lay sprawled on the scorched earth blasted open by Kirin, his life hanging by a thread. The storm clouds in the sky had begun to recede, and a single raindrop landed on Kakashi's hand. It was starting to rain. At the sight, Kakashi leaped down from the trembling core of the explosion, gripping the white fang of the leaf, and approached the fallen man. The figure wore tattered Kimogakure ninja garb, smoke rising from his body, vast patches of skin charred black, but even so, Kakashi could still detect the faint rise and fall of his chest. As expected from a Jinchuriki. Morning Peacock and Kirin hadn't been enough to finish him off completely. Gazing at the man's pitiful, electrocuted form, Kakashi planted his foot on the Jinchuriki's chest, raised the white fang of the leaf high, and spoke without a hint of emotion. Heh, another dark-skinned fellow. As if hearing Kakashi's words, the two-tails Jinchuriki forced his eyes open to glare at him, his lips twitching as though trying to form words. But a merciless glint of cold steel flashed in an instant, slicing clean across his throat. One strike, and head separated from body. The Kumogakure two-tails Jinchuriki, dead. Not just the Jinchuriki, that single blow had also felled Matatabi, the two tails sealed within him. Kakashi stared indifferently at the corpse beneath his foot, feeling no remorse for the tailed beast's demise. It was just a cat, after all. Moji. A furious bellow echoed from afar as a muscular figure cloaked in lightning-release chakra barreled through Jiraiya's sea of flames, charging straight at Kakashi. From a distance, he looked like a monstrous beast wreathed in lightning and fire, hurtling forward with unstoppable fury. The fourth Raikage. Kakashi regarded him coolly, the white fang of the leaf in his grip erupting into fierce flames as he swung it toward the Jinchuriki's severed head, which had rolled aside. Flames splattered everywhere, and the head was instantly reduced to charred ash. Wah! You deserve to die. Witnessing his subordinate's brutal slaughter, followed by the desecration of his head into charcoal, the Raikage lost all reason, descending into pure rage. How dare he? How dare he? He wouldn't even spare Moji's corpse. Lightning release, lariat. With the Raikage's thunderous roar, his form blurred into extreme speed, charging wildly at Kakashi. Kakashi stood unmoving against the onslaught, as if he hadn't reacted at all, and everyone watched in horror as the Raikage's fist obliterated the white-haired youth's head. Kakashi. Might Guy tried to lunge forward at the sight, but 10 minutes had already passed since opening the gates, and even a single step sent agonizing pain ripping through his body. In that moment, an anomaly struck. The Kakashi whose head had been punched clean off suddenly dissolved into countless arcs of electricity, coiling around the Raikage. Lightning release, lightning clone. Unbeknownst to anyone, Kakashi had covertly swapped places with a lightning release clone. Nani. The Raikage's heart clenched at the revelation. He'd already unleashed several high-powered techniques in his clash with Moji, yet this kid could still pull off a chakra-intensive lightning release clone. Just how much chakra did this brat have left? In that split-second distraction, the two-tails Jinchuriki's corpse suddenly shifted, a razor-sharp blade of light erupted from the ground, ripping through the body as it slashed toward the Raikage's throat. What? Shock and fury boiled within the Raikage. This despicable, shameless, utterly honorless Konoha brat. You damn bastard. The Raikage blocked with one arm, using the metal gauntlet on his wrist to deflect the lethal strike, while his other fist slammed down toward Kakashi. With an explosive roar, the Raikage was hurled backward, tumbling more than 10 meters across the ground. I told you, you're underestimating me a bit too much. Jiraiya, Rasengan still spinning in his palm, eyed the disheveled Raikage as he staggered to his feet and spoke with calm composure. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn Konoha. The Raikage hauled himself upright, glaring at Jiraiya and Kakashi before him, his expression twisted into something utterly grim. Damn Konoha. Damn Kakashi. Damn Jiraiya. Damn it all. He'd only wanted the Byakugan, why did they have to push things this far? Couldn't they just hand over the Byakugan without a fight? As the Raikage braced for a desperate final stand, a signal flare arced slowly into the sky. It was a Kumogakure retreat signal. The Raikage's face darkened at the sight. Dodai. Scanning the battlefield, he saw his forces' morale shattered with the two-tails Jinchuriki slain. Under the command of Konoha's Shursui the teleporter, the enemy was cutting through them like an uninhabited realm, not to mention Jiraiya and Kakashi standing right in front of him. After one last venomous glance at Kakashi beside Jiraiya, the Raikage issued the order he dreaded most. Everyone, retreat. His icy words carried weight and barely contained fury. He shot a final glare at the two men across from him and turned to withdraw. Jiraiya watched the Raikage depart without another word, simply waving a hand to signal his forces back to camp. Do not pursue a cornered enemy. Kumogakure hadn't committed their full strength to this assault. Killer Bee, the eight-tails Jinchuriki, remained in reserve, and many ninja were still holding the camp against potential counterattacks. Push the Raikage too far, and who knew what desperation might unleash. They already held the upper hand in the broader strategy, there was no need to tangle further with the Raikage here. Kakashi. Jiraiya turned to praise the young man at his side, reaching out to sling an arm around his shoulder, something like, as expected of Minato's student. But his hand closed on empty air, nearly sending him stumbling. Turning back, he saw the white-haired youth hoisting Might Guy to his feet, the latter slumped against a boulder from the backlash of the Eight Gates released formation. Well, not bad. Watching the exhausted youth still ranting about the power of youth, supported by Kakashi, Jiraiya stroked his chin and chuckled. One battle had etched their names into legend. Kakashi and Might Guy, fighting side by side, at just 17 years old, had slain the two-tails Jinchuriki, a deed that echoed through the entire camp. Cheers erupted for Kakashi and Might Guy's names. When word reached Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi seized the opportunity to rally morale, broadcasting the triumph far and wide. The white fang of the leaf, Kakashi Hatake. The mighty blue beast, Might Guy. The most brilliant twin stars of Konoha, and indeed, the entire ninja world. After losing Minato Namikaze, Konoha had welcomed its next generation of radiance. Beyond the land of fire, countless souls fell silent, sighing in awe. From Konoha's founding to the present day, the village's parade of world-shaking geniuses had never truly stopped. Even in what history would call Konoha's darkest hour, talents like Kakashi and Might Guy could still rise. And in that moment, Kakashi stared at the notification flickering in his mind. Ignoring the scattered names like Inoki, Hirako, Uchiha Obito, Shino, and Mei Terumi, his eyes locked onto the final line. Current chakra, 32-10%. Chapter 57, The Spout of the Wine Pot. Kakashi stared at the final tally, an absurdly inflated figure compared to the earlier estimates, but his expression betrayed little reaction. 64 cards. Naruto's chakra amounted to 3/5 of that, a mere fraction when pitted against the god of shinobi. After all, when Senju Hashirama had encountered Naruto, he'd remarked that the boy's chakra was nearly on par with his own. At the time, Naruto had been in Kurama mode, while Hashirama was in his Edo Tensei state. That meant even Naruto's chakra, bolstered by the Nine Tails, fell short of Hashirama's. For Kakashi, though, 64 cards worth was more than sufficient, and then some. Shaking off the tangle of thoughts, Kakashi settled onto his cot and unrolled the scroll Jiraiya had handed him earlier. Konoha and Kumogakure had each suffered a major clash. Even with the Two Tails Jinchuriki dead, the Cloud still boasted the far more formidable Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Having lost the Two Tails, if they pressed the fight, the next encounter would be all out, a decisive battle, plain and simple. Kakashi's eyes grew distant as he scanned the scroll. If the dam finished filling, the war's climax could come far sooner than expected. Kumogakure Camp, main tent. What? Every reconnaissance team was spotted. The Raikage, still seething from their recent defeat, drove his fist through the desk in front of him. Correct. Starting from the Konoha perimeter, Hyuga branch house squads are stationed every 10 kilometers. They've completely sealed off the land of frost within their zone. Our scouts can't slip past the Byakugan's range. Dodai flipped through the latest reports, his tone measured. What the hell is Konoha planning? The Raikage's rage cooled a fraction after splintering the table. That's what we're trying to uncover. In past clashes, Konoha never squandered Byakugan users like this. But one thing's clear, they're cooking something big. Dodai closed the folder and met the Raikage's glare. Send more teams. Punch through their Byakugan line. We have to know what they're hiding. The Raikage's temper flared anew, frustration knotting his gut. I already am. And I've reached Iwagakure. Inoki agreed to apply pressure in the land of grass. Dodai relayed the update without inflection. Pressure. That old fossil won't commit troops. The Raikage snapped. Konoha was at its historical nadir, why not crush them outright? They surrendered to Konoha in the Third War. If they flipped now and marched for us, no village would trust Iwagakure in the next Great War. Inoki can only contain them, so much. Dodai paused, then faced the Raikage squarely. He'd argued against the Byakugan heist when the delegation risked their reputation, but the Raikage's stubbornness had overruled him. He knew his leader too well. Crushing Konoha in one blow would be ideal, but even weakened, the leaf was no pushover. Hiruzen Sarutobi still drew breath. Jiraiya and Tsunade were in their prime. The Uchiha remained the most feared clan in the shinobi world. Danzo Shimura, the darkness of the shinobi, lurked in the shadows. The Ino Shikacho trio wielded terrifying synergy. And above all, Konoha still held the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. 3 villages uniting was the minimum to topple them in a single campaign. The only true window had been the First War, after Hashirama's death, when wind, lightning, water, and earth had converged on the land of fire. Senju Tobarama had held the line alone. Humph. The Raikage snorted, falling silent. Reputation. What good was it? Inoki was senile. Ripping a chunk from Konoha's hide, that had value. If there's nothing else, I'll deploy the next scout teams. Dodai glanced at the Raikage. The Raikage waved him off irritably, dismissing him. Land of Frost, Naka River. Kakashi stood before the completed dam, awe-stirring despite himself. Shinobi efficiency for you. 120 Earth release users, paired with civilian engineers from the Land of Fire, had raised the colossal structure in 5 days. The dam doesn't need longevity, Aburame Shiro explained, as if reading Kakashi's mind. It's a far cry from domestic flood control barriers, which is why we finished so fast. He gestured across the narrow gorge. This stretch is called Garden Mouth, the river pinches here, then spills wide with nothing to stop it. A natural gate. Once the reservoir's full, we abandon the main camp as a decoy and mass our forces here. Kakashi nodded. Kumogakure scouts have been aggressive. Double security. Aburain Shiro's hands stayed buried in his pockets, face impassive. My insects blanket the area. No cloud ninja will slip my net. Kakashi said nothing more. Shiro, Shino's father, was a cut above most. The Konoha 12 generally outshone their parents, but Shino lagged behind his old men in ways that mattered. Post-Boruto, the kid was teaching at the academy. With Shiro in control, Kakashi departed. As he'd noted, an uneasy lull had settled between Konoha and Kumogakure. Both sides licked their wounds after the last bloodbath, projecting calm. Beneath the surface, scout clashes never stopped. The endless snowfields hid dozens of brutal, small-scale firefights. Kakashi himself had dismantled several cloud teams probing the Byakugan cordon. Days bled into one another. Just as Kumogakure teetered on the brink of a full assault to breach the line and expose Konoha's secret, the Naka River Dam neared its breaking point. Chapter 58, 800. Land of Frost late at night. Move faster, hurry. The Konoha encampment, once tightly guarded by rotating patrols, now looked utterly abandoned. Under urgent orders from their officers, the shinobi evacuated with grim faces, slipping away upstream along the frozen river. Only the empty tents and dying campfires remained, a deliberate decoy. Jiraiya stood at the edge of the chaos, watching in silence. As the overall commander, he had decided to be the last one out. His gaze drifted to the silver-haired young man beside him. Tension coiled in Jiraiya's chest at the thought of the coming battle, mingled with a quiet, bitter sigh. After tonight, the name, Jiraiya of the Sannin, would probably become a punchline. Everyone knew Jiraiya would do anything, to win. What's on your mind? Kakashi asked, breaking the silence. That my lifelong reputation is about to go down the drain right here, Jiraiya answered with a helpless smile. Kakashi glanced sideways at him. The Sannin's reputation had already taken a nosedive the first time he was caught peeping in a women's bathhouse. For the water attack to work, Kakashi continued, steering the conversation back, someone has to pin down Kumogakure's main force. Jiraiya fell quiet. They needed a rear guard, enough bodies to stall the enemy long enough for the flood to do its work. He had always known sacrifices would be required. But when the moment came to say it out loud, something in him faltered. 800, Kakashi said calmly, as if he hadn't noticed the older man's hesitation. 800. Jiraiya repeated the number under his breath. Honestly, it was far fewer than he'd feared. I'll lead them myself. Jiraiya's head snapped around. What? 800 men to taunt the hidden cloud, then hold the line against a force personally led by the Raikage, complete with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, until the water came crashing down. In Jiraiya's eyes, Kakashi had just volunteered to die. You still have to coordinate the flood with me. Jiraiya hissed, voice low and urgent. He wanted, no, needed, to talk the kid out of this insanity. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi said, turning to face him fully, are you worried about me? Isn't it obvious? Anyone else can go. Not you. The last skirmish with Kumogakure had already proven Kakashi's strength. 10 years from now, maybe fewer, he'd be sitting in the Hokage Tower. With a little luck, the hat itself could be his. Trading a future Hokage for victory in a single battle was a loss no village could afford. Only you and I could pull this off, Kakashi replied, unshaken. And you're the commander. You can't throw your life away. So who does that leave? The quiet certainty in his voice made Jiraiya's expression twist. What the hell are you trying to prove, he growled. From the very start of this war, Kakashi had been nothing like the broken, hollow-eyed boy Jiraiya once knew. Assassinating the Cloud delegation. Facing down the council elders. Storming into the Jonin meeting to confront Koharu alone. Proposing the flood plan the moment he reached the front. Teaming up with Guy to kill the Two Tails Jinchuriki. And now, throwing himself and 800 men into the jaws of death. Can't you tell? Kakashi asked. Even the darkness couldn't dull the sharp glint in his visible eye. Tell what? Jiraiya muttered. Kakashi's next words were soft, almost conversational. I want to hear you call me Hokage-sama. Fifth Hokage, to be exact. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. You want to be Hokage. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The fame. The achievements. The growing legend. Kakashi wasn't just surviving the war, he was building his throne, one corpse at a time. Is the hat really worth dying for? Jiraiya exploded, incredulous. Then he remembered Minato, his brilliant, reckless student, who had bet everything on that same chair. Kakashi's answer was quiet but unshakable. Once I'm Hokage, I can finally do what needs to be done. Jiraiya stared at him, a complicated storm churning behind his eyes. And what exactly is that? Make Konoha stronger, of course. Something about the way Kakashi said it sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine, but there was no time to dig deeper. Fine, Jiraiya said at last. You say only the two of us could hold that line. Prove it. Convince me. Kakashi extended his fist. Jiraiya frowned, then mirrored the gesture. The instant their knuckles touched, Jiraiya's eyes widened. Chakra, raw, overwhelming, monstrous, poured across the contact like a tidal wave. More than most Uzumaki. More than many Senju. Enough to rival a tailed beast. This is your confidence. Jiraiya murmured. A fight isn't decided by chakra alone, he added, almost reflexively. No, Kakashi agreed. But it sure as hell tips the scales. Jiraiya closed his eyes and exhaled. You win. Later, beneath a moonless sky. The sprawling Konoha camp, once home to thousands, now held only 800 souls. 800 shinobi stood in perfect silence, their eyes fixed on the silver-haired figure atop the makeshift platform. They all knew what was being asked of them. Hold 6,000 cloud ninja at bay. By time for the flood. A suicide mission by any sane measure. Yet no one moved to leave. Kakashi surveyed them, his voice steady, carrying easily across the frigid night without ever rising to a shout. I know what you're thinking. That none of us are walking away from this fight. A pause. The wind moaned through the empty tents. You're right. Some of us will die. Most of us, probably. I might be one of them. He let that sink in. But listen carefully. Kumogakure spat on the piece we begged for. They used our armistice talks as bait, then turned around and accused us of breaking the truce. 15 years ago they tried to kidnap the 4th Hokage's wife for her Uzumaki blood. Today they're trying to steal the Byakugan right out of our comrades' skulls. His voice never wavered, but the cold fury in it was unmistakable. These lying, honorless bastards make me sick. I won't lie to you, many of us won't see tomorrow. But understand this. Kakashi drew the tanto from his back in one fluid motion and brought it down in a single, vicious slash. The wooden post beside him split cleanly in two, the top half toppling to the ground with a dull thud. If I take one step backward, he said, voice like tempered steel, you have my permission to cut me down yourselves. Anyone who wants out, leave now. No one will stop you. He let the blade hover, moonlight glinting off the edge. But the moment we engage, anyone who falters dies the same way this post just did. Kumogakure wants a fight. Then we give them a war they'll choke on. For a heartbeat, the camp was deathly still. Then a single voice cracked the silence, raw, defiant, trembling with rage. Will of fire. The cry rippled outward like a spark in dry grass. Will of fire. I'll take a chunk of those bastards with me even if I have to crawl. Will of fire. I've lived long enough. Will of fire. Let's go get some. 800 voices rose as one, shaking the frozen earth, drowning the night in fire that no darkness could extinguish. Chapter 59, Death. Late at night. Jiraiya led the remaining Konoha troops step by step toward the Garden Gate Dam. Gazing at the Garden Gate not far ahead, he seemed to sense something, peering through the heavy darkness to spot the Konoha camp at the edge of his vision. Jiraiya stared into the pitch-black night and thought of Kakashi, who had insisted on staying behind with his troops to hold off the Kumogakure forces. He couldn't help but murmur. You have to survive, my 5th Hokage. Just as Kakashi had said, right now, only Jiraiya and Kakashi in the Konoha camp had the ability to lead troops and stall Kumogakure. Jiraiya, as the commander-in-chief, was essential to the entire force. Only Kakashi, and truly only Kakashi, could pull off this mission. Might Guy was strong enough, but 10 minutes with the gate of view open wouldn't be sufficient for him to lead this unit. As for Uchiha Shursui, it was probably impossible for him to use Susanoo in this war under any circumstances. Once his Mangekyo Sharingan was exposed, regardless of whether his dojutsu was Koto Amitsukami or not, given the Uchiha clan's temperament back in the village, their arrogance would likely soar even higher. The friction between Konoha and the Uchiha was growing harder and harder to manage. So, only he, Kakashi, could carry out this mission. At that moment, back in the Konoha camp, Kakashi estimated the time and slowly rose from beside the bonfire. Following Kakashi's lead, everyone else stood up from around the fire as well. They all looked at this disciple of the 4th Hokage, the son of Konoha's White Fang, the renowned genius of the village. Kakashi picked up an empty bowl filled with snow from beside the bonfire, then grabbed a sake pot that had been heating over the flames and poured himself a bowl. Seeing this, everyone followed suit, each pouring a bowl of sake for themselves. Everyone. Drink this bowl of sake. If I'm lucky enough to survive this battle, I'll take care of your wives and children. If I die, I hope you'll bring me a bouquet of flowers on this day every year. With those words, Kakashi downed the hot sake in one gulp, then lifted the empty bowl high and smashed it to the ground. The 800 ninja present felt a chill in their hearts at his words, only then remembering that this highly regarded genius of the village was still alone, without even an heir. "Captain, should we find you a wife right now?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Someone in the crowd shouted, sparking laughter from everyone. "TCH, shameless." A female ninja in the group muttered a curse at the heckler under her breath, yet her gaze burned as she looked at the white-haired men on the high platform. Kakashi smiled faintly at this. "Gentlemen, may your martial fortunes prosper. May your martial fortunes prosper." The resolute words echoed, and everyone drained the sake in their bowls, casting aside thoughts of life and death. And so, we depart. Kumogakure Camp. Main tent. Even in the dead of night, the main tent of Kumogakure remained brightly lit. Dodai, known as the Raikage retainer, was currently reviewing one fruitless reconnaissance report after another. Each report represented the loss of a scouting squad. In the face of the Byakugan, no one could slip through. Days of repeated reconnaissance failures had left even the usually composed Dodai feeling a bit anxious. What exactly was Konoha up to? Meanwhile, the Raikage was sprawled out on a makeshift bed nearby, snoring thunderously. Ignoring the Raikage, Dodai rubbed his tired eyes, preparing to pack up and get some rest. But at that moment, a hurried figure burst into the main tent. "Lord Dodai. Konoha's Byakugan defense line has withdrawn." Without even time to salute, the men quickly reported the latest scouting intel to Dodai. "What?" Before Dodai could respond, the Raikage beside him suddenly jolted awake. "Explain in detail." Dodai's heart sank with unease at the news, and he spoke up quickly. Konoha had gone to such lengths to set up that Byakugan defense line, and now a sudden full retreat had to mean some kind of scheme. "Today, we went out to scout as usual, but all the Konoha squads that had been defending without a single flaw before were gone." As Dodai listened to the ninja's words, his sense of foreboding deepened. Before he could ask more, another person rushed into the main tent in a panic and, without waiting for Dodai to question him, immediately reported. "Lord Dodai, 20 kilometers from the camp, a Konoha unit is charging straight at us." Before Dodai could say anything, the Raikage beside him exploded. "Good for Konoha, I wasn't even looking for trouble, but they've come knocking on my door." With that, he was about to charge out, ready to handle the so-called Konoha unit himself. "Stop." Dodai grabbed the Raikage's arm, speaking earnestly. "Konoha's actions are too suspicious, there must be a trap. How can you, as the Supreme Commander, put yourself in danger?" Before the Raikage could argue back, Dodai turned to the messenger. "How many in the Konoha unit, and who's leading them?" The men replied immediately. "It's too dark to make out the exact numbers, but the leader should be that famous Kakashi." On the previous battlefield, Kakashi's effortless slash that unleashed a massive wave of sword energy had left a deep impression on the Kumogakure ninja, especially his white hair, which stood out even in the dead of night. "Kakashi, huh?" Dodai pondered for a moment, then issued orders. "Have Darui lead the vanguard to intercept Kakashi. Hold him for 3 minutes, reinforcements will arrive right after." As he watched the ninja hurry off, Dodai turned back to the Raikage, whose arm he was still gripping. "Lord Raikage, where is Killer Bee right now?" To forcibly hold back the fourth Raikage, and to even dare attempt it, only Dodai in all of Hidden Cloud Village had that authority. He should still be holding a concert in the rear. The Raikage replied in a deep voice. "Tell Killer Bee to stop with that nonsense. Notify him immediately to rush to the battlefield." Dodai's words made the Raikage frown slightly. Sending Killer Bee to deal with Kakashi? It felt like overkill. But then, recalling the white-haired ninja who had previously harnessed natural lightning to slay the Two Tails, the Raikage had to acknowledge Kakashi's strength. "I understand." The Raikage nodded solemnly. Kakashi, leading the 800 resolute ninja behind him, raced toward the Kumogakure camp ahead, braving the wind and snow. They had been spotted. Kakashi knew that, of course, but so what? This unit of theirs was there precisely to hold back Kumogakure. To halt Kumogakure's advance and buy time for the follow-up water attack, they had to charge straight into the heart of the Cloud Village camp, tie them down, kill anyone in their path, and cut down anyone they encountered. To turn everything upside down. And at that moment, in the brightly lit Kumogakure camp ahead, a force no smaller than their own was already charging toward these 800 Konoha ninja. Chapter 60, Chaos. Snow whipped through the air, the night a black curtain torn by howling wind. "Everyone, stay on my heels. We're cutting straight through." Kakashi's hand closed around the hilt of Kiba at his waist, his gaze already locked on the wave of Kumogakure shinobi rushing toward them. He didn't recognize their commander. It didn't matter anymore. Kill. The word tore from Kakashi's throat as he ripped Kiba free and charged. 800 Konoha shinobi followed, eyes blazing with feral resolve, ghosts in the storm. 300 meters. 200. 100. 50. 10. They crashed together. Steel screamed against steel. In the strobing glint of Kiba's blade, the snowy night turned white-hot. One heartbeat, and the outcome was decided. The white-haired Jonin strode through blood and blizzard like a demon reborn, 800 wolves at his back tearing into an enemy force that matched them in number yet shattered like glass. The Kumogakure captain who dared cross blades with Kakashi lasted exactly one strike. His final words, "The difference is two," were swallowed by the snow and the boots that trampled him into the mud. No hesitation. No retreat. They carved a red path straight toward the main Kumogakure encampment and never looked back. They're here. Form up, damn it. A lookout on the camp's watchtower screamed until 3 fireballs punched through his chest in rapid succession. He burned where he fell, torchlight against the dark. Kakashi's hands blurred through seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Dozens of fireballs streaked down like a meteor storm, slamming into the gates and the men beyond. The night turned orange. Success or failure, it all comes down to this moment. Kakashi's voice cracked like a whip over the roar of flames. Follow me and kill. 800 voices answered as one, a single thunderous roar that made the blizzard itself falter. Stop them. They're insane, all of them. Kill the bastards. Kumogakure shinobi poured in from every direction, a living tide. Kakashi met it head-on, Kiba singing, blood painting the snow in frantic arcs. Blades bit flesh. Jutsu flared and died. Men fell on both sides without a sound. At the very front, Kakashi was death incarnate. Kiba no longer a sword but a reaper's scythe, cut, step, every swing claiming another life. From the high command platform, the fourth Raikage stared down at the carnage, face dark as the storm. How many? He growled. Roughly, 800, Darui answered, voice tight. Where the hell is B? Not here yet. The Raikage's fists clenched, lightning crawling over his knuckles. Then I'll handle these 800 myself. Tell that idiot to move his ass. Even a man as hot-blooded as the Raikage could feel the wrongness of it. Kakashi Hatake, Konoha's rising star, the Yellow Flash's prized student, leading a suicide charge into the heart of Kumogakure with only 800 men. No village threw away a genius like that. Not without a deeper plan. And yet the white-haired demon below carved through his camp like it was paper. In minutes, Kakashi's force had torn past the outer defenses. Bodies carpeted the ground behind them, cloud and leaf alike. Then a gauntlet gleaming with lightning rose and caught Kiba mid-swing. The fourth Raikage. Tsukumo Hatake's son, he rumbled, voice low and dangerous. The Yellow Flash's disciple. Lightning chakra crackled around his massive frame. Is Konoha really worth throwing your life away like this? Kakashi's eye narrowed, cold as the blade still locked against the Raikage's palm. Mistakes have a price, he said quietly. My father paid it. The ones who made him pay it did too. A pause. So will you. Blue-white lightning exploded from Kakashi's body, matching the Raikage's own what-for-what. One brutal clash and the fourth was forced a half-step back. The Raikage barked a harsh laugh. Heh. So the leaf isn't as united as they pretend. His chakra cloak flared blindingly bright, hair rising like spears of lightning. Muscles coiled. Then he moved, one step, a sonic boom, the world narrowing to a single streak of thunder. Lightning released chakra mode. Kakashi met him head-on, Kiba screaming down in a slash that parted the air itself. The impact birthed a shockwave that hurled men off their feet in a 20-meter ring. For one impossible instant, Kiba's edge sheared through the Raikage's legendary armor of lightning. Unseen beneath the flash, Kakashi's chakra had already shifted, lightning giving way to the shrill, buzzing howl of wind. Golden flames licked along the blade. Wind devours lightning. The Raikage's eyes narrowed. In his peripheral vision, Konoha's 800 were being whittled down by the second. Dozens had already fallen while he traded blows with their leader. Kakashi saw it too. No more time. In the heartbeat the Raikage hesitated, Kakashi sprang backward, hands flashing through seals midair. Shadow clone technique. Smoke erupted, 3 perfect copies, 4 Kakashis in total. 64 units of chakra split evenly, 16 each. The Raikage's stomach dropped. Shadow clones in real combat meant one of two things, insanity, or chakra so obscene it didn't matter. And the men who just night-raided 6,000 enemy shinobi with 800. 4 voices spoke at once, overlapping like a storm. Fire release. Fire release. Fire release. Wind release. The Raikage lunged, lightning screaming, but he was a fraction too late. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Great Fire Annihilation. Great Hurricane Tornado. 3 towering fire dragons and 1 roaring cyclone detonated simultaneously. The Uchiha clan's most destructive fire jutsu, gifts from a certain sharp-tongued great-grandmother, fed by wind nature until the flames became a living inferno. A firestorm dragon coiled into the sky, swallowing tents, watchtowers, and screaming shinobi whole. The heat flash-boiled snow into steam, the light turned night into hellish day. Even the fourth Raikage was forced back 3 full steps, arm raised against the furnace roar. The shadow clones vanished. Chakra slammed back into Kakashi like a tidal wave. He didn't stop to admire the devastation. "Everyone, follow me." Teeth bared against the heat and the blood in his mouth, Kakashi pivoted and led the remnants of his force into the burning heart of the camp, vanishing into the inferno he'd created. The night swallowed them whole. Chapter 61, Dead End. Fire rode the wind, and the wind fed the fire. Beneath Kakashi's monstrous chakra reserves, the fused wind and fire release technique erupted into a howling inferno tornado that slammed into the Raikage's path like a living wall. The towering man stared at the cyclone of flame blocking his way, his face dark. Just as he'd expected. Kakashi's chakra volume was absurd, nearly on par with the Uzumaki clan's legendary reserves. The Raikage's fists clenched. Lightning exploded across his body in crackling sheets. Then, without hesitation, he charged straight into the firestorm that looked like it stretched from earth to sky. This Konoha detachment was acting too strangely. To prevent any more surprises, they had to be crushed, fast, no matter the cost. Far away on an elevated platform, the Raikage's advisor Dodai watched Kakashi carve through the Kimogakure ranks with the remnants of his team. The old man's eyes were grim. He'd already reached the same conclusion as his Raikage. "Someone." Dodai beckoned a nearby Cloud Ninja. "Pass the order, pull 2,000 men from the main force, have them leave camp immediately, and set up a perimeter watch." The ninja hesitated. 2,000 just for lookout duty. Shouldn't every available blade be thrown at that suicidal Konoha squad instead? But he swallowed the question and saluted. Kakashi felt the shift. The corner of his eye flicked toward the platform. For a split second, his gaze locked with Dodai's across the battlefield. Dodai of Kimogakure. He'd only appeared in a handful of scenes in the original story, yet every one of them screamed ice-cold composure. Even when Madara dropped Tengai Shinsei on the Alliance, Dodai hadn't wasted a single movement shielding random shinobi. He'd used his last second to protect one of Naruto's shadow clones instead. "If I kill him here." Kakashi didn't have time to finish the thought. A massive silhouette burst from the heart of the fire tornado, barreling straight at him through walls of blistering flame. Troublesome. He had never intended to turn this into a counteroffensive. If he did, his already battered team would be bogged down by the Raikage and the endless swarm of Cloud Ninja on their heels. They'd be ground to nothing. A frigid glint flashed in Kakashi's visible eye. He took the lead. The white-fanged blade sang. Cloud Ninja in his path dropped in sprays of red as he charged, one direction only. Straight toward Dodai. "You dare." The Raikage exploded out of the inferno, lightning armor blazing. He'd meant to end the Konoha squad in one decisive rush, but the moment he saw Kakashi gunning for his most trusted advisor, rage detonated inside him. Dodai had served 2 Raikage. He was his father's contemporary. Half the village's machinery ran on Dodai's mind. If the 4th Raikage was Kimogakure's thunder, Dodai was its brain. Lightning screamed. The Raikage shot after Kakashi like a bolt of pure wrath. At that instant, the white fang ignited with blinding light. Ferocious wind compressed to a screaming edge at the blade's tip. In Kakashi's vision, there was only the lone figure on the distant platform. "He's coming for me. Stop him." Dodai didn't flinch. He simply turned and walked away. Dozens of Cloud Ninja threw themselves at Kakashi without hesitation at their advisor's quiet command. The white fang hummed in Kakashi's grip. The first interceptor fell in 2 pieces. Chakra along the blade was already reaching its limit. His gaze cut through the human wall, locking onto Dodai's retreating back. Still so calm. Asahi Tora, Futon, Danku. A low roar tore from Kakashi's throat. Every drop of surging chakra in his body flooded the blade like a bursting dam. White fang fell. Wind. Wind at impossible speed. One slash, and the blizzard itself seemed to part. The night split open. Every Cloud Ninja in its path died before they hit the ground. The lethal crescent of wind kept going, shredding distance, racing for Dodai's spine. The Raikage's heart seized. He poured everything into closing the gap. Too late. The blade had already sung. Dodai sensed death rushing up behind him, yet his expression never wavered. Because someone else had arrived. "Yo, Killer Bee in the house, Biatch." A ridiculous rap cut through the chaos. A dark-skinned mountain of a man in cloud gear, 7 blades strapped to his back, physique rivaling the Raikage himself, planted himself behind Dodai with a grin. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Long-range wind edge shaped with the sword, plus some crazy chakra output to keep cohesion that far out. Not bad, fool, you almost had us. One look was all it took for B to dissect the technique. The Danku was already on him. Even B couldn't afford to play around. Crimson-tailed beast chakra flared, but there wasn't time for a full cloak. He barely managed version 1, 3 tails, before yanking a blade free and pouring every ounce of chakra he had into a desperate parry. Steel met wind. The sword shattered like glass. Blood painted the air. An arm hit the ground with a wet thud. The Raikage, arriving a heartbeat later, felt relief and fury collide in his chest. Dodai was alive. But Killer Bee had paid for it with an arm. Kakashi watched Cloud Medic swarm the limb and reattach it in seconds. A flicker of regret passed through him. If not for that idiot rapper, Dodai would be a corpse right now. At least a severed arm, unlike Amaterasu, could be fixed. Still, B's combat strength would take a serious hit for the rest of this war. Better than nothing. Die. Lightning exploded behind him. The Raikage lariat came in like a battering ram, pure murder in his eyes. Kakashi spun, white fang flashing up to meet it. Asahi Tora, Katan, Kennen. A technique he'd learned from Uchiha Hikari's Kenjutsu variant, fire chakra cloaked the blade and launched forward in a blazing arc flame and lightning collided in a deafening roar. For one frozen moment, Kakashi and the Raikage locked eyes across the inferno, killing intent mirrored perfectly. Kakashi disengaged after a single clash, arm numb from the impact. A glance behind told him the rest of the story, his team, numbers already cut in half, now completely encircled by Cloud Ninja. Ahead, Killer Bee had staunched the bleeding with lightning-released chakra. The A-B combo was back together. No miracles left. They were in a kill box. Chapter 62, back. A dead end, right. Watching the tightening ring of enemies, Kakashi's mind drifted, for reasons he couldn't quite name, to the two men who had shaped him most, then thrown their lives away like trash. His father, Tsukumo Hatake. His teacher, Minato Namikaze. He still didn't understand them. Survival is the deepest instinct a shinobi has. You can die for your beliefs, sure, but to die like that. So, pointlessly. In Kakashi's eyes, both of them had simply run from the world. No matter how loudly the ninja world once sang their names, no matter how many enemies pissed themselves at the mere mention of Konoha's White Fang or the Yellow Flash, to Kakashi, deep down, they had both been cowards. His father's suicide was the one he refused to even justify aloud. If the village spat on you, cursed you, dragged your name through the mud, then you dragged the ringleaders into a dark alley and press a kunai to their throats until they begged to take it all back. Tsukumo had known exactly who orchestrated the smear campaign. He'd simply chosen the blade over fighting for his reputation. And Minato, lovesick fool, had the power to live, but sealed the Nine Tails with the Reaper death seal anyway. Left his newborn son. Left a half-destroyed village. All for a dead woman. The moonlight glinted off Kiba's naked edge. Kakashi's grip tightened as more cloud shinobi poured in from every direction. His visible eye held no fear, only the cold, absolute refusal to die here. He had accepted this mission from Jiraiya fully intending to walk out alive. Even if only one of the 800 survived, Kakashi would drag that man home. A living hero, not another ghost on the memorial stone. Son of Konoha's White Fang, the fourth Raikage boomed, voice carrying over the wind, tell me your village's objective right now and I'll spare your life. You and all your men will be welcomed into Kimogakure. Konoha abandoned you. We never abandon our own. Kakashi spat into the snow. An old kunoichi near the front laughed, a cracked, defiant laugh. Came here planning to die anyway, brat. Like I'd trust Cloud's word farther than I can throw your lying ass. Quit yapping, Black Devil, another shinobi roared. My head's right here, come take it if you've got the balls. The remaining 300 erupted in jeers and curses. The Raikage ignored them. His eyes never left Kakashi. Surrender. Kakashi's voice was soft, almost amused. That was so clumsy I'm embarrassed for you. He stepped forward. Chakra flared white-hot through his coils. The Raikage's face turned to stone. Then die. He couldn't kill Minato Namikaze all those years ago. Tonight he would kill Minato's last student. B. Yo. No further words were needed. Killer Bee adjusted his shades, cracked his neck, and the two brothers moved as one. The encirclement lunged. Come on. Kakashi snarled, sliding Kiba back into its sheath for a fraction of a second, then exploding forward. An instant. Less than an instant. Lariat. Raikage and Killer Bee crossed arms, lightning cloaking their limbs as they charged like twin battering rams. Kakashi's hand blurred. Steel sang free of the scabbard. In that frozen heartbeat, an old memory surfaced, hazy at first, then sharp as broken glass, a tall man with silver hair, swinging the very same blade beneath the moon. No wasted motion. No hesitation. Just the promise carved into every strike: the moment this sword leaves its sheath, someone dies. Wind chakra ignited along the edge, twisting into roaring golden flame. White light tore across the snow. Gold fire met blue lightning. One man. One sword. Against the most feared tag team in the 5 nations. Far in the rear, Darui's breath caught. He had fought in 2 great wars. He had seen the real White Fang make entire battalions break and flee. He had watched the yellow flash appear behind his comrades and vanish again before the bodies hit the ground. And now, through the storm of snow and lightning, he saw both ghosts standing in the same body. 2 legends who should have stayed dead were staring back at him through Kakashi Hatake's single visible eye. His fist clenched without permission. Kakashi Hatake had to die here. Or the nightmare would begin all over again. Metal screamed. Lightning shattered. The golden-white arc carved straight through the lariat. A heavy thud. Something clattered into the snow, the rakeage severed forearm guard, still sparking. The rakeage stared at the broken metal, then at the lone shinobi who had just stopped the unstoppable. Killer Bee's sunglasses hid his eyes, but the message was clear. Tailed Beast transformation. Full release. No holding back. Do it, the rakeage growled. Victory or defeat no longer mattered. He would not allow another Sakumo. Another Minato. Killer Bee nodded once and began gathering the hateful red chakra. Kakashi spun to face them, Kiba already rising for the preemptive strike, then the corner of his mouth curved in a tired, knowing smirk. You're really slow, you know that. The rakeage opened his mouth to demand what the hell that meant. The ground shuddered beneath their feet. Once. Twice. Snow jumped in tiny avalanches. And from the darkness beyond the ridge came the low, rolling thunder of 800 furious leaf shinobi who had never been dead in the first place, charging straight into the cloud's exposed rear. Chapter 63, Fierce Battle. The earth itself was shaking. It wasn't just Kakashi, every soul still standing on that frozen battlefield felt the tremor ripple beneath their feet. What the hell is Konoha planning? A sudden chill of dread gripped the 4th rakeage's chest. Lightning crackled around his body as he exploded forward, hurling a fist wreathed in thunder straight at Kakashi. Steel met lightning. Kakashi spun the White Fang in a tight arc, deflecting the blow with a screech of sparks. He didn't answer the rakeage's question. Instead, his single visible eye slid past the men and settled on the battered remnants of his squad. 800 when we crossed the border. Fewer than 300 left now, every one of them wounded, chakra reserves scraping the bottom of the barrel. They were still on their feet only because sheer stubbornness refused to let them fall. They needed to withdraw. Now. But pulling out while completely surrounded. While the 4th rakeage was glued to Kakashi like a curse, while Killer Bee's tailed beast chakra was thickening the air like ink in water, on the verge of a full 8 tails transformation. Impossible. Captain. We can't hold much longer. Get out of here. Someone in the ragged formation screamed the words between clashes of steel. Kakashi's heart stuttered. He knew that voice, the brash Inuzuka Kunoichi who'd been mouthing off without a filter just hours earlier. Inuzuka Hana. He opened his mouth to answer. A wet, meaty thud cut him off. Lightning-wreathed steel punched clean through Hana's chest. The woman who'd just told him to run stared down at the blade protruding from her heart, eyes wide, mouth working soundlessly. Then her legs buckled and she crumpled, lifeless before she hit the snow. Something inside Kakashi snapped taut. White Fang blazed with channeled lightning. A thunderclap roared from the blade as he drove the rakeage back a step, then another. In the same breath he was already moving, retreating fast, boots skimming the snow. He didn't look at Hana's body again. The cloud ninja who'd killed her never saw the counterattack coming. Kakashi's blade flashed once, the man's head spun away into the white. Cold fury sharpened Kakashi's gaze. He picked a direction and moved. Earth release, Earth-style dragon bullet. Hand seals blurred. Palms slammed into frozen ground. A massive dragon's head erupted from the earth, jaws yawning wide, vomiting a torrent of high-pressure mud straight into the densest knot of cloud shinobi. Screams cut short as men vanished beneath the flood of sludge. Kakashi's hands never stopped moving. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Scorching white flame roared from his mouth, merging with the mud flow. In seconds the freezing muck flash boiled into molten lava that rolled forward like the wrath of a forgotten god. A path opened, brief, brutal, bought with fire and blood. You're dead, Hatake. The Rakeage's voice cracked with rage as he saw the Konoha survivors trying to slip the noose. Lord Rakeage. One of his men stumbled up, face drained of color, voice cracking. Flood, it's coming this way. The Rakeage seized the men by the collar and shook him. Are you insane? It's almost winter. Where the hell is a flood going to come from in the land of frost? He flung the shinobi aside. Killing Kakashi and wiping out the last of his rats, that was all that mattered now. Konoha's copy ninja dies today. Snow exploded outward as a monstrous silhouette eclipsed the sky. 100 meters tall. Bull horns. Ox face. Human torso. 8 colossal octopus tentacles writhing below. The 8 tails, Gyuki, fully unleashed. Killer Bee, perfect Jinchuriki, had surrendered to the beast entirely. One massive tentacle whipped toward Kakashi like a living battering ram. Kakashi never slowed. Lightning condensed in his palm, stretched, sharpened. Chidori sharp spear. The azure lance punched clean severed the tentacle at its base. The amputated limb crashed to the ground, thrashing and spurting black blood, still dangerous even severed. Cloud ninja swarmed the opening, blades flashing. Kakashi parried with white fang in his right, body flowing like water. Lightning exploded outward in a web around him, Chidori current, paralyzing the closest attackers for a fatal heartbeat. Steel sang. Bodies fell. Follow me, break through. He threw the command over his shoulder, already surging toward the gap he'd burned open. Then he saw the look on his squad's faces, pure terror, all of it aimed behind him. Kakashi whirled. Lariat. The rakeage was already there, lightning cloaking his right arm like a headsman's axe, descending straight for Kakashi's skull. No room to dodge. No time to block properly. Kakashi braced, teeth clenched. Big ball Rasengan. A bellow shook the battlefield. A monstrous shadow blotted out the weak sun. From atop the shadow, a white-haired figure leapt, spinning a Rasengan the size of a boulder straight down at the rakeage's head. Jiraiya. About damn time, you old pervert. Kakashi's hands were already flying through seals. Earth release, core shift. The ground beneath the rakeage's feet shot upward like an elevator platform, hurling the men into Jiraiya's descent. The rakeage twisted midair, switching targets without hesitation, lightning-clad heel meeting swirling Rasengan in a cataclysmic clash. Light exploded. The shockwave flattened everyone nearby. The rakeage was launched backward like a cannonball. Jiraiya, with nothing to push against, crashed straight into the Konoha lines in a tangle of limbs and curses. Big bro. The 8 tails roared in fury, bringing a building-sized fist down toward the scattered leaf ninja. Oi, bull octopus freak, your opponent's over here. An even deeper voice boomed across the field. A toad the size of a small mountain crashed down from the heavens, Gamabunta, blade drawn, swinging for the 8 tails head with earth-shaking force. Jiraiya hadn't come alone. He'd summoned the boss toad from Mount Myaboka first and ridden him straight into hell. Get lost, you slimy damn toad. Gyuki's fist changed course mid-swing. The impact sent Gamabunta tumbling across the snow like a child's toy, carving a trench hundreds of meters long. But it bought them seconds. Precious, bloody seconds. Chapter 64, Water and Fire. How is he? You okay? Jiraiya shoved his way through the scattered crowd of shinobi and dropped to a knee beside Kakashi, voice tight with worry. I'm still breathing, Kakashi rasped, pushing himself upright with the help of his sword buried in the snow. Even with the vast reserves of chakra he possessed, the unrelenting high-intensity fighting had finally started to take its toll. His lungs burned. His arms trembled. He forced his breathing to steady and cut straight to the point. When do they get here? Right now. The words had barely left Jiraiya's mouth when the ring of cloud shinobi around them stiffened as one. Every head turned toward the blackness beyond the campfires. A low, guttural roar rolled through the wind and driving snow, like some primordial beast waking beneath the earth. Then they saw it. A wall of water, black and endless, thundering down the valley toward them. A flood. How the hell is there a flood here? One of the cloud shinobi screamed, panic cracking his voice. Normal floodwaters wouldn't have frightened seasoned ninja. But riding the crest of that flood came dozens, no, hundreds, of sleek black boats, cutting through the deluge like arrows loosed from the dark. Konoha shinobi. Stop them. Block them, now. Earth-style users. Water-style users. Where are you? The fourth rakeage shot to his feet again, lightning crackling around his massive frame in fury. But before the order could fully leave his throat, every Konoha ninja aboard those boats slammed through the same sequence of hand seals in perfect unison. The flood itself bellowed, a living, primal force, and surged forward even faster. At the vanguard were Konoha's elite water release specialists. 2 streaks of motion burst ahead of the wave, streaking straight for the 8 tails and the rakeage. Uchiha Shursui. Might Guy. Kakashi's single visible eye narrowed. His knuckles went white around the hilt of his blade. We're inside the impact zone too, he said quietly. If it had been just him, he wouldn't have hesitated. A single leap, a lightning release cloak, and he'd have cleared the wave without breaking stride. But behind him. He glanced back. Dozens of his men, blood-soaked, battered, many barely able to stand, watched him with exhausted, trusting eyes. They'd bought a few precious seconds of breath when the cloud ranks broke to stare at the coming flood. One of them managed a tired grin. "We finished the mission, yeah, Captain." Another slumped to the ground, laughing through cracked lips. "Go on, sir. Get out of here." A shinobi roughly Kakashi's age, face caked with blood and snow, gave a lopsided shrug. "You promised you'd look after the wives and kids for us. I don't have any yet, so, you're off the hook for me." Jiraiya's massive hand clamped around Kakashi's wrist like iron. "Come on. Wait." Kakashi's head snapped up. He tore free in an instant, hands already flashing through seals. Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Kakashi, the plan." "I know the plan." Half his chakra remained. That was enough. Earth release, earth flow divide. He slammed both palms to the frozen ground. The earth screamed. A jagged chasm ripped open beneath the exhausted Konoha squad, swallowing them whole. 137 men and women dropped into the sudden abyss. "Hang on and control your breathing," Kakashi shouted down at the startled faces below. Then he dragged the earth shut above them like a coffin lid. He didn't stop there, another pulse of chakra reinforced the shell, packing it denser, harder. Only then did he straighten and turn toward the onrushing wall of water. "Let's go." Jiraiya didn't argue. He just gave Kakashi a long look, part pride, part something heavier, and nodded. If everything Kakashi had said earlier about Jiraiya one day calling him Lord Fifth had been a joke, then right here, right now, the Toad Sage was ready to mean it. The flood hit like the wrath of a god. Colossal waves smashed across the cloud encampment, hurling men and tents and supply crates into the air as though they weighed nothing. Shinobi who tried to stand on the water's surface were instantly swept away. The current was too wild, too fast, for even elite chakra control to hold. Konoha boats rode the chaos like vengeful spirits, kunai flashing, jutsu lighting the night. And at the heart of the maelstrom, a mountainous shadow erupted from the flood with an earth-shaking croak. Gamabunta. Kakashi and Jiraiya leapt onto the Toad boss's broad head without a word. Gamabunta launched forward in a single titanic bound, landing atop the crest of the wave itself. Toad oil bullet. A geyser of thick black oil gushed from the summon's mouth, spreading across the floodwaters in a glistening sheet. Kakashi and Jiraiya were already moving. Fire release, great flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Crimson fire met oil. Gale force wind met fire. The night ignited. A sea of flame exploded across the surface of the flood, towering dozens of meters high, roaring pillar that swallowed the darkness and turned falling snow into hissing steam. Water and fire became one living apocalypse. The technique the three of them had planned, Gomen, unleashed in all its terrible glory. Cloud shinobi caught in the inferno had no defense. Oil clung, fire devoured, wind fed the blaze until it became a starving beast. Screams rose and cut off abruptly as men and women vanished beneath waves of liquid fire. Supplies burned. Tents became pyres. The entire forward camp was erased in minutes. The Raikage stood on a crumbling hill of earth, lightning armor flickering weakly, watching his army drown in flame and flood. Blood dripped from his clenched fists. Dodai appeared at his side, gripping the Raikage's arm with desperate strength. "Lord Raikage, we've lost. We have to retreat." The Raikage's roar of rage and grief split the night, shaking the very storm around them. In the distance, the Eight Tails, still locked in combat with Shisui, heard that roar. The scarlet in Shisui's eyes dimmed. The colossal bull octopus fixed the Uchiha with one last inscrutable look, then let the crimson chakra cloak fall away. Killer Bee shrank back into human form, cast a final glance toward the burning sea that had been their camp, and turned clumsily into the dark. The cloud had broken. And somewhere beneath tons of reinforced earth, 137 Konoha shinobi breathed silent thanks to the men who had refused to leave them behind. Kakashi Hatake stood atop Gamabunta's head, silver hair plastered to his face by spray and melted snow, single eye fixed on the hell he had helped create. He didn't smile. He simply whispered to the wind. Mission complete. Chapter 65, Killing the Surrendered. The raging torrent, like a wild stallion broken free of its reins, swallowed the entire Cloud Village encampment in an instant. Paired with the simplified Great Toad Flatness, Hell's Cauldron technique unleashed jointly by Gamabunta, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, it shattered Kimogakure's will to resist in the blink of an eye. Water and fire, merciless as ever, proved once again why they were called the twin terrors of the battlefield when the flood was swallowed by a heaven-scorching inferno. In that single clash, more than 3,000 Kimogakure shinobi lay dead, and another 1,000 were taken prisoner. When added to the losses from earlier engagements, only a few hundred managed to escape alongside the Raikage. A resounding victory. In the shinobi world, where each hidden village could boast only a limited number of ninja, to annihilate over 3,000 enemy shinobi in one battle, capture 1,000 more, and force the Raikage himself to flee with the tattered remnants of his army, this was a triumph rarely seen in history. And the name of the victorious commander, Jiraiya, would be etched into the annals of every nation. Konoha Year 51 Konoha clashes once more with Kimogakure. Jiraiya leads his forces in a waterborne assault and claims total victory, the Raikage flees in disgrace. As dawn broke, the first rays of the sun pierced the lingering darkness, illuminating a vast inland sea where a battlefield had been only hours before. Jiraiya stood atop the water's surface, gazing at the endless waves rolling to the horizon. Yet no trace of joy touched his heart, only a quiet, bone-deep sorrow. Before the fighting ended, every decision had been made with a single purpose, victory at the lowest possible cost, no matter the means. Now that the war was over, the aftermath had to be faced. This water attack, just as Uchiha Shisui had warned, had submerged half the land of frost. Countless civilians had lost their homes, their fields, their entire lives. When they returned to the village, the earth rumbled. Submerged ground rose once more as Kakashi reversed his technique. The moment victory was certain, he had flown straight back to the spot where he'd buried his team beneath the earth, racing to pull his deathbound comrades from the depths. Boulders and clumps of soil tumbled into the floodwaters with heavy splashes, revealing the scene within. Kakashi swept his gaze over the figures inside and let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Thank the gods, not one of them was dead. Of the 800 who had charged with him, only these 100+ remained. Medical Nin. Over here. Someone nearby shouted the moment they saw the state of the survivors. See Captain. A trembling voice called out. We won, right? More than 120 exhausted, mud-caked faces turned toward Kakashi, eyes shining with fragile hope. Yeah, he answered softly. We won. At his words, 128 weary shinobi broke into relieved, trembling smiles. They had won. Everything they'd risked, everything they'd sacrificed, it had all been worth it. Not a single one of the 800 had died in vain. From a distance, Jiraiya watched the suicide squad being carried away one by one on stretchers. His gaze finally settled on Kakashi. The kid wanted to be Hokage. Jiraiya walked over and rested a heavy hand on Kakashi's shoulder, lowering his voice so only the younger man could hear. I'll take responsibility for this. The scope of the water attack was simply too vast, the civilian toll would be incalculable. If Kakashi had no ambitions for the hat, it wouldn't matter. But a future Hokage who treated civilian lives as acceptable losses? The higher-ups would never allow it. And by higher-ups, Jiraiya didn't mean elders like Koharu, he meant the fire daimyo. The Land of Fire had tens, perhaps hundreds of times more civilians than the Land of Frost. The daimyo, as their lord and protector, could never stomach a Hokage who would drown entire regions without hesitation. Even if he approved the nomination, the resentment would linger like poison. The Hokage required the daimyo's seal. By shouldering the blame himself, Jiraiya was effectively ending his own path to the hat, while doing everything in his power to clear the way for Kakashi. Kakashi didn't argue. He simply turned his eye toward the cluster of filthy, bound Kimogakure prisoners lashed to makeshift rafts. What do we do with them? Jiraiya's expression grew troubled. In ordinary wars, prisoners were eventually returned, ransomed after the peace treaty for greater concessions. But these were 1,000 fully trained Kimogakure shinobi. Release them, and they could form the backbone of a small nation's military overnight. Their influence would ripple across borders. If they were simply sent home. Use them as bargaining chips, Kakashi said flatly. Put forward demands at the negotiating table that Kimogakure can never accept. The moment they refuse, and they will refuse, execute every last one. Then make sure the entire shinobi world hears about it. I don't need to spell out what happens next. Jiraiya's heart gave a cold lurch. This kid truly showed no mercy to enemies. Even bound and helpless, even after surrender, Kakashi still intended to wring every drop of value from their lives. If the plan worked, the war the Raikage had started would become the noose around his own neck. Provoking the fight, suffering catastrophic defeat, fleeing the field, and then abandoning 1,000 of his own shinobi to execution, the outrage in the Land of Lightning would be apocalyptic. The Raikage's position might not survive the backlash. Jiraiya stared at the distant prisoners for a long moment before answering quietly, I'll discuss it with the old men. A short distance away, Uchiha Shisui, who had been approaching the two of them, froze mid-step. First they drowned countless innocents for the sake of victory. Now they would slaughter those who had already surrendered. Kakashi, Sr. Jiraiya noticed the younger Jonin's exhaustion and waved a hand. Go. I've set up a temporary camp on the high ground behind us, not far from where we were before. Kakashi had been the cornerstone of this triumph. Not only had he devised critical strategies, he had personally led the most dangerous charges and held the entire Kimogakure army at bay. Add the fact that he'd already slain the Two-Tails Jinchuriki earlier in the war, and this entire conflict had practically been Kakashi's one-man stage. Kakashi. You okay? Might Guy's emotions fluctuated +1, chakra +1%. Might Guy, who had been hovering anxiously on the sidelines the entire time, came barreling over the moment he saw Jiraiya release Kakashi. Let me check you for injuries. He reached out with both hands, fully intent on inspecting every inch of his rival. Kakashi caught Guy's wrists before he could make contact. I'm just tired. No injuries. If he actually let Guy start poking and prodding, Kakashi doubted he'd get any sleep for the next week. You're really okay? Guy wailed, tears already streaming down his face. That's so youthful. So powerful. When he'd heard Kakashi had taken a team to hold off the entire Kimogakure army alone, Guy had been certain his eternal rival was going to die a glorious death for the village. The fact that Kakashi had not only survived but brought most of his team back alive, it was too much for Guy's heart to handle. Enough, Guy, Kakashi sighed, patting the crying man's shoulder. Just, take me somewhere I can sleep. And please, for the love of everything, don't wake me up. I'm beyond exhausted. His gaze flicked briefly past Guy's shoulder, catching sight of Shisui standing silently in the distance. Chapter 66, Righteousness. With the great enemy finally driven back, Kakashi lay in the swaying carriage and couldn't help but feel a chill crawl up his spine when he thought about everything that had happened during this war. He was genuinely afraid that Uchiha Shisui, that well-meaning, dangerously naive genius, might one day slip into his tent while he slept and rewrite his mind with Kodo Amatsukami. Any lingering fantasy that Shisui could ever truly understand him had died somewhere on the flooded battlefields of the Land of Frost. Shisui himself stood motionless on the roadside grass, watching the retreating convoy until the dust settled. The war between Konoha and Kimogakure had swallowed more than half the country, turning vast stretches of it into a merciless inland sea. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had set a new and terrible precedent in shinobi warfare. He weaponized the land itself, breaking dams and redirecting rivers until the Fourth Raikage army drowned in the deluge. Kimogakure's losses were catastrophic. And the price of that victory? Kakashi had personally led 800 Konoha shinobi in a suicidal charge straight into the heart of the Cloud's main encampment, pinning the entire enemy force in place long enough for Jiraiya to finish his preparations. The moment the news broke, it spread through the 5 great nations like wildfire. People were stunned, horrified, even, at Jiraiya's ruthlessness. Yet when they put themselves in his sandals, almost everyone quietly admitted they would have done the same. One flood to end a war that would otherwise have claimed tens of thousands more lives. Any commander would have given the order without hesitation. What truly unsettled people was discovering that the same Jiraiya who used to grin his way across battlefields, flirting with women between jutsu, had this kind of ice in his veins. By the time Kakashi finally woke, a full day and night had passed. Weeks of constant high-alert fighting had left his body and mind wound tighter than a kunai spring. The moment the tension snapped, he'd crashed hard. He blinked groggily at the rocking ceiling above him, then at the cushioned bench beneath him. This definitely wasn't the folding cot he remembered collapsing onto. A bright, familiar voice piped up from his left. We're already on the road back to Konoha. And don't worry, I carried you onto the carriage very, very carefully. Kakashi turned his head. Might Guy was crouched beside him, beaming like a proud puppy, one thumb thrust triumphantly skyward, teeth sparkling in the afternoon light. The mental image of Guy bridle carrying him across camp was going to haunt Kakashi for years. Guy. Kakashi's voice came out flat. You have no idea how much I didn't need to know that. Guy's grin didn't falter in the slightest. Kakashi rubbed his temple and changed the subject. How far out are we? We'll roll through the gates tomorrow afternoon if we keep this pace, Guy answered cheerfully. Kakashi pushed himself upright and glanced out the small window. A long column of supply wagons and troop transports stretched down the road, moving at an almost leisurely speed, nothing like the frantic, dust-choking dash that had carried them to the front lines weeks earlier. And your injuries? A new voice asked. Kakashi's hand twitched toward a kunai before his brain caught up. Uchiha Shisui dropped lightly from the carriage roof into the compartment, landing without a sound. I'm fine, Kakashi replied, forcing his posture to stay relaxed. He hadn't even sensed Shisui up there. Was it because Guy's presence dulled his instincts, or because he was still half dead from exhaustion? Either way, it was a problem. Shisui hesitated, fingers tightening around the edge of his flak jacket. Kakashi-senpai, there's something I'd like to talk about. Alone, if possible. Guy immediately started to stand. Oh, sure, I'll just. No need, Kakashi cut in, catching Guy's sleeve. Guy isn't an outsider. Whatever you have to say, you can say it here. He wasn't about to be alone in an enclosed space with Shisui. Not now. Maybe not ever again. Shisui's shoulders fell slightly. He looked like someone trying to smile through a cracked mask. all right. He took a slow breath. After this war, Lord Hokage will probably place even more trust in you, won't he? Kakashi turned back to the window, watching trees slide past. Who knows? If you keep pushing yourself, surpassing me will be child's play for you. Shursui gave a small, brittle laugh. Then, allow me to congratulate you in advance, senpai. Kakashi inclined his head, the gesture polite and utterly empty. Thank you. Silence stretched between them, thick enough to choke on. Eventually Shursui bowed, the motion stiff. I won't disturb your rest any further. Please take care of yourself, senpai. He vanished back through the roof as silently as he'd arrived. Guy stared at the empty space for a second, then scratched his cheek. Ah, did you two fight or something? Because that was painful to watch. Kakashi exhaled through his nose. It's complicated. Shursui's a good guy, Guy pressed, frowning. Gentle, polite, always helps the genin with their taijutsu forms. Just, keep your distance from him for now, Guy. Guy's frown deepened. But he's our comrade. Kakashi closed his eye. If he were anyone else, if he didn't carry the weight of what he knew about the future, he'd probably like Shursui too. The kid was earnest, talented, and tragically convinced that understanding could fix everything. But Kakashi sat squarely in the Hokage's camp, and the Uchiha clan's path was barreling toward collision with that camp like a runaway train. In the original timeline, someone had once proposed to Fugaku that he use a Sharingan Genjutsu to seize control of the Nine Tails, unleash it on the village leadership, then step in as the hero who saved Konoha, becoming fourth Hokage in the chaos. Fugaku hadn't immediately refused. He'd actually tested the plan with his Mangekyo ability to glimpse possible futures. In that future, the village and the Uchiha destroyed each other. So Fugaku rejected it. But in the future Kakashi had seen, his own future, the one he was now living, the clan went through with it anyway. Pushed by pride, isolation, and decades of resentment, even an indecisive man like Fugaku would eventually be dragged into a coup. Position dictated perspective. And Kakashi's position, groomed by Jiraiya, marked as a future Hokage candidate, put him on the opposite side of that coup. Unless something changed. His thoughts drifted to another name. Uchiha Itachi. To the clan, Itachi would one day be the ultimate traitor, a filial son who slaughtered his own family. To the Hokage and the village elders, Itachi was the perfect blade, loyal, selfless, willing to stain his soul black for the greater good. And his talent was undeniable. Even at 13, the boy was terrifying. Kakashi stared out at the passing forest, mask hiding the faint curve of his mouth. If an opportunity presented itself in the coming months, maybe it wouldn't hurt to start building a bridge to Itachi. Just in case the worst came to pass. After all, a righteous cause could justify many things, even turning a clan's prodigy into a weapon pointed at his own kin. Chapter 67, Return. The main gates of Konohagakure, usually quiet this early in the morning, were thronged with villagers today. They had come in droves, buzzing with anticipation for the heroes who were finally coming home. Word of the victories on the front lines had already swept through the village like wildfire. Everyone was riding the high of another triumph. Konoha had won, again. They're back. The moment the first carriage appeared at the far end of the road, the crowd exploded. Cheers crashed like waves against the gates. Fireworks cracked overhead, and strings of firecrackers rattled along the roadside, set off by overzealous celebrants. A special team from the village scattered armloads of bright red petals into the air. For a stretch of moments, the sky flashed with gunpowder, the ground was carpeted in crimson, and half the hidden leaf seemed submerged beneath a roaring sea of joy. Even the morning mist felt chased away by the noise. Jiraiya, riding at the head of the column, stroked his chin with an exaggerated sigh. Man, I was really hoping to slip back in before all this fuss. Kakashi, walking just behind him, slid a lazy glance at the Sanin's barely concealed grin and decided not to call him out on the obvious lie. Kakashi, quit looking like a dead fish. You were brilliant out there. Jiraiya turned, slung a heavy arm around Kakashi's shoulders without asking, and yanked him forward so they stood side by side. Come on, the two of us should take the spotlight together. Kakashi didn't bother shaking him off. He just flicked his gaze toward the rest of the vanguard. Besides Shibi Aburame, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shursui riding at the front, Hyuga Hizashi was there too, pale, bandaged, but alive. The men had barely survived Jiraiya's night raid on Kimogakure's main camp. He'd spent the entire trip back in the medical unit and had only just been cleared to walk. Compared to the fate he'd suffered in the original timeline, dying as a body double for his brother, Hizashi had gotten off absurdly lucky. Behind them marched the 128 shinobi who had charged the enemy lines alongside Kakashi. Then came the bulk of Konoha's fighting force, and finally, trailing at the rear, a sorry column of bound and sealed Kimogakure prisoners, dirty, defeated, and thoroughly demoralized. As the procession rolled closer to the gates, the villagers' joy washed over Kakashi like warm rain. For once, he let a sliver of it sink in. The people of the Leaf only cared about results. It didn't matter if you were the White Fang's son or the fourth Hokage's disciple, if you brought victory, you were a hero. Lose? Even the Hokage himself wouldn't be spared the gossip and scorn. The moment they passed beneath the gate, the crowds thickened to near-crushing density. If the Uchiha police force hadn't been keeping order, there would have been a stampede. Kakashi's eye drifted, perhaps deliberately, across the black-haired Uchiha maintaining the perimeter. Come to think of it, he still owed their clan 20 million ryo. Hopefully Fugaku wouldn't pick today to send a reminder. The battlefield was behind him now, and with the tension gone, Kakashi's thoughts wandered freely. Debts, old and new, floated to the surface. That guy. From the rooftop of a nearby civilian house, a girl with long, slightly messy hair watched the silver-haired Jonin threading through the crowd. Her lips pursed. Uchiha Hikari knew that vacant look instantly. After years of living under the same roof, she could tell he was zoning out again. As if feeling her stare, Kakashi blinked back to reality and glanced up. Their eyes met. It had only been 2 months, but somehow it felt longer. Even Hikari, who he saw practically every day when he was home, looked cuter than he remembered. The corner of his mouth lifted into a small, unguarded smile. Why the hell is he grinning at me like an idiot? Did he hit his head out there or something? Hikari raised an eyebrow, gave a soft humph, and vanished in a flicker of shunshin. Watching her disappear, Kakashi's thoughts inevitably drifted to the other Uchiha walking a few paces behind him, Shisui. Shisui's Koto Emitsukami could rewrite a person's will without them ever noticing. Hikari's unique technique, 8,000 spears, imprinted Tsukuyomi, carried a similar dominance. If Hikari marked someone with 8,000 spears first, then Shisui overrode it with Koto Emitsukami, whose command would take priority. Both were pure in-release genjutsu born from the Mangekyo Sharingan. In theory, it would come down to whose in-release was stronger. And Kakashi had a suspicion whose would win. 500 years ago, the Uchiha clan had poured obscene amounts of time and research into sealing the technique inside Hikari as a living weapon. If 8,000 spears were merely on par with ordinary Mangekyo abilities, they never would have bothered. So in a direct clash of in-release eye power, Hikari's technique would almost certainly crush Koto Emitsukami. Meaning, the surest way to render Shisui's trump card useless might be to let Hikari hit you with 8,000 spears first. Kakashi's molars ached just thinking about it. If he ever suggested the idea out loud, Hikari would happily volunteer to test it, on him, and probably slip in some embarrassing command while she was at it. His eye narrowed slightly as a new, slightly wicked thought sparked. By then, the procession had reached the Hokage Tower. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi stood waiting at the top of the steps, flanked by department heads and clan elders. The roaring crowd quieted the moment they saw him. You've all done well, the old man said warmly, stepping forward to rest a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. I didn't let you down, sensei, Jiraiya replied, voice thick. Hiruzen's gaze shifted to the younger men beside his student. Kakashi. Excellent work. It was a team effort, Lord Third, Kakashi answered evenly. The Hokage gave a small, knowing smile, helpless and fond at the same time. He was perfectly aware of what had happened on the battlefield. Kakashi's flooding strategy had been the decisive stroke, yet Jiraiya, trying to smooth things over, had claimed primary credit for it. Kakashi's own role had been quietly downplayed as a result. Since Jiraiya had chosen to shoulder the spotlight, Hiruzen could hardly contradict him in public. He simply shot his wayward student a meaningful look and moved on. Stepping past the two of them, the third Hokage faced the sea of eager, exhausted, proud shinobi, and the thousands of civilians watching from every rooftop and window. People of Konoha. His voice, amplified by chakra, rolled across the village like thunder. We are victorious. We have crushed Kimogakure's arrogance. Every soul who fought, whether they stand here today or gave their lives on foreign soil, will be honored. Konoha does not forget her heroes. And Kimogakure. A hard edge entered the old man's eyes. Kimogakure will pay dearly for this war. The square erupted. Cheers crashed together so fiercely it felt like the very air might shatter. Kakashi stood amid the storm of noise, watching red petals drift across the sky, and allowed himself, quietly, just for a moment, to feel that he had truly come home. Chapter 68, Human Nature. Konoha Conference Room. After welcoming the victorious troops back to the village, Konoha's senior leadership wasted no time in addressing the war's aftermath. They first settled matters of compensation for the fallen and special honors for the 800 members of the suicide squad that had followed Kakashi into battle. Then they turned to the most critical issue of all. 1,000 prisoners from Kimogakure. Send them back. Absolutely not. These are 1,000 trained shinobi. If we use them wisely, they could tip the balance in an entire war. Hamura Mitokado and Udatane Koharu favored the conventional approach, trading the prisoners back to Kimogakure in exchange for greater reparations. Danzo Shimura, ever the hardliner, objected vehemently. We should kill them all rather than let a single one return to Kimogakure. Danzo's words made Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lift slightly from his pipe. Kill them all. These are 1,000 shinobi. As leverage, we could demand substantial reparations, and ease the burden on our own compensation funds. Koharu countered at once. If the village treasury is short, Hiruzen can simply request funds from the daimyo. But these 1,000 must never be returned to Kimogakure. They all have to die. Kakashi watched the elders argue in front of him and glanced sideways at Jiraiya, who was stifling a yawn beside him. He found these old people's squabbles utterly tedious. I think we could demand a price that Kimogakure simply can't pay. Like Kakashi, Jiraiya just wanted the meeting over with. The earlier discussion about compensating the families of the fallen had already dragged on far too long, and if this debate continued, he had no idea how much longer he'd be stuck in that chair. Go on, Hiruzen Sarutobi said calmly from the head of the table, taking another slow drag on his pipe. Ahem. If Kimogakure refuses to meet that price, we dispose of the 1,000 prisoners, perfectly justifiably, and then spread the story with a few embellishments. At that point, the Raikage, who started the war and suffered a humiliating defeat. Jiraiya bluntly laid out the idea Kakashi had suggested earlier, and Danzo's eyes gleamed. Yes. That's the way. Why hadn't he realized before that Kakashi possessed this kind of mind? Of course, no one in the room actually believed the idea had come from Jiraiya. The elders, the so-called Konoha F4, had known him for decades. They knew exactly what kind of man he was. Aside from Jiraiya, Hyuga Hayashi was still recovering from his injuries, and Abirame Shikuro was naturally taciturn. That left only the 3 younger shinobi present, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shursui. Guy was immediately ruled out. Shursui was far too earnest. That left only Kakashi. Impossible, Koharu scoffed. The moment the Raikage releases records of our negotiations with Kimogakure, everyone will know Konoha refused to trade the prisoners fairly. The whole scheme falls apart. Most people only see what they want to see, Elder Koharu. Kakashi spoke up at last, drawing every gaze in the room to the young men who had shone so brightly in this war. Whether the Raikage can prove we were unwilling to trade those 1,000 shinobi isn't important at all. The fact that he refused to pay the price we demanded, that's enough. He provoked the war, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Of the 6,000 Kimogakure shinobi who marched out, fewer than 1 in 10 made it home. With resentment already brewing toward the Raikage, do you think some people wouldn't believe his evidence was fabricated? That he's just trying desperately to salvage his reputation? Koharu frowned in silence as she listened. Hamura Mitokado, who had remained quiet on the subject until now, finally spoke. If people believed the Raikage forged those negotiation records, then what was his motive? Surely he wouldn't weaken Kimogakure so drastically just to save a little face. Kakashi continued without hesitation. Why not? If the Kazekage could sacrifice Bakura for the sake of so-called peace, why couldn't the Raikage abandon 1,000 shinobi for the same reason? After all, it's not us who needs peace most urgently now, it's Kimogakure, having lost nearly half its forces. The Raikage negotiates with Konoha. He claims that if he abandons those 1,000 shinobi, we'll let bygones be bygones and demand only standard reparations. Or perhaps, to avoid being overthrown, he exaggerates Konoha's villainy, claiming he must now bear the shame of defeat and rally the village to grow stronger through this hardship. In short, the excuse doesn't need to be airtight. It's enough that the Raikage refuses to pay. Even a lie can become truth if enough people repeat it, especially when the Raikage can claim it's genuine. And in the process, we eliminate the threat posed by those 1,000 shinobi once and for all. The room fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to Kakashi. It was difficult to believe these words had come from a 17-year-old. He didn't just surpass his peers in strength, he saw through human nature with chilling clarity. What on earth had Minato Namikaze taught his student? Good, Danzo said, his eyes alight with approval. We'll do it. It was truly a waste to keep Kakashi in the regular forces. This young man was born for root. But Hiruzen Sarutobi considered for a long moment before deciding the fate of the 1,000 Kimogakure prisoners. Koharu stared silently at Kakashi across the table. Her earlier suspicions had been correct. This boy was even darker than Danzo Shimura. If someone like him ever became Hokage. Beneath the table, her age-spotted hand clenched into a fist. After the war, Jiraiya, Kakashi's grand teacher, had all but openly sided with him. The 5th Hokage. If this boy actually succeeded, he would drag Konoha into an abyss from which it could never emerge. As if sensing her gaze, Kakashi glanced toward Koharu. The old woman's eyes darted away at once. Kakashi had no interest in listening to the elders haggle over what impossible price Kimogakure should pay. He excused himself and left the room alone. The meeting had run far longer than expected. By the time he stepped out of the Hokage Tower, night had already fallen. Every household in Konoha had hung lanterns in celebration of the victory, and the streets were more crowded than usual. Kakashi took in the festive scene, planning to pick up a few things for Naruto before heading home with some takeout. He wandered aimlessly for a while until he spotted a Chiraku ramen at the far end of the street. Remembering it was Naruto's favorite, he started toward it to grab a portion for the boy, when a small hand suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Chapter 69, Visitors from Outer Space. Naruto. Kakashi glanced back in mild surprise at the small blonde boy tugging on the hem of his flak jacket. His expression softened almost instantly. He crouched down, ruffled the spiky golden hair, and asked gently, "What's wrong? You look kinda down, big brother Kakashi." Even though running into Naruto on the street wasn't exactly rare, the kid in front of him today was nothing like his usual ball of sunshine. Whenever Naruto was with Kakashi, he was normally bouncing off the walls. Big brother Kakashi. The little blonde boy stared up at him, sniffled once, and opened his mouth like he wanted to say something, only to clamp it shut again, shoulders slumping. Kakashi gave a quiet chuckle and tapped Naruto's forehead with 2 fingers. "What, is it something you can't tell me?" Naruto looked at the silver-haired jonin who'd been dropping by ever since he could remember. His face scrunched up in a bitter little pout, eyes growing glassy. He looked 2 seconds away from bursting into tears. Kakashi's heart gave an uncomfortable twist. In one smooth motion he scooped the boy into his arms and body flickered away. If Naruto started bawling in the middle of the street, the villagers would probably think Kakashi was the one making him cry. When they reappeared, they were on a quiet rooftop a few blocks away, far from prying eyes. Naruto, who'd been right on the verge of tears, blinked in confusion at the sudden change of scenery. He glanced around, still a little dizzy from the teleport. "What's going on?" Kakashi asked, voice low and steady. "Did someone bully you? Just point me at them, I'll take care of it." The familiar voice came from right beside him. Naruto turned, stared at Kakashi for a second, then scrubbed at his damp eyes with his sleeve and puffed out his cheeks. "If somebody bullies me, I'll just bully them back twice as hard." Kakashi couldn't help the soft laugh that escaped him. Still smiling, he hoisted the little blonde higher, then, before Naruto could react, pressed him gently but firmly against the rooftop railing, half dangling him over the edge. "Wah." Naruto flailed for a moment, trying to grab anything solid, until a strong hand clamped around his forearm. That grip became his lifeline, the only thing keeping him from a 5-story drop. Only then did he risk a cautious peek downward. Yeah, definitely 5 or 6 stories. Kakashi plopped down cross-legged beside him, still holding on tight, and pointed toward the main street glowing warmly in the distance. "Naruto, look over there." Naruto followed the line of his finger. The deep night sky melted into the soft orange lamplight below. Faint sounds of laughter and evening chatter drifted up, Konoha's night market in full swing. Rows of houses turned their backs to the darkness, framing the bright, lively road like a picture. It was the first time Naruto had ever seen the village from this high up, from this angle. Pretty cool, right? The cool evening breeze ruffled his hair. Without thinking, Naruto scooted closer to Kakashi's warmth, but he still nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah. It's super pretty." Kakashi ran a hand through the blonde spikes again, voice softening. "You can only see a view like this from up here. If you were by yourself, you'd have to get a lot stronger before you could stand in a place like this without being scared. But since I'm here, you don't have to worry about falling. So, you trust me, don't you?" Naruto nodded immediately. "MHM. Big brother Kakashi is big brother Kakashi. When you're old and gray, I'm gonna give you the best funeral ever." Wait. Didn't this kid say he was going to take care of Kakashi in his old age like 2 months ago? How did it escalate to planning the funeral already? "Thanks, kid. Really feeling the love." Kakashi exhaled through his mask, deciding to let that one slide. "Anyway, you can tell me anything, okay? No matter what it is, I would never hurt you." He offered a helpless, eye-crinkling smile. Naruto's gaze dropped to his own swinging feet. The spark that had started to return dimmed again. "Big brother Kakashi. If you really don't want to talk about it, that's fine too," Kakashi added quickly. "Everybody's got secrets. Even I do." Naruto shook his head. He looked back up at the men who'd always been there, ever since his very first memories. "Who exactly are my mom and dad? Today, when I was playing with Fat Tiger and the others, they said I don't have a mom or a dad." Kakashi's expression didn't change, but the ANBU operative watching from the shadows suddenly tensed. Was Hatake Kakashi really about to? Naruto's mom and dad. Kakashi began, voice perfectly calm and gentle. "I knew them. We were pretty close, actually. Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks. They were incredible shinobi, really strong. But because they were so strong, they made a lot of enemies too. That's why I can't tell you who they are just yet. If the wrong people found out you were their son, they might come after you. Naruto's shoulders slumped again. He kicked sulkily at the air. It's the same thing the old man always says. Nobody ever tells me anything. They all say I can trust you completely, but it's still a secret. Kakashi ruffled his hair again. How about a promise, then? The day your strength is good enough that even I have to admit it, on that day, I'll tell you everything. The whole truth. He held out his pinky. Naruto stared at the outstretched finger, nose wrinkling. You're already so old and you're still doing pinky promises. Despite the complaint, he hooked his much smaller pinky around Kakashi's without hesitation. Their fingers locked. A sly glint flashed through Naruto's cerulean eyes. Okay. I told you my secret, so now you have to tell me yours. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, then reached over and lightly pinched the boy's cheek. You really don't let anyone get away with anything, do you? Fine. I'll tell you. I'm actually a visitor from outer space. I'm not from this world at all. Pretty cool, huh? Naruto's jaw dropped. Then he scowled. You're totally lying to a kid. If you're gonna make something up, at least make it believable. Kakashi just laughed, holding the squirming kid in place, curving into that familiar crescent moon. Well, that depends on how you look at it. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just finished a long meeting with the council. He leaned back in his chair, gazing into the crystal ball on his desk, a knowing smile tugging at his weathered face. Who would have thought the copy ninja, so cold and unyielding with adults, could be this impossibly gentle with a child? A visitor from outer space, huh? He really will say anything to keep that boy smiling. Chapter 70, Color Dog. I'm home. Kakashi pushed open the door, the faint scent of rain and village streets still clinging to his flak jacket. He'd run into Naruto on the way back, let the kid drag him to Ichiraka for a late-night bowl, then walked him home. Only after all that did he finally head to his own apartment. You're late. A familiar voice, half pouting, half accusatory, floated in from the living room. He hadn't heard that tone in weeks. Couldn't be helped, Kakashi called back, toeing off his sandals. Just got back into the village. Missions, reports, the usual mess. Once everything was wrapped up, I went to check on Naruto. That's why it's this late. He padded toward the living room. Weather's turning cold these past couple days. Tomorrow let's hit the shopping district and get the kid some warmer clothes. He'll run around in that orange jacket until he freezes if nobody reminds him. A soft huff. And what about my dinner? The question came from directly behind him made Kakashi freeze mid-step. Shit. He forgot. Instant noodles aren't the end of the world, he said, straightening up like nothing happened. He stepped into the living room and found Hikari sprawled sideways across the couch, arms wrapped around a cushion, lower lip jutting out in an impressive pout. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. That's all you ever talk about. You don't care about me at all. Kakashi looked at the ancient Uchiha ancestor currently sulking like a teenager and gave a helpless sigh. You're jealous of a 12-year-old. Naruto's special, he added quickly, before she could explode. Also, his visible eye curved, that outfit looks good on you. He headed for the kitchen, tossing the compliment over his shoulder like it was nothing. Hikari blinked, glanced down at herself, soft lavender sweater, loose white skirt, and then back up at the retreating silver hair. Wait. Did Copy Nin Kakashi, legendary lover of smut and hater of effort, just compliment her clothes? The man who once told her orange is a perfectly valid fashion choice, with a straight face. Her brain short-circuited. Where's Jiraiya? I need to send that pervert a fruit basket. A big one. With sake. Does it really look good? She asked, scrambling off the couch and hurrying after him. Kakashi was already pulling a cup of instant noodles from the cupboard. Purple suits you. He wasn't lying. Purple really did look good on her. Hikari's grin threatened to split her face. I can't believe it. The blockhead is finally enlightened. She bounced up beside him, hip-checking him out of the way to grab the kettle. So, did you read the book I gave you? Read it. Wasn't bad. He had, in fact, skimmed Ica Paradise and various guard posts and treetops over the last few weeks. He'd been mildly horrified to discover that Jiraiya, eternal bachelor, professional peeping Tom, actually understood women. Don't ever doubt this lady's taste, Hikari sang, filling the kettle with unnecessary flair. Steam curled up as the water boiled. Kakashi tore open the noodle cup, dumped in the seasoning packets, and poured. Hey, Kyubi, see mirror. Hikari waved toward the corner of the room. A small calico head poked out from under the couch, white with orange and black patches, then the whole kitten launched itself into her arms. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You got a cat. Found her a while ago outside a ninja animal shop. They were giving her away for free. Ninja animal shop? He frowned slightly. Inuzuka. Yep. Apparently she flunked out of Ninja Cat boot camp. No talent for jutsu, so they stuck her by the door with a free to good home sign. Hikari scratched behind the kitten's ears, it purred like a tiny chainsaw. As long as you like her, Kakashi said. Just train her not to pee on the tatami. Also, change the name. Kyubi is bad luck. Hikari blinked. Eh? But it's cute. Xiaoka, he said firmly. That's better. Before she could protest, she set the kitten on the counter, reached up, cupped his face with both hands, and forced him to look straight at her. Be honest, she said, eyes narrowed. Did you hit your head out there? If your brain's broken, don't worry, I'll just do all the missions from now on and support you. Kakashi stared. You're overthinking it. Kyubi is absolutely cursed. Why? I spent forever coming up with it. Male intuition. Hikari's gaze flicked downward for half a second, lips curling into a smirk that was pure evil. Kakashi felt a vein throb in his temple. You. He didn't let her finish. One hand caught her wrist, the other braced against the fridge as he pinned her back against the cool metal door. Cold surface, warm body, zero distance. Hikari's breath hitched. What are you doing? What do you think? His voice dropped, low and rough. You're always saying weird things to me. A flicker of genuine panic crossed her face, but her chin lifted defiantly. Who knows what goes on in that perverted head of yours? He leaned in closer. She could feel her pulse racing under his fingers. Ticklish, she thought dazedly, warmth brushing her skin. Kakashi watched the ancient kunoichi who'd faced down gods and monsters try, very badly, to hide that she was nervous as hell and still refusing to yield. Amusement and something hungrier curled in his chest. So this is what happens when you actually read Jiraiya's garbage, huh? Hikari's eyes fluttered. She squeezed them shut, face flaming, clearly expecting, bracing for. Kakashi's grip softened without permission. The moment she cracked one eye open to check, he closed the last inch. Soft. Warm. A little tremble. Hikari's brain blue screamed. Uchiha Hikari emotional fluctuation +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Chakra +1% +1% +1% +1% +1%. Time lost meaning. When he finally pulled back, Hikari's face was scarlet, hair slightly mussed, breathing like she'd just sprinted across fire country. You absolute lecherous dog. She shoved him off with all the strength of a 5-century-old ninja, bolted out of the kitchen, and slammed her bedroom door so hard the walls shook. Kakashi stood there a moment, touched the scar over his left eye, and exhaled. Well. At least she didn't slap me. Chapter 71, Heartbeat. Pervert. 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 Bastard. 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 He always acted so aloof and ascetic in front of everyone, yet he, shameless. The 515-year-old Uchiha ancestor buried herself under the blankets in her room, yanking the covers over her head. Her face burned with a mixture of shame and fury. She pressed both hands to her cheeks, desperately trying to erase the memory of what had just happened. But the harder she tried to push it away, the more vivid the cursed scene became. Especially because the damned white-haired man wouldn't keep his hands to himself. Ugh. A pitiful whine escaped her as she curled tighter beneath the sheets. Yet, even as she cursed him, her fingertips unconsciously brushed her own lips. Damn it all. What the hell am I thinking? Just as the Uchiha ancestor was shrinking into her shell like a turtle, 3 soft knocks sounded at the door. Her heart lurched violently. Don't tell me, he's not satisfied yet. Don't tell me this pervert wants to take things even further. This is too much. I only teased him a few times, and I'll fight him to the death if he tries anything else. The young woman shot upright in bed, steeling herself to face the jerk who had just stolen her very first kiss. But the moment she swung her legs over the edge, they turned to jelly and she crashed straight to the floor. Are you okay? Hearing the thud, Kakashi pushed the door open without hesitation and found her sprawled on the hardwood. It's none of your business. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and bury herself in it. So humiliating. Kakashi couldn't help the faint smile tugging at his lips as he looked at the stubbornly defiant girl. He stepped forward and carefully helped her up. Pervert, what else do you want? She snarled, baring her teeth like she intended to sink them into his throat the second he got close. It's time for dinner, he answered calmly. He did something that outrageous to me, and his biggest concern is food. She glared at him, thoroughly annoyed. Kakashi had just steadied her on her feet when he let go of her hand. Instantly, her legs buckled again and she pitched forward, straight into his chest. "Hey, what's wrong?" Kakashi instinctively caught her, his voice laced with concern. Her forehead rested against his chest, her cheeks flamed scarlet, rendering her momentarily speechless. The first reason her legs had given out was the shock of her very first kiss from a man. The second. Kakashi supported her weight and noticed a faint smear of red on the hem of her skirt. Frowning slightly, he crouched down. Ignoring her flustered protests, he gently lifted the fabric just enough to expose her smooth, pale calves, and then the ugly scrape across her swollen knees. "You hurt your knee." Kakashi stared speechlessly at the raw, inflamed skin. That was just how this world worked. Even a supreme powerhouse like her possessed a body as fragile as any civilian's. A single well-placed kunai or a drop of poison could end her life in an instant. It wasn't just her, nearly every shinobi, Kakashi included, was the same. With the exception of freaks like Senju Hashirama, Tsunade, or those Uzumaki who'd awakened monstrous regenerative abilities, most ninja were terrifyingly squishy. That was exactly why Obito's Kamui was so feared. While everyone else would die from a single fatal blow, Obito could phase through attacks, turning apparent suicide trades into guaranteed kills by exploiting the exact moment his enemy committed. The first time you fought Uchiha Obito, 90% of the shinobi world would die to that first-sight kill. The remaining 10% would still end up maimed. "What are you staring at?" she mumbled, her voice muffled against his chest. "Nothing. There's medicine in the living room. Come on, I'll treat it for you." Kakashi shook his head, carefully lowering her skirt again before helping her shuffle toward the living room. She kept her head down, secretly studying the men supporting her. Once she was sure he harbored no further indecent intentions, the tension in her expression eased a fraction. With Kakashi's help, she sank onto the sofa. Her dark eyes tracked him as he rummaged through cabinets for the first aid kit. It seemed, she'd never had a choice from the very beginning. Her thoughts drifted back 3 years, to the day she finally broke free from a seal that had imprisoned her for 5 centuries. Sunlight had pierced the surface of the pond, illuminating the silver-haired youth reaching toward her. After 500 years of sleep, the first thing she saw upon waking was him. It had taken her 2.5 years of living under the same roof to realize that the Kakashi of that day had actually intended to seal her away again. So annoying. "Don't move." Kakashi had found the salve. He knelt in front of her and, with the same careful gentleness, lifted her skirt once more. She stared down at the men currently rolling her skirt up to her knees, face perfectly composed, yet her crystal-clear ears had long since betrayed her, burning bright red. The moment his ointment-smeared fingers brushed her wound, a strange, fluttering sensation bloomed in her chest. The sharp sting of the scrape, the cool slickness of the medicine, and the faint calluses on Kakashi's fingertips, earned from decades of gripping a blade. Is he actually worried about me? She had always assumed her new life would be simple and monotonous: wake up, watch the sunflowers outside the window bloom and wither season after season, then live out one quiet, ordinary day after another. Yet here she was, gazing at the men meticulously tending her injury. She herself didn't realize just how soft her eyes had become. Kakashi's fingers paused mid-motion. He glanced up at her, a trace of worry in his voice. Did that hurt? And no. She whipped her head to the side, avoiding his gaze. It wasn't surprising he'd noticed. Ever since he started applying the medicine, the system prompt in his mind had been spamming +1, +1, +1 non-stop. Seeing her reaction, Kakashi said nothing more. Only a quiet tenderness surfaced in his dark eyes. He wasn't dense. He wasn't heartless. Ever since arriving in this world, his golden finger had always left him slightly detached, like he was merely a visitor here. He faced everything and everyone with cool rationality. Right or wrong didn't matter. As long as he believed it was right, that was enough. Only around people like Guy or Naruto did that sense of distance ever lessen. But now, as his hand rested lightly on her swollen knee, for the first time, Kakashi felt that this world was undeniably real. And for the first time, he realized he might have fallen for this Uchiha ancestor, who was technically centuries older than both his lifetimes combined. How much longer are you planning to keep touching me? Her embarrassed voice finally broke the silence. To her, Kakashi was starting to look suspiciously like a pervert who couldn't control his hands. Not only had he been staring at her knee this whole time, his fingers had begun wandering, brushing higher, grazing the sensitive skin of her thigh. Ah, sorry. Kakashi blinked back to reality, withdrawing his hand as if he'd been burned. Got a little carried away. Uchiha ancestor. You call that a little? Chapter 72, An Unexpected Encounter. The next morning. I'm heading out. Kakashi snatched a slice of bread from the table, wolfed it down in a few quick bites, and called out toward the living room. Got it. Come back early, Hikari answered lazily from the sofa. She was curled up cross-legged, barefoot, flipping through a volume of manga. Last night's events had been silently filed under "never happened" by mutual, unspoken agreement. Even so, a hand suddenly descended on her head and ruffled her silver hair with shameless familiarity. Hikari's fingers froze on the page she'd been about to turn. She watched the perpetrator stroll out the door as if nothing had happened, then huffed under her breath. TCH, perverted dog. Because Hikari had tweaked her knee the night before, she stayed home while Kakashi went alone to buy winter clothes for Naruto. The streets of Konoha were still buzzing with the afterglow of yesterday's victory celebration. The festive mood hadn't faded overnight. Civilians and shinobi alike greeted him warmly as he passed. Kakashi answered each with the same relaxed, eye-crinkling smile. He knew the route by heart. A few minutes later he was at Naruto's apartment, knocking on the door. No answer. With a helpless sigh, Kakashi vaulted lightly onto the windowsill and slipped inside. Through the glass he'd already seen the disaster zone that passed for Naruto's bedroom. Calling it a child's room felt generous. Empty snack bags carpeted the floor. 7 or 8 stacked instant noodle cups teetered beside the bed like a leaning tower of shame. The bookshelf had long since surrendered, its contents lay in chaotic heaps. And right in the middle of it all, the blonde troublemaker himself was sprawled across the mattress, dead to the world. Kakashi didn't bother with niceties. One window pane wasn't going to stop him. He slid the window open and stepped inside, then reached down and hoisted Naruto up by the back of his jacket with a single hand. MMGH, who? Naruto rubbed his eyes blearily and squinted up at his assailant. White-haired doggy. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Without a word he pinched Naruto's ear and twisted. Ow. Ow 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 ow. Kakashi and I-san. Let go already. Instantly wide awake, Naruto flailed and grabbed Kakashi's wrist with both hands. Do you have any idea what time it is? Still sleeping. Look at this pigsty you call a room. You can't even be bothered to pick up after yourself. I've only been gone 2 months, less than 2 months, and you turn the place into a landfill. How am I supposed to trust you living alone like this? Kakashi's tone was stern, but the corners of his eyes softened as he lectured the boy dangling from his grip. Naruto puffed out his cheeks, thoroughly offended. I am alone, and Kakashi and I-san still comes to see me anyway. Kakashi's eye narrowed dangerously. Naruto's survival instincts finally kicked in. It really is filthy. I'll clean it right now, I swear. A beat. Good, Kakashi said, satisfied. Finish cleaning, then I'll treat you to breakfast. He set Naruto down on the floor. Really? Yahoo. The promise of food flipped a switch, Naruto's eyes sparkled with new life. Kakashi watched the kid scamper off on his stubby legs and felt a helpless smile tug at his lips. This brat really didn't take after Minato-sensei at all, except for the hair and those ridiculous blue eyes. He glanced at Naruto huffing and puffing as he gathered trash in the living room, then stepped forward, plucked the bag from the boy's hands, and said. You handle the bedroom. I'll take care of this. Naruto blinked up at him, stunned. Kakashi and I-san, did something good happen to you? Kakashi arched a brow. Do I seem different from usual? Naruto scratched his whiskered cheek, thinking hard, then lit up like he'd just solved a great mystery. Today you feel super nice. Like, really approachable. Before this you were always so cool and distant. Kakashi paused, then lightly cuffed the back of Naruto's head. Less talking, more cleaning. Don't overthink things, kid. In the end, Naruto's cleaning mostly consisted of moral support while Kakashi did the heavy lifting. But once the floor was visible again and sunlight could actually reach the window, Naruto planted his hands on his hips and beamed. As expected of the future #1 ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the best at everything. From the sidelines, Kakashi rolled his eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't fall out. Yeah. Go wash your face. Time to eat. At the word eat, Naruto bolted for the bathroom with a victory whoop. Kakashi dropped into a chair, watching the blonde tornado disappear around the corner. Kids really were simple. One promised meal and the world was sunshine again. He glanced out the window at the lazy clouds drifting overhead, his thoughts wandering. Kumogakure had withdrawn their forces. The Third Great Ninja War was effectively in its final act, all that remained were the formal negotiations between Konoha and Kumo. Once those concluded, the longest war in shinobi history would finally be over. But with 1,000 cloud prisoners sitting in Konoha's cells, peace wouldn't come cheap. Either the Fourth Raikage would be forced to step down, or Kumogakure would have to accept terms so brutal they'd need 20, maybe 30, years just to claw their way back to pre-war strength. Kakashi wondered what sort of price the third Hokage intended to exact. Kakashi and I-san. Let's go. Naruto came barreling back, face scrubbed pink and grinning ear to ear. Kakashi stood, ruffling the spiky blonde hair one more time. All right. Let's go. Breakfast was quick, dumplings from the stand next door. The real adventure came when they hit the clothing store for winter gear. Kakashi and I-san. A sneaky whisper tugged Kakashi's sleeve while he compared two nearly identical orange jackets. What now? Look over there, Naruto hissed, ducking behind a rack of coats and pointing with all the subtlety of a firework. Kakashi followed the finger. A young couple was browsing children's clothes a few aisles over, their daughter between them, a little girl with soft pink hair cut just above her shoulders. Just an ordinary family shopping in Konoha. Is that Sakura? That girl is super cute. Naruto's cheeks flushed bright red. Kakashi felt the world tilt slightly. This kid was way too precocious. Fine. He takes after his old man after all. And in this particular department, the student had already surpassed the master. Chapter 73, Fight. Hokage building Hokage's office. Kakashi had barely stepped away from the kids when a summons from the third Hokage pulled him straight to the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the desk with the calm of a man who had seen every kind of storm. A thin ribbon of smoke curled from the pipe clenched between his teeth as he slid a thick folder forward. This is our final draft, the old man said. Read it. Tell me if anything needs changing. It was the reparations package for Kimogakure, the price of their failed war. Kakashi flipped past the formalities and went straight to the meat of the document. His eye narrowed as he scanned the clauses. Territorial concessions. Monetary reparations. Permanent stationing of Konoha troops inside the Land of Lightning. Acceptable, if brutal. Then came the last two demands, the ones that turned brutal into murderous. 2. Eliminate all future threats of war. Kimogakure's total ninja forces would be capped at 9,000. No independent military units allowed. Every ninja currently registered in the village, name, bloodline, jutsu, weaknesses, would be handed over to Konoha's intelligence division. And finally, the complete archives of Kimogakure's lightning release chakra mode techniques, including the Raikage's personal hell stab variations. Kakashi did the math in his head. Before the war, Kimo had fielded roughly 15,000 shinobi. This campaign had cost them 4,000 dead and another 1,000 captured. That left approximately 9,000, exactly the number Konoha was now demanding they never exceed. The cap wasn't a ceiling. It was a guillotine. Handing over the personal dossiers of 9,000 ninja, medics, ANBU, even desk-bound administrators, would strip the village naked. Konoha would know every face, every bloodline limit, every fatal flaw. Secrets would cease to exist. Compared to that, surrendering the lightning release chakra mode felt almost trivial. It's close, Kakashi said, setting the folder down. During the actual negotiations, we can treat the intelligence clause as the fallback. Let them think they've won something when we drop it. Hiruzen exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Of course. No one signs a death warrant without believing they talked us down first. The old Hokage understood the game perfectly. Ask for the sun and the moon, then act magnanimous when you settle for the moon. The real target wasn't the dossiers, it was the 1,000 Kimo prisoners still rotting in Konoha's cells. The moment the fourth Raikage refused terms that humiliated every ninja in his village, those prisoners would die by his own hand to keep the negotiations alive. A blood price paid in public, all to save face. As long as the outrage stayed at the top and never trickled down to the rank-and file, the Raikage's position would become untenable. Rumors would do the rest. Kakashi allowed himself half a smirk. And the Raikage's envoy? They'll reach the gates in 3 days, Hiruzen replied, the corners of his eyes crinkling with something that might have been amusement. Second time this year. Last time we rolled out the red carpet. This time, not so much. Kakashi gave a short nod and turned to leave. Kakashi. He paused at the door. Jiraiya told me something interesting, the third said quietly. That you want to be the fifth Hokage. The words hung in the air like kunai. Kakashi turned back. The afternoon light slanted through the half-open window, stirring the old man's gray beard in the breeze. Hiruzen's eyes, clouded by age yet suddenly sharp, fixed on him without blinking. Yes, Kakashi answered. Why? The wind slipped into the room, cold and scentless. Hiruzen waited, pipe forgotten in his hand. Kakashi met that stare for a long moment. Does a Konoha shinobi need a reason to want to be Hokage? That's not the answer I asked for. Silence stretched between them. Eventually Kakashi looked out the window, toward the monument carved into the cliff face, then back to the old men who had carried the village for decades. The shinobi world is changing, he said, voice low. The 5 great nations still stand, but the wars never stop. The Uzumaki are gone, our closest allies, wiped out. Konoha's roots are thinning. On the surface we look untouchable. In reality we're one disaster away from collapse. The fourth gave his life sealing the Nine Tails. Orochimaru defected. Lord Jiraiya wanders the world instead of standing here. Lady Tsunade. Kakashi's eye flicked to Hiruzen's face and caught the faint flinch. Is nowhere to be found. The elders cling to power they no longer have the strength or vision to wield. Inside the village, the Uchiha grow restless. Outside, someone orchestrated the Nine Tails attack and still walks free. For hidden villages circle us like wolves, and shadows we can't name keep tightening the noose. He stepped closer, boots silent on the wooden floor. This is an era where the strong devour the weak, where nations rise and fall on the edge of a single decision. Tell me, Hokage-sama, how many more years do you think your body can carry Konoha before it gives out? The words struck like a hammer against steel. Hiruzen's knuckles whitened around the stem of his pipe. For a long moment the only sound was the wind rattling the windowpane and the distant cry of a hawk high above the village. At last the third Hokage closed his eyes, the lines around them deepening. When he opened them again, something ancient and weary looked out at the young man standing in the autumn light. And for the first time in a very long while, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no answer. Chapter 74, Starting Point. Hokage-sama, at the ripe old age of 60, just how much longer do you think you can keep this up? The words struck Hiruzen Sarutobi like a kunai to the chest, stealing the air from his lungs for a moment. The Konoha of today has no need for two Hokages standing side by side. It has no need for schemers inside the Uchiha clan, and it certainly has no need for. The young man pressed on, but Hiruzen raised a trembling hand and brought it down hard against the desk. Enough. He stared at Kakashi. In those sharp, unyielding eyes, the third Hokage could almost glimpse the shadow of the man once known as Konoha's White Fang, the genius who had eclipsed even the legendary Sannin. Tsukumo Hatake had been steel on the outside and soft within. His son, however, was forged entirely of steel, inside and out. Especially when facing Kohara Utatane and Hamura Mitokado, Kakashi showed them not even the faintest shred of deference. Yet, Hiruzen could find no words to refute him. Even as Hokage, he was painfully aware of the rot eating away at the village. It wasn't only the Uchiha who harbored dangerous ambitions. Danzo Shimura was no different. After Minato Namake's sacrifice, when Hiruzen had reclaimed the hat and traveled to the fire capital to report to the daimyo, he had been ambushed en route by a would-release assassin. And the one who had orchestrated it all was none other than his old comrade of many decades, Danzo Shimura. At the time, Konoha had been bleeding from 1,000 wounds. Hiruzen had swallowed the betrayal, merely appropriating the would-release ninja for his own use. Konoha. The Uchiha. Danzo. The true mastermind behind the Nine Tails attack. And himself. Hiruzen gazed down at his wrinkled, liver-spotted hand and let out a weary breath. Time was merciless. No matter how fiercely one burned in youth, age eventually reduced a man to a stooped and fragile shell. Konoha, in your eyes, has it truly become so? He fixed Kakashi with a heavy stare, words forming and dying on his tongue. That's exactly why I intend to change everything, Kakashi answered calmly. While Kimogakure is still reeling from defeat, in this fleeting, fragile window of peace, I will become Hokage. I will make this rotting tree bloom again. The declaration was delivered without arrogance or humility, only certainty. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. He could not deny the boy's motives. Kakashi had been born in Konoha, raised in Konoha, the will of fire was branded into his very bones. He had shared in its triumphs and its tragedies. But if Kakashi truly took the hat, there would be no question who he would move against first. Kohara Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. And once he learned the full truth about Root, once he discovered that Danzo had orchestrated the assassination of a sitting Hokage, Danzo himself would follow. Kakashi Hatake was a man who could not tolerate a single speck of grime in his sight. After them would come the Uchiha clan. Or rather, the hardline faction within it. 3 years had passed since that masked man calling himself Madara Uchiha appeared at the Konoha cemetery. Since then, whispers of a coup had only grown louder. Especially after Uchiha Hikari emerged, Fugaku's stance had become increasingly ambiguous. Had the war with Kimogakure not reminded the clan of Konoha's strength, those restless voices might already have boiled over. Go back for now, Hiruzen said at last, voice heavy. Give me time to think on this. Kakashi inclined his head in silence, turned, and left. He had never intended to hide his ambition. With Kimogakure crushed, peace negotiations were imminent. Once they concluded, Hiruzen Sarutobi could step down a second time atop the laurels of decisive victory. History would remember only that the third Hokage had guided Konoha for decades, yielded the seat to the brilliant fourth, then, when tragedy struck, shouldered the burden once more with his aging body. That he had crushed Kimogakure and gracefully passed the hat to the fifth. A flawless retirement. A resplendent final chapter. Any small blemishes paled before the glory of single-handedly closing both the second and third great ninja wars. Even the legendary second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, would seem slightly diminished beside such a record. As the office door clicked shut, Hiruzen sank into silence. He lifted his gaze to the three portraits on the wall and exhaled softly. During the First War, Tobirama had entrusted him with the village. For decades he had carried that weight without faltering. 3 years ago he had finally laid it down, believing Minato would carry the torch far into the future. Instead, this. Minato, you really did leave me quite the disciple. Hiruzen's eyes lingered on the fourth portrait, a bitter smile ghosting across his lips. Stepping out of the Hokage tower, Kakashi tilted his head back to regard the massive fire character carved into the building's face. It was said Hashirama Senju had grown it with wood release. For decades neither insect nor weather had marred it, it stood as hard and unyielding as iron. Every shinobi who looked upon it felt reverence stir in their chest. To Kakashi, it was almost comical. They called Hashirama the god of shinobi. Kakashi preferred a different title, god of war. With his own overwhelming power he had taken the petty clan skirmishes of the Warring States era and forged them into continent-spanning conflicts that swallowed tens of thousands of lives. He had possessed the strength to unite the world, yet fixated only on the tiny plot of land called Konoha, spilling rivers of blood to protect it. Had he lived longer, his might alone could have kept the other villages in line. But Hashirama died young, scarcely a decade after founding the village, leaving the mess to Tobirama. His vision had never matched his power. Kakashi intended to finish what the first had started, properly this time. To bind the entire ninja world beneath a single banner. To stand united against every enemy, foreign or otherwise. Not just the masked man calling himself a Bito, not just Nagato, not just the real Madara or Otsutsuki Kagaya. But Ishiki, who had hidden among them for 1,000 years, and the entire Otsutsuki clan waiting beyond the stars. To end a millennium of bloodshed and usher in an age of true unification. Becoming Hokage was merely the first step. The power of ninja was too narrow, this world was vast and brimming with untapped potential. So much lay dormant, wasted. No one would be allowed to stand in his way. In a world this extraordinary, the strength of one man, no matter how great, could never control everything. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya had turned the population into white Zetsu to enforce her will. That was why even a being as monstrously powerful as Ishiki had gathered followers and founded Kara. Kakashi was no different. No matter how strong he became, he would need comrades. Loyal subordinates. Friends he could trust. That was the only way forward. Chapter 75, Treasure. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 months after the end of the war, the Hidden Cloud Village's peace delegation, led by the Raikage trusted retainer, Darui, once again set foot in Kanagakur. The difference in how they were received this time, compared to their last visit, was like night and day. On their previous trip, at least a few villagers had genuinely hoped for peace and come out to greet them. But now. TCH. Back again, those white-skinned pigs and black-skinned barbarians. They tried to steal our Byakugan last time. What the hell do they want now? Can't trust a single one of them. Look at them slowly slinking along like whipped dogs. There weren't many villagers on the street, but every venomous word stabbed into the young Darui's heart like a kunai. These bastards. He muttered through gritted teeth. Though this same Darui would one day become the 5th Raikage, right now he was still only 17, hot-blooded and thin-skinned. The insults made his fingers twitch toward the blade on his back. Rein it in, Darui, came the low, steady voice of the older Darui walking ahead of him. This is what defeat tastes like. The young man clenched his jaw and forced himself to swallow the anger. See what a moment of greed cost us, the elder continued, voice calm but heavy with bitter lesson. Thousands of our comrades dead, just so we could come crawling to Konoha with our tails between our legs, begging for peace. When you sit in a high seat, you'd better keep your greed on a leash, especially when your strength doesn't match your ambition. Otherwise, this is what happens. You stand here, eat their insults, and say nothing. The older Darui glanced back, eyes sharp beneath the brim of his hat. In his mind, the future of Kimogakure rested on the shoulders of this impulsive teenager. That was exactly why he'd insisted the boy come, to feel the humiliation of the vanquished carved into his bones, so he'd never forget that every action had consequences. He himself was past 40. In a few years he'd be 50. He couldn't prop up the Raikage's office forever. The next Raikage would need more than raw power. He'd need a brain. Among the new generation, this Darui was the one he'd chosen. Yes, sir. I understand, Lord Darui, the younger answered, bowing his head with genuine respect. A few streets away, on a sun-warmed rooftop, 3 Jonin watched the delegation shuffle past under the villagers' scorn. The old man's really just gonna let them twist in the wind like that. Asuma flicked his lighter, cupped the flame to the cigarette between his lips, and exhaled a lazy smoke ring. The Hokage has his reasons, Guy offered, grunting as he curled a massive dumbbell. He glanced toward his eternal rival. Right, Kakashi. Deliberately, Kakashi replied, voice flat behind his mask. One hand stayed buried in his pocket, the other flipped a page of Ika Ika Paradise without ever looking at the street below. Deliberately. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Kakashi didn't bother explaining. He simply closed the book with a soft snap. Instead of wasting time gawking at beaten dogs, we should train. Or pick up a mission. Something actually worth doing. He hadn't wanted to come at all, Asuma had practically dragged him up here. Speaking of Asuma. The bearded Jonin sidled closer, throwing a conspiratorial arm around Kakashi's shoulders and lowering his voice to a sleazy whisper. Speaking of things worth doing, word is you and that little girlfriend of yours are getting pretty cozy, eh? Kakashi side-eyed him. With that scruffy beard and the absolutely lecherous grin, Asuma looked like the kind of guy who'd get reported to the military police for loitering near the academy. Where'd you hear that? Kakashi asked dryly. Guang ran into Anko yesterday while shopping. I just happened to be there. Asuma's grin widened. Every time your name came up, Anko called you a perverted dog. You've been busy, you sly bastard. His expression could only be described as obscene. If Kakashi really was dating that Uchiha girl, then no one would be left fighting him for Kurenai. Victory by default. Kakashi rolled his visible eye so hard it nearly vanished into his headband. Teach me your ways, sensei, Asuma pleaded, clutching Kakashi's shoulder like a man begging for the secrets of eternal youth. Beg harder. Please, I'm begging you. If Guy hadn't been right there, Asuma would have dropped to his knees on the spot. Read more, Kakashi said, waving the orange book like a holy scripture. Asuma's eyes sparkled as he reverently accepted the volume. And then. Work on being handsome, Kakashi continued, tilting his head thoughtfully. Very important. Asuma froze. The hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Handsome, really that big a deal? Of course. Kakashi turned toward the weightlifting machine nearby. Hey, Guy. Am I handsome? Guy slammed the dumbbell down with enough force to crack roof tiles, thrust a sparkling thumbs up, and bellowed, of course. Kakashi, you are the coolest, most handsome man in the entire world. A dramatic pause for effect. Though when it comes to raw, burning manliness, no one surpasses the great Might Guy. Kakashi spread his hands toward Asuma in a see what I mean gesture. Asuma's mouth twitched. For reasons he couldn't quite articulate, watching those two interact always made him feel like he was third-wheeling something sacred. I give up. You two deserve each other. He tossed Ika Ika back to its owner and sighed. Heard we got a new Jonin promoted yesterday. Used to be ANBU. Name's Yamato. Kakashi's eye sharpened at that. Yamato. The same Yamato. The timeline felt off. That particular would-release user wasn't supposed to leave ANBU until much later, was he? New colleague, huh, Kakashi said neutrally. Only the third Hokage could pull someone like that out of ANBU. Doing it now, right when the Cloud delegation was in the village, coincidence? Or? A soft rustle of fabric, and a new figure appeared on the rooftop in a crouch. Short brown hair, a forehead protector styled like the second Hokage's, standard Jonin vest, and a face that practically radiated harmless reliability. Excuse me. Senior Kakashi. The newcomer scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm the Jonin the Hokage just appointed. He offered an awkward but earnest salute. Lord Hokage told me to report to you for instruction, something about water release chakra nature and shape transformation. Chapter 76, Foundation. The newly promoted Jonin who had shown up uninvited stared at Kakashi with an expression somewhere between stiff politeness and outright panic. Yamato, no, Tenzo, had been raised in Root since childhood. 3 years ago, after his failed attempt to assassinate the third Hokage, Hiruzen had transferred him to ANBU and stripped away the codename Yamato, replacing it with the bland, impersonal Tenzo. Social skills had never been part of the curriculum. And now, standing in front of this white-haired legend, Tenzo's stomach twisted itself into knots. Everything about the man screamed danger, the relaxed posture that somehow radiated killing intent, the stories that followed him like ghosts. This was the shinobi who had cut down the Two Tails on the Frost Country battlefield, the lunatic who once stormed the Cloud's main encampment with only 800 men at his back. The fourth Hokage's personal student. A genius who made Jonin at 12. And Tenzo was supposed to teach him chakra nature and shape transformation for water release. The pressure was crushing. Asuma and Guy exchanged a quick, knowing glance before both turned to watch Kakashi's reaction. Tenzo, right. Kakashi snapped Ika Ika Paradise shut, slipped it into his pouch, and walked over with that lazy half-smile of his. He extended a hand. Nice to meet you. Kakashi Hatake. Maybe it was the easy tone, or the fact that Kakashi didn't loom or posture, just offered a normal handshake, but something inside Tenzo unclenched. He grabbed the hand quickly, grip a little too tight. Senior Kakashi, please look after me from now on. Kakashi's visible eye curved. These two are my teammates. The loud one's Might Guy. The one who smells like an ashtray is Asuma. Guy flashed a dazzling, thumbs-up grin. We're comrades now. Just Guy is fine. Asuma ground his cigarette beneath his sandal, already fishing out the pack for another. Kid, want one? Tenzo froze like a deer in a genjutsu. Anyway, Kakashi cut in smoothly, rescuing him. Since the Hokage wants you to coach me on water release nature and shape transformation, looks like I'll be in your care for a while. Tenzo shot him a grateful glance. So the rumors were wrong. Senior Kakashi wasn't cold or terrifying at all, he was actually decent. How could someone this gentle with his teammates be the same men who openly defied the council and pushed for total war? All right, Kakashi said, clapping Tenzo lightly on the shoulder. I'm free. Shall we? He glanced at the other two. You guys coming? Guy pumped a fist. If my eternal rival is training, then the beast of youth refuses to slack. 500 handstand laps around the village, starting now. Asuma exhaled smoke through his nose. Pass. Got a mission tomorrow. But when I'm back, we're all grabbing barbecue. You too, Tenzo, no excuses. Tenzo straightened instinctively. Why yes, sir. Definitely. Asuma gave a lazy salute and strolled off. Tenzo watched him go, then glanced at Guy already upside down and running away on his hands, then finally at Kakashi beside him. So this was what the outside world felt like. Warm. Let's go, Kakashi said, patting his shoulder again. The third had made his move. Tenzo wasn't just another Jonin. He carried would release inside him, the same bloodline art that once belonged to the first Hokage. The Kekei Genkai that had built Konoha from nothing. Kakashi already had Guy and Asuma. Now the Hokage had delivered Tenzo. The strongest of their generation were finally all in one place. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Tenzo, Konoha's very own Fantastic Four. Though, if things ever went that far, maybe they could find Tenzo a nice white setsu coat to wear. Round-faced little Tenzo summoning a 1,000-armed Buddha behind him. Yeah. That'd be something. Hokage building, conference room. While Kakashi was making new friends, the Cloud Envoy Dodai was living minute to minute in hell. He stared down at the stack of treaty papers in his trembling hands, papers so light yet heavier than lead. His face was the color of ash. Lord Hokage, he managed through clenched teeth, what is the meaning of this? He had braced himself for harsh terms. Konoha had every right to be furious. But this wasn't negotiation. This was slow execution. Reparations. Fine. Territorial concessions. Painful, but survivable. Permanent Konoha garrisons on Cloud soil. They could grit their teeth and endure. But ransoming their 1,000 captured shinobi with full personnel dossiers and permanent caps on Cloud's military size. Handing over their complete lightning release archives, including the hell stab techniques. That wasn't a treaty. That was a death sentence served on parchment. Shinobi dossiers were lifeblood. Once Konoha had those names, bloodlines, and jutsu specialties, every future war would be fought with perfect counters. And giving up the Hell Stab series? Their village's proudest secret arts. These last clauses made one thing crystal clear, Konoha never intended to return those 1,000 prisoners alive. Dodai's knuckles went white around the papers. Hiruzen took a long, slow drag on his pipe, letting the smoke curl lazily toward the ceiling before answering. Kumogakure has made a habit of coveting what belongs to Konoha. As Hokage, I have to protect my village. What's to stop you from coming after the Byakugan again, or the Nine Tails? He smiled mildly. Please understand. Dodai swayed, dizzy with rage. Please understand. How about you try understanding for once? We will never hand over intelligence on 8,000 shinobi, he snapped. Hiruzen didn't even blink. He simply took another calm puff, letting pale smoke drift across the table until it stung Dodai's eyes. Very well, the old man said at last, voice soft. Then how exactly does your village plan to compensate us instead? Dodai froze. Lightning struck inside his skull. He'd been played. From the very beginning, those 8,000 names had never been the real demand, they'd tossed the number out as bait, knowing he'd refuse in anger. And in that refusal, he had just handed Konoha the perfect excuse to keep the prisoners and demand something even worse. His blood ran cold. They'd never planned to send those 1,000 shinobi home at all. This was about something far bigger. Chapter 77, Tiger. What exactly was Konoha trying to achieve? Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi across the table, Dodai's mind churned like a storm. If these 1,000 cloud shinobi never made it home, if they vanished completely, what would that do to Kimogakure? What ripple would it send through the village? Before the war, Kimogakure had fielded roughly 15,000 ninja in total. 6,000 had been committed to the front. 4,700 lay dead. 300 had escaped with the raikage. And now 1,000 sat in Konoha's cells. 1,000 men. 1/15 of their pre-war strength. In any shinobi war, that was a catastrophic loss. No hidden village could swallow the annihilation of 1/15 of its forces without consequence, especially when those men hadn't fallen in open battle. They had been erased, cleanly and deliberately. And the one who would suffer most from that erasure wasn't the village itself. It was the raikage. Dodai's heart stuttered as the realization slammed into him. Konoha wasn't after the prisoners. They were after the raikage's head, politically speaking. They wanted him broken. Forced to resign. The memory of Hatake Sakumo flickered unbidden through Dodai's mind, Konoha's white fang, once the pride of the village. One failed mission, one public crucifixion, and the man had been driven to take his own life. The fourth raikage had started this war himself, brash and loud as always. Victory would have silenced every critic. Defeat, however, defeat was already festering in the village. Thousands dead on the battlefield. Whispers in the streets. Resentment brewing beneath the surface. If word reached Kimogakure that another 1,000 men had been slaughtered because negotiations collapsed, if the raikage's own arrogance was painted as the cause, his position would become untenable. Resignation would be the only path left. On the surface it might look harmless, one hot-headed leader stepping down, another taking his place. But Kimogakure wasn't like the other villages. Power here wasn't inherited or appointed, it was taken by the strongest. The raikage was more than a title, he was the living embodiment of the village's pride. And right now, there was no one ready to replace him. Not even Killer Bee. A Jinchuriki. Feared and resented since childhood. The day the Eight Tails had once rampaged through the village still haunted every citizen old enough to remember. Only the third raikage sacrifice had stopped the beast. To this day, people crossed the street when Bee walked by. No clear successor. No unifying figure. A power vacuum. A village spiraling into chaos while its disgraced former leader, blamed for a crushing defeat and the deaths of 1,000 more men, sank into despair. Maybe even followed Sakumo's path. And Konoha. Konoha could nudge the narrative with a few well-placed rumors. They were masters at that game. Refused to return the prisoners, so Kimogakure could never fully recover. Force the raikage out and leave the village leaderless. Destroy him with public hatred until even his iron will cracked. 3 birds with 1 stone. How vicious. How utterly cold-blooded. Dodai's pulse thundered in his ears. He had come here expecting the usual diplomatic fencing, posturing, demands, eventual compromise. Instead, Konoha had thrown the rulebook into the fire. That unprecedented water assault on the battlefield flashed through his mind again. A tactic no one had ever seen before. Jiraiya. Of course it was Jiraiya. The man who wandered the world gathering intelligence, who wrote best-selling novels in his spare time, who could invent entirely new strategies on the fly. A mind that sharp didn't follow conventions, it rewrote them. To think the loud, womanizing Sannin everyone laughed off as a pervert harbored this kind of ruthless calculation. He and Orochimaru really were cut from the same cloth. Dodai's gaze drifted, almost against his will, to the men seated calmly in front of him. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Both Sannin had once been his students. Whatever darkness lived in Jiraiya and Orochimaru, how much of it had been nurtured under the professor's own hand. Dodai kept his face a mask of stone, but inside he was reeling. Well played, Jiraiya. Well played, Third Hokage. Thieger. The world had underestimated you, and your disciples, badly. Hiruzen's voice cut smoothly through the silence. Have you come to a decision, Lord Dodai? Dodai hesitated, eyes flickering. When he spoke, his voice came out rough. I do not have the authority to accept these terms. I must return to the village and consult with the council. Hiruzen smiled, mild as ever. Of course. Please do so quickly. It would be unfortunate if those 1,000 men grew restless in the meantime. One can never predict what desperate shinobi might do. The veiled threat hung in the air like smoke. Dodai's expression tightened. He rose slowly, every movement deliberate. Then I will take my leave. He strode down the corridors of the Hokage Tower, flanked by his escort. Cloud shinobi in full battle dress moving through the heart of enemy territory. Staff and ANBU alike watched them pass in uneasy silence. Lord Dodai. Darui began, voice low with worry. Not now, Dodai cut in, sharp and urgent. We're going home. Immediately. His mind was already racing ahead, piecing together the bigger picture. Konoha had changed. For decades, since its founding, the Hidden Leaf had worn the mantle of the strongest village, yet it had never been the aggressor. First war, second war, now the third, Konoha had always fought defensively, reacting, enduring. But this treaty? This calculated cruelty? No. The tiger was old, wounded, bleeding from 100 cuts, Danzo, Orochimaru, countless elite dead or gone, but it had finally bared its fangs. Old tigers don't lose their edge. Their claws only grow longer from a lifetime of killing. Dodai stepped out of the tower and into the sunlight. The sky above Konoha was flawless blue, the breeze gentle and warm. What a beautiful cage, he thought bitterly. And its master was no longer content to stay inside it. From the window high above, Hiruzen watched the cloud delegation disappear into the streets below. He took a slow pull from his pipe, eyes narrowed behind curls of smoke. Pass the order to Shikaku, he said to the empty room. He is not to return yet. Take the troops north along the land of Frost Coast. Set up camp. Begin constructing what looks like shipyards. A soft rustle of movement, the faint disturbance of air. Yes, Lord Hokage. Then nothing. Only the smoke, and the glint of something dangerous awakening in the old man's gaze. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, To resist foreign aggression, one must first settle matters at home. Konoha Third Training Ground. With Kakashi-senpai's talent, mastering the nature transformation and shape manipulation of water release should be child's play. After all, you've already perfected them for the other 4 chakra natures. In the quiet seclusion of the training ground, Tenzo was earnestly guiding Kakashi through water release training. As a wood release user, Tenzo possessed an exceptional command of both water and earth chakra transformation and manipulation, one of the very few in the entire Hidden Leaf village who could claim true mastery over water release. The key to shape manipulation in water release lies in using precise chakra control to mold it into whatever form you need: compression, high-pressure jets, explosive bursts, anything. Compression, huh? Kakashi listened to Tenzo's passionate explanation, his mind already racing. The second Hokage's signature technique, the water-severing wave, had to be the ultimate expression of that very principle. He stayed quiet, absorbing every word, occasionally offering his own insights. As expected of you, senpai. You got it in one. The water-severing wave does indeed rely heavily on shape transformation. On top of that, it demands an enormous volume of chakra to push its cutting power to the absolute limit. Tenzo didn't hesitate to heap praise on the silver-haired jonin in front of him. Once the lecture on nature and shape transformation wrapped up, Kakashi was just about to start practicing when he noticed Tenzo's expression suddenly stiffen. Following his junior's gaze, Kakashi spotted an elderly figure in black robes slowly approaching from the training ground's main gate. Lord Danzo. Kakashi's face remained perfectly neutral. He stepped forward, deliberately placing himself between Danzo and Tenzo, shielding the younger men from the piercing stare. Kakashi. Do you have a moment? This old man would like a word. Danzo Shimura stopped a few paces away, flicked a brief glance toward Tenzo standing behind Kakashi, then locked his single visible eye onto the copy ninja. Tenzo had originally been his. The price of failing to assassinate the third Hokage was handing the boy over to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo had accepted it, grudgingly, of course. Mistakes were mistakes, brooding over them only made one look small. Besides, his gaze lingered on the young man who bore such a striking resemblance to Tsukumo Hatake in his prime. If Tenzo ended up as this one's shadow, someone perfectly aligned with his own philosophy. Danzo could live with that. Of course I'm free, Kakashi replied lightly. Tenzo, give me a minute. I'll be right back. He gave the younger ninja a reassuring nod, then fell into step beside Danzo as they walked away. Kakashi wasn't the least bit surprised that Danzo had finally come calling. If anything, he was surprised it had taken this long. Before Kakashi rose to prominence, Danzo Shimura had been Konoha's most hardline hawk, constantly held in check by the combined influence of Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura. Now, though. After the Cloud Village incident, Danzo saw in Kakashi a kindred spirit, someone willing to do whatever it took, no matter how ruthless, to secure victory. Pushing for all-out war with Kimogakure. Proposing the flooding strategy that sacrificed the Land of Frost civilians without a second thought. Forcing Kumo's delegation to execute their own captured ninja with their own hands under the guise of peace negotiations. Every move Kakashi had made sang the same song Danzo had been humming for decades. On a small hill at the village's outskirts, the two men stood side by side, gazing out over Konoha. A cool mountain breeze swept past, rustling the leaves around them. Kakashi, Danzo began, voice calm and measured, the Cloud delegation has returned home to deliberate. Whether they accept our terms or not, war is now only a matter of time. Tell me, what should Konoha do next? What is your vision? It was a question no one but the Hokage had the authority to answer. Yet Kakashi only slipped his hands into his pockets and replied coolly, that decision belongs to Lord Hokage. We have no right to overstep. Danzo chuckled, low and dry. Come now. You and I are cut from the same cloth. No need to play coy with me. I'll be blunt. Right now, there is only one person in this village with any true claim to the Hokage's seat. That person is you. You think an old hawk like me can't see it? Everything you've done, the battles, the strategies, the sacrifices, it's all been laying the groundwork for that hat. If you want it, I am more than willing to help you take it. He turned his head, tapping his cane lightly against the stone beneath his feet as he studied Kakashi's reaction. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed ever so slightly. Danzo wasn't wrong, the old man saw the board clearly. The third was old. Minato and Shinkayuhi had both perished the night the Nine Tails attacked. An entire generation of elite jonin had been gutted by the Third War. And the village's next generation was still green. Then there was Kakashi, young, brilliant, and suddenly the hero of the Cloud conflict. Jiraiya had even shouldered the blame for the flooding tactic himself, shielding Kakashi from backlash. With White Fang's lingering legend still echoing through the village, the people were already whispering, "This is Tsukumo's son. The next great hope." "You are Tsukumo Hatake's son," Danzo continued, voice softening just a fraction. "You understand the situation better than anyone. I don't need to spell out the rest." Kakashi exhaled through his mask, then spoke, slow and deliberate. "Since Elder Danzo has been so forthright, I'll match your honesty. The seat of the fifth Hokage, I intend to claim it." The corner of Danzo's mouth curled upward, a rare, genuine smile. Just as he'd suspected. This one would never bow to anyone. Here was ambition, raw, unapologetic, and utterly unlike the gentle ideals of Minato Namikaze or Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Magnificent," Danzo murmured. "Truly Tsukumo's son. White Fang's boy, taught by the fourth himself, not even the fire daimyo could refuse you." Kakashi resisted the urge to roll his eye at how often the old man dragged his dead father into this. Still, he couldn't deny the truth of it. In the original timeline, after Pain destroyed the village, Shikaku had nominated Kakashi for 6th Hokage. The daimyo had initially hesitated, until someone mentioned Kakashi was Tsukumo Hatake's son. Then approval had come instantly. Even decades after his suicide, White Fang's name still carried that much weight. Kakashi had never bothered trying to clear his father's reputation. A failed mission. So what? People needed heroes more than they needed truth. He flicked a sidelong glance at Danzo, whose eye now gleamed with barely concealed excitement. A dead father was still useful, it seemed. "Once you sit in that seat," Danzo pressed, "what will be your very first act as Hokage?" Kakashi turned his gaze back toward the village below, voice quiet but ironclad. "Though the order is reversed, the external threat will soon be resolved. After that, naturally, we settle matters inside the village first." Danzo's heartbeat quickened. Exactly. This boy was just like him. The cancerous Uchiha clan, finally, someone willing to cut them out. Once the clan was gone, Konoha would know true unity. But Kakashi was still too young. Too impulsive. Wiping out one of the village's founding clans would cause an uproar. A single carefully placed rumor, a little manipulation behind the scenes, and the elders could force Kakashi to step down in disgrace. Then Danzo himself would rise, 6th Hokage, savior of Konoha. The village would be made great again, under his hand alone. Chapter 79, Excuse. Danzo Shimura was gone. He had vanished down the forest path, taking with him every answer he'd come for. Kakashi remained where he was, staring after the direction the old warhawk had disappeared. His face betrayed nothing. To pacify the outside, one must first pacify the inside. Danzo was right. The question was, who exactly counted as the inside? Or rather, who did Danzo believe the inside included? When a man's ambition outgrew the hand that fed it, he was already teetering on the edge of ruin. "Senpai, are you okay?" Tenzo stepped out from behind a nearby tree, his voice laced with worry. He had stayed hidden the entire time, only daring to emerge once Danzo was truly gone. Facing his former commander again stirred a storm of complicated feelings he couldn't quite name. "I'm fine," Kakashi answered, pulling his gaze away. His tone was as even as ever. "Let's get back to training." Tenzo followed in silence, eyes fixed on Kakashi's back. His heart felt strangely heavy. Though nothing had been said outright, the conversation he'd accidentally overheard carried a single, unmistakable truth. Hatake Kakashi did, in fact, want to become Hokage. What's on your mind? Kakashi asked without turning around, as if he could feel the stare boring into him. Tenzo jolted. He shook his head quickly. And nothing. I just never imagined that you, senpai, would dream of sitting in that hat like some snot-nosed kid. Kakashi finished for him. The corners of his visible eye crinkled, he was smiling under the mask. We're Konoha shinobi. Isn't that kind of ambition supposed to be normal? Yeah, I guess you're right. Tenzo's shoulders loosened. For the first time that day, a real smile broke across his face. His senpai didn't seem the least bit bothered that he'd eavesdropped on something so dangerous. Come on, Kakashi said, already walking. Water release training waits for no one. You're going to be working your ass off. Leave it to me, senpai. Tenzo's spirits lifted instantly. He jogged to catch up, voice bright and loud. Time, as always, spared no one. In the days that followed, while Kakashi and Tenzo threw themselves into water release training, Dodai returned to Konoha once more, this time looking like a man who'd been dragged behind a horse for 100 miles. Unlike his previous visit with an entire delegation in tow, he came alone. Hokage conference room. It's only been a few days, Dodai Dano, Hiruzen Sarutobi said from the head of the table, his tone carrying the polite concern of a host. You look exhausted. Please, take care of your health. The minister from Kimogakure was a shadow of the men who had stood here 5 days earlier. His skin was sallow, his eyes threaded with red, the crow's feet at their corners etched deeper than before. He radiated bone-deep fatigue, the kind that came from carrying a weight too heavy for any one person. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Dodai's voice scraped out, hoarse and dry. He skipped the pleasantries entirely. We have reached a decision. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Hiruzen's expression stiffened for just an instant, this answer had come far sooner than he'd prepared for. Hokage building, rooftop. A cool breeze swept across the roof. The silver-haired Jonin stood at the railing, watching the small Kimogakure contingent depart under Dodai's lead. To pay that kind of price for 1,000 prisoners. Dodai's got some guts, Kakashi remarked, voice perfectly level. It's not Dodai who has guts, Hiruzen corrected, taking a long draw from his pipe and exhaling a thin stream of smoke. It's the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the fourth Raikage standing behind him. 100 billion Ryo in reparations, an entire port city, just to end this war. Don't forget the hard cap off in 1,000 shinobi and a complete set of lightning release techniques passed over as a bonus, Kakashi added. They really carved a chunk out of their own hide this time. The third Hokage's tone grew heavier. Unlike the other great nations, the Land of Lightning's daimyo has always backed Kimogakure without reservation. That's the only reason they could afford to gamble everything. Admirable, Kakashi said, and meant it, which was rare enough to notice. Save the people and the land will follow, save the land and lose the people, and you lose both. He'd underestimated the Raikage and the daimyo's resolve. In the end, people were the only foundation that mattered. Everything else could be bought back if you still had the hands to hold it. Our next moves might need adjusting after concessions this drastic, Hiruzen sighed. But the victory is still Konoha's, Kakashi replied, turning to lean his back against the railing. We didn't crush Kimogakure completely, but we crippled them. After bleeding that much, climbing back to relevance, that's going to hurt. His voice cooled. Besides, do you really think they'll honor the 10,000 shinobi limit? Of course not. Hiruzen gave a short, humorless laugh. Kimogakure's reputation for keeping promises was the stuff of punchlines across the 5 nations. Then when they break the treaty, Kakashi continued, what do we gain, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen's eyes sharpened behind the smoke, locking onto the deceptively lazy man beside him. A casus belli. The war had barely ended, and Kakashi was already looking 15 moves ahead. The Land of Lightning just took another beating. They won't dare cross the line while they're still licking their wounds, Kakashi said, the breeze ruffling his silver hair. But give them a decade, maybe less, and they'll rip that treaty to shreds the moment they think they can win. By then Konoha will have superior resources, economy, and military power across the board. There'll be no excuse to lose. The pipe in Hiruzen's hand trembled, just once, before the old man's gaze turned predatory. When that day comes, we'll be the ones cutting the next piece of meat off their bones. Kakashi allowed himself a thin, almost imperceptible smile and said nothing more. It would take the Land of Lightning at least 15 years to recover anything resembling their former strength. In 15 years, Hatake Kakashi had no intention of still being just a jonin. And Uzumaki Naruto, at 18 years old, sweeping across the Land of Lightning like a orange-clad calamity. The outcome wasn't even in question. Seeing that Kakashi had fallen silent, Hiruzen let the tension ease from his shoulders. A lighter, almost teasing note entered his voice. Enough about state affairs for now. When are you planning to settle your personal ones? Nothing escaped the professor's eyes. Even Asuma had started picking up on the weird tension around Light. The old Hokage, of course, had noticed weeks ago. Kakashi arched a brow, genuinely caught off guard that the third would sink to gossip. This old man has a mischievous streak after all. The image of a certain white-haired, golden-eyed woman flashed unbidden through his mind. No rush, he answered, shrugging. I don't have any plans in the near future. She might be over 5 centuries old on paper, but to him she still looked, and acted, like she had all the time in the world. He could at least wait until she hit 518. Hiruzen let the subject drop without pushing. A thick scroll appeared in his hand, nearly as fat as his forearm, and he tossed it over. Here. I've already reviewed it. No issues. Kakashi caught it one-handed. His eye narrowed slightly as he read the 5 gilded characters across the seal. Lightning Release Secret Techniques. Chapter 80, Meeting. 7 days had passed since Dodai's departure. In that time, the Hidden Leaf Village had already received war reparations from the Land of Lightning. At the same time, the Fire Daimyo had sent troops to garrison the port city that Kimogakure had previously ceded. On top of that, the Daimyo had forwarded a staggering 15 billion ryo in military funds as a morale booster. The accompanying letter voiced mild displeasure over Jiraiya's devastating flood attack, but it didn't linger on the matter. Most of the lines were filled with praise for Hiruzen Sarutobi, praising the old professor for remaining so vigorous despite his age. It also, rather pointedly, asked about the candidate for the next Hokage. In the daimyo's eyes, this was the perfect moment for Hiruzen Sarutobi to retire. Kakashi happened to agree. After the Nine-Tails attack, the third had reclaimed the hat and turned the village's fortunes around. Now, having brought the third great ninja war to a decisive close, he could step down at the height of victory. A near-flawless curtain call. Hokage Conference Room. The 4 elders of Konoha's leadership were gathered once more. A single letter rested on the table between them. Each stared at it, their expressions unreadable, thoughts racing. Big decisions in small circles, small decisions in large ones. I'm sure I don't need to spell it out, Hiruzen said, tapping the letter with one finger. Your thoughts? Isn't it a little sudden? Koharu Udatane hesitated. Hiruzen, you're only 69. Old, yes, but you're far from finished. Another 10 years as Hokage would be no trouble at all. And right now, there simply isn't a suitable successor in the village. They had all read the letter. It was from the Fire Daimyo. Unlike previous messages, this one was practically an open demand to know when Hiruzen Sarutobi planned to step down. If the third remained in the hat any longer, the daimyo seemed to fear, Konoha's shinobi would soon know only the Hokage and forget the men who paid their salaries. Victory had already given Hiruzen more than enough glory. Hiruzen glanced at Koharu but said nothing, waiting for the others. I nominate Kakashi Hatake, Danzo Shimura said, his single visible eye half-lidded. Exclamation point. Kakashi is far too young, Hamura Mitokado blurted, startled. And his methods are too extreme. He is not suited for the position. Since when did Danzo Shimura have any connection to Kakashi? A chill crawled up Koharu's spine the moment she heard the name. I nominate Jiraiya, she countered immediately. Jiraiya is disqualified, Danzo shot back without hesitation. His actions during the Land of Frost campaign removed him from consideration. But that flood attack. Jiraiya has no interest in the hat anyway, Danzo cut in. We pinned the blame on him precisely to shield Kakashi. Koharu opened her mouth to argue, but Danzo gave her no chance. The air in the room turned to ice. Koharu's sharp gaze locked with Danzo's single eye. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Then, suddenly, she shot to her feet and slammed her palm onto the table. Danzo, I know exactly what you're scheming. I can stomach that boy rising through the ranks. But the Hokage seat. I would sooner see you wearing the hat. Her voice cracked like a whip, utterly unlike the calm elder she usually was. Danzo's eye widened a fraction. Now, don't say things you'll regret, Hamura muttered, tugging gently at Koharu's sleeve. Sit down, please. If Danzo Shimura ever became Hokage, Hiruzen might as well keep the position until he died at his desk. Hiruzen watched the chaos unfold and let out a quiet sigh. His thoughts drifted inevitably to the fourth, the student he had once believed would solve all these problems. If Minato were still alive, none of this would be happening. Maybe this war with Kimogakure wouldn't have happened at all. Kakashi is the only viable candidate the village has right now, Hiruzen said at last. Koharu's face twisted. She lowered her voice to a venomous whisper. That boy treats human life like weeds. The second something displeases him, he reaches for the blade. The Kimogakure situation could have been resolved diplomatically, yet he started a war on a whim. We won, yes, but at what cost? How many graves did we fill? If he becomes Hokage, I will never accept it. Danzo's brow furrowed. He refused to yield. That's exactly why we had to fight. Kumogakure was pushing to see how far they could go. If we'd bowed our heads, they would have taken everything. Is that concept really so hard for you to grasp? Koharu let out a cold laugh. She jabbed a finger toward the door, toward the cemetery beyond the village walls. Then go say that to the dead. Because one man decided to play hero, thousands of Konoha shinobi are fertilizer. And you expect me to accept him as Hokage? The argument spiraled further into chaos. Suddenly, Hiruzen rose to his feet. An immense wave of chakra erupted from him, flooding the room with killing intent thick enough to choke on. Together the three of you are nearly 200 years old, and you're squabbling like academy brats. Have you no shame? I am still the Hokage. Koharu huffed, dropped back into her seat, and crossed her arms. Danzo fell silent. Hamura sighed, he hadn't even managed to get a word in. I've made my decision, Hiruzen continued, voice cold as steel. Kakashi Hatake will serve as acting Hokage for 3 years. If he makes no grave errors in that time, the position becomes his permanently. Koharu's face drained of color. Hiruzen. Enough. The third fixed his oldest friend with an icy stare. I am the Hokage. Danzo gave a faint, mocking smile. Hiruzen is the Hokage. His word is final. I have no objections. Meeting adjourned. No one else spoke. Hiruzen brought the gavel down, figuratively speaking, and that was that. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Bang. Koharu stormed out, slamming the door so hard the hinges rattled. Danzo watched her go, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Those words sounded familiar. Koharu marched down the corridors of the Hokage Tower, face dark as a thundercloud. Staff and shinobi alike shrank against the walls as she passed. Hiruzen has lost his mind. Danzo too. A warmonger on the Hokage seat. Konoha will fall into ruin because of Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 81, the Supreme One sits high in the heavens, all 4 seas under his command. A 17-year-old Hokage. Even if it was only in an acting capacity, the news struck the Hidden Leaf village like lightning, leaving nearly every soul in Konoha reeling in disbelief. Across all 5 great ninja villages and every Kage who had ever borne the title, Hatake Kakashi was the youngest in history. The silver-haired prodigy who'd made Jonin at 12 had, once again, shattered what anyone thought possible. Graduated at 5, Chunin at 6, Jonin at 12, and now, at 17, acting Hokage. If everything proceeded as planned, on the day he turned 20 he would remove the word acting and become the official 5th Hokage, the first to claim the hat before reaching adulthood. A meteoric rise that left people breathless. And yet, no one dared question whether he deserved it. This record, this position, Kakashi had carved them out with his own blade, forged across 3 blood-soaked battlefields. Iwagakure. Kirigakure. Kumogakure. 3 wars had tempered the copy ninja into something legendary. 3 years ago, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gave his life to seal the 9 tails. Today, 3 years later, Minato's only student had not only matched his teacher's achievements but surpassed them, claiming the Hokage's seat at an even younger age. 3 years. Inside the Hokage's office, the white-haired young man lounged in the chair that had once belonged to his sensei, fingers idly tracing the carved Hokage seal in his palm. A cold, subdued light flickered behind lowered eyelids. Because he was only the acting Hokage, there had been no grand inauguration ceremony. Just the red and white robe draped over his shoulders, the triangular hat resting on the desk, and the official seal now warm against his skin. Kakashi already knew exactly what had happened in the council meeting. Danzo Shimura had pushed hard for him. Udatane Koharu had opposed it with every ounce of her influence. In the end, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, cast the deciding vote. By Kakashi's own calculation, the title should already have read, 5th Hokage, without any qualifiers. Thanks to Koharu, that certainty had become uncertainty. Udatane Koharu. The corner of Kakashi's mouth curved into a faint, frigid smirk. If the old woman had been willing to fade quietly into retirement, he would have let her. But since she insisted on making trouble, he wouldn't mind being less gentle. He could wait, though. For now. Irritating woman. Still, acting Hokage was Hokage enough. Every authority the position carried was already his. His gaze drifted across the process documents stacked neatly on the desk, then down to the seal in his hand, and his thoughts shifted. Honestly, only after sitting here for a single day did he finally understand why the 3rd spent his entire life cooped up in this office. Most of the paperwork was trivial. Things that, in Kakashi's opinion, could be handled perfectly well by mid-level staff without ever reaching the Hokage's desk. He had no intention of letting himself be buried alive by mountains of forms and petty complaints. Kakashi, came a familiar, warm voice. How does the chair feel? The office door slid open. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped inside wearing plain civilian clothes, a relaxed smile on his face, the expression of a man enjoying his first true day off in decades. It's not as hard as I expected, Kakashi answered frankly, leaning back. Just mind-numbingly boring. After all, the Hokage only governed a single village. And while Konoha possessed the strongest military force in the ninja world, things like economy, diplomacy, and civilian welfare fell to the daimyo and the Land of Fire's bureaucracy. The Hokage's real job was simpler: keep the village's fangs sharp and its enemies afraid. Hiruzen's brow twitched. He had poured his soul into that very chair for half a century. He opened his mouth, probably to deliver some well-meaning lecture about responsibility, when Kakashi continued. If we picked a handful of capable people from the village and created a dedicated administrative council to deal with the busy work, the Hokage would actually have time to train, or think, or do anything other than push papers. Hiruzen blinked. You're talking about delegating authority on your very first day. Kakashi shrugged, spinning the seal lazily between his fingers. Only the boring parts. And if that council ever decided to gang up and hollow out the Hokage's power from the inside? Hiruzen asked quietly, eyes sharp. Kakashi's visible eye curved in what might have been a smile. Then we create a second organization, directly under the Hokage, that watches the council and every other department in the village. Arrests, investigations, the dirty work. Anything suspicious gets reported straight to me. Hiruzen's pipe paused halfway to his lips. You mean, expand the Umbu's mandate? Something like that, Kakashi said. Adjust their authority a little. Let them keep the new council in line while they're at it. Instant feedback loop. Hokage Administrative Council and Village Departments Oversight Division, Umbu, Hokage. A perfect circle of checks and balances, with the Hokage eternally on top. Hiruzen stared at the 17-year-old in front of him, suddenly feeling every one of his years. The Supreme One sits high in the heavens, all four seas under his command. Why had he never thought of this? He had wasted decades drowning in paperwork when the solution was this elegant, this ruthless, this simple. On his very first day, Kakashi had fixed a structural problem that 3 generations of Hokage had simply endured. You handle it, Hiruzen finally muttered, slumping onto the sofa like a deflated balloon. The cheer he'd walked in with was long gone. Kakashi tilted his head, mildly puzzled. The old man had been beaming 30 seconds ago. Any candidates in mind for this new council? Hiruzen asked, voice weary. Kakashi didn't even need to think. Aburame Shibi. Hiruzen nodded slowly. Taciturn, meticulous, observant, and as clan head, already experienced in administration. Excellent choice. Kakashi's list was just beginning. Chapter 82, The Pie. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a subtle glance at Kakashi. More importantly, when the vote had been taken on whether to declare war on Kimogakure, Shibi Aburame had unmistakably thrown his support behind Kakashi. Narashikaku. Kakashi spoke the second name without hesitation. Even Hiruzen himself had to admit there was nothing to criticize about this choice. He frequently sought Shikaku's counsel on the trickiest matters. But Shikaku is the Jonin commander, the third Hokage pointed out, raising the most sensitive issue. The Jonin commander held real power, the authority to mobilize every Jonin in the village. Aside from the Hokage himself, it was arguably the strongest military position in all of Konoha. Transferring Narashikaku to the Council of Elders might look like a promotion on paper, but in reality it was a demotion. One had only to remember that the previous Jonin commander had been none other than Minato Namikaze. Akimichi Choza can succeed him as Jonin commander, with Might Guy serving as his deputy. At the same time, Yamanaka Inoichi will be promoted to head of the intelligence division. Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Narashikaku, the legendary Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Trading the Jonin commander and the head of intelligence for Shikaku's seat on the Council of Elders wasn't a loss at all. If anything, it was a net gain. As for Might Guy, his extraordinary contributions alongside Kakashi on the Land of Frost battlefield, where the two of them had coordinated perfectly to eliminate 2 Jinchuriki, still hadn't been properly rewarded. Naming him Deputy Jonin Commander was the least Konoha could do. Still. Hiruzen stole another quiet glance at Kakashi. Making Might Guy deputy to Akimichi Choza practically guaranteed that, in a few years, the deputy would become the commander. Which raised the question, what would happen to Choza then? They couldn't very well cycle through temporary commanders and intelligence heads just to shuffle Shikaku upward, could they? In due time, Akimichi Choza can take over as commander of the Umbu. As though reading the old man's mind, Kakashi answered the unspoken question first. That position was no less critical. With Kakashi intending to completely redefine the Umbu's authority, Hiruzen could already picture a future where every department in Konoha worked at peak efficiency, because no one would dare slack off under the Umbu's watchful eye. Handing such a vital organization to Akimichi Choza was a clear sign of respect toward the entire Ino, Shika, Cho alliance. This will have to be discussed with Shikaku beforehand, Hiruzen cautioned. To avoid unnecessary resentment. Kakashi was promoting fresh blood while still taking care of the old guard. The balance pleased the third Hokage more than he let on. The third name is Hyuga Hayashi. Hiruzen silently studied Kakashi again. There was no need to ask. This kid had simply rounded up every single person who'd voted for war earlier. Couldn't you at least pretend to be subtle? Hiruzen asked, rubbing his temple. Save a little face for the other side. Kakashi rolled his visible eye. I'm not finished. Hiruzen exhaled through his nose. Then by all means, continue. A faint gleam danced in Kakashi's eye, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. That half-smirk looked almost mocking to the third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku. In the Uchiha district, Fugaku stared at the appointment letter in his hand, brows knitted in confusion. Council of Elders. What exactly was the new Hokage playing at? The one thing he knew for certain was that Uchiha Fugaku could not refuse. A new official always brought 3 fires. If he snubbed the new Hokage on day 1, he might as well paint a target on the entire clan's back. With a mixture of nerves and reluctant curiosity, Fugaku set off for the Hokage Tower. When he arrived, a staff member was already waiting to escort him, not to the Hokage's office, but to the large conference room on the 3rd floor. Only then did he realize he wasn't the only one summoned. Nara Shikaku. Hyuga Hayashi. Abirame Shibi. Clan head Fugaku, glad you could join us. Before Fugaku could ask the others what was going on, a familiar voice cut through the air. The silver-haired man in the red and white Hokage robe stepped out from a side door and claimed the head seat without ceremony. Hokage-sama. The 4 clan heads bowed in unison. No need to stand on ceremony, Kakashi said, motioning for them to sit. I assume you've all read your appointment letters. Of the 4, only Shikaku had been briefed in advance. The other 3 still had no idea what this Council of Elders actually meant. Shikaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shikaku rose smoothly and activated the projector. Bold white characters appeared on the screen. Council of Elders. In private, Kakashi still called him Senior Shikaku out of respect, but this was official business. The Hokage did not bow. In simple terms, Shikaku began from the podium. The Council of Elders is a new body created to assist the Hokage in governing the village. Its primary duty is to oversee all village affairs. Uchiha Fugaku felt the room spin. All village affairs? Wasn't that the Hokage's job? A pie this enormous had just fallen straight into his lap, and he hadn't even reached for it. His pulse thundered in his ears, the rest of Shikaku's explanation became a distant hum. And those are the duties and authority of the Council of Elders. Shikaku concluded sometime later. We will work together for Konoha's future. Kakashi swept his gaze across the table, lingering on Fugaku for half a second. Any questions? Silence. If there are no objections, you will all assume your new posts starting tomorrow. Abirame Shibi adjusted his sunglasses and spoke first. No questions from me. Kakashi's eye twitched. I have none either, Hyuga Hayashi declared calmly. Since the Hokage places such trust in me, I will not disappoint. Kakashi gave a small nod. Of the 4, Hayashi, and by extension the entire Hyuga clan, was the one he trusted most. So long as their Byakugan remained both utilized on the battlefield and protected from falling into enemy hands, the Hyuga had no reason to oppose any Hokage. It was a perfectly symbiotic relationship. I have no objections either, Fugaku managed, his voice betraying a trace of excitement he couldn't quite suppress. Kakashi looked at him for a long moment. Good. Then starting tomorrow, I expect each of you to give everything for Konoha's future. Chapter 83, what do you mean, charming? Elder. On the way back, Uchiha Fugaku had never felt his steps so light. The unexpected windfall left him lightheaded, as if he were floating through a dream. Clan head, are you all right? He hadn't even noticed he'd already stepped onto Uchiha clan grounds. His expression was so strange that even the typically stone-faced Uchiha clansmen could tell at a glance something was seriously off with their leader. Hakadai. Spotting his most trusted aide at his side, Fugaku waved a hand and excitedly launched into a recounting of everything that had just happened in the Hokage Tower. Is that really what they said? Hakadai hesitated, then carefully reminded him, there's a clan meeting tonight, clan head. About that. The words hit Fugaku like a bucket of ice water, instantly snuffing out his euphoria. For a while now, every single Uchiha clan meeting had revolved around one topic only, their growing dissatisfaction with Konoha, and the voices calling for a coup getting louder by the day. The root cause of this atmosphere was the existence of Uchiha Hikari. Because of her, Fugaku, despite being the clan head, had been forced to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to the treasonous whispers spreading among his subordinates. But now. The scene from earlier replayed in his mind, and Fugaku wavered. He still couldn't guess the acting Hokage's true intentions, but a member of the Konoha Council of Elders had indeed handed him something tangible. Should he rein in the clan a little? Yet that ultimate weapon who despised the Uchiha was currently sharing Kakashi's bed. Who was to say this wasn't an elaborate trap set by Hatake Kakashi himself to crush the clan once and for all? Just because Hakudai mentioned the meeting, Fugaku fell into an excruciating dilemma. Compared to Fugaku's torment, Kakashi's mood was downright relaxed. He was currently seated in the Hokage's office, idly flipping through a ninjutsu scroll. Now that he was Hokage, even if only acting, every vault and forbidden archive in the village was wide open to him. A single scroll was nothing. Yet the technique recorded on this scroll wasn't Flying Thunder God or any other profound forbidden art. It was an extremely common sealing jutsu. The 5 Elements Seal. 3 years had passed since Hikari's birth, and Kakashi still clearly remembered the 5 Elements seal that had been placed on her abdomen. This was the perfect chance to remove it. Hikari's strength went without saying, the sooner that seal came off, the better. The requirements to perform the 5 Elements seal were terrifyingly high. One had to master shape transformation and nature transformation for all 5 chakra natures: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. But once that hurdle was cleared, the rest was simple. Although thoroughly understanding the sealing formulas themselves required deep study, Kakashi didn't need to invent anything new. He only had to follow the chakra flow diagram drawn on the scroll. He wasn't planning to use it in live combat, after all. As for the 5 Elements Unseal, you simply reverse the circulation path of the original seal. That supposedly most difficult prerequisite was, for Kakashi, not a problem at all. 2 days ago, with Tenzo's assistance, he had finished the water nature and shape transformation he'd been missing. Now Kakashi possessed complete mastery over all 5 elemental chakras. Removing a 5 Elements seal was child's play. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Kakashi glanced at the crimson light spilling through the window, snapped the scroll shut, and stood up. Time to clock out. He didn't linger a single second longer than necessary. Hatake household. I'm home. You're home, you're home. Do you have to announce it like the whole village needs to know? The front door slid open. Kakashi sat on the Genkan step changing into house slippers and couldn't help rolling his eyes at the tsundere outburst from deeper inside the house. Ever since that incident the other day, Hikari had been in a foul mood with him. On the surface everything was normal, but the moment he got close she'd bristle like an angry cat with its fur standing on end. What's for dinner? Kakashi asked, sniffing the delicious smells drifting through the house as he padded toward the kitchen. He found Uchiha Hikari, still wearing the honorary title of great-grandmother from the clan, standing at the stove wielding a ladle. Nothing you'd like, she shot back. Kakashi ignored the grumbling, walked right up to the pot, and peered inside. His sudden closeness made Hikari's shoulders stiffen. She scowled. Why are you standing so close? Kakashi withdrew his gaze from the food and let it settle lazily on the girl beside him. Am I not allowed to stand close to my wife? Hikari's lips pressed into a thin line. Ever since that day, this shameless dog had been getting bolder and bolder. Unfortunately, she had only herself to blame. She'd dug her own grave. Get out, dinner's almost ready, she muttered, reaching out to shove him. Yes, 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 madam. Kakashi retreated obediently, but not before adding with a perfectly straight face, you look very pretty today. Really charming. Hikari froze mid-shove. She looked down at her own outfit, a pale green sweater paired with a long, delicately embroidered cream skirt. Come to think of it, the last time this pervert had praised her appearance, she'd been wearing almost exactly the same thing. Back then she'd actually twirled happily in front of him like an idiot. Now that she thought about it, she'd basically skipped straight into the big bad wolf's jaws shouting, please eat me. Charming. Charming your ass. Hikari gnashed her teeth, then immediately deflated. In the end it was her own fault. Who told her to flirt and tease him all day long before everything went sideways? In the living room, Kakashi flopped onto the sofa, opened the newest volume of Ika Ika Paradise, and pretended to read while his eyes kept drifting toward the kitchen. What was that little cat doing in there? The system notification occasionally pinged in his mind with updates on Uchiha great-grandmother's emotional state. 3 years had passed, and Kakashi had long since mastered the art of tuning those notifications out. Otherwise he'd never get any sleep, especially after the battle in the Land of Frost thrust him fully into the public eye. He had the 4th Raikage and Uchiha Obito to thank for their enthusiastic support on that front. The pings had never stopped since. Especially from sponsor number 1, Uchiha Obito. Between Obito's original 800-man solo charge into the Cloud Camp donation and the massive influx after Kakashi accepted the acting Hokage seat, Kakashi's current chakra reserves had reached an absurd 5,000% of his original capacity. He had literally completed an entire extra Hashirama's worth of chakra. Honestly, at this point raw quantity no longer mattered. What Kakashi needed now was to raise the quality of his chakra. Because ninjutsu had its limits. Only higher quality chakra could push him to the next level. And the only method he currently knew to achieve that was Sage Mode. The problem was, Sage Mode required training in one of the 3 Great Sage regions. Which meant he'd have to find an excuse to visit Mount Myaboku or Shikatsu Forest sometime soon. Chapter 84, Planning. Dinner's ready. Thud. Hikari slammed the table with both hands and shot a death glare at Kakashi, who was sprawled on the couch blankly staring at a copy of Ika Ika Paradise. Just what was this guy thinking, openly reading an R-rated novel like that? Coming. Kakashi calmly closed the book and walked over to the dining table. It had to be said, Hikari's cooking was excellent. Maybe because she hadn't eaten a proper meal in 500 years, she treated food with deadly seriousness. In her eyes, anyone who dared ruin perfectly good ingredients deserved nothing less than being roasted alive by Amaterasu, inside and out, from head to toe. After dinner, Kakashi quietly did the dishes while Hikari tried to tiptoe back to her room. Just as her foot touched the hallway, his voice drifted out from the kitchen. Hold on. I need to talk to you about something. Hikari's sneaky steps froze midair. Her heart did a little flip. What does this pervert want now? Is he going to, again? The memories of that day flashed unbidden across her mind. She instinctively clapped a hand over her mouth to muffle a tiny whimper. What is it? She forced the words out as loudly as her courage allowed. It's about the 5-element seal on you. I'm Hokage now, I have the authority to remove it. Oh. So that's it. Hikari's shoulders relaxed instantly. But there's one more thing I need to ask of you. Kakashi emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a towel, his expression unusually grave as he looked at the girl curled up on the sofa. What else? Secretly, Hikari was a little happy. He'd started working on freeing her the very day he took office. But that deadly serious face made her uneasy all over again. He's not going to pull some sleazy line like, "Little Uchiha, you don't want to stay sealed forever, do you, right?" The mere thought made her shrink deeper into the cushions, eyeing him with open suspicion. Kakashi, not quite understanding her reaction, simply crouched in front of her and met the eyes of this Uchiha ancestor from 5 centuries ago. Sit up straight and lift your shirt. Hikari distinctly remembered Jiraiya never asked her to bare her stomach when he slapped the seal on her. This guy is absolutely taking advantage of me again. I only learned the 5-element seal today, Kakashi explained with a perfectly straight face. To get the best result, I need direct skin contact. His heart didn't skip a beat. His expression didn't even flicker. A gentleman. Never claimed to be one. Fine, fine. I'll believe you just this once, Hikari grumbled, cheeks burning. She looked anywhere except at the silver-haired men in front of her. Slowly, reluctantly, she tugged up the hem of her light green sweater. Smooth, pale skin came into view. Because she'd spent so long cooped up indoors with almost no exercise, there was the faintest, softest layer of pudge around her waist, an imperfection that, in Kakashi's eyes, only added to the charm. He reached out and gently brushed his palm across that warm, silky stomach. Hikari jolted at the callous touch of a hand that had gripped a blade for decades. What do you think you're doing? Locating the seal nodes, he answered, utterly unfazed. This damn Hatake is 100% groping me. Just as the ancient Uchiha matriarch was about to explode, Kakashi spoke again. Circulate your chakra. Oh. Hikari blinked, then quickly complied, mentally kicking herself for not realizing sooner. But still. She couldn't let him get away with it for free, could she? A little depressed, she accepted that she probably wasn't escaping this guy's clutches anytime soon. Chakra flowed. 5 pitch-black seal marks bloomed across her abdomen. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. The 5 fingers resting on her belly ignited with chakra flames, wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, each corresponding to one of the marks. Following the reverse sequence he'd memorized from the scroll that afternoon, he pressed all 5 fingertips down at once. 5 elements seal, release. A surge of chakra poured from Kakashi into her body. In that instant, the seal that had imprisoned her for 3 long years shattered completely. Hikari felt her pathways open like floodgates, chakra roared through her meridians, wild and unrestrained. It's done. Kakashi gave her stomach one last reluctant pat before pulling his hand away. Humph. Hikari huffed, glaring at the men who still looked like he wanted seconds. She wasn't scared of him anymore. If he tried anything else, she'd. I need your power. Okay. The answer slipped out before her brain caught up. A second later she blinked. Wait, what did I just agree to? I want you to place the 8,000 spears mental imprint on me. I will always be me, Kakashi said solemnly, looking straight at the newly freed Uchiha ancestor. This was something he had already decided. Right now he was only an acting Hokage. If he moved against Koharu Yutane, Mitokado Hamura, Danzo Shimura, and the Uchiha hardliners too early, there was a very real chance he'd eat Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami. And if he caused too much commotion, this acting prefix would be stripped away in the blink of an eye. That wasn't a possibility, it was a certainty. Even setting the Uchiha aside, Danzo's ambition far outstripped his actual power, but the men called the darkness of the shinobi world had terrifying instincts. The moment he sensed Kakashi becoming uncontrollable, he would do something drastic. So Kakashi needed to endure, for 3 years. 3 years from now, once he officially became the 5th Hokage, he could settle every account. Among all the threats, Uchiha Shirsue, who already distrusted him and clung stubbornly to his own beliefs, was the most dangerous. In a straight fight, Kakashi had no fear. Even if Shirsue brought out Susanoo, Kakashi could whittle him down until he dropped. But Koto Amatsukami was silent, insidious, and almost impossible to defend against. One careless moment and it was over. That was why he needed Hikari's 8,000 spears, in release against in release, Mangekyo against Mangekyo. For the next 3 years of lying low, and on the day he finally moved against the Uchiha Hawks, he needed absolute assurance that his mind would remain his own. Chapter 85, 8,000 spears, reading the engraved moon 8th seal, Tsukuyomi. Did something happen to you? The moment Kakashi mentioned needing the Yata mirror to Echen, I will always remain myself, imprint into his mind, Hikari's instincts flared. Something was wrong. For the past 3 years, the 5-element seal had choked off her chakra, but it had never dulled her perception. In her eyes, the strongest man in the entire Hidden Leaf was still the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. There was also the current Uchiha clan head, rumored to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The only reason someone would need the Yata mirror to protect their sense of self was if the enemy wielded a genjutsu of comparable power. And the men suspected of possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan fit that description perfectly. Is it that Uchiha Fugaku? You stay here. I'll go kill him right now. Hikari's brows sharpened into blades. Killing intent rolled off her like a storm tide as she rose without a second thought. Wait. It's not him. Kakashi caught her wrist before she could vanish through the door. He's one of the council elders I just appointed. Now isn't the time. Hikari froze, staring at him in disbelief. Not the clan head. Then who? It's Uchiha Shirsue. The kid who showed up here 3 years ago. Kakashi gave a tired, almost resigned shrug. That kid. I'll kill him and the clan head both. She started forward again, murder in her eyes. But Kakashi didn't let go of her hand. Not yet. I still need to solidify my position as Hokage. Just 3 years. 3 years from now, the chance will come. Besides, he had no intention of letting her do it. This was his fight. The day he had pulled her, half dead and broken, from Jiraiya's grasp, Kakashi had decided he would never let her shoulder burdens like this again. I can handle it. All I need from you is the Yata mirror. Hikari studied the men in front of her for a long, quiet moment. At last she sighed, soft and helpless. Fine. We'll do it your way. She had never changed the way she saw herself. A treasured weapon. And a weapon does not disobey its master. Still. She stole a glance at him, cheeks warming as the memory of moments ago flashed through her mind. Almost without thinking, the words slipped out. Then come here. Kakashi didn't question it. He stepped closer, trusting. Hikari's hands found his shoulders. In one smooth motion she pushed him down onto the couch. Before he could react, she tugged his collar aside and sank her teeth into the nape of his neck. Wait, are you secretly Orochimaru's disciple or something? The soft heat of her lips made Kakashi's arm move on instinct, sliding around the waist of this ancient Uchiha matriarch. Hikari melted against him without resistance. Invisible in-release chakra flowed from her mouth into his pathways. 3 twisted black tomo bloomed beneath her bite like ink in water. I will always remain myself. She could have done more. In that instant, if she had poured her full will into him, this entire village would have belonged to her. But she didn't. Because she had always seen herself as nothing more than a weapon. And Kakashi was the only master she had ever acknowledged. As the Yata mirror, Tsukuyomi took root, Kakashi felt a cool, immense power flood his body, Hikari's power, her in release, her chakra. Done. She released the bite, lifted her head, and met his gaze. The scarlet eyes staring back at him were warped into a cruel, 3-tomo Mangekyo, eyes that carried centuries of pain. For the first time, she let him see them. Aren't they ugly? She turned her face away, unwilling to look at him. Sinful eyes. Power she despised. Her father had died because others coveted these eyes. Her mother had followed. If this cursed power could protect Kakashi, she would give it all, every last drop, without hesitation. That was why she had been ready to slaughter Shisui and Fugaku herself. No, Kakashi said gently. They're beautiful. This is the power Hikari inherited from the people she loved. You should treasure the will that runs in your blood. Hikari hesitated, then slowly turned back to him. She knew the story of his left eye. It had once belonged to a teammate, a girl who had adored him. A girl named Rin, with a gentle name and an even gentler heart. A girl who had died by his own hand because of the war. Kakashi had told her everything. Don't worry, Rin. I'll take good care of him for you. The Uchiha woman from 500 years ago leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to Kakashi's left eyelid, sealing that silent promise. The next morning, when the acting Hokage's new decree went up on the village bulletin board, it caused a brief uproar, quickly followed by shrugs. Ah, just another decision from the higher-ups. Nothing to do with us little people. Life went on. But for the Uchiha clan, it was a very different story. The clan head had been promoted to the Council of Elders. A position that could directly influence the Hokage himself. Did this mean their clan head might one day sit in the hat? After so many years of waiting, their time had finally come. Most of the clan celebrated wildly. Only a few remained indifferent. If the clan head becomes Hokage someday, good for him. It's not like it's me. Better to make a bit more money and buy fish for the kids. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi listened to the latest ANBU report on the Uchiha while idly flipping through the files. His expression never changed. Elevating Fugaku had been a calculated move. It bought him eyes inside the clan, and time to watch how things unfolded. Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. The hawks inside the Uchiha were already growing restless. If Fugaku could seize this chance, expand his influence, and reign in the radicals, Kakashi was willing to wait another 2 years. But from the current reports, Fugaku's judgment, and his grip on the clan, was proving disappointingly weak. The stronger an Uchiha became, the more extreme their heart tended to grow. Yet Kakashi still couldn't understand one thing. How had a man as chronically indecisive as Fugaku ever awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the first place? Extreme indecisiveness. Really? Chapter 86, The Filial Son. Hokage's Office. Shizen. Sarutobi Asuma, who had been summoned by Kakashi, stared in surprise at the man sitting in the Hokage's chair. That's right. Shizen has been with Lady Tsunade for years now. It's time she came home. Besides, the medical department could really use a vice director right about now. Kakashi set down the ninjutsu scroll he'd been reading and looked up at Asuma. Vice director. But will Lady Tsunade even agree? Shizen's been with her all this time, after all. Asuma hesitated. Everyone in Konoha knew Tsunade's temperament, she was stubborn as an ox. Taking someone away from her would be no small feat, that's exactly why I called you here. Make it happen. Asuma's mouth twitched at Kakashi's words. Make it happen. How about you, make me happen, first? He stole a glance at the men behind the desk. Lately he'd noticed the personnel shifts inside the village. Almost everyone who had supported Kakashi's decision to go to war had received promotions. Once this is done, I'll send you to the capital. When you return to the Leaf 5 years from now, I'll have something good waiting for you. Recently, Asuma and his father Hiruzen had some kind of falling out. In a fit of anger, Asuma had submitted his resignation and requested to become one of the Guardian Ninja 12 at the Fire Daimyo's court. Kakashi, however, had simply sat on the paperwork and never approved it, which was why Asuma was still stuck in the village. Fine. Asuma didn't particularly care what position Kakashi eventually gave him, he was just quietly impressed by the man's actions. The arrogant brat from back then had become a Hokage that everyone acknowledged. You sure you can pull it off? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Asuma to agree so readily. I should be able to. Asuma nodded. What reason are you planning to give Tsunade to let Shizen come back to the Leaf? Kakashi was genuinely curious. In the original story, not even Jiraiya could have dragged that stubborn mule Tsunade back if the third Hokage hadn't died in battle. Just tell Lady Tsunade that the old man is on his deathbed and wants to see her one last time before he goes. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Kakashi's temple. As expected from the ultimate filial son. Go, go. Kakashi waved him off. He didn't care what kind of lie Asuma used to trick Shizen into returning, as long as she stepped foot in the village again, she wasn't leaving. Leave it to me. Just watch, she'll be back. Asuma thumped his chest confidently and strode out of the Hokage's office. Once Asuma was gone, Kakashi turned his attention back to the scroll in front of him. Water release, water severing wave. He had already mastered both the shape transformation and nature transformation of water-style chakra, now he needed a technique that could be seamlessly combined with his blade work. After scouring Konoha's ninjutsu archives, he had settled on the signature water release technique of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Although Tobarama's water dragon bite explosion was also an option, it clearly didn't pair as well with the white fang blade. Now that everything was finally on track, the Council of Elders had begun their first day of work. The village was methodically rebuilding itself with Kimogakura's war reparations and the military funds approved by the daimyo. Kakashi finally had time to focus on further improving his own strength. These past 3 years, despite having to put up with the likes of Kohara Udatane and Danzo Shimura, had actually been the most leisurely years of his life. With that thought, Kakashi picked up the water release scroll and leisurely left the Hokage's office, heading toward Training Ground 3. Itachi, grab it quick. Don't let it get away. Deep in a forest, a standard form and genin squad leaped swiftly between the trees. 2 frantic genin were chasing a large calico cat with a ribbon tied around its head. The cat, terrified out of its mind, fled in every direction. At the shout of one of his teammates, 9-year-old Uchiha Itachi cut off the cat's escape route and snatched it up by the scruff of its neck. Nice one. His teammates rushed over the moment the notorious runaway cat was caught. Mission complete. The only girl on the team, a Yamanaka clan member, happily stepped forward and poked the cat's forehead, earning herself an indignant yell. Let's use the reward money to go eat barbecue later. It's been forever since we had grilled meat. Hearing his teammates' excitement, Itachi smiled softly and declined. I promised Shisue and I we'd train later, so I'll have to pass. The Yamanaka girl looked a little disappointed, but quickly brightened again. As expected of Itachi, the genius who graduated at 8. If you really push yourself, you might even make Jonin at 12, just like Lord Hokage. Itachi blinked in surprise at the comment. Lord Hokage. He remembered that brief encounter 3 years ago with the current Hokage. Only, the men hadn't seemed to like him very much. He also recalled what his father and Shisue had said about the current Hokage, ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Best to keep contact to a minimum. At one point, Itachi himself had believed that. After all, someone who assassinated foreign envoys and started wars on his own initiative couldn't possibly be a good person. And yet, Itachi's gaze drifted toward the distant Hokage tower. If that were really true, why had everyone chosen that man to be Hokage? His father had even been appointed to the Council of Elders by Lord Hokage and now worked inside the Hokage tower, handling matters that only previous Hokages had been qualified to deal with. A Hokage who could put aside past grudges and appoint people based solely on talent, how could someone like that be ruthless and cruel? Just like how a female praying mantis must devour the male to nourish her offspring, sometimes things were done out of necessity. Was it possible that the clan had simply been too arrogant, and everyone had misunderstood Lord Hokage? Feeling ashamed of his earlier assumptions, Itachi lowered his eyes. Itachi, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up. His teammates' voices rang out from ahead. Oh, coming. Clutching the squirming calico cat, Uchiha Itachi hurried to catch up. Uchiha Itachi emotional fluctuation +1, chakra +1%, current chakra, 5001%. Kakashi, who was in the middle of training, noticed the notification and frowned slightly. What did I do recently? Why is the kid suddenly thinking about me? Still, since it's Itachi. Kakashi recalled a certain idea he'd had earlier and decided it might be worth reaching out to the boy. After all, a Uchiha who was firmly on the Hokage's side was a rare thing indeed. Chapter 87, Uchiha Itachi. People are strange that way. When someone stands at a height you believe is forever beyond your reach, you don't feel jealousy. You feel awe, an almost blinding reverence. Everything they do seems perfectly justified, wrapped in an aura of untouchable rightness. That was exactly how 9-year-old Uchiha Itachi felt. Maybe, someday, time and experience would blur that worship, even overturn it entirely. But right now, in this moment, Itachi looked up to Kakashi, the man who had become Hokage, with something close to devotion. All the old misunderstandings, the quiet resentment he'd once harbored, had vanished the instant Kakashi donned the hat. In their place was only a tangled knot of admiration and gnawing guilt. He didn't know how to face the Hokage anymore. Not after he'd badmouthed Kakashi right in front of the man's live-in partner, the legendary Uchiha weapon from 5 centuries past. So ever since graduating from the academy, Itachi had thrown himself into missions and training, pushing himself harder than anyone expected of a child. He told himself it was for the village. Really, it was penance. He knew his small strength meant next to nothing to Konoha as a whole, but it was the only apology he could offer. Another ordinary day slipped by. Missions complete, training finished, Itachi found himself wandering back to the bank of the Naka River, the exact spot where he'd first crossed paths with the Hokage all those years ago. Only this time, the riverside wasn't empty. Hokage-sama. Itachi froze. The figure sitting there was unmistakable, silver hair catching the late sunlight, posture lazy and relaxed, and yet the sight of him made Itachi's stomach lurch. He wanted to bolt. Run. Just turn and run. He had misunderstood this man. Worse, he'd marched straight into the Hokage's home and trash-talked him to his face, well, almost. The memory burned. Longing warred with shame inside his chest until he felt like he might choke on it. His legs twitched, ready to carry him away. Then his father's voice echoed in his mind, steady and proud, "You really are my son." A shinobi faces his mistakes. That's what it means to take responsibility. Itachi forced his feet to root themselves to the ground. "Ah, Itachi. Been a while." The white-haired man spoke without turning around at first, lounging by the water with a fishing rod resting lightly in his hands. A faint, familiar curve touched the corner of his visible eye, like he was smiling behind the mask. Right on cue, the float dipped. Kakashi flicked the rod up smoothly, and a fat black fish broke the surface, thrashing in the air. "Hokage-sama, you're fishing." Itachi's voice came out stiff and embarrassingly obvious. "Pretty clear, isn't it?" Kakashi answered, unhurting the fish with practiced ease and dropping it into the woven basket at his side. He waved Itachi over. "Come sit." Itachi hesitated, then shuffled forward and lowered himself onto the grass a respectful distance away. "I just never imagined the Hokage would have time for something like this," he admitted, cheeks warming. "That I'd be this idle, you mean?" Kakashi supplied, amused. Itachi nodded before he could stop himself, then realized how that sounded and froze. Kakashi only chuckled softly. The old way was one Hokage trying to carry the whole village on his back. One person's wisdom can never outshine the combined wisdom of everyone. Sometimes the job isn't to do everything yourself, it's to trust your comrades to handle their share. He cast the line again, the plunk of the sinker the only sound for a moment. Itachi blinked. It made sense, but the Hokage was supposed to be invincible, wasn't he? Every Hokage started out as just another nameless shinobi in this village, Kakashi continued, voice low and easy. No matter how strong you get, you're still only one person. You need the people around you. Itachi absorbed that quietly, then nodded. As expected of Hokage-sama, humble enough to admit he wasn't omnipotent, that he needed comrades just like anyone else. The gentleness in Kakashi's tone suddenly reminded Itachi of the cold, distant man he'd met 3 years ago by this same river. A childish pout tugged at his mouth. "Then why did you ignore me that day?" he asked, a touch sulky. "I was your comrade too, wasn't I?" He meant the afternoon Kakashi had been training wind release, the day the Ninetales attacked, the day everything changed. Kakashi's single eye softened with something unreadable. A perfectly timed shadow of sorrow crossed his face. Itachi's breath caught. He remembered, the fourth had just died sealing the Ninetales. That night, Sharingan had been seen in the beast's eyes. An Uchiha had controlled it. His sensei and his sensei's wife, Kakashi's teacher, had been crushed beneath the rubble. No wonder Kakashi had brushed him off back then. Panic flickered through Itachi. The entire village still whispered about the Uchiha that night. And here was the Hokage, pretending none of that history weighed on him. Yet this same Hokage had let Fugaku join the Council of Elders anyway. Personal feelings set aside for the good of the village. As expected of Hokage-sama. Guilt surged hotter than ever. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi's emotional fluctuation +1, chakra +1%. Kakashi ignored the translucent prompts floating in his vision and tipped his head toward the basket bobbing in the shallows. "I've got nothing else going on today. Want to stay and let me cook for you? Grilled river fish, my specialty." Itachi's eyes widened, a spark of boyish excitement breaking through the gloom. "Really? I mean, is that okay?" "Itachi." A cool, familiar voice cut across the clearing. Itachi whipped around, face lighting up. "Shursui and I." Kakashi turned as well, easy smile in place. "Shursui. Long time no see." Uchiha Shursui approached with the quiet intensity he always carried, black shinobi garb, short tanto strapped across his back, dark curls brushing his forehead. His expression was politely neutral, but his eyes flicked between Kakashi and Itachi with sharp attention. "What's the Hokage doing chatting with Itachi all the way out here?" he asked, tone light but edged underneath. "I caught a few fish," Kakashi said, unfazed, gesturing lazily at the basket. "Thought I'd grill them. You're welcome to join." Shursui's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Tempting, but no thank you. Aunt Mikoto already has dinner waiting. If Itachi's late, she'll worry." He rested a gentle but firm hand on Itachi's shoulder and tugged the younger boy to his feet. Kakashi lifted both hands in mock surrender. "Fair enough. That's a shame, though." Chapter 88, The Scent of Chakra. Uchiha Shursui had left, taking Itachi with him. Kakashi's lips curved into a faint smile as he recalled the reluctant glint in Itachi's eyes moments earlier. Shursui's sudden appearance had caught him off guard, Yet it was precisely that interference that made this brief encounter with the young Uchiha prodigy far more productive than expected. Shursui, you really don't understand people at all. Now that he possessed the power of light, Kakashi no longer had any reason to fear Shursui's Koto Amatsukami. That was why he had met the man's gaze head-on, without the slightest hesitation. Not all Mangekyo Sharingan are created equal, after all. Shursui's Koto Amatsukami might be hailed as the ultimate genjutsu, but that reputation belonged to the era of Shippuden. What did it matter to light, a power that originated in the age of Boruto, Naruto next generations? Still. It's a shame Itachi doesn't get decent meals very often, Kakashi murmured to himself. Guess I'll have to give Hikari an extra serving tonight. He glanced down at the fish in his basket and chuckled softly. Slinging the fishing rod over his shoulder, he picked up the basket and started home as the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in warm amber. Shursui and What's wrong? On the way back, Itachi glanced worriedly at Shursui's unusually pale face. Itachi. Shursui's voice came out strained. What kind of person do you think Lord Hokage is? He stared at the younger boy walking beside him, the question weighing heavily on his tongue. He still couldn't figure out why Kakashi Hatake had taken such an interest in a 9-year-old child of their clan. But the memories kept surfacing. The man on the Land of Frost battlefield, face cold as ice, calmly suggesting to Jiraiya that they flood the enemy with water release, without a trace of hesitation. The same man who, moments later, ordered the execution of surrendering shinobi without batting an eye. Uchiha Shursui felt true fear coil in his gut whenever he thought of Kakashi. He feared that ruthless, bloodless detachment. No matter Kakashi's intentions, Shursui had no intention of letting that man anywhere near the Uchiha clan's brightest genius. Lord Hokage. Itachi tilted his head, puzzled by the question. He's amazing. He protected the village. Shursui and I think you and father are being a little unfair to him. He is the Hokage, after all. The answer was so earnest, so matter-of-fact, that Shursui's heart immediately sank. Even so, he forced the words out. But, he's the one who started the war. Itachi's confident expression faltered. His small fingers curled at his sides. War was terrifying. It was exactly why he had once stepped forward in front of Hikari, offering himself without hesitation. But Senior Kakashi was still Lord Hokage. The outcome was good in the end, wasn't it? Itachi's voice grew quieter. Shursui reached out and gently ruffled the boy's dark hair, softening his tone. Come on. Let's head home. Mikoto-san should have dinner ready by now. For the next little while, I'll be the one taking you out to train. He had no desire to debate the morality of war with a child. He simply wanted his extraordinarily gifted little brother as far away from the acting Hokage as possible. Yet even as the thought formed, a cold glint flickered in Shursui's eyes. Acting Hokage today, official Hokage tomorrow. Uchiha Shursui's emotional fluctuation +1, chakra +1%. He's definitely scheming something. Kakashi, standing in the kitchen with an apron tied around his waist, felt the system prompt and smiled to himself. Judging by Shursui's attitude today, the man was never going to approve of him. Even though he already wore the hat. Kakashi couldn't help but wonder what exactly had been going through Shursui's mind the moment he awakened his Mangekyo. How despairing, how arrogant those thoughts must have been to birth a technique like Koto Amatsukami, a genjutsu nearly impossible to resist unless you wielded something of the same caliber. Because everyone else is wrong, and only I know the truth, so all of you should just obediently follow my will. Well. None of that mattered anymore. Kakashi turned his attention to the still flopping fish on the cutting board. He brought the flat of his hand down in a light tap. The fish shot upward. In the same breath, his kitchen knife spun once in his palm, blade flashing. Scales flew off in perfect sheets, gills and entrails sailed neatly into the trash bin. It was over in an instant, clean, painless. At least Kakashi liked to think the fish hadn't suffered. He watched the body give one last twitch, then brought the knife down again. Flashes of steel danced across the flesh. Moments later, uniform slices of translucent white fish lay neatly arranged, leaving only a pristine skeleton behind. You're scary good with that knife, came a soft, admiring voice from the doorway. We're having fish tonight, Kakashi replied without turning around. He already knew exactly who it was. Hikari stepped inside, fresh from her first day of recovery training now that the seal had finally been lifted. Kakashi lit the stove with practiced ease, heated the pot, and moved through the kitchen like he'd been born in it. What should have been ordinary cooking techniques became something almost artistic under a shinobi's inhuman precision and Kakashi's own peerless blade work. Where'd you even learn to cook like that? Hikari asked, eyes wide as she watched his hands dance. When you spend enough years alone, you pick things up, he answered honestly. In his previous life and in this one, Kakashi had always eaten alone. Until Hikari came along. So you just waited for me to cook for you, huh? She teased, a mischievous lilt in her voice. Kakashi's ladle paused mid-stir. He glanced back at her, offering the awkward, polite smile of someone definitively caught. Want to go buy some braised side dishes later? Hikari's cheeks puffed out when he dodged the question entirely. Annoying guy. Not only did he take advantage of her every chance he got, he'd shamelessly turned her into his personal chef for 3 whole years. Humph. You go buy them, she huffed, turning her head away with an exaggerated snort. Got it, Kakashi sing-songed, gaze returning to the pot where creamy white fish soup was beginning to simmer. Quiet, peaceful days. Hikari stole a glance at him, then another. Unable to resist, she inched closer. Only after imprinting Tsukuyomi on him yesterday did she truly realize just how absurd Kakashi's chakra reserves were. That scent of chakra. It was richer, denser than even Uzumaki Mido's had been, the woman who sealed her all those decades ago. Who was the real Uzumaki here? Wait. Was she imagining it? It felt like his chakra had grown just the tiniest bit denser since yesterday. Hikari leaned in, subtly sniffing the air around him, faint confusion in her crimson eyes. But that wasn't important right now. She wanted to siphon his chakra. What are you doing back there? Kakashi asked, turning his head just enough to catch her in the act. Who's doing anything? Hikari yelped, jumping back a step and whipping her head away. Don't get full of yourself. Kakashi blinked. He hadn't actually asked why she was getting close. You watch the pot. I'm going out to buy those side dishes, he said, untying the apron and tossing it straight into her arms. He strolled into the living room, shrugged on a jacket, and headed out the door without looking back. The moment he was gone, Hikari stared down at the apron in her hands. Slowly, instinctively, she brought it to her face and inhaled. The mingled scent of chakra, and Kakashi. Chapter 89, Conflict. Hokage-sama. The midday sun poured through the tall windows of the Hokage Tower as Kakashi settled into the chair that still felt too large for him. He had barely picked up the morning reports when the door slid open with urgency. Yugao Yuzuki stepped inside, her ANBU mask tucked under one arm, her face tight with concern as she clutched a sealed scroll. Kakashi said nothing, merely tilted his head in invitation. She crossed the room in 3 quick strides and placed the document in his waiting hand. One glance was enough. His visible eye narrowed. The ANBU's jurisdiction had quietly begun to fracture. With the newly formed Council of Elders pulling agents in every direction, gaps had appeared in the village security, gaps Danzo Shimura had wasted no time exploiting. Without so much as a courtesy notice to the acting Hokage, Root had moved in and claimed those empty territories as its own. The proof was right here in black and white, a single elimination mission in the northwest of the Land of Fire, 3 rogue ninja carrying a small fortune and a rare petrification jutsu, had somehow been accepted by both ANBU and Root simultaneously. Under normal circumstances, that might have been an embarrassing overlap. Ninja from the same village could still cooperate, finish the job, and sort out the paperwork later. But Root didn't cooperate. Root answered only to Danzo. The ANBU team had offered to combine forces. Root refused. The targets escaped with the money, the petrification scroll, and their lives. Then the 2 Konoha factions turned on each other. Several ninja, on both sides, were now in the hospital. Kakashi set the report down with deliberate calm, fingers laced over his stomach. When did this happen? Last night, Hokage-sama, Yugao answered at once. The report only just reached us. I see. You're dismissed. She bowed and vanished as silently as she'd arrived. Alone again, Kakashi flipped to the final page of the dossier. 3 grainy photographs stared back at him. The leader, Owa, a missing nin from Iwagakure, user of a secret petrification technique. A woman skilled in genjutsu. A man who relied on pure taijutsu. Small-time crooks with an oversized bounty on their heads. Kakashi almost smiled. He'd seen that old movie, the one from the original theatrical run, The Moon Island Adventure. These 3 were background fodder at best. Sakura, fresh into her apprenticeship under Tsunade, could probably have knocked out the genjutsu user before breakfast. And yet these 3 nobodies had just sparked the first open clash between ANBU and Root. Danzo's greed was showing. Kakashi had planned to endure the old Warhawk's maneuvering for the full 3 years of his interim reign, but this was a deliberate slap across the bow. He spun the Hokage's seal idly between his fingers, silver glinting in the sunlight. Time to remind the elder who actually sat in this chair. Tell Elder Danzo I'd like to see him, he said to the empty room. A faint cough answered from the shadows. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Hiate's silhouette flickered and was gone. Kakashi didn't wait long. The door opened without a knock. Danzo Shimura strode in as though the office still belonged to Hiruzen Sarutobi, cane tapping sharply against the wooden floor. He'd been waiting for the summons. Of course he had. Kakashi, Danzo greeted, voice smooth as oil. Kakashi's single eye curved, cold and unamused. That's Hokage-sama while I'm wearing the hat. Danzo's lips twitched, the barest hint of a smile. Of course. My apologies. Hokage-sama. He bowed, low and theatrical, the picture of deference. Kakashi didn't bother with pleasantries. He tapped the open mission report. Care to explain why your people decided to pick a fight with mine? Danzo stepped forward, feigning surprise as he scanned the page. Outrage followed a heartbeat later, perfectly performed. Those fools. Not only did they botch the mission, they raised blades against fellow Konoha shinobi. Unforgivable. Kakashi watched the act with detached amusement. The handover of ANBU authority never included abandoning the territories we already held. Keep your dogs on a shorter leash, elder. Danzo inclined his head, solemn. They have indeed forgotten their place. I will personally cover all medical expenses for the injured ANBU, as well as their lost wages during recovery. A pause, testing. Kakashi gave the smallest nod. Acceptable. Danzo pressed the advantage immediately. However, the ANBU is desperately understaffed. The areas under your protection have grown too vast for the current roster. Something must be done. Kakashi leaned back, voice lazy. And how do you propose we fix that, Elder Danzo? The old man allowed himself a thin smile. Root has always existed to cultivate talent for the ANBU. In this time of need, it is only natural that we step in to fill those gaps, for the good of the village, of course. He even added a delicate cough, as if embarrassed by his own generosity. Kakashi's inner sneer could have frozen the window panes. 500 million Rio, he said pleasantly. Transferred from Root's operating budget to the ANBU's. Today. Danzo's eye twitched. The entire annual budget for Root hovered just above 1.5 billion. Kakashi had just demanded a third of it in a single bite. But the old man recovered quickly. Agreed, he bit out. Kakashi flicked the dossier across the desk so the 3 rogue Nin portraits faced Danzo. They're yours now. I'll take half of whatever bounty you manage to collect. 300 million, at minimum, according to intel. Danzo had started this little war for that exact payday. The elder's fingers tightened around his cane, but his voice stayed level. As you command, Hokage-sama. He bowed again, lower this time, and turned to leave. Kakashi watched the door close, then let out a slow breath. Round 1 went to the guy in the hat. 4 now. Chapter 90, Hiruzen Sarutobi, what the hell is going on? Danzo Shimura left, taking with him intelligence on rogue ninjas worth a full 300 million Rio. In the end, the old warhawk could only grit his teeth and swallow Kakashi's outrageous demand. No personnel. Half the money. Danzo had once again been reminded of just how stubborn this young man could be. Yet the moment he stepped out of the Hokage building, the sullen mask slipped from his face, replaced by an eerie calm. He glanced back at the towering structure and let out a low, scornful chuckle. Still too green. Obsessed with petty profits. With real power, money is the least of your worries. Kakashi, of course, had to play the hardliner to hide his true aims. And wasn't Danzo doing the exact same thing, feigning greed for Umbu authority to conceal his deeper ambitions? In the end, both men were acting. It simply came down to whose performance was more convincing, and who would see through the other first. None of that mattered to Kakashi, though. In his mind, Danzo Shimura had 3 years left, at most. The day Kakashi formally took the Hokage seat would mark the beginning of the countdown on Danzo's life. He had zero interest in keeping a root insect buzzing under his nose forever. As for Umbu being understaffed, a problem that simple didn't require Root to fix. They could just recruit. While Danzo spent the next few days gleefully absorbing the slices of Umbu authority that had been carved off for him, 3 figures appeared at the main gates of Konoha. You little brat, if you lied to me, I swear I'll punch you straight into the intensive care unit. A woman with long golden twin tails, flawless features no one could complain about, and a figure that turned heads even in a simple green jacket, was glaring daggers at the stiff-faced Asuma Sarutobi. Well, Lady Tsunade. Asuma scratched his cheek, forcing an awkward smile. The old man still muttering your name from his sickbed, you know. He keeps calling out, Tsunade, Tsunade. It's so sad that anyone who hears it weeps, and anyone who listens cries rivers. Please, just, hurry and go see him. Asuma met those furious phoenix eyes head-on, refusing to back down even as he dramatically squeezed out 2 fat tears. Watching a grown man cry like a drama queen right in front of her, Tsunade felt a chill crawl up her spine. Shizen, we're leaving. She shot Asuma one last venomous glare, then reached for Shizen's arm to drag her toward the Sarutobi compound. But Asuma was faster. He grabbed Shizen's wrist first and planted himself firmly between the 2 women. Eh. Shizen blinked up at him in confusion. What the hell do you think you're doing, brat? Tsunade whirled around, looking ready to commit murder. Asuma's mind raced, brain cells dying heroic deaths by the thousands. Then, eureka. He snapped his fingers. Ah. Lady Tsunade, now that Kakashi's the acting Hokage, obviously you don't have to show him any respect when you come back. But Shizen's different, right? Why not let her stop by the Hokage Tower first and pay her respects on your behalf? It's only polite. Tsunade's elegant brows furrowed. She considered it for half a second, then nodded curtly at the bewildered Shizen. Go. With that single word, she turned and stormed off toward the Sarutobi residence. The instant Tsunade's back was turned, Asuma's expression did a complete 180. Quick, this way. He didn't even give Shizen time to process before yanking her along and body flickering straight toward the Hokage Tower. What is even happening right now? Shizen's brain short-circuited as she was dragged along like luggage. Bam. The office door practically exploded off its hinges. Asuma burst in, hauling a thoroughly dazed Shizen behind him, and skidded to a halt in front of an equally baffled Kakashi. I brought her. Stamp this, now. He slapped a travel pass onto the desk like his life depended on it, because it absolutely did. Kakashi didn't have a clue what was going on, but muscle memory from Asuma's frantic warning 2 days earlier kicked in. Without a word, he grabbed the Hokage seal and slammed it down. If Asuma didn't get out of the village in the next 30 seconds, he was a dead man. Double homicide, courtesy of his own father and Tsunade. Faking a terminal illness to trick the slug princess into coming back with Shizen in tow. Only Asuma Sarutobi would be insane enough to try that. What's going on? Shizen stared blankly at the two men who had just executed the smoothest con she'd ever witnessed. Asuma had yanked her arm so hard it still throbbed. She rubbed her wrist, trying to figure out what fresh nonsense these two were. Whoosh. Asuma snatched the stamp pass, bolted to the window, vaulted out, and vanished toward the main gate in a cloud of dust. For some reason, Shizen suddenly felt very, very sold. While she was still processing the betrayal, Kakashi calmly pulled a pre-prepared document from his drawer and set it on the desk. Before Shizen could blink, he grabbed her hand, pressed her fingers into the ink pad, and stamped her print squarely on the paper. Mission complete. Kakashi allowed himself a tiny, satisfied smile. Now Might Guy was deputy commander of the Jonin forces. Asuma was off to the Fire Daimyo's side as one of the 12 guardian ninja. And Shizen had just become his official deputy director of the medical department. All the best of their generation, neatly arranged under him. Even he himself was only acting Hokage. Suddenly the smile felt a little tragic. Why was everyone, himself included, stuck with deputy or acting in their titles? Where is that little bastard Asuma? Kaboom. The office door, this time for real, flew clean off its hinges and embedded itself in the opposite wall. If Kakashi hadn't ducked on pure instinct, the historic door that had witnessed generations of regretful Hokage would have taken his head off. Smoke and dust billowed through the room. From the haze emerged two furious figures, footsteps ringing like funeral bells. Tsunade, and a very much alive, very pissed off Hiruzen Sarutobi. Never mind Tsunade's murderous aura, even the normally cheerful third Hokage looked like he was 2 seconds from committing filial homicide. Who the hell can explain this crap to me? He'd been napping peacefully when his prized disciple barged in, dragged him out of bed, and demanded to know if he was dying. It took them 10 solid minutes of shouting to figure out that his idiot son had told Tsunade he was on death's doorstep. Good-for-nothing brat. Hiruzen ground his teeth so hard he nearly cracked a molar. Come out, wherever you are, my dear son. It's been 3 whole years since I last used my adamant staff, time to let King Enma stretch his legs. Chapter 91, wherever Lady Tsunade goes, I go. Hokage office. Lady Tsunade, Asuma has already left the village. Kakashi steadied his breathing and spoke, meeting the storm brewing in Tsunade's golden eyes. Also, please cover the repair costs. He tipped his head subtly toward the massive oak door now wedged crookedly into the window frame like a poorly aimed kunai. Tsunade's glare sharpened to something murderous. Have you finally gotten tired of living, brat? You want me to pay? The look on her face said she was already calculating how many bones she could break before anyone stopped her. Kakashi shrugged. That's not the point. The real question is, where did that beard-brained son of yours run off to? To think he'd pull a stunt like this just to drag me back to the village. She dropped heavily onto the nearest sofa, legs crossed, voice dripping with frost. Beside her, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression wasn't any warmer. The third Hokage had been enjoying a rare afternoon nap when word spread that he was on death's door, courtesy of his own flesh and blood. Even a saint would be pissed. To be accurate, Kakashi corrected mildly, it wasn't to trick you back. It was for Shizen. He glanced at the black-haired kunoichi standing beside him. Shizen blinked, still looking like the conversation had sprinted 10 steps ahead of her. Eh? Me. She pointed at herself, utterly lost. A slow, wicked grin tugged at Tsunade's lips. Oh. So the little copy ninja's got his eye on my Shizen now. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, clearly enjoying herself. Well, if it's you, Kakashi, I might actually allow it. Shizen's face exploded crimson. Lady Tsunade. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep teasing me like that, I'm cutting you off sake for a whole month. Tsunade's playful mask cracked for half a second, just long enough for genuine alarm to flicker through. Fine, I was wrong, okay. Kakashi watched the familiar routine with something close to awe. Only Shizen could wrangle a sannin with a single sentence. He casually picked up the promotion scroll from the desk. Actually, Shizen already agreed a few minutes ago to become deputy director of the medical department. Effective immediately, she is no longer your personal attendant, Lady Tsunade. Shizen's jaw dropped. When did I? Tsunade shot to her feet like someone had lit a fire under her. You little punk, trying to steal my Shizen. She stormed forward, snatched Shizen's wrist, and made for the door as if she could drag the younger woman straight out of the village then and there. Kakashi didn't move to stop her. He simply looked at Tsunade's retreating back and spoke, calm and cutting. Lady Tsunade. Have you ever asked Shizen what she wants? Or are you planning to keep her trailing after you for the rest of her life, casinos, bars, running from debt collectors? While everyone her age is protecting Konoha, is she supposed to spend her youth chasing your debts? Is this the future you want for her? Always on the run, always following you. Tsunade froze mid-step. Slowly, she turned. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. What did you just say? Her voice was low, dangerous. Even her flawless face looked sharper, lethal. Don't think that just because you're playing Hokage for a day, you get to lecture me, brat. Kakashi rose from the chair, posture relaxed but gaze unwavering. I don't pretend to understand your bond with her. But Konoha needs Shizen's skills right now. And Shizen is a shinobi of this village. Acting Hokage or not, I have the authority to assign her where she's needed most. The air crackled between them. You. Tsunade took one threatening step forward, chakra flaring faintly green around her fists. Tsunade, enough. Hiruzen finally stepped in, placing himself between his former student and the silver-haired jonin he'd temporarily placed in charge. Kakashi's not entirely wrong. Both of you, cool off. There's no need to decide everything tonight. Shizen hesitated, looking anxiously at the woman who was everything to her. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade's lips pressed into a thin line. Without another word, she tugged Shizen's arm and strode out. Kakashi watched them go in silence. You were too direct, Hiruzen sighed once the door slammed shut. Tsunade isn't someone you can push like that. Kakashi moved to the window, hands in his pockets, gaze tracking the two figures below as they left the Hokage tower. They weren't heading for the main gate. They were walking toward the old Senju compound. A faint, knowing curve touched the corner of his visible eye. He didn't need to understand every knot in their relationship. He only needed to know one truth no parent, or surrogate parent, could ever ignore. No one wants their child to throw their life away following in footsteps that lead nowhere. Nightfall Senju clan compound. The compound sat near the heart of Konoha, surrounded by the liveliest districts in the village. Yet while the streets outside glowed with paper lanterns and laughter, the Senju grounds were swallowed in shadow and silence. Tonight, though, a single window glowed with soft orange light. Dinner's ready, Lady Tsunade. Shizen, apron still tied around her waist, carried a warmed flask to the low table already laden with food. She called gently toward the inner room. Coming, came the slightly muffled reply. Tsunade emerged, cheeks already flushed from the sake she'd snuck earlier, the sharp scent of alcohol clinging to her like perfume. She flopped into her seat, reached for the flask, and poured. What came out wasn't clear sake. It was bright, syrupy orange. Orange juice. She brought the cup to her nose, scowled at the sweet citrus smell, then glared across the table. Shizen dried her hands on her apron and offered an innocent smile. You've had quite enough today. Fruit juice is better for you. Tsunade exhaled through her nose. Fine. She threw back the orange juice in one sullen gulp. The silence that followed was heavier than usual. Normally, a drunk Tsunade meant loud stories, booming laughter, dishes clattering everywhere. Tonight she was quiet, picking at her food, eyes distant. Then, out of nowhere. Shizen. She gnawed on a chicken leg, not looking up. Following me all these years, are you happy? Shizen's chopsticks paused halfway to her mouth. She lowered them slowly, a soft, unwavering smile curving her lips. Of course I'm happy. She met Tsunade's gaze, eyes shining with something fierce and tender all at once. Wherever Lady Tsunade goes, I go. Chapter 92, the 3-year term is up. The next morning, Kakashi stood in the Hokage's office, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he turned the appointment letter over in his hands. Deputy Director of Medical Affairs, Shizune Kato. Exactly as he'd predicted. Tsunade was finally willing to step back. A woman like her, strong to the bone, could drown herself in sake and gambling for a while, but that iron will never truly rusted. She would never let herself become the chain holding her student down. And then there was Shizune. Because of Shizune, Tsunade had stayed in the village. Unexpected, yet perfectly reasonable. Tsunade was fiercely protective. With her lingering in Konoha, no one would dare make trouble for Shizune in her new post. The deputy director's work would go smoother than anyone could hope. As for the actual director of medical affairs, that seat had always belonged to Tsunade, whether she sat in it or not. Kakashi set the letter, complete with Shizune's photo and the official seal, onto the desk and allowed himself a quiet smile. He turned to the window. The same red roofs, the same carved faces of past Hokage, the same unchanging skyline he'd known for decades. Yet today, something in his eyes had shifted, anticipation, sharp as a kunai. As acting Hokage, he had already done everything the position allowed. If he wanted to push further, to truly set the village spinning in the direction he envisioned, he needed the real title. The 5th Hokage. Anything less, and the bigger moves he had in mind would shake the ground right out from under him. Kakashi wanted the Konoha windmill turning again, and for that he needed more than just reliable comrades like Guy, Shizune, and Asuma. He needed the whole village. A breeze slipped through the open window, stirring the flames embroidered on his white Hokage cloak. Kakashi lifted his hand, letting the wind slide between his fingers. For a moment, the dark eye that wasn't hidden behind the headband looked deeper than it ever had. Konoha, right here in the palm of his hand. The same gust carried his gaze outward, snatched a lone autumn leaf from the eaves beneath the Hokage tower, and sent it dancing down through the streets and alleys until it finally drifted into a small, waiting hand. Yo. Behold, my greatest masterpiece. The work of the one and only Uzumaki Naruto. A triumphant 6-year-old voice echoed across the village. Beneath the boy's orange sneakers, the majestic stone faces of the Hokage rock were now, creatively redecorated in dripping primary colors. You little punk. Get down from there right now. A couple of nearby shinobi stared up in horror at their revered leaders, now sporting neon mustaches and cartoon whiskers, and shouted in righteous fury. No way. Naruto stuck out his tongue, clutched his paint bucket like a trophy, and spun to make his getaway, only for his foot to slip on a slick of his own artwork. Huh. One blink of wide blue eyes, and gravity took over. Just as a panicked yelp started to leave his throat, a hand shot out and grabbed the back of his jacket collar, hauling him into the air. Naruto, a familiar, long-suffering voice said, "You're 6 now. Not 3. Maybe start acting like it." Kakashi, 20 years old, silver hair catching the sunlight, dangled the paint-splattered blonde at arm's length and sighed. Hey, big bro Kakashi. The second Naruto realized who'd caught him, all thoughts of danger vanished. He started kicking his legs and waving his arms like an overexcited puppy. Suspended in midair, he looked exactly like a golden retriever that had spotted its favorite human. Well, foxes are canines too, technically. You start at the academy in a few days, Kakashi continued, setting the kid safely on solid ground. Time to dial back the chaos a little, yeah. 6-year-olds were a handful by nature. Naruto took that universal truth and cranked it to 11. Thanks to Kakashi's very public soft spot for the boy, half the village was terrified of accidentally offending the acting Hokage by scolding the little terror, while the other half was just plain fed up. The end result? Naruto had been running absolutely wild. Kakashi had tried gentle guidance. He'd tried stern lectures. Nothing stuck. Time for a different approach. A little tough love never hurt anybody. Well, almost never. Hee, I know. Naruto beamed up at the men who'd practically raised him, then suddenly brightened even more at the mention of the academy. Okay, go home and scrub that paint off before it crusts, Kakashi said, ruffling the blonde spikes. I'll take you out for ramen tonight. Naruto had already started to bounce away when he skidded to a stop and turned back, kicking at the dirt with unusual shyness. Big bro Kakashi. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What's up? The kid was fidgeting, actually fidgeting, which was about as rare as a quiet day in Konoha. That, when I enroll, could you maybe come with me? Like a dad would. Those big blue eyes peeked up through golden bangs, equal parts hope and nerves. Kakashi felt something soft and warm hit him square in the chest. He walked over, crouched down to eye level, and ruffled the boy's hair again, gentler this time. Of course I will. Naruto's whole face lit up like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. He was halfway through an ecstatic victory jump when Kakashi's hand settled on his shoulder, stopping him cold. However, Kakashi continued, voice dropping into that tone that made grown Chunin reconsider their life choices. If you're gonna call me that, I've got some fatherly duties to uphold, right? Naruto nodded eagerly. Aha. Kakashi's visible eye curved into a crescent, never a good sign. The smile vanished. His face went flat and terrifying. Naruto's instincts screamed run. Too late. Kakashi tapped a single finger against the boy's forehead, right on the whisker marks, and leaned in close. Listen up, brat. You ever dump paint on the Hokage rock again, and I will personally tan your hide until it glows brighter than your jumpsuit. Understood. To drive the point home, he flicked the spot he'd just tapped, hard. Ow. Naruto clutched his forehead, eyes instantly watering. Hurts? Kakashi asked sweetly. Naruto nodded, lip trembling. Good. Tonight you're copying the academy rules. 10 times. Someone will drop the scroll off at your place. I'll be checking tomorrow. For the first time in his short, chaotic life, Naruto knew true fear of the man he'd just asked to be his dad. Can I take it back? Please let me take it back. The thought wailed through his mind, but the words were already out there, and Kakashi's grip on his shoulder was inescapable. Shoulders slumped, forehead still throbbing, Naruto trudged home alone. Kakashi watched him go, arms folded, a small satisfied smile returning to his face. A little discipline now could save the kid a lot of pain later. Besides, compared to what came next, babysitting one hyperactive 6-year-old was nothing. The 3-year term was officially over. Tomorrow, the 5th Hokage would take his seat. And the real work would begin. Chapter 93, The 5th Hokage. 3 years. 3 whole years had finally slipped by. Today marked the end of Kakashi Hatake's brief stint as acting Hokage. In those 3 years, aside from quietly replacing aging department heads with fresh, younger blood across Konoha's administration, Kakashi had adhered strictly to every policy laid down during Hiruzen Sarutobi's era. He had turned a blind eye as Danzo Shimura's influence swelled, ignored Koharu Yutate's meddling, and handled the Uchiha clan with kid gloves. As a result, Root's power had ballooned unchecked. The Hokage's own assistants now openly threw their weight around the Council of Elders. The Uchiha military police force strutted through the village like they owned the place. Yet no one batted an eye. To them, this was simply how things had always been. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the truth. Kakashi was biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to cut away the rot, one treacherous branch at a time. And the 3rd Hokage simply watched in silence. 3 years ago, atop the cliffs of the Hokage Rock, a single conversation had made everything clear. He was old. Danzo was old. Koharu was old. Their entire generation had grown brittle with age. If they clung to power any longer, Konoha itself would wither and die with them. No matter how much it pained him to abandon his lifelong friends, for the village's sake, Hiruzen had no regrets, even if it meant his own end. Konoha Year 52, September 15th. Kakashi's 20th birthday. The day he officially came of age. And the day he would be inaugurated as Konoha's 5th Hokage, the youngest in history, eclipsing even Minato Namikaze's record at 22. Salutes cracked through the sky like rolling thunder. Cherry blossoms and confetti drifted lazily over the village streets. A crimson carpet unfurled from the distant gates all the way to the Hokage Tower. Crowds pressed shoulder to shoulder along both sides, eyes fixed on the lone figure walking that scarlet path, the young man draped in the flame-emblazoned Hokage robe and hat. 1,000 unspoken words swirled in their hearts, finally coalescing into a single, shared hope, that this silver-haired prodigy might lead Konoha to a brighter future than anyone before him. Itachi Uchiha stood among them, gaze steady on the approaching Hokage. Like everyone else, he sincerely prayed Kakashi could steer the village towards something better. The cheers crashed around him like waves, yet Kakashi's expression never wavered. He walked the path beneath his feet as though it were the very road of his life, never faltering, never pausing. If he ever stopped, it would only be on the day he drew his final breath. He strode toward the mantle of Hokage with unshakable conviction that everything he had done, everything he would do, was right. In the crowd he spotted Guy, then his old classmates. For a fleeting moment he thought he saw a flash of familiar blonde hair, a grinning face from long ago. Teacher. Kakashi and Ai-chan is the coolest. Naruto's voice rang clear as day in his memory, the boy leaping and cheering like he was the one taking the hat today. That kid. A faint, fond smile tugged at Kakashi's visible eye. Without breaking stride, he stepped through the great doors of the Hokage Tower. Inside, Konoha's highest-ranking shinobi were already waiting. Danzo Shimura, Kohara Yutatane, Shibi Abirame, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Kimichi, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, Might Guy, Shizen, far fewer gray heads than in years past, the room now brimmed with middle-aged and younger faces. Kakashi. The second he appeared, Might Guy let out a wail and began furiously wiping at the flood of tears streaming down his face, desperate to keep some shred of dignity. Kakashi's smile softened. He stepped forward, clasped Guy's forearm, and said quietly, "Come up with me, Guy." A ripple of surprise passed through the room. In that instant, many realized they were witnessing the birth of a new pillar of the village, someone who might one day stand equal to the Hokage himself. Those who truly knew Might Guy understood that beneath the blazing passion and seeming simplicity was a sharp, meticulous mind. After all, raw strength alone never made a jonin. Kakashi. Guy's tears fell harder, but he swallowed his sobs and followed Kakashi up the stairs to the rooftop, the rest of the leadership trailing close behind. There, beneath the open sky, Hiruzen Sarutobi waited in plain clothes, the ceremonial Hokage had cradled in his weathered hands. Surprise flickered across his face when he saw Guy at Kakashi's side, but he said nothing. Kakashi. Hiruzen extended the hat, symbol of the highest authority in the village, and placed it solemnly into the younger man's hands. From this day forward, you are the fifth Hokage. I hope you will guide Konoha to heights none of us ever reached. Kakashi accepted it with equal gravity. I won't let you down, Lord Third. Hat in hand, he walked to the edge of the rooftop and gazed down at the sea of upturned faces. He raised the symbol high above his head, and though his voice was not loud, chakra carried it to every corner of the village. I am Kakashi Hatake, inheritor of the Will of Fire. I will lead Konoha to even greater peaks. The moment the words left his mouth, a tidal wave of cheers erupted, shaking the very air above the hidden leaf. Warm, vermilion eyes watched the white-haired man on the rooftop, now the center of the entire world. Joy for him swelled in her chest, yet a quiet worry shadowed her gaze. Kakashi. You're so brilliant. Have you ever noticed how I feel? The owner of those crimson eyes slipped quietly away through the crowd. Kurenai. Kurenai, wait. Her purple-haired friend shoved after her in confusion. Where are you going? The ceremony's not over yet. Anko Madarashi chased after Kurenai Yuhi, weaving through the press of bodies. As if drawn by instinct, Kakashi glanced down at the single figure moving against the tide. Kurenai. The inauguration ceremony concluded. In the conference room afterward, Konoha's elite gathered again, this time to offer congratulations and birthday gifts. They hadn't forgotten that today was also the new Hokage's 20th birthday. Kakashi. Wayag. Happy birthday. Might Guy barreled forward lugging an enormous barbell, forcing everyone to scatter lest they get flattened. This is the gift I picked just for you. I hope you like it. With utmost seriousness, he presented the monstrous weight to his rival. Kakashi accepted it with both hands and a wry smile. It's certainly heavy. He set it gently on the floor. The wooden planks cracked instantly beneath it. While I congratulate you on becoming Hokage, Danzo Shimura said smoothly, stepping forward with a neatly wrapped gift box, allow me also to wish you a happy birthday. Together, I hope we can make Konoha greater still. Kakashi inclined his head politely. You're too kind, Danzo-sensei. Chapter 94, Cat and Mouse. Night. Hatake Residence. At this moment, Hikari was taking inventory of the various gifts sent by numerous individuals for Kakashi's inauguration as Hokage today. Your old friend is really a strange one. He actually sent a barbell set, Hikari marveled, pointing at the extremely bright barbell set within the pile of gifts. Don't say that. Guy had good intentions. Kakashi, tired from the day's events, replied, lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. I didn't say anything bad about him. Hikari glanced at Kakashi on the sofa and continued to curiously examine the rest of the gifts. Seeing all the wrapped presents, Hikari felt the anticipation of opening a mystery box. There were special effect military rations pills, ninjutsu scrolls, a small golden statue, and many other assorted, valuable objects. Who sent this little gentleman, euphemism for adult material? Looking at the latest, unreleased volume of Ika Ika Paradise in her hand, Hikari felt a little disdain. She checked the signature. The graceful toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Hikari curled her lip and secretly glanced at the inattentive Kakashi, then stealthily tucked the volume of Ika Ika Paradise into her pocket. Kakashi, that old woman named Kohara Yutatane didn't send you a gift. It wasn't long before Hikari finished unwrapping all the gift boxes and called out to Kakashi. Kakashi didn't even open his eyes when he heard that. He had already expected it. How could that old woman who disliked him possibly send a congratulatory gift? However, this really looks bad. She couldn't even bother to conceal it. Does she think that because of her seniority and status, I wouldn't dare move against her? Kakashi had long intended to deal with Kohara Utatane, so whether she sent a gift or not was irrelevant. He clearly understood what this elder was truly seeking. Kohara Utatane and Hamura Mitokado were not greedy for money, their lives were relatively modest. What they sought was not an extravagant lifestyle. It was the desire for power. The ability to command the world, second only to the Kage. The power to make countless people exert themselves merely by his or her word. If such people possessed the corresponding ability or strength, then it would be one thing. Kakashi would naturally choose to ignore them, letting them immerse themselves in their own world. But unfortunately, they did not. With this thought, Kakashi sat up from the sofa. What is it? Are you going to go cause trouble for that old woman now? Hikari, now 18 years old, looked at Kakashi and teased him. Kakashi looked at the Uchiha great-grandmother, who was actually 518 years old. 3 years had passed, and in terms of appearance, this great-grandmother, who was outstanding even among the Uchiha clan, had reached a level that was practically beyond reproach for any man. What are you looking at? Softly glancing at the men, Hikari raised an eyebrow. Ever since she displayed her Mangekyo Sharingan to Kakashi 3 years ago, their relationship naturally developed into a couple. After all, they saw each other all the time, coupled with Kakashi's almost undisguised desire to possess her. It was just. Sometimes Hikari wondered if there was something wrong with Kakashi. She was already 18 years old, yet Kakashi still hadn't made a move. All right. I'm actually 518. It should be known that in the era Hikari was from, it was common for people to marry and have children at 13 or 14, and even have multiple wives or concubines. Given Kakashi's strength and status, he was still single aside from her. He hadn't even crossed that final line with her. It was simply too abnormal. Is there something wrong with him in that department? Kakashi naturally didn't know what Hikari was complaining about in her heart, but if he did, he would definitely say. Is it because I don't want to? I'm afraid of the system censoring it. After all, under 18 is a forbidden zone. Kakashi stood up and looked out the window, contemplating which person he should choose to make his first move against. Kohara Utatane? Danzo Shimura? Or the Hawk faction of the Uchiha clan? In this brief moment, Kakashi already had a plan in mind. Kohara Utatane was dispensable and insignificant, she was merely one of the opposition and not a cause for concern. Rather than picking someone useless, it would be better to strike down the most harmful one first. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys would also serve to deter the other two factions. However, while deterrence was possible, such a move had both advantages and disadvantages. There was a risk that the remaining two would feel grief over the misfortune of their kind and band together. As Kakashi pondered, a pair of slender arms wrapped around his waist from behind. What are you thinking about? Hikari embraced Kakashi from the back, her voice carrying a lazy, kitten-like quality. I'm thinking about how to deal with a few mice. Fondling Hikari's hand, Kakashi chuckled softly. Mice. Hikari was slightly puzzled, then looked at the cat yawning in the corner of the room. Coco, go catch the mice. However, Coco ignored her, rolled over, and continued to sleep. Humph, lazy cat, Hikari couldn't help but curse. Kakashi thoughtfully watched Coco rolling over, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. For a cat to catch a mouse, the mouse needs to leave a trail and show itself willingly. Otherwise, it would be like Coco, if there are clearly no mice, what mice are there to catch? A trail. There were simply too many. Kakashi could easily pick out an instance of Danzo Shimura's overstepping. As for the Uchiha clan, the issue was glaringly obvious right in front of Kakashi. After Fugaku Uchiha entered the Elder Council 3 years ago, not only did he fail to use his increased voice to suppress the Hawk faction within the clan, but he allowed it to develop freely. This resulted in the Uchiha military police force becoming increasingly reckless due to Fugaku Uchiha's promotion, leading to skyrocketing resentment from the villagers. The villagers grew more and more hostile toward the Uchiha clan, and because of the villagers' cold attitude, the Hawk faction within the Uchiha clan grew increasingly agitated. Talk of a coup d'état escalated. And after Fugaku Uchiha realized that the so-called Elder Council merely assisted the Hokage with daily political affairs, having virtually no real power apart from being respectfully addressed as an elder, he became even more passive, even turning a blind eye to complaints against the Uchiha military police force. This left Kakashi feeling helpless regarding Fugaku Uchiha's actions. As a member of the Elder Council, if he had handled things well, his personal reputation would have significantly increased along with the position. Even without that ambition, the influence it brought was in no way inferior to a department with actual authority. But unfortunately, Fugaku Uchiha clearly hadn't realized this. Or perhaps, even if he had, it was useless. From the period when he failed to use his increased voice to suppress the Uchiha Hawk faction members, he had already lost his choice. Your chakra has increased again. Hikari rubbed against Kakashi, a hint of infatuation flashing in her eyes. After carving the 8,000 spears, Hikari could perceive Kakashi's chakra reserves. Although she didn't know why Kakashi's chakra was increasing so quickly, Hikari didn't care about that at all. Kakashi smells so good. Chapter 95, Human Relations. The following day, in the Hokage's office. Kakashi, now the 5th Hokage, stepped into the room he hadn't set foot in for nearly half a month. After mulling over yesterday's thoughts, he had summoned Yugao Yuzuki. He had arranged for her to serve as Akimichi Choza's deputy, a position with a bright future. Hokage-sama. Yugao bowed respectfully before them and seated behind the desk. Bring me the files on all the operations ANBU has handled recently. At his words, a troubled look crossed Yugao's face, and Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. Is something wrong? It's not that, she answered quickly. It's just, many of the recent missions are tangled up with Root. A good portion of ANBU's records are currently in Root's hands. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then asked, I don't recall Choza ever mentioning this to me over the past year. Yugao gave him an odd look, her voice hesitant. Well. Commander Akimichi specifically told me not to bring it up. He said Hokage-sama would come looking for the answers himself. Akimichi Choza, huh? Kakashi pictured the burly, red-haired man. As the strongest fighter of the current Ino, Shika, Cho trio, Choza was steady, dependable, and reserved. If something this serious had been going on, he would never have kept quiet about it. Even if Kakashi rarely showed his face in the office during the day, Choza could have come straight to the Hatake residence. Which meant only one thing. Someone had deliberately blocked Choza's reports. In the entire village, only 2 people possessed both the authority and the influence to pull that off, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Nara Shikaku. Hiruzen already knew exactly what Kakashi was after. The old man wouldn't interfere for no reason. That left just one suspect. Nara Shikaku, the rare genius who saw 3 moves ahead. He had sniffed out Kakashi's intentions from the start and quietly prevented any premature action. But why? Where is Choza right now? Kakashi asked. At the Nara clan compound. Exactly as he thought. The answer in his mind lined up perfectly with Yugao's reply. Still, the confirmation brought no satisfaction. Shikaku had overstepped. Being kept in the dark was one thing. Knowing full well what was happening and still playing these games was another. It's the middle of the workday, Kakashi said, eyes narrowing. How do the ANBU commander and a clan head justify abandoning their posts? I wouldn't know, sir. Yugao looked helpless. She was only the deputy, she couldn't read minds. Kakashi didn't press her. He simply rose from his chair and walked out. But instead of heading toward the Nara compound, he went straight home. Oh, one more thing. Just before disappearing from the office, he paused, glanced back at Yugao, and spoke with calm authority. Tell Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza to come see me. He didn't specify where. Then he body flickered away. He was the Hokage. Why should he dance to his subordinates' tune, especially when they already knew what he wanted and were waiting for him to come begging? Nara Shikaku had crossed a line. Kakashi didn't mind clever people, he needed them. But he would never tolerate anyone, genius or not, trying to manipulate him from the shadows. In the end, this world bowed to strength. Until your power could ignore rank entirely, obedience was the smarter choice. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio was strong, no question. But even they had their limits. Human bullet yo-yo, indeed. Kakashi returned to the Hatake residence far earlier than usual, startling Pakken, who had been dozing in his bed. Kakashi, you're back already. And I'm starving. Hikari didn't cook today. Pakken wagged his stubby tail and trotted circles around Kakashi's legs. Kakashi crouched down and scratched behind the pug's ears. All right, I'll fix something for you guys. A ninja hound recognized only one master for life. Humans were different, they switched loyalties as easily as they changed cloaks. That's why Kakashi was always a little softer on his dogs. No matter how smart they were, their devotion never wavered. Woof. At Pakken's happy bark, the rest of the pack appeared from every corner, Bull, Urushi, Shiba, and the others, all wagging tails and eager eyes. Meanwhile, at the Nara clan compound. Nara Shikaku stiffened the moment Yugao delivered the message. Thank you, Yugao. We understand. Choza gave the young woman an apologetic smile. Because of the 2 of them, the ANBU deputy had been reduced to an errand runner. Yugao lowered her voice. Just. Hokage-sama seems to be in a bad mood. With that gentle warning for her direct superior, she turned and left. Watching her go, Shikaku let out a wry chuckle. Looks like I miscalculated. This Hokage-sama is still too young. If Minato Namikaze had faced the same situation back then, he would have come straight here, all earnest questions and respectful deference. Even the third Hokage would have played along. But the fifth? He refused to follow the script. Was this his way of firing a warning shot before moving on Danzo? Shikaku shook his head, the bitter smile deepening. I told you not to meddle so much, Choza sighed, helpless. Kakashi's the Hokage now. With that personality, the less we poke, the better. Look what happened, I got dragged into this mess with you. From the very beginning, Choza had wanted to report everything about Danzo directly. Now he was caught in the middle, and it gave him a headache just thinking about it. You're right. I was wrong, Shikaku admitted without excuse. He had hoped to cash in the favor he'd earned by pushing for war, hoping to secure a few extra privileges for the Ino, Shika, Cho clans while negotiations were still possible. But he'd misread the board. That favor had already been repaid the moment Kakashi appointed him elder, made Choza ANBU commander, and put Inoichi in charge of intelligence. To the current Hokage, business was business, no sentiment attached. Trying to lean on old ties or force concessions now? Impossible. The old rules of favors and face simply didn't apply to this young man. If you had value, you stepped up. If you tried to strong-arm him with connections, you'd be shown the door. Shikaku exhaled quietly. He really had outsmarted himself this time. How had he forgotten? The same men who once slaughtered the Cloud Village delegation without hesitation and left their heads on the Rakich's desk as a calling card, he was never going to bow to emotional blackmail. This time, Shikaku had shot himself squarely in the foot. Let's go, he said, standing. A touch of melancholy colored his voice. We owe him an apology first. He felt, suddenly and acutely, that the times had left him behind. The mindset of this new generation had overturned everything he thought he knew about human relationships. That young Hokage didn't need complicated webs of obligation. He just needed subordinates who would carry out his orders, cleanly, efficiently, and without drama. Chapter 96, colluding together. Two oversized iron basins sat in the courtyard, heaped high with thick bone and ribs, juicy chicken breasts, slabs of beef and pork belly, perfectly boiled eggs, steamed broccoli, piles of rice, and a generous sprinkling of calcium powder. The 8 ninja dogs were tearing into the feast with unrestrained gusto. Kakashi, having just finished cooking lunch for his pack, leaned back beneath the eaves with his battered copy of Ika Ika Paradise open in one hand. Remember to clean your bowls when you're done, he called out lazily, not bothering to look up from the page. Woof. Hikari always does it anyway, Pakin grumbled through a mouthful of meat, glaring at the silver-haired man lounging like he hadn't a care in the world. And before Hikari showed up? Kakashi asked, turning another page without lifting his head. Hikari's still the best, Pakin muttered, smacking his lips and diving back into his food. Kakashi didn't bother dignifying the dog's fickleness with a response. TCH. He flipped to the final page and stared at the dreaded words, to be continued. That damn Jiraiya and his cliffhangers. Just as Kakashi was mentally cursing the toad sage, all 8 dogs suddenly froze mid-bite and snapped their heads toward the front gate in perfect unison. That pineapple-headed guy's here, Pakin announced. Kakashi said nothing. He simply reached for the teapot and poured himself a leisurely cup. The gate creaked open, revealing 2 very familiar figures. Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza. Hokage-sama, Shikaku intoned gravely, bowing low with a somber expression. Choza mirrored the gesture a half-step behind him. I have come to confess my error. Kakashi's visible eye remained half-lidded, dark and unreadable as he regarded the men. Oh. And what error would that be, Senior Shikaku? I presume to guess at your excellency's thoughts, Shikaku said, voice steady despite the weight behind every word, and then, without permission, ordered Choza to withhold intelligence concerning Danzo Shimura. Afterward, I invited Choza to my home, hoping you would come question me personally. That was my mistake alone. I begged the Hokage's punishment. He spoke with absolute sincerity, neatly absolving Choza and shouldering every ounce of blame himself. Shikaku had finally seen Kakashi for what he was. Hesitate any longer, keep playing the old games of favors and understandings, and he'd be quietly shunted off to some harmless, forgotten corner of the village, like a retired librarian. That was not a future the Nara clan head could accept. Kakashi's gaze slid to Choza, who stood silently at Shikaku's side, hands clasped and expression unreadable. So they'd talked it over beforehand. Shikaku would take the fall alone. Very well, Kakashi said at last, voice mild. Since you recognize your mistake so clearly, your punishment will be a 3-month salary deduction. He couldn't be bothered to drag this out. It wasn't a grave offense, just the lingering stench of old boy politics. And since the men in front of him had once been his teacher's right hand, Kakashi was willing to be merciful. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Shikaku exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing a fraction. At once, Choza stepped forward and produced a scroll from his sleeve. He presented it with both hands and a deep bow. This contains records of every skirmish, physical and verbal, between Root and ANBU over the past year, along with how each incident was handled. Kakashi accepted the scroll, unfurled it, and skimmed the densely packed entries. Nearly a brawl every 3 days. Insults traded every 2. His eyebrow twitched. He looked up slowly, fixing Shikaku with a stare sharp enough to cut. You buried these? Why yes, sir. Sweat beaded on Shikaku's forehead. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, swallowing whatever excuse he prepared. And who exactly is the commander of the ANBU? Kakashi asked softly, turning his attention to the silent mountain of men beside him. You, or him? Choza dropped to one knee almost on reflex. This subordinate accepts full responsibility. A glint of ice flashed in Kakashi's eye. He didn't mind his subordinates being close, hell, he preferred it. Loyalty like that was rare. But there was a line. Official duties were official duties. Personal feelings could not come first. He really had been too naive when he took this seat. Go back and submit your resignation, Kakashi said, tone leaving no room for argument. Leading a regular Jonin squad isn't a bad life. Yes, sir, Choza answered immediately, rising only to bow again. Kakashi turned back to Shikaku. As for you, one thing at a time. Meddling in a fellow department head's duties without authority earns you 3 months of closed-door reflection. Hand your responsibilities over to Shibi Aburame. Compared to the perpetually scheming Ino, Shika, Cho trio, the Aburame and Hyuga clans had always kept their heads down and did exactly what was asked of them, no more, no less. Understood, Shikaku ground out between clenched teeth. 3 months wasn't crippling, but it was long enough. Long enough for rumors to spread. Long enough for people to wonder what the Nara clan head had done to earn seclusion on only the 2nd day of the new Hokage's tenure. The resignation of the ANBU commander and an elder's sudden reflection would set the entire village whispering. Kakashi regarded him coolly. Anything else you'd like to say? Shikaku opened his mouth. Closed it. Sweat rolled down his temple. No, sir. He was done for. At least while this 5th Hokage reigned, Shikaku had been quietly exiled to the shadows. Even if he returned to duty after 3 months, he'd be a lone figure from now on, cut off from the networks that had sustained him. In a way, interfering with ANBU affairs was perilously close to the same crime Danzo had committed. Kakashi's eye narrowed, a cold smirk curling beneath the mask. Good. Then go hand your work over to Shibi. After that, you may begin your reflection. Shikaku bowed stiffly and retreated. Choza followed a step behind, the 2 men disappearing through the gate without another word. Kakashi watched them go, then glanced down at the scroll again, brows drawing together. The ANBU commander position was now vacant. Who in the village was qualified to fill it? He had 2 names in mind. Jiraiya. Asuma Sarutobi. Jiraiya certainly had the strength and reputation, but the men had turned down the Hokage seat itself. He'd laugh in Kakashi's face if offered ANBU command. Asuma was already serving among the 12 Guardian Ninja, and he was still too young for a post more sensitive than even the Council of Elders. Troublesome. Kakashi's gaze drifted as a new thought formed. Ever since he'd restructured the ANBU and carved off pieces of its authority, some to root, far more shifted from foreign intelligence to internal oversight, Danzo had been watching the department like a starving hawk. An empty seat at the table. Danzo wouldn't be able to resist reaching for it. Perfect. Kakashi's eye curved into a faint, dangerous crescent. Time to toss out a brick, and draw that old jade right into the open. Chapter 97, since we are confiding in each other, how could I betray you? Just as Kakashi had anticipated, Choza Akimichi's resignation and Shikaku Nara's confinement stirred up quite a commotion within the Hidden Leaf. Although many people discussed it, due to the hardline methods Kakashi had consistently displayed, no major upheaval occurred. Although Kakashi temporarily suppressed the turmoil within the Hidden Leaf, the position of Umbu commander was genuinely vacant. This caused many with restless ambitions to cast their eyes upon that position, which stood below only 1 man and above 10,000. Umbu commander. In a dim underground base, Danzo Shimura, dressed in black, looked absent-mindedly at the mission in his hand. Yet another task Root had recently seized from the Umbu. Over the past 3 years, the scope of authority originally obtained from the Umbu had allowed Root to grow significantly stronger. Now, the vacancy of the Umbu commander position made his mind stir once again. However, the timing right now was simply too coincidental. Clan meetings within the Uchiha clan were becoming increasingly frequent, and as Hokage, Kakashi had no reason not to be aware of it. Given Kakashi's hardline stance, the fact that he was silently watching the Uchiha's internal unrest grow was likely because he had previously been acting Hokage. His position hadn't been stable, so he had sat by and ignored the Uchiha. Now that his position as the 5th Hokage was as stable as Mount Tai, given Kakashi's personality, it was impossible for him to let things slide any longer. And in this critical period, the position of Anbu commander had become vacant once again. If I were to intervene, would it? Danzo Shimura fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. Although he considered Kakashi, this young Hokage, to be of no great concern, he had to admit that Kakashi's methods against enemies were always cold-blooded and ruthless. And he always maximized the benefits involved. If he were pushed too far, it was inevitable that he would choose mutual destruction rather than compromise. No, not inevitable, it was certain. Thinking of this, Danzo Shimura immediately stood up and walked toward the Hokage residence. At this critical moment, as the personal disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he naturally had to lead by example, hold high the banner of the Will of Fire, and firmly support the current Hokage. It would be better not to touch the position of Anbu commander for the time being. Hokage office. At this moment, Kakashi looked at Danzo Shimura before him with slight surprise. The clan meetings within the Uchiha clan are becoming increasingly frequent. According to intelligence, every meeting discusses how to attain the Hokage position. They have even set their sights on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Such behavior is undoubtedly treason. I hope you will make plans early, Lord Hokage. This old man will spare no effort to support you, Lord Hokage. Danzo Shimura's words were sonorous and forceful, his expression grave. If one didn't know his true character, they might have thought he was a peerlessly loyal minister with iron bones and a faithful heart. Kakashi hadn't expected that the vacancy of the Anbu commander position not only failed to bait Danzo Shimura but instead prompted him to put on such a performance. It seemed the other party was wary of his previous hardline methods and decided not to act rashly. He even deliberately placed the Uchiha issue out in the open between the two of them. This forced Kakashi to state his position. Elder Danzo, you speak too heavily. I have naturally never doubted your capabilities, Elder. Since we are confiding in each other, how could I ever let you down? I have my own plans regarding the Uchiha issue. When the time comes, I ask that you lend me a hand, Elder Danzo. Hearing Kakashi's words, the tension in Danzo Shimura's brow relaxed slightly. Ask him to lend a hand. This meant Kakashi had already planned to eliminate that gang of rebels in the Uchiha. This made Danzo Shimura sneer in his heart. As expected of the heavy-handed Kakashi, his eyes could not tolerate a single grain of sand. He was likely going to pull up the entire Uchiha clan by the roots. When that happened, he could use the incident to petition the daimyo. He would claim that the first thing the new Hokage did upon taking office was to force a major village clan into rebellion, and then spread public opinion to force Kakashi to step down. The youngest Hokage would also be the one to abdicate the fastest. Danzo Shimura immediately expressed his full support for any measure the Hokage took, stating he wouldn't hesitate even if it meant Root had to engage in an all-out firefight with the Uchiha. Looking at the old man before him, Kakashi spoke. Recently, the Anbu commander resigned, and there is no suitable candidate in the village. Elder Shimura, perhaps. However, before Kakashi could finish, Danzo Shimura hurriedly spoke up. This old man is already advanced in years. Managing Root already leaves me somewhat unable to do as much as I would like, and I have long since begun cultivating a successor. As for the position of Anbu commander, count this old man out. He didn't take the bait. Kakashi didn't care about this. It was just an idle move, whether Danzo Shimura took the bait or not didn't matter at all. Since the other party had shifted the topic of conflict to the Uchiha, Kakashi didn't dwell on the Anbu issue any longer. In that case, I will consider the Uchiha issue. Kakashi nodded slightly. This made Danzo Shimura smile with satisfaction before he excused himself and left. Watching Danzo Shimura leave, Kakashi leaned back in his chair and spoke as if at leisure. You heard that, didn't you? As his voice fell, a boy dressed in Anbu attire, but not wearing a mask, appeared and knelt on one knee before Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha. It had to be said that Fugaku Uchiha's brain was as useless as ever. Just because Kakashi had slightly relaxed the recruitment conditions for the Anbu. Fugaku Uchiha, despite being a member of the Elder Council himself, had actually sent his own son into the Anbu. Lord Hokage. Itachi Uchiha knelt before Kakashi, his expression heavy. Itachi, what do you think I should do? Looking at the boy before him, Kakashi's tone was flat, as if chatting about a trivial matter. Many ninja within the Uchiha clan refused to accept the Hokage and even attempt to seize the position of Hokage through violent means. Their crimes deserve execution. There was a trace of trembling in Itachi Uchiha's voice at this moment, and his heart was filled with agony. Why? Why did it have to be like this? Lord Hokage had clearly been tolerant enough toward the Uchiha. Even knowing that the true culprit of the Nine-Tails incident was likely an Uchiha, he was still willing to let father become a member of the Elder Council. And he had not infringed upon the Konoha military police force in the slightest. Wasn't such a Hokage good enough? Did they really have to fight for this position of Hokage? Just because the Senju and the Uchiha founded the Hidden Leaf together, and the Uchiha have never held the title of Hokage, must they drag the Hidden Leaf into the fires of war? This was simply too narrow-minded. Are you thinking about how the Uchiha also participated in the founding of the Hidden Leaf, yet there has never been an Uchiha Hokage? The words coming from in front of him made Itachi Uchiha hurriedly bow his head and say he dared not think so. Itachi, do you really think that without the Uchiha, the Hidden Leaf could not have been founded? Kakashi's words were calm and leisurely, causing Itachi Uchiha's heart to tremble. Chapter 98, The Merciful Hokage. Could it be, not true? Based on the understanding Itachi Uchiha had been raised with since childhood, it was Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha who had jointly founded the Hidden Leaf Village, Konohagakure, back then. So why, now, was it different in the words of the Hokage-sama? A hint of confusion flashed in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. Kakashi walked over to him, gently pulled up the 12 or 13-year-old Uchiha boy, and then their figures instantly vanished from the office. When the two reappeared, they were already on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower. Look at that. Kakashi pointed to Hashirama Senju's rock-carved face diagonally above them. That is the first Hokage-sama. Itachi Uchiha spoke instinctively. That's right. Do you think the first Hokage or Madara Uchiha was stronger? Kakashi asked a question that was obvious, one that everyone in the ninja world knew the answer to. Naturally, it was the first Hokage-sama. Itachi Uchiha didn't quite understand why the Hokage-sama in front of him would ask such a question. During the late Warring States period, Lord Hashirama led by example and established the Leaf Village, attracting the Hyuga, the Ino, Shika, Cho, the Aburame, the Inuzuka, and other ninja clans to co-found the Leaf. During this time, a large number of civilians also came here to settle down and start their lives because of Lord Hashirama's great power. The only clan in the entire Land of Fire that didn't come was the Uchiha clan, due to their long-standing entanglement with the Senju clan. Furthermore, because Madara Uchiha's younger brother, Izuna Uchiha, died at the hands of Lord Tobirama, it caused Madara Uchiha to be hostile towards Lord Tobirama. Given this, how could the Uchiha clan be willing to join the Leaf Village? Listening to Kakashi's words, Itachi Uchiha was a little confused. Why did a clan like the Uchiha eventually join the Senju clan in founding the Leaf Village? Of course, it was because of the power of the first Hokage-sama, a power that the entire ninja world couldn't resist. Seeing Itachi's confusion, Kakashi curled his lips into a cold smile, not letting the boy remain puzzled for too long. In the final battle between the first Hokage-sama and Madara Uchiha, even Madara, who had transplanted Izuna Uchiha's eyes and possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was utterly defeated by Lord Hashirama's wood style. Itachi Uchiha's expression did not change as he listened to Kakashi's words. As the Hokage, it was far too easy to learn the secrets of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Moreover, the person right beside him was essentially the Uchiha clan's ultimate weapon. Afterward, in order to make Madara Uchiha understand the true meaning of peace, the first Hokage-sama was willing to commit suicide just to make Madara Uchiha join the Leaf Village. Inspired by this spirit, even Madara Uchiha had to admire the first Hokage-sama's magnanimity. The wind blew through the dazzling, fiery long robe. Itachi Uchiha looked at Kakashi in front of him and the sweeping view of the Leaf Village, and he now understood Kakashi's meaning. Rather than saying that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan jointly founded the Leaf Village, it was more accurate to say that the Uchiha clan was forced to join the Leaf Village after being defeated in battle. Because of the power of Hashirama Senju alone, where he was the Leaf Village. The Uchiha clan was nothing more than a defeated faction. Their status was even lower than that of the so-called Hyuga, Aburame, Sarutobi, and Ino, Shika, Cho clans. In the end, even when Madara Uchiha defected from the Leaf Village, drove the Nine Tails, and tried to destroy everyone's home, he was still miserably defeated by Hashirama Senju's hand. A defeated person, a defector, a traitor. All three of these identities were brought about by Madara Uchiha. But the first Hokage-sama, with his vast generosity, not only disregarded this completely but also showed no intention of punishing the Uchiha clan at all. This clan, surviving under the grace and mercy of Lord Hashirama. Not only did they not know how to be grateful, but now they actually wanted to become the Hokage through a coup d'état. Such a despicable, detestable clan. Itachi Uchiha was in agonizing pain. Hokage-sama. Looking at the men in front of him, Itachi Uchiha didn't know how to speak. No matter how despicable this clan was, he was still a member of it. While the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan is indeed repulsive, there are also many innocent people among them. Kakashi reached out and gently patted the Uchiha boy's shoulder, his tone as calm and gentle as the wind. Husbands working hard for their wives, children diligently studying for their parents, elders peacefully living out their final years, pregnant women nurturing new life, innocent infants in swaddling clothes. These people are innocent, do you understand? Itachi Uchiha looked at the men before him, his heart filled with an unspeakable feeling. facing a clan that he viewed as so narrow-minded and ungrateful. The Hokage-sama still cared for the innocent people among them. Indeed, the Hokage-sama, like the first Hokage-sama, was a man of great mercy. Beneath the Hokage-sama's seemingly stern exterior was a soft heart. His brilliance was enough to illuminate anyone. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi Uchiha felt somewhat ashamed. His own capacity for tolerance was far inferior to the men before him. Perhaps this was why the other man was able to become the Hokage. Itachi, you are different from others. The future that Shisui couldn't see, you have seen. The heavy burden of the Uchiha will rest upon your shoulders in the future. I initially allowed Fugaku to join the Elder Council, hoping he could use his increased voice to suppress the hawkish members of the clan. Unfortunately, Fugaku did not seize this opportunity. Instead, the Hawks took advantage of Fugaku's increased influence to become even more brazen in the village, so much so that unnecessary events could happen at any moment. I hope that you can, in the shortest possible time, gather a list of all the hawkish members for me. Listening to Kakashi's words, Itachi Uchiha's heart trembled, but he nodded firmly. Father disappointed the Hokage-sama's expectations, but I absolutely cannot disappoint him. My faults as a son will be rectified by me. Everything is for the Uchiha. However, Itachi Uchiha looked up at Kakashi, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Hokage-sama, I also have a younger brother named Sasuke. Kakashi nodded upon hearing this. I said before, innocent people are blameless. Sasuke is naturally one of them. And I give you my promise, when Sasuke graduates from the academy, he will become my personal disciple. Hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi Uchiha raised his head to look at the Hokage in disbelief. The Hokage-sama's personal disciple. It was important to know that a Hokage's personal disciple was naturally granted the right to vote in Hokage elections. Such a magnificent mind, such a merciful Hokage. The narrow-minded Uchiha clan was simply not fit to be compared to the Hokage-sama. They wanted to become the Hokage through a low-level tactic like a coup d'état. It was simply a pipe dream. Everything the Hokage-sama was doing was right. Hokage-sama, Itachi Uchiha pledges his life to your service. Chapter 99, The Uchiha Clan Meeting. Night. The Uchiha Clan Grounds. Naka Shrine. In the pitch-black darkness of the night, the Uchiha had held who knows how many clan meetings. From the initial discussions on how to make the clan head the Hokage, to the current topic of how to overthrow the Konoha regime and take control of the village. It seemed that the Uchiha present were extremely enthusiastic about this topic. Dozens of prominent Uchiha ninja squeezed into the modest shrine, debating with fervent heat. If you ask me, we should just swarm up and kill that Kakashi. Then the position of Hokage is ours. That's right. Not just that Kakashi, but all the higher-ups too. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Danzo Shimura, they are all our enemies. And those villagers who usually look at us with displeasure. Damn it, looking at me with those eyes all day and night, I've really had enough. Clan head, let's do it. Yeah, clan head. Take the brothers and let's pull off something big. The Uchiha ninja inside the shrine argued incessantly, but their spearhead pointed at only one target. That was the Hokage. They had truly had enough. This was already the 5th Hokage, and there still hadn't been an Uchiha Hokage. The current 5th Hokage was only 20 years old. If they waited for him to abdicate or retire, wouldn't they have to wait decades? Many of them were already in their 30s or 40s, they simply couldn't wait for the day the 5th would step down. And even if he did step down, the 6th Hokage wouldn't necessarily be an Uchiha. They were the Uchiha, the proud Uchiha clan, how could they endure such grievances? Let's wait and see a little longer. Fugaku Uchiha, seated at the head of the room, watched the scene before him. He took a leisurely sip of tea, brushing off his clansmen as perfunctorily as always. Still wait and see. How long has it been? Clan head, why don't you just give us a straight answer? Yeah, clan head. It's depressing when I'm on patrol every day. Those damn villagers look at me like I'm their enemy. Isn't it just that last time I caught someone setting up a stall illegally and beat him up in prison a few times? I was just doing things by the book. Listening to his clansmen speaking one after another below him, Fugaku Uchiha felt a headache coming on. Did he not want to become Hokage? He did. He wanted it more than anyone. But what if the coup failed? Although the current Hokage had Hikari Uchiha, known as the Uchiha's ultimate weapon, by his side, Fugaku Uchiha believed he would not lose to her. Because his Mangekyo Sharingan was invincible. Seeing through the future, that was the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Using a specific person, event, or object as a medium, he could activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Thereby seeing the timeline of the future. He could find the single most correct choice from countless timelines. This was the capital upon which he claimed invincibility. He had seen the result of using the Nine Tails to subvert Konoha. Konoha and the Uchiha would destroy each other, leading the other 4 great ninja villages to swarm in. Konoha, glorious for decades, would be completely annihilated. That was not the result he wanted. 3 years ago, in a fleeting glance at Hikari Uchiha, he had also seen the outcome of fighting her. Out of 72 outcomes of certain death, he had found the method to kill Hikari Uchiha. Later, he had looked toward the current 5th Hokage. But it was chaos. A fog shrouded him. He could not see any timeline at all. This was the reason Fugaku Uchiha had hesitated until now. Fugaku Uchiha didn't know if his Mangekyo Sharingan, which allowed him to make the correct choice in the face of any event, was born from his own hesitation. Or if he hesitated because of his own nature. Because he could see the correct choices, when these eyes suddenly couldn't see the direction ahead, he fell into hesitation. Fugaku Uchiha clearly knew his own weakness. But he was unable to correct it. Whenever he faced a decision, he would always worry, what if he succeeded? What if he failed? How would he handle himself if he failed? Just like now, facing the indignation of the clansmen below, he started using that same immutable rhetoric again. Wait again, continue to wait a bit. At this moment, the hesitating Fugaku Uchiha did not know that his son was sitting silently below, watching his surroundings with cold detachment. Itachi Uchiha committed the names of every person urging Fugaku Uchiha to stage a coup to the bottom of his heart. These people were all narrow-minded individuals who ignored Lord Hokage's grace. Protected by Konoha's shelter and benevolence, yet instead of seeking progress, they wanted to usurp the host's role. A clan with such capacity, it was truly laughable. And while Itachi Uchiha was memorizing everyone's names, a pair of eyes was watching him from behind. Shursui Uchiha, known as Shursui of the body flicker. He silently observed Itachi Uchiha. Shursui Uchiha knew clearly that the current Itachi Uchiha had joined the Umbu, working under that Lord Hokage. He didn't know what Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, was thinking. But he knew that the Hokage would absolutely not let go of this opportunity to make contact with Itachi Uchiha. And in Shursui Uchiha's view, Itachi was a good child, pure-natured and helpful. An Itachi like that shouldn't be staying with someone like Kakashi. With the end of the Uchiha clan meeting, the crowd dispersed one by one. Fugaku Uchiha kept his son behind alone. Father. Itachi Uchiha sat on his knees in front of Fugaku Uchiha, his expression unusually calm. Itachi, has there been any movement from the Hokage recently? Fugaku Uchiha rubbed his somewhat sore eyes as he spoke. This was the reason he had arranged for Itachi to enter the Umbu in the first place. A spy. A spy to gather intelligence for the Uchiha clan. As his biological son, Fugaku Uchiha had complete trust in Itachi Uchiha. Today, Lord Hokage merely went to the office to look through recent government affairs. Due to the resignation of the Umbu commander, Lord Hokage is having a bit of a headache over it, unable to find a suitable candidate. Itachi Uchiha's answer made Fugaku Uchiha somewhat satisfied. Since that is the case, then Itachi, you should put in good effort. You are already a captain, push a little harder to become the commander. That way, our clan's situation will improve significantly. Listening to Fugaku Uchiha's gentle words, Itachi Uchiha simply nodded in agreement. As for what he was thinking inside, that was unclear. You may go. You've been tired all day, it's time to rest. Fugaku Uchiha waved his hand, and Itachi Uchiha immediately stood up and excused himself. He walked out of the Naka shrine, a pair of scarlet eyes looking exceptionally piercing in the night. Family. Capacity. Konoha. Hokage. Even father is just like this. Lord Hokage is right. Only by pruning these narrow-minded clansmen can the Uchiha clan welcome true glory. It is a pity that Lord Hokage is truly too kind-hearted, only wanting to remove the hawks. What if the remaining people hold a grudge because of these people's deaths? I should. Chapter 100, The Mysterious Masked Men. Itachi Uchiha's thought was that he should be the one to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan, removing everyone except Sasuke. He would bear the infamy and eventually die by Sasuke's hand. In this way, he could completely put an end to the Uchiha's wolfish ambition for a coup. At that time, Sasuke would be draped in the Uchiha's glory, and the Uchiha clan would grow strong again because of him. It was a pity. Lord Hokage was still too benevolent. However, it was precisely because of this benevolence that Itachi Uchiha held such high esteem for this Hokage. This was a person worth following. Holding a sharp blade, yet harboring mercy in his heart. Seeking a glimmer of hope amidst all things. This chance of survival was not just for Lord Hokage himself, but represented his attitude toward everyone. Now, the census of the hawkish members at Naka Shrine was complete. He just needed to spend a little more time identifying the remaining hawks within the clan, and the mission Lord Hokage had assigned him would be finished. Thinking of this, while Itachi's heart felt heavy, his steps became slightly lighter. When the dust finally settled, a new Uchiha clan would be born. At that time, he could break free from this narrow-minded clan and serve Lord Hokage wholeheartedly. Itachi. Just as Itachi Uchiha was preparing to leave, a voice called out to him. It's Brother Shisui. Hearing the call from behind, his crimson eyes gradually faded back to black, and Itachi turned with a faint smile to look at the newcomer. How have things been lately? Life in the Umbu must be tough, right? Shisui Uchiha looked at his younger kinsman with concern. Once, he had tried to take Itachi Uchiha on long-term missions, but Fugaku Uchiha had rejected the idea. Because in Fugaku Uchiha's eyes, Itachi was another genius in the clan following Shisui Uchiha, and he was also his son. So, he needed to teach Itachi Uchiha personally. It's acceptable. Brother Shisui, you shouldn't ask about matters within the Umbu. Itachi Uchiha nodded, but his latter sentence made Shisui Uchiha's expression turn somewhat unnatural. All right then. Shisui Uchiha nodded helplessly. What are your thoughts regarding the clan lately? Shisui Uchiha asked the question he wanted to know the answer to the most. If anyone in the clan shared his thoughts and loathed the coup, it would be the person before him. Looking at Shisui Uchiha before him, Itachi Uchiha recalled Kakashi's words from earlier that day. The future that Shisui cannot see, you have seen. So, in Lord Hokage's view, was this kinsman before him also considered a person of narrow vision? In that case, I leave it entirely to father's decision. Itachi Uchiha's answer made Shisui Uchiha's expression freeze in place. Why? Shouldn't Itachi be someone who detested war extremely as well? Didn't he know that a coup was a suicidal choice for the Uchiha? Shisui Uchiha's face showed nothing unusual, but ripples of shock surged in his heart. But he thought of that white-haired Hokage. Given that man's personality, the current Uchiha clan must look like a group of dead men to him by now, right? Shisui Uchiha felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. Looking at the younger kinsman before him, he lost the desire to communicate further. Itachi and the other clan members turned out to be birds of a feather. Now it seemed only I can change everything. Using my ability, my eyes. To reverse the situation. Koto Amitsukami was born for this purpose. If it was Koto Amitsukami, he could not only rewrite the Uchiha clan's fate but also turn that cold and ruthless Hokage into a benevolent, friendly, and peace-loving Hokage. Shisui Uchiha's departure made Itachi frown slightly. He felt that this kinsman might do something extremely dangerous. But at this moment, Itachi Uchiha could not afford to dwell on it. The task of collecting the names must be completed as soon as possible. Delaying even a single second would be irresponsible toward Lord Hokage. However, just as he was passing through a misty forest, Itachi Uchiha. A stranger's voice rang out. This made his footsteps pause once again. Aided by the silver glow of the moonlight, he saw a black shadow step out from the darkness ahead. My name is Madara Uchiha. The late night was silent, save for the faint chirping of insects disturbing the dreamscape. The night wind howled, rustling the surrounding trees. With the stranger's words accompanying the cold moonlight, the temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees, chilling the heart. Uchiha. Madara. Itachi Uchiha softly repeated the name the man claimed, the crimson in his eyes revealing itself. He remembered that the Night of the Nine Tails was caused by a mysterious man calling himself Madara Uchiha. If this person was truly him, he was one of the culprits behind the Uchiha clan's current predicament. Correct. No need to be too concerned. After all, this name is from so long ago, perhaps the world has already forgotten it. As the man approached, his full appearance entered Itachi Uchiha's vision. He wore black Uchiha robes, his black hair fell like a waterfall, and he wore a tiger-patterned one-eyed mask, with a long sword strapped to his waist. Madara Uchiha. What is your purpose in seeking me out? Itachi Uchiha did not question the other party's name. It was merely a name. Itachi Uchiha could naturally change his outfit and call himself Madara Uchiha to others as well. Compared to the name, Itachi Uchiha was more concerned about the man's objective. I trust you are utterly disappointed in this clan, are you not? Dreaming of becoming Hokage all day long, yet they are nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. Ambitions as high as the heavens, yet lives as fragile as paper. How could these trash possibly resist that Hokage? The man calling himself Madara Uchiha extended a hand toward Itachi Uchiha, his raspy voice carrying a hint of seduction. If you are willing, I can lend you a hand. Itachi Uchiha looked at the man with a strange expression. This guy seems to hold Lord Hokage in high regard. Why should I trust you? Itachi Uchiha did not refuse, but instead asked in return. At the same time, he prepared himself for a fight. You need not trust me. You only need to know that our goals align. And A gleam of crimson revealed itself under the man's one-eyed mask. Don't do anything unnecessary. If I wanted to, I could kill you right now. Itachi Uchiha was startled internally upon hearing this, but spoke without showing emotion. What price must I pay? Hearing this, the mysterious masked man sneered. Price? That would be joining my organization. A great organization dedicated to peace in the ninja world. Madman. This was Itachi Uchiha's assessment of the person before him. Let me go back and think about it. Itachi Uchiha's answer was reasonably satisfactory to the mysterious masked man. Of course. If you decide, you can find me here. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Why don't you marry me? Looking for you. Looking for you, my ass. I'm going to find Lord Hokage to beat the hell out of you. Immediately after leaving Madara Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha ran directly to the Hatake residence and found Kakashi, who hadn't gone to sleep yet. Uchiha. Madara. In the warm glow of the living room lights, clad in pajamas, Kakashi looked at Itachi Uchiha before him with some surprise. Listening to the news the other brought, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tick upward slightly. To be precise, it was Obito Uchiha. He hadn't expected that even with the Hokage of Konoha having changed from Hiruzen Sarutobi to himself, that guy would still want to interfere in the Uchiha clan's affairs. Is it to prepare spare eyes for Izanagi? I understand, Itachi. Stabilize him first. Agree to his conditions. Once you've finished collecting the list, on the day we make our move, I will go meet him personally. Kakashi signaled for Itachi not to worry. Yes. Itachi looked at Kakashi with some surprise, startled in his heart. 3 years ago, he had already slain the Two Tails in battle and dared to storm the Cloud Village's main camp alone with a mere 800 men. Just what was Lord Hokage's strength now, 3 years later? No one knew the answer to this question, but the only thing that could be certain was that the youngest Hokage in history would absolutely not be stagnant. A ninja's golden age is between 12 and 24 years old. And just how excellent the Hokage before him was, that was something the entire ninja world had witnessed. Yes. Itachi's expression was somewhat agitated. He did not stop Kakashi. One had to know that the mysterious masked man calling himself Madara Uchiha was the true culprit who attacked Konoha 6 years ago, released the Nine Tails, and caused the death of the 4th Hokage. As the 4th Hokage's disciple, it was naturally excusable for Kakashi to want to finish that guy off with his own hands. Aside from that Uchiha Madara, there is one more thing, Itachi spoke up with some worry. Meeting Kakashi's puzzled gaze, Itachi voiced the thoughts in his heart. Brother Shisui may have some misunderstandings about you, Lord Hokage. He loves the Uchiha clan deeply. Although he isn't a hawk, he is definitely not a dove either. If he faces the death of his clansmen, Itachi paused there, looking hesitant. Kakashi already understood what Itachi meant. Shisui Uchiha was unwilling to see the Uchiha clan stage a coup, but he was also unwilling to face the death of his clansmen. So if Kakashi made a move on the Uchiha clan, Shisui Uchiha would certainly be an obstacle. I understand. When the time comes, I will go have a chat with Shisui. If he isn't willing to let go. I'm sorry, Itachi. I cannot let this person affect the village's peace. Kakashi looked at the youth before him, a trace of apology in his eyes. Itachi opened his mouth upon hearing this, somewhat at a loss for words. Shisui Uchiha meant too much to him. He was Itachi's teacher, friend, brother, and confidant. But for the sake of Konoha, anyone who stands in the way of Lord Hokage's steps forward should be kicked aside. For Lord Hokage to go to such lengths is already incredibly merciful. Itachi fell silent for a moment, then looked at Kakashi seriously as he spoke. For the village, for peace, he could abandon anyone except Sasuke. Lord Hokage had rejected the idea of wiping out the entire Uchiha clan in one fell swoop. This had already moved Itachi deeply. How could he ask for more now? It is just that if Brother Shisui insists on having his own way, Lord Hokage will have to face Brother Shisui first, and then fight that Uchiha Madara. Will it be? Itachi was a bit worried about Kakashi. If it were just Uchiha Madara alone, Itachi naturally believed in Kakashi's strength. But to resolve Shisui Uchiha first and then fight that mysterious masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha, even if Itachi believed in Kakashi's strength, he felt some apprehension. No need to mind it. It's just fighting 2 people. I've faced far more people than that. Kakashi's calm words infected Itachi, instantly cheering him up. As expected of Lord Hokage, not only was his heart so broad, but even his strength was so outstanding. In that case, I will take my leave first. If I am away from home for too long, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Listening to Itachi's words, Kakashi nodded and said, All right then. Stay safe during this period. Speaking of this, Kakashi suddenly thought of something and added, Tomorrow should be the day Sasuke enters the academy, right? Let him sit with Naruto then. They can keep each other company. Itachi immediately agreed with some excitement upon hearing this. The protection this Lord Hokage offered the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was something everyone in Konoha had witnessed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he raised him like a biological son. It had completely surpassed the treatment of a normal Jinchuriki. Now, letting Sasuke stay with Naruto was clearly the start of gradually fulfilling his previous promise to take Sasuke as a personal disciple. Go on. Kakashi waved his hand, and Itachi immediately stood up to take his leave. With Itachi's departure, Kakashi sat alone on the sofa, pondering everything that was to happen next. The Hawks within the Uchiha clan must be eliminated, not leaving a single one. And based on the currently known Hawks, they already exceeded 2/3 of the entire Uchiha clan's combat power. If he caught them all in one net, the entire Uchiha would suffer heavy casualties, and their strength would be far less than before. For such a drastic change to occur during his term as Hokage, he would undoubtedly bear criticism no matter what. And Danzo Shimura, who had always coveted the position of Hokage, would absolutely not let such a God-sent opportunity slip by. Thinking of this, Kakashi smiled. It didn't matter. He would solve them all together. Do you want me to help you? A crisp voice came from behind him. He saw an Uchiha girl in pink pajamas leaning against the bedroom doorframe with her arms crossed, looking at Kakashi with some worry. No need. I can handle these matters myself. Kakashi shook his head. Hikari lowered her eyes as she looked at the men before her. It was like this again. Every time she wanted to help Kakashi deal with enemies, he always said no need, that he could solve it. Hikari felt that the only thing she had to offer was this strength of hers. But here with Kakashi, it seemed to have no place to be used. Watching Hikari fall into silence, Kakashi felt a stir in his heart. The current Hikari was already 518 years old. After the dust settles on the matters within Konoha. Kakashi's words were somewhat hesitant. What? Hikari walked over, looking at Kakashi with a strange expression. She knew his personality all too well. He was the type who would never hesitate once he made a decision. For this Kakashi to actually look so hesitant. After the dust settles on the matters within Konoha, you. Why don't you marry me? Eh.